Chapter 1. The Script of Zhongwei. A hellish beginning, Jianghai, a colossal metropolis in the south with a population nearing 20 million, stands as an undisputed economic hub of the region. Countless tales of excess and the rise and fall of commerce unfold within its confines. This moment, in the interior of an antiquated 7-story building, within a law firm named Shunha, Lin Mo let out a deep sigh. "I'm famished," he lamented, clutching his growling stomach, his expression one of resignation. His astonishment. He had traversed realms, becoming a down-and-out lawyer with empty pockets, having gone an entire day without sustenance. His head spun from hunger. As for how a lawyer could descend to such depths, that was solely attributable to the breath-stealing misadventures of his predecessor. During his inaugural case as a licensed attorney, he represented a compensation lawsuit wherein the plaintiff sought $5 million in damages. Initially, the parties were prepared to concede. However, under the persuasive and emotionally charged arguments of his predecessor, the court took keen interest, leading to a retrial. Upon closer examination, new evidence emerged. The police discovered that the client not only harmed the plaintiff's interests but also defrauded several companies, amounting to a staggering sum. Ultimately, the $5 million fine was indeed waived, yet the ruling was a 20-year prison sentence. The predecessor's debut sent shockwaves through the legal community, astonishingly imprisoning his own client. Although the client bore responsibility, such an outcome was utterly unfathomable for a professional lawyer. Before being incarcerated, the client lamented, "I suspect this lawyer is an undercover agent for the opposing side. Woe is me." In the second case, the client was charged with deliberate destruction of property due to graffiti, with a sentencing standard of 5,000 yuan. The damage inflicted amounted to 5,500 yuan, meeting the criteria for sentencing. The predecessor, brimming with confidence, applied for a reevaluation, resulting in favorable news. The assessed damage was determined to be 4,500 yuan, thus failing to constitute deliberate destruction of property. The prosecution then pursued charges from the perspective of disturbing the peace. The outcome? The client received a 5-year prison sentence. This case, too, was remarkably outrageous, once again shocking the legal fraternity. For deliberate destruction of property, only monetary compensation was required, and even in cases of significant damage, the maximum penalty was merely 3 years of imprisonment. However, the sentencing for disturbing the peace could extend to 5 years. The disparity was evident. What should have been a simple compensation case escalated into a 5-year incarceration, all due to the predecessor's blunders. With both cases concluded, every client found themselves behind bars, and the news spread like wildfire. The predecessor gained notoriety, having sent his clients to persona first in the legal realm. Thus, he earned the moniker the legal phantom of despair. In a fleeting moment, his predecessor's fame reached its zenith. Legal elites remarked, "At just 26, Lawyer Lin has amassed a reputation that would take a lifetime for many seasoned professionals to achieve. He is indeed a prodigy of the legal world." Of course, such fame was of little value. Enraged, the law firm hastily distanced itself, expelling him with immediate effect. The predecessor became a figure of ridicule within the legal community. Even his girlfriend, also a lawyer, cast him aside, expressing concern over potential repercussions for her own career. There was no choice. The former owner could only expend all his savings to establish the Shunha law firm. However, due to its overwhelming notoriety, who in their right mind would dare to engage the former owner in a legal battle? One must truly be seeking incarceration to consider such a folly. Thus, Lin Mo found himself in the unfortunate situation of being famished. Damn it. Right from the start, I was dealt the card of Zhongwei's script. What a hellish beginning. Lin Mo chuckled bitterly. Fortunately, his girlfriend did not abandon him for another during their wedding. Instead, she had the foresight to sever ties beforehand. In a sense, this could be seen as a consideration for the former owner. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered that the former's short video account garnered considerable attention during live streams. As the saying goes, even notoriety brings visibility. The live stream often attracted around 10,000 viewers, all mocking the former owner. With no cases to pursue, the former owner relied solely on the daily streaming traffic to scrape by. Lin Mo could easily host live streams to offer legal consultations and earn a bit of income. He was confident that his professional knowledge far surpassed that of the former owner by 100-fold. Having been in the field for a decade, he had risen to become a renowned partner at a prestigious law firm at a remarkably young age. His career boasted a flawless 100 win rate. His style was ever-evolving, unique, and his interpretations of legal statutes had reached an extraordinary level of finesse. Consequently, after winning yet another case, the opposing lawyer, overwhelmed by despair, lost his composure and tragically drove his vehicle into a wall. He had never tasted defeat in court, but his life was concluded outside the courtroom by a tragic twist of fate. Thus, Lin Mo traversed into this blue star world, inhabiting the body of this downcast lawyer. Fortunately, the legal statutes in this world were akin to those on Earth, allowing him the potential for a resurgence. Although the former owner had bestowed upon him a nightmarish beginning, from another perspective, it also meant heightened visibility. Ding! Dear legal enthusiast, welcome. The Legal Vanguard system is now activated. You will earn 500 yuan for each legal consultation you complete. Winning a case will yield rewards based on the client's emotional response. The more exuberant their positive emotions, the greater the monetary reward. Current legal enthusiast level. 1 rewards increase upon leveling up. Note: new functionalities will be unlocked upon system upgrade. The system had arrived. It was perfectly suited to Lin Mo's needs after all. He lacked not in professional knowledge, but in financial resources. Moreover, it resolved the most pressing issue. The former owner's notoriety hindered him from attracting paid consultations. Now, with the system offering monetary rewards, he could provide free consultations. The critics in the live stream would undoubtedly connect with the host. What was there to wait for? He would commence a live stream, offer free consultations, and turn the tables on those mockers. With a chance to tackle a high-stakes case and prove his prowess, he could ultimately redeem himself. Even with a hellish beginning, Lin Mo remained unfazed. He picked up his phone and opened the short video platform. To his surprise, he had amassed a considerable following: 100,000 fans. No less. These were active critics, and the videos he posted received minimal likes while the comments easily surpassed 1,000. It was evident that most were deriding the host. With this in mind, Lin Mo promptly initiated the live stream, directing the camera towards his handsome visage. His Douyin account, humorously titled Legal Vanguard Lawyer Lin, was a clever moniker. As the stream commenced, the number of viewers began to surge dramatically. Wow, our legal elite has arrived. Ha ha ha. In a way, he is indeed an elite. After all, it's my first time seeing someone send their own client to prison. All right, gentlemen, stop laughing. I genuinely aim to acquire legal knowledge. Guys, don't tease. The host is truly here for legal education. But if you actually believe that, you might end up in trouble yourselves. Ha ha. Yes, I just got out. As the broadcast commenced, the entire room was filled with laughter and joy. The audience quickly swelled to 10,000, with comments flooding the screen, yet no one sent gifts. Lin Mo chuckled and announced, "Everyone, today I won't be educating you on the law. I'm here to offer free legal consultations. If you have legal inquiries, feel free to connect with me." Previously, his predecessor had also provided legal consultations, but they were charged and no one showed interest. Today, being free, the chat room erupted. The host is quite confident, isn't he? Let's give the host a lesson. I hold a doctorate in law. I'll go first. The audience was enthusiastic, eager to witness Lin Mo's blunders. Thus, Lin Mo smiled as he connected the first call. A voice filled with anxiety, belonging to a seasoned gentleman, urgently inquired, "Lawyer Lin, I'm a content reviewer. I have a video I'm uncertain about. I posted it in a group of several hundred colleagues. Does this constitute the crime of distributing obscene materials?" The chat room exploded in response. This question was indeed challenging, captivating everyone's attention. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. As expected, internet users came prepared. Most lawyers would struggle to answer this. The comments in the chat room were fervently debating the issue. This question was rather tricky, leaving many perplexed. However, Lin Mo quickly formulated a response, asserting, "It's quite simple. If you, as a content reviewer, are uncertain, it indicates that the content does not fall under actual obscene material. Moreover, since you posted it in a police workgroup, it does not count as public dissemination. Notification: you have completed a legal consultation, earning 500 yuan. Soon, Lin Mo received a message. The bank transferred 500 yuan. Indeed, at that moment, the comments in the chat room paused. Clearly, everyone was taken aback by Lin Mo's serious answer. Is there an expert who can explain whether this is true? This is indeed true. I hold a master's in law. and it can be interpreted this way. Wow, the host actually understands the law. I don't believe it. Keep the questions coming, gentlemen. Subsequently, the inquiries became increasingly bizarre. Questions like, if I pay for accommodation, does that mean I've rented a room? Why does the school still inspect hygiene? Shouldn't I have autonomy over my rented space? My employee collapsed and died from overwork, affecting our project's progress. How should I seek compensation from his family? Since prisons are filled with criminals, why don't the police go there to arrest them? Lin Mo utilized his expertise to address each query. The chat room was astonished, stunned into silence. Wow, this guy truly knows his stuff. Something feels off. I suspect he was pretending before. Indeed, he was acting like a fool a few days ago. Why is he so clever today? At that moment, another consultation call came through. Lin Mo initially assumed it was yet another frivolous inquiry, but a hoarse and cautious voice on the other end spoke up. Lawyer, may I inquire if the consultation is truly free? Yes, please feel free to ask any questions you may have. In the next instant, the weary voice on the line suddenly became choked with emotion. Well, lawyer, my son has been severely bullied at school. The assailants have even threatened that if I pursue this matter further, my son will suffer dire consequences. I truly do not know what to do. As he spoke, a middle-aged man's voice, filled with despair, emerged from the other end of the line. Chapter 2. The case emerges. The live stream fell into a hushed silence. Everyone could discern the profound sorrow and helplessness in the man's tone. The viewers seeking amusement momentarily halted their antics, while some recognized the voice of the distressed father. This voice sounds familiar. Could it be Uncle Dahai? Indeed, it is Uncle Dahai. It seems he is in desperate need of help. He wishes to turn the tide, even seeking assistance from a lawyer like Lin Mo. How pitiable. Who is Uncle Dahai? Queried some viewers unfamiliar with him. An explanation followed. Do you remember the bullying case that stirred quite a commotion online recently? I've heard a bit. The victim is a student who has suffered multiple severe injuries. Uncle Dahai is the father of that student. He has taken the bullies to court over the matter. The most absurd part is that despite enduring such grievous injuries, they still lost the case. Indeed, it's baffling. He was beaten so badly that he suffered multiple fractures. It's clearly bullying. Charging those delinquents with intentional harm should have been a no-brainer. Yet they lost? Quite so, it defies logic that it was supposed to be an open and shut case, especially with the expensive top-tier lawyer he hired. Yet they lost. The trial was closed to the public, and we are unaware of the specifics. Perhaps the events never transpired, and it's all just a fabrication by Uncle Dahai. True, Wang Dahai has not disclosed all the details, nor the reasons for the loss. Who can ascertain the truth? Regardless of belief, in today's internet atmosphere, anyone feigning victimhood can easily gather a swarm of indiscriminate sympathizers. The comment section erupted into a flurry of discussions, with many expressing skepticism towards Wang Dahai. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, having taken note of the comments. However, having just arrived in this world, he was entirely unfamiliar with the case. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man on the line stifled a sob, quietly weeping. He was Wang Dahai, utterly powerless in this moment. His son had been subjected to brutal bullying, resulting in a state of profound depression. The boy had been despondent for quite some time. Over the course of 2 years at school, he had suffered a total of 11 fractures, his body marred with continuous bruises. For the past 6 months, Wang Dahai had been tirelessly fighting for justice, only to face the absurdity that not only the school, but even the police had dismissed his sons. Fractures as mere accidental falls. The school's demeanor was exceedingly impatient, dismissing Wang Dahai as someone who seeks trouble for the mere purpose of extorting money. Wang Dahai, determined to seek justice for his son, found himself thwarted at every turn. Frustrated, he opted to hire an expensive lawyer and brought the 3 assailants to court. If you refuse to resolve this, I shall take matters into my own hands. Yet, the outcome was a disheartening defeat. The case took on an air of mystery, and Wang Dahai's heartfelt pleas ignited a wave of public discourse. Some netizens even speculated that there had been no bullying at all, suggesting that Wang Dahai was merely engaging in sensationalism. This drove him to despair with such clear evidence before everyone. Why could it not prove his claims? Heaven sees all. How could multiple fractures possibly result from mere fall? This is utterly outrageous. Must my son suffer injustice at school before anyone acknowledges the truth? Moreover, He was prohibited from disclosing any details pertinent to the trial, as the opposing party's legal documents stipulated that any leaks could incite public unrest. With every utterance, he risked a counterattack from the other side. The police and school authorities also cautioned him against revealing the actual circumstances, fearing that such disclosures would provoke public outcry. Consequently, the public only witnessed Wang Dahai's lamentations without understanding the full context, leading many to question his integrity. After losing the case, public sentiment only grew more hostile, with some accusing him of deliberately portraying himself as a victim to garner sympathy. Wang Dahai felt an unbearable weight of frustration. He was desperate to uphold justice, to vindicate his tormented son, and to demonstrate to the world that he spoke no falsehoods. Even in defeat, he refused to surrender. Upon noticing a lawyer hosting a live stream, he seized the opportunity to inquire, hoping to grasp any glimmer of hope. With Lin Mo offering free consultations, he entered the chat, only to be met with a flurry of comments. Uncle Dahai, we must not rush. Finding a reliable lawyer is crucial. Why did you choose Lin Mo? Indeed, Uncle Dahai, heed our advice and leave quickly. If you engage Lin Mo, losing the case is the least of your worries. What if you end up incarcerated? As a law student, I may not know all the details, but I suspect this bullying case is highly intricate, beyond Lin's capacity to handle. The barrage of remarks ridiculed Lin Mo's competence, leaving no room for trust. When Wang Dahai first joined the stream, he intended merely to gather insights from other lawyers. If someone could decipher the trial's intricacies, it would be a boon. However, upon reading the comments disparaging Lin Mo, his hopes began to wane. He decided to investigate Lin Mo's track record, only to be met with dismay. This lawyer appeared utterly unreliable. The expensive attorney he had previously hired had already proven ineffective, and Lin Mo seemed even less capable. With a sigh of resignation, he murmured, Lawyer Lin, perhaps I should consult with other lawyers instead. Just as he prepared to disconnect, Lin Mo, wearing a smile, interjected, have you signed the contract? Is it forbidden to disclose court hearing details? Wang Dahai paused, his finger hovering over the disconnect button, astonished. How do you know? Lin Mo continued with a smile. I not only know, but I also understand how you lost the case. Wang Dahai furrowed his brow, hesitating to press the button. The online audience was equally curious, some even mocking. Haha, Lawyer Lin is analyzing the situation. I suspect he wants to create some dramatic effect. Uncle Dahai, don't believe him, he knows nothing. Observing the sardonic and skeptical remarks in the live chat, Lin Mo merely chuckled. After a brief search for information online, although scant, his prowess as a top-tier lawyer allowed him to draw reasonable conclusions. With confidence, he proclaimed, Brother Wang, if I am not mistaken, your attorney must have charged the opposing party with intentional assault. Yet, you cannot substantiate that they directly inflicted violence. Moreover, they presented crucial evidence showing how your son sustained such injuries, leading to your defeat. Not only that, but all parties involved also determined that your son fell by his own accord. Did they not? In that instant, Wang Dahai's eyes widened in shock. It was true. The reasons for his loss, the police's conclusions, everything aligned. Yet the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at Lin Mo's assertions. Haha, what nonsense! He fell by himself? Such evidence is impossible. This is absurd, I can hardly believe it. Lawyer Lin is just daydreaming and making jokes. The absurdity of Lin Mo's speculation left them incredulous. However, unexpectedly, Wang Dahai exclaimed with fervor, how do you know? Huh? The audience fell silent in disbelief. Wait, from Uncle Dahai's tone. Does that mean Lawyer Lin is right? With a mixture of sobs and excitement, Wang Dahai replied, Indeed, Lawyer Lin is correct. I previously signed a contract that prevents me from speaking. Boom! This revelation fell like a bombshell among the crowd, leaving everyone stunned. Wow, is what Lawyer Lin said true? I thought our Lawyer Lin was just spouting nonsense. This reason is too outrageous. He fell by himself? Who would injure themselves like that? Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing. At that moment, Lin Mo added, Brother Wang, your side cannot present factual evidence proving that the opposing party used any means of contact to harm your son multiple times. I suspect they may not have acted directly, but rather employed indirect methods. Thus, when the opposing party presented evidence of your son's injuries, the court would lean towards this narrative. Consequently, your lawsuit against them for intentional assault is entirely unfounded, leading to a guaranteed loss As Lin Mo concluded, the live stream fell into silence. Each viewer was left in awe, witnessing Lin Mo's unprecedentedly professional and eloquent legal analysis. At that juncture, someone inquired, "Wow, it sounds quite professional. Can a knowledgeable law student explain this?" At that moment, a law student remarked, if that's the case, the charge of intentional injury cannot indeed be established. That's correct, but I can't comprehend why Uncle Dahai cannot produce evidence that he has clearly been bullied so severely. Lin Mo chuckled and added, "It's quite simple. The school bullies did not directly inflict violence. They know how to circumvent the law. Moreover, it is possible that Brother Wang's son was also threatened by them, rendering him too afraid to disclose the truth." The law student appeared perplexed, not directly inflicting violence? Then that means. But in the next moment, he understood. "I see. Lawyer Lin, your analysis is exceedingly reasonable." The other spectators, intrigued, remarked, "Given that tone, it seems our esteemed Lawyer Lin has indeed cracked the case. Today, Lawyer Lin seems remarkably different. There's an undeniable air of professionalism about him. Hold on. Let's hear what Brother Dahai has to say." At this juncture, Wang Dahai choked back emotion, his nose tingling. He never anticipated that Lin Mo's assertions would be entirely accurate. The feeling of being understood brought him immense comfort. Wasn't it said that this lawyer was incompetent? This was evidently quite professional. Thank goodness he had not withdrawn. He nodded through tears. "Indeed, Lawyer Lin, you are absolutely correct. Your analysis is spot on. The attorney we had previously mentioned that they did not engage in direct violence. We were mistaken in our approach." What astonished Wang Dahai the most was that this Lawyer Lin even knew that his son had not revealed the truth. It was as if he understood the entire situation. Now the audience's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow, it's true. Oh my, Lawyer Lin truly comprehends the matter. Wait, has this live stream become remarkably professional? I was expecting to see some entertainment, anticipating Lawyer Lin's serious analysis to be turned on its head, only to find myself the fool to deduce such an absurd reason for losing. I suspect Lawyer Lin has insider information, which is why he can make such guesses." Some were utterly incredulous that Lin Mo could arrive at such conclusions. Others retorted, "Nonsense. Our Lawyer Lin has been ostracized from the entire Zhanghai legal community. Where would he acquire insider information?" In an instant, everyone fell silent. Indeed, considering Lin Mo's connections, they would avoid him at all costs. Therefore, this deduction must have originated solely from Lin Mo's reasoning. In the next moment, everyone was astonished. Did Lawyer Lin truly understand? Lin Mo continued with a smile. "All right, Brother Wang, I can assist you with this lawsuit. If you trust me, you may come to my firm, and I can elucidate what precisely transpired. Having been a super lawyer in his previous life, what case had he not encountered? These petty tactics of school bullies were trivial." The moment Wang Dahai began to speak, Lin Mo's mind conjured memories of his past connections with such bullying cases. Considering that his son had repeatedly suffered bone injuries and fractures, it undoubtedly related to falls. From Lin Mo's perspective, the situation was rather clear. Thus, he was able to deduce it almost instantaneously. Chapter 3. What if it were the death penalty? It merely involves a few school bullies employing cunning tactics to coerce Brother Wang's son into self-harm, thereby allowing them to absolve themselves of any responsibility. Consequently, one cannot procure direct evidence of the perpetrator's violent actions. Thus, both the school and the police, reluctant to engage in complications, hastily concluded that the incident was merely a result of a fall. However, the majority of lawyers are at a loss as to how to navigate such a predicament. Even the esteemed lawyers at the Red Circle firm have suffered defeats, indicating the intricacies involved in these matters. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He promptly accepted the situation. "All right, I will come over at once." Regardless of the complexities surrounding the case, the fact that this lawyer had intuitively grasped the situation suggested a level of competence. Wang Dahai resolved to give it a shot. After speaking, he ended the call. The live stream room buzzed with renewed excitement. But the audience soon became acutely aware of a grave concern. Lin Mo was actually going to represent Wang Dahai in a lawsuit. Wait, is he truly preparing to engage Lin, the lawyer, for legal representation? Has he already accepted the case? This is troubling. Lawyer Lin has accurately analyzed several legal issues, leading him to believe he is competent. Goodness, Uncle Dahai is making a grave mistake by choosing Lin Mo. Brother, esteemed Lawyer Lin, Uncle Dahai has already suffered enough. Could you possibly show him some mercy and refrain from taking this case? Although Lin Mo displayed commendable professionalism in today's legal consultation, everyone knows that theoretical analysis and practical application are entirely different realms. Yet, no one has forgotten Lin Mo's extraordinary track record. While it is said he will assist Uncle Dahai, is there not a possibility that Lin Mo may inadvertently lead him into further trouble? With past experiences weighing heavily on their minds, the audience felt compelled to voice their apprehensions. Observing the viewers' skepticism in the livestream, Lin Mo chose not to engage. Instead, he began to review the snippets related to Wang Dahai that had been published on the platform. Wang Dahai, hailing from Jianghai, resided in a rural area on the outskirts. His account had been banned for spreading rumors, yet many netizens had taken it upon themselves to preserve and disseminate the information. In the video, a weathered man donning a construction safety helmet tearfully recounted the suffering his son had endured. It was evident that Wang Dahai's family struggled financially, verging on poverty. The last lawyer he hired, who claimed to be a top-tier attorney, must have charged a significant fee. Hence, when he entered the live stream for consultation, he inquired whether financial assistance was needed. A pitifully vulnerable individual. Lin Mo shook his head in resignation and announced in the live stream, "My friends, today's broadcast concludes here. I must gather pertinent information. Await my triumphant return." Upon realizing Lin Mo was indeed preparing to take on the case, the audience panicked. "No, Lawyer Lin. Please do not complicate matters for Uncle Dahai. While I admire the host's courage, I harbor doubts about his capabilities. This is disastrous, with Lawyer Lin's involvement. Uncle Dahai's already precarious situation will only worsen." Observing these comments, Lin Mo felt a sense of helplessness. It was clear that the netizens were genuinely concerned. After all, the previous two cases he handled were indeed astonishingly shocking to the public. It is entirely natural for netizens to harbor concerns. Well then, dear friends, await my good news. With that, Lin Mo closed the live stream. He felt the necessity to delve deeper into the legal framework of this world, which was fundamentally akin to that of his previous life on Earth. At that moment, Wang Dahai discreetly sent Lin Mo a dossier using a private account, materials handled by the previous attorney. His son, Wang Lele, a senior at Jiahai 5th High School, excelled academically and possessed a promising future. Due to his outstanding performance, he had even skipped a grade, entering his senior year at the tender age of 16. The three bullies were named Tianning Wang, Su Zi, and Xiu Tianlei, all seniors at the same school, notorious for their unruly behavior, smoking, fighting, skipping classes, challenging teachers, and harassing girls. They were a menace to society. Online speculation suggested that they possessed a certain level of criminal sophistication, adept at exploiting their juvenile status to evade consequences. Envious of Wang Lele's brilliance, these three ruffians set their sights on him, proclaiming their intent to drag the exemplary student down, inviting him to partake in various perilous escapades after school. Consequently, Wang Lele returned home each time covered in bruises, resembling the aftermath of a serious fall. They all conspired to claim that he had merely fallen while engaging in their reckless activities. Initially, Wang Lele had the courage to assert that he was being assaulted by them. Wang Dahai then approached the class teacher, and even the principal became involved in attempts at mediation, eventually concluding with an apology from the offenders. The three bullies faced no substantial repercussions and grew even more audacious. Recently, however, Wang Lele suffered a fractured hand. This time, he remained silent. Yet, Wang Dahai understood that his son had undoubtedly been victimized. Frustrated, he reported the bullying to the authorities, but after investigation, the police deemed it an accident, refusing to file a case and shifting the burden back to the school for resolution. The trio, emboldened by their apparent immunity, brazenly threatened to harm Wang Lele. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Wang Dahai took the three to court, only to face yet another defeat, which only served to further inflate their arrogance. Within the school, they began openly threatening Wang Lele, vowing to end his life. With only half a year until the college entrance examination, Wang Lele stood on the brink of a new chapter in his life. If the trio acted on their fervent threats, given their current boldness, they could very well commit heinous acts against him. This must be stopped. Upon reading this, Lin Mo felt a tumult of emotions. The plight of Wang Lele pierced his heart. It seemed that there was no perfect resolution to the issue of school bullying. The victims invariably bore the brunt of the suffering, only drawing attention when grave problems arose. How many children have grown up under such shadows, ultimately jeopardizing their bright futures? In his previous life, Lin Mo had earnestly studied ways to comprehensively address this issue and had even devised a commendable solution. Unfortunately, Just as he reached a conclusion, he was thwarted by the harsh realities of life. Yet, his efforts had not been in vain. Here, in this new world, there remained an opportunity to apply his insights. Perhaps it was fate that had guided him to this moment, compelling him to tackle this case. School bullying? With a cold chuckle, Lin Mo declared, "I will make you bullies understand the true meaning of capital punishment." There was no need for mercy towards such scum. Moreover, this lawsuit garnered significant attention and could serve as his opportunity for redemption. Lin Mo was acutely aware of his tarnished reputation. In a dilapidated and dimly lit room, the air thick with damp decay, Wang Dahai sat in a chair, his face etched with worry, but a flicker of a smile finally broke through. He approached the bedroom window where a frail woman lay on the bed. "Haiju, a lawyer is willing to assist us," he exclaimed with joy. "Is that true? How wonderful." The woman on the bed struggled to muster a smile. Wang Dahai then moved to a desk where a thin boy was seated, his left arm in a cast, diligently studying with a pencil in his right hand. "Lele, do not worry. We will soon return to school," Wang Dahai said, patting Lele's head with delight. Lele remained silent, his youthful face marred by an unexpected melancholy. "By the way, what is the lawyer's name?" Li Haiju inquired from the bed. "Oh, his name is Lin Mo. He even invited me to his law firm for a detailed discussion," Wang Dahai replied. "Lin Mo?" Li Haiju's expression shifted, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Is he the one known as the pioneer of legal awareness?" "Indeed, that is the name. I watched his live stream. He seems quite professional," Wang Dahai affirmed. "Well, Dahai, I have heard that this lawyer is quite competent, though his reputation is not particularly good." Li Haiju hesitated, having done her research previously. "Is that so?" "I hadn't looked into it deeply." "Let me check," Wang Dahai responded, beginning to search for information about Lin Mo. What he initially heard from the live stream was just a passing comment, but upon investigation, he uncovered detailed information. To his shock, he fell silent. The previous lawyer had drained his last savings of 80,000 yuan, which had been intended for his wife's medical treatment. All of it had been spent in a bid for justice, and now, to hire Lin Mo again. Wang Dahai was at a loss for what to do. "Dahai, should we still pursue him? If we continue with this, we might have to sell our family home. Perhaps we could raise a few thousand more," Li Haiju said weakly. Wang Dahai choked back emotion. "I will go see him first and see what solutions he might propose. If it truly does not pan out, we cannot risk everything we have," he sighed. Half a day later, Lin Mo had just finished a takeaway meal and was relieved to have several thousand yuan deposited into his account, ensuring he would not go hungry. At that moment, the door to the law firm swung open, and a weathered man entered, accompanied by a well-behaved young boy. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Lin Mo inquired habitually. "Lawyer Lin, I am Wang Dahai, the one you spoke with this morning," the man replied. "Oh, you must be Mr. Wang. Please, have a seat," Lin Mo gestured. "Here stands Lele." Lin Mo gazed at the somewhat sullen youth before him. It was the height of summer, yet he donned long sleeves, seemingly to conceal the bruises adorning his skin. The boy remained silent, merely observing Lin Mo with eyes devoid of expectation. "Hee, Mr. Lin, ever since this incident, Lele has become reticent." "Please do not take offense," Wang Dahai remarked with a wry smile. "No worries, please elaborate on the details," Lin Mo replied, picking up his pen, eager to record any salient points, particularly those nuances he might have overlooked. Wang Dahai then began to recount the events. An hour slipped by, and Lin Mo synthesized the information, finding it aligned closely with his initial conjectures. This case was, in reality, rather straightforward. If they could establish that the injuries sustained by Wang Lele were inflicted by the three bullies, they could secure their placement in a juvenile detention center for several years. Indeed, the lawyer who previously assisted us mentioned the same. Wang Dahai nodded. "Futile. You cannot prove it," Wang Lele interjected suddenly, his expression still clouded with gloom, manifesting a profound skepticism towards Lin Mo. "I have yet to finish," Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile, turning to Lele and continuing, "Lele, I suspect these injuries were not a result of their blows, but rather that they coerced you into undertaking perilous activities, leading to your falls." Upon hearing this, the boy's somber eyes suddenly sparkled with astonishment as he gazed at Lin Mo. How did you know?" Lin Mo responded, "I not only know this, but I am also aware that should you refuse to comply, they would relentlessly disrupt your studies, and even harass your entire class, or torment the girl you admire." After this revelation, Wang Lele was visibly shaken, staring at Lin Mo in disbelief. Wang Dahai, catching on, hurriedly inquired, "Lele, is this true?" Ultimately, Wang Lele nodded yes. "They threatened me. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Wang Dahai exclaimed, his face a mask of anguish. I've said it before, it's pointless, Dad. Let us just move away, Wang Lele replied, his expression filled with despair. The formidable background of their adversaries had rendered Wang Lele unable to endure further. Those despicable little brats. I will make them pay. Wang Dahai bellowed in fury. Brother Dahai, please calm down, Lin Mo quickly interjected, restraining Wang Dahai, as Lele pointed out. It is indeed futile. What? Is there no law in this world? Wang Dahai cried out, overwhelmed with righteous indignation. Lin Mo sighed, realizing the situation mirrored his earlier assumptions. It must be said, these three rascals possessed a modicum of intelligence, having learned to incite self-harm in others. Brother Dahai. The previous lawyer lost because they attempted to prove intentional harm by the other party. Unfortunately, the evidence was indisputable, leading to an assured defeat. What then? Isn't that also incitement and intimidation? Wang Dahai retorted angrily. This is a rare case, exceedingly difficult to prove. Even if we succeed, they would face a maximum of 1 year in a juvenile facility, and once released, they would continue to torment Lele. Thus, I assert that speaking is indeed futile. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai slumped in his chair, his face a mask of anguish and helplessness. Alas, how has the world come to this? At that moment, Lin Mo smiled and said, actually, there exists a method to alleviate all troubles. Eh? Wang Dahai lifted his gaze to Lin Mo, Lawyer Lin. Did you not say it was useless? At most, they would be sent to a juvenile detention center for a year. Haha. But what if it were the death penalty? Lin Mo squinted at Wang Dahai and Wang Lele. In an instant, both widened their eyes. Confusion and disbelief evident in their expressions. Surely, these beasts have not yet reached the threshold for capital punishment, Wang Dahai pondered. Haha. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. It is only a matter of time. So, Brother Dahai, would you like to create a conducive learning environment for your son? Certainly. Wang Dahai exclaimed, filled with excitement. Fifth Middle School is a prestigious institution. How could one easily transfer? Very well, if you cooperate with me. I will ensure that those three bullies receive their just desserts. Wang Dahai hesitated momentarily, but soon resolved. All right, Lawyer Lin, I shall heed your counsel. Despite his inner doubts, he chose to trust this lawyer who had discerned Lele's core issue upon their first encounter, indicating his competence. Lin Mo nodded. Excellent. Let us commence our actions now. First, we shall procure 2 4K high-definition cameras from the digital market. Wang Dahai appeared perplexed, uncertain of the purpose behind the cameras, yet Wang Lele displayed a contemplative expression. In no time, the cameras were acquired. Brother Dahai, let us proceed to your residence. Very well. The group took a vehicle to the suburban village. Lawyer Lin. I apologize for the modest conditions at home, Wang Dahai said somewhat awkwardly, preparing a cup of tea for Lin Mo. Not to worry, having 2 rooms is sufficient. Lin Mo assessed the dimly lit space, noting the need for a brighter lamp. Chapter 4. Burglary? Dahai, who has arrived? A voice echoed from one of the rooms. It was Li Haiju. It's the lawyer, here to assist us. It must be Lawyer Lin. Thank you for coming. I apologize, but I am unable to get out of bed to receive you. Despite the rumors circulating online about Lin Mo's capabilities, Li Haiju still regarded him with respect and gratitude. As he was here to help. Do not worry, please rest well. Observing the situation, Lin Mo sighed softly. His wife was gravely ill, and his once promising son was enduring severe bullying at school, a family beset by both internal and external troubles. He then purchased a light bulb and proceeded to another room. Lawyer Lin, why are we installing surveillance in this room? Wang Dahai inquired, puzzled. Is it 1 camera or 2? To capture their faces, Lin Mo replied. Wang Dahai hesitated momentarily, then said, Lawyer Lin, do you intend to record evidence of them bullying Lele at home? If so, that is a fanciful notion. Those 3 brutes would not be so foolish. Lin Mo shook his head. It is not that simple. Not so. Wang Dahai was even more confused. Lin Mo then noticed an old yet well-preserved dressing table. Oh, Lawyer Lin, this is my wife's dowry. I have taken great care of it, Wang Dahai said, a tender glimmer in his eyes. Yes, this will do. Lin Mo positioned 2 cameras at different angles to ensure they could capture the faces and actions of anyone in front of the dressing table. He also purchased paint to camouflage the cameras, blending them seamlessly with the wall, almost undetectable upon casual observation. Wang Dahai was further perplexed. What is the purpose of this? Those 3 brutes wouldn't target the dressing table. It holds no value for them. Lin Mo then replaced the light bulb and checked the surveillance footage for clarity. All set, Brother Dahai. How much money do you have left at home? Wang Dehai appeared embarrassed, assuming Lin Mo was inquiring about his legal fees. Lawyer. I have the last 50,000 saved, which I kept aside for my wife's treatment. I can only manage to offer 3,000 as a retainer fee. The remaining 20,000 must be reserved for the mother of my child's medical expenses. If you could wait a bit, I could sell our house back home and pay you then. Wang Dehai's expression revealed his reluctance. That is not my intention. Should we win the case? The opposing party will cover these expenses. You need not worry. Then, Lawyer Lin. Wang Dehai was increasingly baffled. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. For now, take that 50,000 and divide it into 5 portions, placing each in a different drawer. Though confused, Wang Dehai complied, withdrawing the 50,000 from the bank. And what now, Lawyer Lin? What shall we do next? Lin Mo turned to Wang Lele. Lele, you may return to school now. If they bully you again, ask them not to hit you and inform them that you will require protection money. However, your protection fees are kept at home, if you desire them. You must accompany me back and retrieve 10,000 from a drawer to bring to this room. You may bring them 5 times, withdrawing 10,000 each time. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Dehai was taken aback and exclaimed in outrage, Lawyer Lin, is this demanding that we yield to them by paying? I absolutely refuse, even if it costs me my life. I will not give a single cent to those brutes. Wang Dehai was crushed by disappointment. He never anticipated that Lin Mo's strategy would be this way. In contrast, Wang Lele remained composed. After some contemplation, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes as he solemnly nodded. Yes. Seeing this, Wang Dehai assumed his son had softened and eagerly grasped his shoulders. Lele, we must move. We cannot yield. Father, that's not it. Although I don't fully understand. I know their actions are criminal. Wang Lele quickly clarified. Criminal? At this moment, Lin Mo smiled and affirmed. Indeed, Lele is quite astute. It is a crime. And a serious one at that. What do you mean? Wang Dehai inquired, sensing the implication. Lin Mo patted Wang Dehai's shoulder and explained. If they truly come to our home to collect protection fees, it constitutes burglary. If they take the entire 50,000, it is a substantial amount and likely punishable by death. What? Wang Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Then why separate the amounts? Why only withdraw 10,000 at a time? Wang Lele inquired curiously. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Multiple counts of burglary with significant amounts increased the severity of the crime. Ugh! Both Wang Dehai and Wang Lele gasped in realization. Indeed, this was Lin Mo's ingenious strategy against school bullying. But, Lawyer Lin, isn't this entrapment? Entrapment? No. Lin Mo shook his head repeatedly. It is their own greed that leads them down the path of unlawful conduct. They are aware of the law yet choose to violate it. At this moment, Wang Dehai finally understood why Lin Mo insisted on installing ultra-high-definition cameras. This was to document the entire burglary process. He realized that if the adversaries truly acted, this Lawyer Lin could indeed ensure their imprisonment. In that moment, Wang Lele clenched his fists and grit his teeth, declaring, I am going back to class right now. Wang Lele shouldered his backpack and returned to his studies. Meanwhile, Wang Dehai sat anxiously on the sofa, still somewhat fearful. Lin Mo patted his shoulder, reassuring him, with me here, everything is lawful and compliant. Brother Wang, we are good citizens. It is not we who should be tense and fearful. These words calmed Wang Dehai considerably. Having managed part of the situation, Lin Mo scrolled through short videos. Indeed, the news of him representing Wang Dehai in a lawsuit had spread across the internet. Almost the entire web posted. To be honest, this school bullying case surpassed previous challenges. Even the gold medal lawyer Wang Tao from the Red Circle had lost. Lin Mo? That is absurd. Indeed. Regarding this case, I find myself at a loss as to how victory can be achieved. It seems that Lawyer Lin is merely seeking attention. It appears he is intent on adopting a controversial persona, crafting an identity defined by a 100 failure rate, transforming into a legal jester. No one believes that Lin Mo can win this lawsuit. Simultaneously, at the law firm where Lin Mo previously practiced, Yongyuan Law Firm, which is currently in a phase of ascendance, all lawyers here are graduates of prestigious universities, boasting an impressive success rate of 89. This figure is nearing that of renowned Red Circle firms, and the income of the employed lawyers is quite commendable. Presently, they are among the elite in Shanghai, striving to ascend to the ranks of the Red Circle firms. At this moment, they are convening a partners meeting with 5 partners in attendance. Upon learning the news, all 5 partners exhaled a sigh of relief. Huang Jiancheng, a senior partner, expressed his gratitude, saying, fortunately, We expelled Lin Mo from the firm. Otherwise, he would have brought us unwarranted disgrace. The other partners echoed his sentiments, stating, indeed, this campus bullying case offers no benefits, with a 90 loss rate. Whoever takes it on is bound to fail. There was unanimous agreement that Lin Mo had clearly lost his senses to take on such a case, leading others astray. Moreover, there was Wang Dahai, who, in a state of desperation, dared to engage such a fundamentally inept lawyer as Lin Mo. It is a case of mutual consent. So let them be. Our firm is still in its developmental stage, with the potential to rival the Red Circle firms. Expelling Lin Mo can be seen as an optimization of our team. Huang Jianxing nodded in agreement with this sentiment. He felt a sense of satisfaction reflecting on how the firm has grown from his singular efforts to its current scale. Initially, he had some regret about dismissing Lin Mo. Not out of pity for him, but out of concern that such an expulsion might project an image of the firm as lacking in compassion, potentially diminishing case sources. However, it is now unequivocally evident that dismissing Lin Mo was the most prudent decision. By the way, should we not consider taking on this case and face Lin Mo as opponents, ensuring our victory? One partner suggested. Huang Jianxing contemplated this, recognizing it as a viable proposition. In his perspective, lawyers are perpetually focused on how to generate revenue and enhance their reputation, while all else is of little consequence. Huang, your son has just become a practicing lawyer. Why not assign him this case? It's a guaranteed win. Huang Jianxing nodded, acknowledging this as a feasible strategy, and promptly made the decision to contact the defendant. A certain victory in court. Who wouldn't want to enhance their record? Chapter 5. Protection fees at the same time. Within the prestigious law firm of Junyong in Jianghai, this firm is a true paragon of excellence, boasting an impressive overall win rate of 93. Several attorneys here earn over $1 million annually, while incomes of 400,000 to 500,000 are commonplace. The interns hail from top-tier universities, some even pay to secure internships, all in pursuit of the coveted opportunity to join the firm. Currently, Junyong Law Firm is bustling with activity. Notably, the lawyer Wang Tao, previously retained by Wang Dahue, is employed here. Lawyer Wang, Lin Mo is taking over your cases. If he wins, your title as a top lawyer will be tarnished, a colleague remarked. Wang Tao, engrossed in reviewing a case, was already in a foul mood after a recent loss. Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed in indignation. Who is taking over my cases? Lin Mo? Ha ha ha, our Jianghai legal pioneer. The mere mention of Lin Mo sent a surge of blood to Wang Tao's face, igniting a fierce indignation within him. How could a mere novice like Lin Mo dare to eclipse him, a distinguished lawyer on the brink of partnership at a prestigious firm? Losing a case was one thing, but allowing Lin Mo to take his place was an affront he could not tolerate. If he beats me, I'll call him father. Wang Tao bellowed in anger. All right, lawyer Wang. I've recorded this. Don't regret it later. Laughter and cheers erupted within the firm. Meanwhile, on the internet, several legal influencers shared their opinions. Luo Daxiang also chimed in, offering a fresh perspective in his video. He stated, in truth, lawyer Lin Mo is merely one among many novices. His current plight is largely due to a string of unfortunate luck. Many are now questioning his capabilities, yet I genuinely anticipate a surprising victory from him. The comments section was filled with skepticism, with a particularly popular remark reading, as long as lawyer Lin doesn't send the Wang father and son to jail, it will be considered a win. Lin Mo smiled, not overly concerned by the chatter. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly dismissal. Exiting with Wang Dahue, they hailed a taxi straight to the high school section of Jiahai No. 5 Middle School, intending to confront the trio of troublemakers. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Mo observed a crowd gathering outside the campus, even before classes had ended. A group of youthful individuals, vibrant with dyed hair, stood tall at around 175 centimeters. Their physiques robust. In front of them were 3 electric scooters, colloquially known as ghost fires. Wang Dahue, gritting his teeth, pointed to the trio at the center of the crowd. Those are Tian Ingwang, Su Zidi, and Xiu Tianlei. Tian Ingwang sported a head of bleached hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips as a companion lit another. Su Ziyi and Xiu Tianlei flaunted green and blue hair, respectively, each perched atop their scooters. At that moment, the trio began speaking loudly and arrogantly. TCH, Wang Lele hasn't shown up at school lately. It's been rather dull without him. Hello. Wang Lele has been utterly incapacitated by us. Let's find another impoverished scholar to toy with. It is indeed true. These scholars are nothing but cowards. Ha ha. At this moment, Tian Ingwang laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, ha ha ha, Our tactics are simply invincible. No one can subdue us. We are outlaws beyond the law. How exhilarating it is. My brothers can revel in this for a few more years, but once we turn 18, the fun will cease. Indeed. That group of scholars is like dogs at our beck and call, utterly delightful. I must convey to them that navigating society is the true path. Studying? What nonsense. Ha ha ha. Instantly, a cacophony of wild laughter erupted from the group. The vile countenances of the three were unmistakable. Wang Dehai, listening in, felt a surge of anger. His fists clenched, unable to suppress the urge to confront them. Lin Mo quickly intervened, pulling Wang Dehai into a nearby eatery. Brother Wang, trust me. Lin Mo firmly grasped his wrist as he spoke. Wang Dehai trembled with rage, but eventually nodded in agreement. Lin Mo cast a glance at the ruffians. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, they had developed a robust consciousness and were fully capable of bearing the consequences of their actions. In the next moment, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened with resolve. Since you refuse to amend your ways, I shall compel you to change. Lin Mo intended to make all bullies across the nation understand that protective laws are not infallible. The weak, subjected to your torment, have the opportunity to wield the law as a form of resistance. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the final class of the afternoon. And high school students poured out, eager for dinner and readying themselves for evening study sessions. At that moment, a group of small-time thugs suddenly perked up. Led by Tian Ingguang, the trio began to exude an air of bravado, attempting to present themselves as formidable and streetwise. Upon encountering the thug trio, the students exiting the campus displayed fearful expressions, hastily avoiding them. The three reveled in this sensation, erupting into laughter, believing their behavior to be impressively cool, even whistling at some girls. Just then, they seemed to spot a target, directly intercepting a bespectacled student who appeared rather studious. Oh, isn't this the top student? The super scholar Jiao Wendong? You must be exhausted from studying today. Let us take you out for some fun. The blonde Tian Ingguang casually draped his arm around the shoulders of the refined student, causing Jiao Wendong to shrink his neck in fear, panic evident in his expression. Tian Go. My mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner, Jiao Wendong stammered, terrified. No worries, we'll treat you, Tian Ingguang declared grandly, pulling Jiao Wendong toward a car. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo realized that Wang Lele must have been targeted in a similar manner, gradually becoming the victim of bullying. However, this time, the target was the more gentle Jiao Wendong. Lin Mo prepared to intervene and rescue Jiao Wendong, but at that moment, a familiar figure rushed out from the campus and swiftly pulled Jiao Wendong away. Tian Go, I'll join you. Just let Jiao Wendong go home. If he is late by even a second, his mother will surely be furious. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Mo was taken aback to discover it was Wang Lele. Oh, so it's Wang Lele. What brings you to school today? Tian Ingguang released Jiao Wendong and remarked, grinning as he playfully patted Wang Lele's cheek. At that moment, the blue-haired Qiu Tianlei approached with a hearty laugh. Haha, shall we take two top students out for some fun today? The green-haired Su Zi chimed in. Sounds good. It's better to enjoy together than alone, don't you think, Wang Lele and Jiao Wendong? Even with Wang Lele's presence, the trio had no intention of sparing Jiao Wendong. The latter wore a mask of sheer panic, his legs trembling in fear. Hey, are you all bullying Wang Lele again? A girl strode over, hands on her hips, glaring at them with indignation. Pfft, what do you mean by bullying? We're simply taking two top students out for some fun and perhaps some academic guidance. Is there a problem with students interacting? Tian Ingguang chuckled. Wu Jia, I see you're keen to join us in studying too, right? How about you come to my house and tutor me individually? Laughter erupted once more. At that moment, Wang Lele furrowed her brows and quickly pulled Tian Ingguang aside. What is the matter? Wang Lele, are you trying to play the hero to protect Jiao Wendong and Wu Jia? Tian Ingguang sneered. Deep down, Wang Lele felt a twinge of fear. However, upon catching sight of Lin Mo seated in the restaurant not far away, she felt a swell of courage. Especially when Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. For reasons unknown, a sense of safety enveloped Wang Lele, emboldening her to plead with Tian Ingguang, Brother Tian. Please do not bully Jiao Wendong and Wu Jia. I can pay them a protection fee. Oh, a protection fee? Tian Ingguang's interest piqued, but after a moment's thought, he scoffed. You come from a poor family. Last time you reported me, how much could you possibly offer? Actually, Brother Tian, I recently discovered my father's pension. I can offer that to you if you promise not to hurt us. Wang Lele's voice trembled, nearly to the point of tears. Oh, really? Tian Ingguang's interest was instantly rekindled. All right, make it quick. 1,000 yuan per person per week. Wang Lele nodded vigorously. Sure, but the money is at my home. I'll take you to get it. Ha! Wang Lele, after several encounters, you've realized you can't win against us and have changed your strategy to honor us. Haven to you? You're quite clever. Tianing Wang laughed, harboring no doubts. In his eyes, Wang Lele had been thoroughly subdued. He then relayed the plan to the other two, and they quickly agreed, dragging Wang Lele to the car, ready to head to her home for the money. Lele, Wu Jia called out anxiously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lele is always like this. Whenever someone is bullied, he stands up for them. We have always been protected by him, yet we have no idea how to help him. As she spoke, Wu Jia began to sob. Meanwhile, Jiao Wendong let out a deep sigh, pounding his chest in frustration, lamenting his own cowardice. Why, when faced with these bullies, did he not dare to entertain even the slightest notion of resistance? How deeply has dear friend Wang Lele fallen into such an abyss? Inside the restaurant, Wang Dehai inquired. Lawyer Lin, what shall we do next? Lin Mo opened his phone and replied, we shall follow them back, but let us remain unseen. We can simply observe the surveillance footage. Yet, what about Lele? Do not worry, Brother Wang. You have a wonderful son, quite intelligent. He will manage splendidly. Lin Mo reassured with a smile. From Wang Lele's recent demeanor, qualities, and sense of responsibility, Lin Mo began to comprehend the multitude of wounds Lele had endured. This young man had summoned all his courage to protect his dear friends and classmates. Chapter 6. Preparing to sue soon, Tian Ingguang and his companions arrived at Lele's doorstep. Lin Mo and Wang Dehai were seated in the resting area behind the house, quietly observing through the surveillance monitor. Only Lele's mother remained inside the home. In truth, Lele's mother was the last line of redemption set up by Lin Mo for Tian Ingguang and his associates. Given the deplorable condition of Lele's family environment, if Tian Ingguang's men were still demanding protection fees, it indicated that their consciences had become utterly corrupted. Lin Mo focused intently on the surveillance footage. And soon the figures of the four individuals appeared on the screen. The audio from the monitor echoed in the stillness. Brother Tian, I will pay 1 month's protection fee first, Wang Lele said, her face a mask of fear and submission. All right, that's 8,000 for a month. Hurry and hand it over. The greedy glint in Tian Ingguang's eyes and those of his two companions became evident. Wang Lele then opened a drawer and retrieved a stack of cash, counting out 8,000 yuan before handing it to Tian Ingguang. She attempted to return the remaining 2,000 to the drawer, only to have it snatched away by Tian Ingguang, who laughed. Haha. The monthly protection fee has now risen to 10,000. With the money in hand, he beamed with avarice. The trio departed without a backward glance. At that moment, the faint voice of Li Haijun drifted through the monitor. Lele, did a classmate come over? Be sure to treat them well. Wang Lele, in the room, remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mother is always so gentle, yet these people are demons tormenting me. She said nothing more, merely casting a glance at the camera. All right, Brother Wang, I will return to organize the materials. We can proceed with the lawsuit against them, Lin Mo said, giving Wang Dehai a reassuring pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Wang Dehai was already in tears. Rest assured, they will beg on their knees to compensate you, Lin Mo assured him before rising to leave. During this time, Lin Mo made a point to cross paths with the three men once more. They were in a secluded alley, counting their money. Lin Mo, donning a cap, feigned to be a passerby and intentionally dropped a pack of cigarettes as he walked by. Tian Ingguang immediately picked it up. That's mine. Put it down. Lin Mo pretended to just realize what had happened. However, as Tian Ingguang picked up the cigarettes, he jumped into his car and sped away, mocking Lin Mo as he did. Lin Mo, furious, shouted, "You are committing robbery." To which Tian Ingguang and his companions laughed. Ha ha ha, if you're not satisfied, go ahead and sue us. Once Tian Ingguang and his men had completely departed, Lin Mo allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He had not made any elaborate arrangements. He was merely creating a small piece of evidence for the courtroom. He then retrieved the phone he had set up at a distance, reviewing the footage with satisfaction. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the return of Tian Ingguang and his crew to collect the remaining funds. Lin Mo was confident that having tasted success, the trio would soon embark on their next venture. Although Lin Mo could have reported these three beasts to the authorities at that moment, it was not yet sufficient. A single payment of 10,000 would likely result in a 10-year sentence. And since they were over 14, but 5 offenses of 10,000 each, compounded crimes. Even the Almighty cannot save them. As for why they did not report it to the police initially, Officer, Lele was frightened and dared not to call for help. Upon returning to the law firm, Lin Mo once again initiated a live broadcast. The recent events had escalated, and the popularity of the stream surged to new heights. Upon starting the broadcast, the screen was flooded with comments. Lawyer Lin, I implore you, spare Uncle Desai's family. Their sins are not so grave. Lawyer Lin, please listen to me. Do not engage in any tricks. Just play fair and accept the outcome. You scoundrel. How dare you go live? Update us on the progress. Brothers, do not worry. Uncle Desai may have already uncovered Lawyer Lin's true nature. He hasn't even signed a contract. The barrage of comments amused Lin Mo, who promptly produced the signed retainer agreement. Everyone, do not fret. The contract is signed. Lin Mo chuckled. This was indeed a piece of good news. However, the netizens had a different perspective. Well, our anxious hearts can finally rest. Lawyer Lin, the legal pioneer. I'm sending rockets your way. Could you possibly withdraw from this case? Uncle Desai has truly brought this upon himself. Lin Mo pursed his lips, attempting to suppress a laugh. As the netizens had good intentions, if the former master were to assist Brother Wong in the lawsuit, it would indeed be disastrous. All right, those with legal inquiries may consult me. Since we are live, let us earn some money. Lin Mo was ready to face any criticism. Yet, the netizens displayed remarkable decorum, asking only questions regarding intentional injury and school bullying cases, seemingly aiding Lin Mo in his analysis. One user remarked, since we cannot prevent Lawyer Lin from acting foolishly, let us lend him a hand. Meanwhile, at Yongyuan Law Firm, Mr. Tian, that Lin Mo has agreed to assist Wang Desai in suing you. We shall take on the defense, and victory is assured. In the conference room, senior partner Huang Jianqing was in conversation with a middle-aged man adorned with a large gold chain and a rotund figure. This middle-aged man was Tian Ingguang's father, Tian Zhongren, a wealthy owner of several parts manufacturing factories, with a fortune around 50 million, an ostentatious tycoon. Fine. But the previous law firm that assisted me said it was a guaranteed win, so I shall offer you a retainer of 5,000. Huang Jianqing's lips twitched. Indeed, factory owners could be quite stingy. Should a guaranteed victory warrant a reduction in fees? Nevertheless, it mattered little. This was merely a case to bolster his son's record. So the cost was inconsequential. Wang Xin, come in and sign the contract. Just then, a young man with glasses, approximately 24 years old, entered. Mr. Tian, this is my son, a graduate of Stanford Law School. Very well, I leave it in your hands. Be sure to extinguish any hope Wang Desai harbors. Tian Zhongren said coldly. In his eyes, Wang Desai was too unruly. Isn't it just a bit of bullying against your son? Couldn't your son just endure it a bit longer? How dare you sue me again? You must be shown a lesson. After signing the agreement, Tian Zhongren departed. Father, why must I engage in such a lawsuit? Battling against a subpar lawyer like Lin Mo is truly beneath me. My classmates will mock me. Huang Xian remarked with a furrowed brow, expressing his disdain. You are merely at the beginning of your journey. Do not concern yourself with this trivial matter. This case is but a minor stepping stone in your career, merely contributing to your overall win rate. Wang Jianqing chuckled. In the upper echelons of the legal profession, no one cares about the cases you take on. As long as you achieve victory, you will be regarded as a distinguished lawyer. Over the subsequent 3 days, Lin Mo conducted live broadcasts while simultaneously keeping an eye on the situation with Wang Lele. As anticipated, the trio led by Tian Ingguang began to accelerate their withdrawals. From taking money every other day, it escalated to twice a day, until the third day when they had completely drained the 50,000. In the end, when Wang Lele declared there were no funds left, he kicked Wang Lele in frustration, only to storm out after scouring the entire room in vain for money. During these 3 days, Lin Mo also gathered ample information about Tian Ingguang and his companions, discovering that only Tian Ingguang's family was financially well off. It was utterly despicable for them to resort to robbery despite their affluence. Moreover, an event transpired that filled Wang Dehai and Wang Lele with seething rage. Tian Ingguang utilized the ill-gotten gains to host an extravagant birthday party, reportedly costing around 30,000 yuan. It was rumored that he found his previous 18-year-old birthday celebration lacking in grandeur and sought to remedy this with a lavish affair. Wang Dehai was furious, ready to confront the young man. Yet, Lin Mo merely chuckled. Why are you laughing, Lawyer Lin? This is no time for humor. Wang Dehai snapped. Of course. I find it amusing. Ha. Lin Mo replied, his laughter ringing out. Stop laughing. I'm getting really upset. I might explode. Wang Dehai retorted angrily. Lin Mo patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not rush. His decision to throw a second 18-year-old birthday bash signifies something. It indicates that he was already an adult when he committed the robbery. So that is the case. Wang Dahai suddenly grasped the implication. If we win, his punishment will be all the more severe. Exactly. The juvenile protection laws do not apply to him anymore, and since he committed the crime after turning 18, the penalties will be significantly harsher. Well then, we have gathered sufficient evidence. Let us issue them one final warning. With the recorded footage in hand, Lin Mo felt confident. However, he also wished to observe the expressions of the involved parties, curious to see if they would still be able to smile. Warning? Brother Wang. Please contact the school and the police, and let them resolve this matter under the guise of campus bullying. Are we really going to hand over this evidence to the police? Wang Dahai questioned, incredulous. Give it to them. You must be dreaming. Lin Mo simply smiled. Although Wang Dahai did not fully comprehend Lin Mo's intentions, he proceeded to contact various parties involved. The following day, within the school's conference room, the situation had escalated significantly due to Wang Dahai's fervent efforts, prompting all parties to take notice. Though their approach was somewhat conciliatory, attendees were present. The school was represented by the vice principal, while the police sent an officer named Officer Chun, a seasoned detective around 35 years of age. The parents of Tian Ingguang and his companions also arrived at the scene. The arrival of Tian Ingguang was heralded by his father, the bald tycoon, who cast a fierce glare at Lin Mo and Wang Dahai. Accompanying him was a young lawyer, whose disdainful gaze towards Lin Mo suggested he deemed him unworthy of engagement. He embodied an air of superiority, indicative of his elevated status. This was Huang Xian, the son of Huang Jiansheng, a highly educated expatriate, who naturally looked down upon Lin Mo. The expressions of the others were equally marked by impatience, with some even displaying open disdain towards Wang Dahai, observing their contemptuous demeanor. Lin Mo smirked and introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. I am the attorney representing Brother Wang, here to address the incident of school bullying. TCH, Wang Dahai. You've already lost. Your son fell on his own, and yet you seek legal counsel? Tian Ingguang's father, Tian Zhongren, bellowed in anger. Indeed, you may be unemployed, but please do not impede our ability to earn a living. This sentiment was echoed by two other parents, who expressed their own irritation. Wang Dahai clenched his fists, yet remained silent. At that moment, the vice principal gravely addressed Wang Dahai. Mr. Wang, the matter has already been classified. I understand your feelings, but the facts are as they are, and you must come to terms with them. The seated police officer then cast a stern glance at Wang Dahai, subsequently directing a harsh admonishment towards Lin Mo. I advise you, lawyer, to refrain from misleading Wang Dahai. The matter has been determined. It was indeed Wang Lele who fell. And do not waste our resources. If you continue to escalate this, I could detain you for disturbing the peace. You. Wang Dahai stood up, glaring at everyone. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, surveying the room, and with a cold laugh remarked, It seems we cannot resolve this amicably. Then, we shall meet in court. It was disheartening to witness not only the parents' arrogance but also that the school and police shared this dismissive attitude, pressuring the victim from the outset. Lin Mo began to understand why Brother Wang was so anxious. As a victim, he was being subjected to undue pressure. Who could endure such treatment? Did they truly believe that the vulnerable could be easily bullied? Initially, Lin Mo had intended to gauge their responses before deciding whether to leverage evidence of burglary. If the school and police were willing to address the matter earnestly and the opposing parents admitted fault, he would refrain from presenting the evidence of burglary as a lethal blow. Instead, he could focus on the charges of coercion leading to self-harm, which would suffice to impose minor penalties on the three aggressors. However, it was evident that they remained arrogant, ignorant, and condescending. There was no further deliberation needed. May the three beasts face their reckoning. At that moment, the opposing lawyer, Huang Xian, mockingly suggested, Go ahead and fight. If you lose, do not come back to disrupt our time. In his view, Lin Mo had no chance of success. Lin Mo shot him a cold glance before turning to exit the conference room. Wang Dahai, suppressing his inner fury, followed Lin Mo. Upon stepping through the conference room doors, Lin Mo stated, Brother Wang, I have prepared all the necessary materials. We can file the lawsuit this afternoon. Indeed, Lawyer Lin, proceed with your endeavors. I stand firmly behind you. Wang Dahai clenched his fist, nearly gritting his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Within the confines of the conference room, a multitude of individuals engaged in fervent discussions, their dissatisfaction palpable, completely oblivious to the fact that they had already squandered their final opportunity. Upon returning to the law firm, Lin Mo immediately began to organize the necessary documents. This time, for the court proceedings, he intended to employ Wang Tao's strategy once more. The reason was simple: laziness. After all, merely adding a robbery charge to the lawsuit would decisively obliterate their defenses. The efficacy of the strategy mattered little to him. Based on Lin Mo's years of experience, presenting that piece of evidence would guarantee a victory. In reality, to substantiate the claim that Tian Ingguang and his companions had engaged in bullying, it would suffice to highlight their coercion of Wang Lele into self-harm. However, the potential judgment for such a case would be rather minimal. Lin Mo had already extended far too many chances. Their continued obstinacy would leave no room for leniency. Repeated acts of violent robbery, of significant magnitude, including one instance involving a knife, would instill fear even in hardened criminals, let alone 3 adolescents aged 17 and 18. After meticulously organizing the materials, Lin Mo filed the lawsuit against the 3 individuals the following afternoon. The next day, Yongyuan Law Firm received the court summons. Chapter 7. The Court Session. At Yongyuan Law Firm, Huang Xian received the court's litigation documents, a derisive smile crossing his lips. The charges were once again for intentional assault, a familiar tale, revealing their lack of memory regarding past encounters. Huang Xian gestured towards the compensation demands, accounting for all medical expenses, damages, and mental anguish. They sought a compensation of 1 million. This was even more ludicrous. However, the indictment included an additional charge of robbery. Had they unearthed new evidence? Huang Xian pondered habitually. At that moment, Tian Ingguang's father, Tian Zhongren, was also present. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, he slammed the table in fury, exclaiming, "Nonsense! You expect me to pay them 1 million? What a delusional fantasy for these paupers! I will not pay a single cent." After venting his anger, he inquired, "Lawyer Huang, is there new evidence?" Indeed, if they truly possess evidence for the robbery charge, a victory in court is plausible, Huang Jianqing added. Tian Ingguang was also in attendance. "Son, is this true? Speak honestly. Do not conceal anything." "And no, how could I possibly engage in robbery? I'm not a fool," Tian Ingguang retorted. He firmly believed that the protection money handed to him by Wang Lele was not robbery. It was money given to him by others. How could it be deemed theft? Huang Jianqing wore a somewhat cunning expression as he remarked, "Not necessarily. Since they dare to propose it, they might indeed have some evidence. We must be prepared." He was confident that Lin Mo, with his limited capability, would be unable to present new evidence. Likely, it was merely a bluff. He merely wished to increase Tian Zhongren's legal fees. Who would complain about more money? Upon hearing this, Tian Zhongren grew anxious. "Lawyer Huang, please ensure clarity. I will raise my retainer to 50,000. My son must not encounter any trouble. He is to attend university and aspire to a position of authority." Huang Jianqing then smiled. "Rest assured, we will handle it." The Tian father and son departed. At this juncture, Huang Xian's lips curled into a smirk. A seemingly tedious case with a guaranteed victory could still yield a profit of 50,000. Huang Jianqing chuckled. "Do not underestimate it. One must remain vigilant. Even against an opponent as feeble as Lin Mo, what if he truly produces evidence?" Huang Xian burst into laughter, achieving victory through surprise. Ha ha. Huang Jianqing also wore an expression of barely contained amusement. Both were acutely aware that Lin Mo was merely a clown in this drama. The robbery charge was likely a haphazard addition, akin to a student filling out an exam paper to the brim. Huang Jianqing scoffed. The two erupted into laughter once more. At that moment, Huang Xian exuded confidence and arrogance. Since the case had garnered such attention, it was the perfect opportunity to elevate his own reputation. Thus, he promptly applied for a live broadcast of the court proceedings. Given the high profile of the school bullying case, the Jiahai High Court swiftly acknowledged the request and consented to the live stream. Prior to the trial, there was an extrajudicial mediation by the court, as anticipated. Tian Ingguang's side rejected the mediation. Lawyer Huang Xian has boldly declared online his intention to seek justice against the remnants of Lin Mo's law firm, aiming to vindicate the innocence of Tian Ingguang, Su Ziyi, and Xiu Tianlei. Lin Mo, seated in his office, struggled to suppress a smirk. Huang Xian, indeed a remarkable talent, had the audacity to request a live-streamed court hearing, seemingly eager for the entire nation to witness the alleged crimes of these 3 individuals. Time swiftly passed, and the moment for the court session arrived. Due to the immense public interest surrounding this case, major media outlets and independent journalists congregated at the courthouse entrance. When Tian Ingguang, accompanied by lawyer Huang Xian, made their arrival, they were immediately besieged by reporters. Mr. Huangxian of Yongyuan Law Firm. Have you seen the comments circulating online? Why have you chosen to defend the bullies? One journalist inquired. It has been reported that new evidence has emerged. Mr. Huang, what do you believe are the odds of winning this case? Another asked, as the son of a renowned lawyer, is this your debut in the courtroom? And are you here merely to bolster your win record, especially against your adversary, Lin Mo? How do you view lawyer Lin Mo? Considering he is someone whom Yongyuan has expelled, Huangxian appeared to revel in the attention, as only prominent attorneys draw such a crowd of reporters. With his head held high and brimming with confidence, he responded, Dear friends in the press, I am well aware of your inquiries and have perused the online commentary regarding my defense of the school bullies. Firstly, there is no substantial evidence proving that the three are aggressors. As for the likelihood of victory, the opposing side lost the last case, and I believe this will follow suit. Furthermore, regarding lawyer Lin Mo, I must say I find his professionalism lacking. Expelling him from our firm was undoubtedly the right decision. This trial will be live-streamed, allowing you all to witness the proceedings. With that, Huangxian strode up the courthouse steps, exuding an air of confidence as if preparing for an assured victory. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo arrived at the scene. Lin Mo is here. Quick, block him. The reporters sprang into action, for Lin Mo's notoriety far surpassed that of Huangxian, albeit predominantly among critics. In an instant, Lin Mo found himself encircled. Lawyer Lin, are you harboring any regrets? Or perhaps you seek revenge on your former firm? Another reporter pressed. It has been alleged online that you will severely harm Wang Dahai and Lei. How do you respond to this? One particularly bold journalist posed a direct question. Lawyer Lin, given your apparent lack of skill, why do you continue to accept cases? Are you facing financial hardship? Surely you are aware that lawyer Huangxian is the son of Huang Jianqing, a senior partner at Yongyuan Law Firm. You are not merely contending with him, but with the entire firm. Are you aware of this? Numerous reporters turned their attention to Wang Dahai and Lei, questioning them as well. Uncle Dahai, what compelled you to hire an unscrupulous lawyer like Lin Mo? Was it due to exhausting your resources with your previous lawyer, Wang Tao? If you lose again, will you pursue the case further? Confronted with a myriad of inquiries, Lin Mo was acutely aware that this cadre of journalists held little belief in their potential to prevail, posing an array of provocative questions. Thus, Lin Mo cleared his throat. Dear journalists, we at Xuanhe Law Firm are exceedingly confident in our ability to triumph in this case of campus bullying. We welcome you to entrust your legal matters to us. A collective bewilderment swept over the reporters. Lin Mo's tone bore an uncanny resemblance to a promotional pitch. Indeed, it was an advertisement. Moreover, what grounds did he have for such confidence? Who bestowed upon him this inexplicable self-assurance? The journalists were utterly perplexed. Lin Mo appeared remarkably self-assured. After delivering his statement, Lin Mo exhibited a congenial smile, then proceeded into the courtroom, leaving a throng of bewildered reporters in his wake. As they awaited the commencement of the proceedings, Wang Dahai clenched his fists, displaying signs of anxiety. This marked his second visit to this venue, and the memory of his previous defeat remained vivid. In contrast, Lin Mo exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. In this realm, the law is governed by an unwavering sense of fairness, with all lawyers and judges engaging in debates and judgments strictly based on legal statutes. Furthermore, the caliber of judges in this world is exceptionally high. Here, no shadows lurk. Should any exist, they would stem from an attorney's failure to interpret legal texts accurately. Lin Mo had already acquainted himself with the presiding judge and the panel of jurors for this case. The presiding judge, Sun Zhenghua, a robust man in his 40s, serves as the vice president of the Jia High Court. Yet, he exuded a demeanor that was not at all intimidating, even possessing a certain kindness. His expertise in civil cases is profound, having graduated with a doctorate in law and served in the court for many years, presiding over thousands of trials without a single miscarriage of justice. At this juncture, court personnel arrived to verify Lin Mo's identity, and upon confirmation, signaled him to enter. Huangxian strode in, head held high, hardly casting a glance at Lin Mo. The opposing lawyers took their seats, and the court clerk commenced the recitation of courtroom decorum. To maintain courtroom decorum. 1, 2, 3. Upon completion, the presiding judge was summoned to enter, followed by the jurors. Everyone rose as Wang Zhenghua and the two jurors entered the courtroom, seizing the gavel. Court is now in session. Simultaneously, prominent legal commentators across various online platforms initiated live broadcasts. Viewers flocked to multiple streaming channels to witness the trial firsthand. Chapter 8. Another large incident? Huang Jianqing and the attorneys from Yongyuan law firm were also watching intently. Wang Tao opened the live stream at his workstation. Simultaneously, numerous students from Jia High 5th Middle School were following this legal battle. Friends of Lele, such as Wu Jia and Jiao Wendong, gathered to keep a close watch. Lele, you must prevail. Wu Jia clenched her fists. They had endured immense suffering, experiencing pain that cut deep into their souls. Yearning for the law to deliver justice upon the three perpetrators, for only then would the light of day shine upon them. On the video platform, the live stream hosted by Luo Daxiang garnered the highest attention, with tens of thousands of viewers tuning in. Luo Daxiang began to relay the courtroom proceedings. The trial is about to commence, and the judge is currently verifying the attorney's credentials. This is not Lin Mo's live stream. The audience here is primarily concerned with the outcome of the case. One viewer commented, "Teacher Luo, I came across a profound statement online. The nation's bullies are all watching the fate of these three individuals. If lawyer Lin Mo loses again, will that not embolden bullies nationwide to emulate the heinous actions of these three and evade legal repercussions?" This comment rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, if this were to pass without consequence, would not bullies across the nation feel empowered to replicate such behavior? That would signify a victory for bullies. One could only hope that lawyer Lin Mo would perform exceptionally well, perhaps revealing himself to be a formidable figure who had merely feigned weakness to attract attention. However, having reviewed Lin Mo's trial records, some remained skeptical, believing him to be lacking in competence. At that moment, teacher Luo Daxiang remained composed, refraining from offering his opinion. This case is indeed unique, primarily necessitating proof that the bullies engaged in physical violence. Should this not be substantiated, we may witness a repetition of previous outcomes. Let us continue to observe. I will provide commentary throughout. In the courtroom, with the verification of information complete, Wang Zhenghua struck the gavel. We now invite the plaintiff to present the facts of the case, along with the reasons for the appeal and the requests being made. Lin Mo, seated at the plaintiff's counsel table, reviewed the materials in hand, fully aware that this was not only a pivotal moment for himself, but also a crucial battle to protect the victims of bullying. Lin Mo then began to articulate the statement of claim. Our demands are as follows. First, we request that the defendants be convicted of intentional assault, as our client has been deliberately harmed by the three individuals, resulting in multiple fractures. I contend that they have indeed committed the crime of intentional injury. Second, we request that the defendants be convicted of robbery, as our client has been robbed multiple times, which I believe constitutes the crime of robbery. Third, we seek compensation from the defendants, namely Tian Ingwang and the other two, for the long-term physical assaults inflicted upon our client, which have caused fractures in the legs, arms, and ribs, severely impacting our client's physical and mental health, as well as their academic and daily life. We request a compensation of 1 million yuan for medical expenses and emotional distress. Fourthly, the defendants have subjected my client to repeated insults, resulting in an exceedingly detrimental impact. I demand that the three defendants issue a public apology to my side, demonstrating sincere contrition, with a time frame of no less than 30 days. Fifthly, we request that the opposing party bear the legal fees incurred in this instance, as well as the two previous occasions. Upon this declaration, both the courtroom and the online audience were rendered speechless. As they listened to the complaint, a sense of familiarity washed over them. It seemed reminiscent of the arguments previously employed by attorney Wang Tao, albeit with some modifications. The charges now included robbery, alongside an increased claim for damages. The realization of this shift left the onlookers astonished, particularly the attorneys and legal practitioners observing the proceedings. "Are you out of your mind?" they exclaimed. "You introduce a new line of argument, and it's robbery, is it?" Any lawyer who had a cursory understanding of this case was aware that such a claim was utterly untenable. Attorney Wang Tao had previously attempted to argue from this angle, but there was no supporting evidence whatsoever. Typically, Wang Lele was devoid of any financial resources, making robbery an impossibility. If anything, he could only rob his father, Wang Dehai, which was even more implausible. Thus, the charge of robbery could not possibly stand. Moreover, the demand for 1 million yuan in compensation was absurd. Even if the charge of intentional harm were substantiated, it would not warrant such an exorbitant claim. Attorney Linda, your avarice is clouding your judgment. Lost in the realm of fantasy, the attorneys, regaining their composure, found themselves amused by Lin Mo's complaint. Indeed, he was living up to his reputation as a steadfast performer. Yet he was bound to falter. In the live-streamed courtroom of attorney Luo Daxiang, the audience reacted fervently, attorney Lin Mo has once again showcased his humor. He hasn't even won yet and is already fantasizing about how to spend that million. Indeed, it was Lin Mo. I had anticipated a grand revelation. Yet he merely delivered a hefty dose of absurdity. Ha ha ha, it's still attorney Linda. He updated the complaint, though it seems unchanged. I shall call it a semblance of an update. Hold on, everyone, let us not mock too hastily. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with attorney Lin Mo. He exudes such confidence. The children remarked, this is no laughing matter. Let us first hear what teacher Luo has to say. Luo Daxiang, momentarily taken aback, wore a look of bewilderment. Even he, seasoned and well-versed in the law, was perplexed by Lin Mo's intentions. The complaint mirrored Wang Tao's previous version, merely appending a futile charge of robbery and an inflated claim for damages. Was Lin Mo attempting to assert that the opposing party had committed robbery? That would be a far more arduous endeavor than proving intentional harm. Could it be that the robbery charge and the inflated damages were mere smokescreens, and in reality, Lin Mo had made a breakthrough regarding the charge of intentional harm? Did Lin Mo possess such acumen? Luo Daxiang found himself deeply puzzled. Unable to comprehend, he finally said, everyone, let us remain calm. Since attorney Lin Mo has put forth this application, he must substantiate it with factual evidence. Although the compensation he seeks seems outrageous, and the robbery charge is nearly impossible to establish, what if he successfully demonstrates that the opposing party has indeed committed intentional harm? Let us continue watching to see what factual evidence Lin Mo can present. Concurrently, within the offices of Yongyuan, Huang Jianxing chuckled, ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this complaint? With a soft chuckle, one of the partners could no longer contain his laughter. The charge of intentional injury remains unchanged. But now there is an added charge of robbery. How amusing. Lawyer Huang, I dare say this Lin Mo lacks any real skill. He is merely leveraging this situation for dramatic effect. I wouldn't be surprised if his live stream audience skyrockets to 20,000. Another chuckle followed. Indeed, with this accusation of robbery, he seems intent on fabricating evidence to land himself in trouble. What a grand performance. If it were Lin Mo, I truly believe it's possible. Huang Jianxing shook his head with a smile, feeling that allowing his son to engage in such trivial legal matters was rather juvenile. Meanwhile, at the Junyong law firm, the esteemed lawyer Wang Tao was also laughing heartily in his seat. To think they copied my lawsuit. And now they've fabricated a charge of robbery with a claim for 1 million in damages. How hilarious. Lawyer Lin, you truly know how to create a scene. Wang Tao exclaimed between fits of laughter. Despite the entire internet mocking Lin Mo at that moment, he remained composed. In the courtroom, the presiding judge Wang Zhenghua's benevolent expression abruptly shifted to one of sternness as he shot a glare at Lin Mo, hesitating to speak. At that moment, the defendant's lawyer Huang Xin chuckled, Isn't this lawsuit rather absurd? Plaintiff's attorney, please present the relevant evidence to demonstrate that our side has committed the crimes of intentional injury and robbery. If you cannot produce such evidence, I may have to file a defamation suit against you for slandering my client. Chapter 9. Will the lawsuit fail? Lin Mo smiled faintly and replied, I apologize, but the evidence is not for your eyes. You have no right to demand it from me. He then turned to the presiding judge and stated, Your Honor, the opposing counsel has openly threatened me in an attempt to obstruct the normal course of justice. I request the dismissal of the defendant's attorney. Huang Xian was momentarily taken aback, his posture wavering as he glared at Lin Mo in disbelief. What madness is this? Who has threatened you? At that moment, Wang Zhenghua raised his gavel. Bang! The request is denied and dismissed. It is not yet time for the defendant's attorney to speak. Consider this a warning. Huang Xian's lips twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't believe he was being warned right off the bat. The fact that a distinguished attorney graduated from Stanford University was now being reprimanded by a mere unknown lawyer was utterly humiliating. He quickly reassured himself. Lin Mo is an amateur who clearly lacks legal knowledge, resorting to such despicable tactics to disrupt me. As long as he cannot produce evidence to substantiate the charge of robbery, he will be detained. At that point, victory would be mine without the need for anger over such trivialities. Huang Xian regained his composure. On the bench, Wang Zhenghua looked sternly at Lin Mo and issued a serious warning. Counsel Lin Mo, if your submitted litigation request lacks factual or legal basis, in other words, should you commit perjury, you will be prosecuted for false testimony and held criminally liable. Are you certain of this? Failing a lawsuit merely results in defeat. However, perjuring yourself to substantiate a claim carries criminal consequences. A cold sweat broke out among the audience watching the live broadcast. Could this esteemed lawyer truly risk committing perjury regarding a robbery charge? Yet Lin Mo remained confident and assured, declaring, "Your Honor, I fully understand my responsibilities regarding all my statements and submitted evidence." Murmurs rippled through the courtroom as spectators speculated about what evidence Lin Mo might present related to the robbery charge. Bang. Silence. Wang Zhenghua rapped his gavel once more and continued, "Next, I invite the defendant's attorney to respond and submit their litigation application." Huang Xian sneered. This case was practically in the bag. "We hereby submit our defense as follows. First, with regard to the accusations made by the plaintiff Wang Dahai against my 3 clients, I categorically reject them and demand serious repercussions for the plaintiff's attorney's blatant disregard for legal statutes. Second, since the plaintiff has slandered my clients with allegations of campus bullying, thus inciting public outrage and causing significant harm to our reputation, we seek compensation in the amount of 600,000 yuan. Huang Xian articulated his claims swiftly and succinctly. Bang. Wang Zhenghua struck the gavel again. The litigation requests have been completed. I now ask the plaintiff to present relevant legal facts and evidence. As Wang Zhenghua concluded, all eyes in the courtroom turned toward Lin Mo, eager to see what new factual basis this attorney could put forth. The audience was particularly curious about the robbery charge. If it could truly be presented, it would undoubtedly secure victory in this courtroom. Your Honor, before we proceed, I would like my client, Wang Lele, to recount the ordeal of his bullying. Bang. The request is granted. Let us begin. At this moment, Wang Lele stood up, appearing significantly improved compared to his last appearance. Though still somewhat anxious, Lin Mo gently patted his hand, helping him to regain his composure as he began to narrate the harrowing experience of his bullying. I was threatened and forced to engage in various perilous activities, resulting in numerous injuries throughout my body. As Wang Lele spoke, both the live audience and those watching the broadcast felt an eerie familiarity. Wang Tao, observing the live stream, furrowed his brow as memories resurfaced. When he served as the defense attorney, he had commenced in precisely the same manner, with Wang Lele echoing his words verbatim. Once Wang Lele finished, the viewers began to connect the dots. This account seemed to mirror the rumors that had circulated. If the rumors were indeed accurate, the process was identical. A foreboding sensation washed over me, suggesting that Lin Mo might be mirroring Wang Tao's approach, for he lacked the requisite ability. The audience appeared to sense the pivotal element. The trial proceeded. Bang. The gavel struck, and Wang Zhenghua turned to Lin Mo. The inquiry is complete. Counsel for the plaintiff, please commence your statement. Very well. Lin Mo nodded and produced a document. Based on my client's testimony, the defendant has repeatedly threatened and harmed him, constituting the charge of intentional injury. As Wang Tao continued to listen, an unsettling familiarity crept in. Why did this all sound so familiar? He promptly opened his computer to access the files from the case he had previously handled. Upon glancing at them, his eyes widened in shock. Goodness, these are entirely my lines. Is Lin Mo merely reciting my materials? What? Is this guy unhinged? Indeed. Lin Mo was holding Wang Tao's prior materials and reciting them verbatim. Wang Tao was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated a certain level of incompetence from a lawyer, but never to this extent. After Lin Mo concluded, he displayed a confident demeanor, leaving both the live audience and those present in stunned silence. Huang Xian, seated in the defendant's chair, covered his mouth, unable to contain his disbelief. Who litigates in such a manner? To recycle the previous attorney's materials? This is either a profound lapse in judgment or an utter lack of skill, unable to uncover new evidence. In Luo Daxiang's live stream, he pondered how this mirrored the revealed trial process. It turned out the rumors were indeed true. I had been skeptical before. Alas, my premonition was correct. It was indeed a repeat of the last process. Folks, at least Lawyer Lin is not improvising recklessly. Perhaps losing this case isn't so dreadful after all. At that moment, Luo Daxiang also displayed a puzzled expression. Logically, those who pass the bar exam should possess adequate intelligence. What is the purpose behind this action of Lawyer Lin Mo? Given your recitation, would the opposing party simply need to read from the previous defendant's counsel's script to secure victory? Does he possess some extraordinary strategy? However, reflecting on Lawyer Lin Mo's previous 2 cases, it does not seem like he has any remarkable tactics. I truly cannot comprehend this. It is utterly perplexing. In the end, Luo Daxiang could only suggest, let us continue watching. Everyone, please remain calm. In the courtroom, even the 3 defendants, Tian Ingguang included, displayed expressions of disdain, with one even mimicking a slashing gesture across his throat towards Wang Lele. After Lin Mo concluded his recitation, he scrutinized the audience's expressions, particularly focusing on those of the three bullies. How self-satisfied he appeared. At that moment, presiding Judge Wang Zhenghua furrowed his brow. Although he was not the presiding judge during the last session, he had observed the entire proceedings. Was this lawyer Lin Mo attempting to create chaos? Yet, it did not quite qualify as chaos, for the procedure was indeed correct, leaving him with no grounds for criticism. Nonetheless, it significantly diminished his impression of Lin Mo. Bang. Wang Zhenghua struck the gavel once more. Please, counsel for the plaintiff, continue to present the evidence regarding the defendant's robbery charge. All eyes turned towards Lin Mo. This was indeed a new accusation brought forth by the esteemed lawyer Lin, and everyone was eager to see what evidence he would present. Very well, Your Honor. This is a video pertaining to the robbery charge, and I request to play it. Agreed. The revelation of a video sparked excitement among the crowd. Could it be that the previous charge of intentional injury was merely a prelude, with the real bombshell about to unfold? Subsequently, the court bailiff approached and retrieved the USB drive from Lin Mo, connecting it to the courtroom's computer. The large screen at the center of the courtroom illuminated, displaying the footage. All gazes were fixed upon it, brimming with anticipation. Huang Xian furrowed his brow as well. Where did this robbery footage come from? He glanced at Tian Yingguang and the others, only to find Tian Yingguang shaking his head, indicating that he too was unaware. As far as his memory served, he had never forcibly taken any money from Wang Lele. Chapter 10. The final warning. As anticipation filled the room, the screen flickered to life. Initially, the image wobbled, but gradually it sharpened into clarity. The perspective shifted to first person, revealing a packet of cigarettes tumbling to the ground, which the protagonist failed to retrieve, seemingly oblivious to its fall. When realization dawned, the scene transitioned to three individuals who had just picked up the discarded pack. Hey, that's mine, put it down. Apologies, but we found it. You have no way to prove it belongs to you. They laughed, departing with the leader, a young man with dyed hair, riding away on an electric bike, followed by his companions in fits of laughter. You thieves! This is robbery. Lin Mo's exasperated voice resonated through the video. The leader chuckled. Indeed, we found it. If you disagree, feel free to report us. The trio on screen was none other than the infamous Tian Yingguang and his gang. The audience was once again astounded. Is this really what you call robbery? Lin Mo continued, addressing the judge. Your Honor, these three brazenly snatched a pack of Fuyun Wang cigarettes from my possession, valued at 30 yuan. From any perspective, they are guilty of robbery. A gasp echoed through both the live stream and the courtroom. No, this is the robbery charge you, the esteemed lawyer Lin, confidently proposed. The cigarette was clearly dropped by you. Your own camera recorded it. You chose not to pick it up, leaving it at the feet of these three individuals. Any competent lawyer could easily refute this from 100 angles. The simplest being, how can you prove there were cigarettes inside the pack? What if it was merely an empty shell? Laughter erupted among the lawyers present. I thought they had robbed Wang Lele, but it turns out they robbed lawyer Lin instead. How amusing. I can't hold it in anymore. I expected lawyer Lin to present some credible evidence. Instead, he fabricated a scene of robbery. Lin Mo, however, remained composed. This is utterly absurd, sighed Luo Daxiang, who explained, this does not amount to robbery, at most. It could be classified as a minor offense of occupying lost property. Additionally, the cigarettes were unwrapped, making it impossible to ascertain their value. In summary, the notion of proving robbery here is ludicrous. The other lawyers could barely contain their laughter. Wang Tao was rolling on the floor in hysterics. Huang Jianxing and others joined in the mirth. Even Huang Xian, seated in the defendant's chair, found the situation amusingly infuriating. He had anticipated Lin Mo's incompetence. Yet this was beyond his imagination. He could win this case with his eyes closed. After Lin Mo concluded his statement, he squinted at Tian Yingguang and his accomplices. As a top-tier lawyer, how could he not be aware of his own absurdity? How could he not understand that his evidence was flimsy at best? I was merely jesting to provoke your intellect. I gave you a chance to confess, yet you proved utterly inept. Your Honor, my presentation has concluded, Lin Mo declared icily. Fixing his gaze on Huang Xian, Wang Zhenghua let out a sigh, then nodded slightly as he turned his gaze towards the defendant's seat where Huang Xian sat. The plaintiff's side had already submitted their evidence, which had been handed over to the defendant's counsel. The defense attorney was now permitted to review the evidence and raise any concerns in court. After reading through the material, Huang Xian didn't bother to present his own documents. Instead, he smiled confidently and began to refute the claims directly. Having reviewed the previous court records, he noted that since Lin Mo had used the same materials, he could simply employ the same counterarguments. Firstly, the plaintiff's attorney asserted that our client had coerced Wang Lele into self-harming bullying. However, this was merely the opposing party's assertion without any factual evidence presented. Thus, refuting this point was straightforward. Regarding the robbery charge mentioned by the plaintiff's lawyer, I find it utterly nonsensical. If the value of the cigarettes is indeed true, it would amount to nothing more than a case of misappropriation. Moreover, the plaintiff's attorney, it is evident that this pack of cigarettes has been opened. Can I not assume that you discarded the empty package after consuming its contents? In such a case, it holds no value, thus making the charge of misappropriation untenable. The robbery allegation was even easier to counter. At that moment, Huangxian vehemently added, "Your Honor, I believe attorney Lin Mo has failed to grasp the essence of the courtroom. I have grounds to suspect he is intentionally squandering legal resources and wasting everyone's time." Observers with any legal knowledge could easily discern that Lin Mo was destined for defeat. Those who had harbored hopes for Lin Mo now hung their heads in despair. "How foolish of me to have had expectations for attorney Lin Mo," one lamented. "His level of competence is woefully inadequate. I suggest a complete ban on attorney Lin Mo in the future. He presents no evidence and still dares to engage in litigation. Is this not sheer absurdity?" The comments section erupted with outrage. "Wu Jia, is Lele going to lose?" Zhao Wendong asked in confusion. The live stream was flooded with vitriolic comments aimed at Lin Mo. Wu Jia's small face drooped as she sighed. "It seems so." At this moment, all students from the 5th middle school, who had suffered bullying from the trio, bowed their heads in anguish. Once again, defeat loomed. Luo Daxiang also commented in the live stream. "If attorney Lin Mo cannot present compelling evidence, this lawsuit is lost. Then, attorney Luo, will bullies across the nation learn from these 3 fiends' bullying tactics?" The live stream fell silent. Indeed, having faced defeat twice already, did this not confirm that the bullies were the dominant force? Wouldn't this embolden bullies nationwide even further? In the courtroom, Huangxian concluded confidently, "Your Honor, I have finished." With a smile, he wrapped up his statement, and he, along with Tian Guang and the others, shared a laugh. Lin Mo glared at them coldly. A bad seed is a bad seed, and they would never reflect on their misdeeds. These 3 villains even laughed aloud, believing they had secured another victory. Their disdainful glances towards Lin Mo were palpable, as if they held him in utter contempt. Unrepentant, their hearts had turned completely dark. If that is the case, then so be it. Lin Mo's expectations for the 3 individuals had completely evaporated, and his last vestige of mercy had all but vanished. In dealing with such individuals, only severe punishment would suffice. Lin Mo's expression hardened, and he coldly declared, "I initially believed you would recognize your errors. However, at the second hearing, your arrogance has only intensified, showing no sign of remorse. Do you truly think I lack the means to deal with you school bullies?" Huangxian, taken aback by this, quickly raised his hand. "Your Honor, I suspect the plaintiff's lawyer is threatening our client." "Threatening? How absurd. A courtroom is a place governed by evidence. And your emotional outburst is utterly ineffective." Bang. The presiding judge, Wang Zhenghua, struck the gavel. "Plaintiff's attorney, please remain calm. This is a court of law, where everything must adhere to legal statutes and factual basis. Consider this a warning." Meanwhile, in the courtroom's live broadcast, Lin Mo was genuinely anxious. Unable to win. And now resorting to emotions, Luo Daxiang remarked, "Everyone, don't panic. It seems Lin attorney still has evidence to present." "Please, what decisive evidence could he possibly have?" Someone retorted. From a certain perspective, Lin Mo indeed exceeded expectations. At least he hasn't incarcerated the Wang father and son. The onlookers had lost faith in Lin Mo's ability to reverse the situation. Throughout the proceedings, his performance had been utterly lackluster. At that moment, Lin Mo raised his hand. "Your Honor, I previously submitted evidence incorrectly. I now request to supplement with new evidence, as I believe Tian Guang and his accomplices committed burglary against our client." Gasps filled the room. Lin lawyer had introduced a new charge of burglary. As a judge, Wang Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lin Mo's intentions, yet he consented. Application granted. At this juncture, the live broadcast erupted in commotion. Burglary? Can such a charge even be brought forth? Lin lawyer still has a chance. Some murmured. What if these 3 merely burglarized a bucket of water? Lin lawyer could still allege burglary. Clearly, faith in Lin Mo was waning. Moreover, the accusation of burglary seemed far-fetched. Even Luo Daxiang harbored doubts about Lin Mo's ability to present credible evidence for such a charge. Just then, the court's large screen began to display the newly submitted evidence. In a somewhat dilapidated bedroom, four figures emerged. Observing their hair color and silhouettes, everyone recognized them instantly. It was indeed the trio of Tian Ingguang along with Wang Lele. Chapter 11. A stunning turnaround in the footage. The faces of Tian Ingguang and his companions, along with Wang Lele, are remarkably clear. The entire scene is bathed in bright light. One can see Wang Lele, trembling and visibly terrified, withdrawing a stack of cash from a drawer. Before the three individuals, he counts the money and hands it over to Tian Ingguang, while the audio captures Wang Lele mentioning something about a protection fee. In the next moment, Tian Ingguang snatches the remaining cash from Wang Lele's hands. So now the monthly protection fee has risen to 10,000. Tian Ingguang's words resonate clearly in the video, alongside the avaricious glances exchanged among the trio. Particularly striking is the moment of the theft, with every facial expression, demeanor, and action meticulously recorded from two angles, as if someone had deliberately captured this moment. After completing their deeds, the three leave in high spirits. The video then fades to black. At this moment, the courtroom is filled with wide-eyed astonishment. This includes Chief Judge Wang Zhenghua, along with the two other judges and court personnel. Huang Xian, who had been casually sipping water, suddenly sprays it out in shock upon witnessing this scene. "What on earth?" he exclaims, eyes glued to the screen. In the live streaming rooms across the internet, all viewers are left in a state of disbelief, while legal commentators display expressions of utter shock. Ahem, it's not over yet. Please continue watching, Lin Mo coldly reminds everyone. The black screen reappears, and the date on the video shifts to the next day. Once again, four individuals are shown, with the three men taking another stack of cash from Wang Lele. The scene transitions to yet another day, showcasing two segments where the trio collects money twice. With that, the video comes to an end. The courtroom falls into a profound silence. Lin Mo, with piercing eyes, coldly addresses the chief judge. "Your Honor, Tian Ingguang and his accomplices, on the 25th, 26th, and 27th of April, entered Wang Lele's residence 5 times under the pretext of collecting protection fees, forcibly seizing a total of 50,000 yuan, with each instance amounting to 10,000. Their actions unequivocally constitute the crime of burglary. I hereby request the death penalty for their heinous crimes of repeated and substantial robbery." The audience gasps in astonishment, jaws dropping in disbelief. The reaction is explosive in a well-lit chamber, with multiple cameras capturing every angle in sharp clarity. It seems I need not explicitly state my intentions to rob you. As an experienced legal professional, he could easily discern that this was a trap set by Lin Mo. Yet, the legality of it all is undeniable. Capturing evidence of your wrongdoing is indeed permissible. This is the brilliance of the scheme. Luo Daxiang gazed at Lin Mo in astonishment. This seemingly absurd lawyer appeared to possess a hidden depth. However, why had Lin Mo's earlier demeanor seemed so inept? Could it be? Luo Daxiang's eyes widened in realization. Was he offering the opposition an opportunity? Indeed, this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, with such critical evidence at hand, he would have unveiled it to decisively defeat his adversary. A final act of mercy? No. Would one who can fabricate such pivotal evidence truly be considered merciful? At this moment, he glanced at the stoic lawyer named Lin Mo seated at the plaintiff's bench. Feeling an unsettling chill, he composed himself and addressed the live audience. These three individuals perfectly fit the profile of a home invasion robbery, and the emergence of protection fees alongside the footage of stolen money further substantiates the charges. "So, Teacher Luo, will these three face imprisonment?" A voice filled with excitement interjected. Luo Daxiang nodded. Although not under charges of bullying or assault, the crime of home invasion robbery carries a more severe penalty, classified as a felony. The audience erupted in response. The live stream was set ablaze. "Teacher Luo, could they truly face the death penalty?" Luo Daxiang inhaled deeply and replied. "The minimum sentence for home invasion robbery starts at 10 years, and given the substantial amounts involved and the repeated offenses captured on video, if the judge perceives this incident to have significant negative societal repercussions, the penalties could indeed be increased, and the death penalty is theoretically possible." The atmosphere in the live stream became electrified. A stunning reversal. "Apologies, Lawyer Lin. We were mistaken." Laughter erupted, with so many angles. It feels as though it was all meticulously orchestrated. Nonsense. Clearly, Uncle Dahai installed these costly 4K cameras to safeguard his shabby furniture, and inadvertently recorded Tian Ingguang and his accomplices committing robbery. Precisely. Who negotiates a home invasion? Clearly, these three brutes are so accustomed to their ways that they believe themselves above the law. Meanwhile, at other law firms, Wang Tao, who had just moments ago ridiculed Lin Mo, found himself rendered a fool by the video's release. His eyes widened as he leaned closer to the screen, questioning, is this truly possible? Huang Jianxing and a throng of partners, who were poised to celebrate a victorious outcome, were blindsided by Lin Mo's unexpected trump card. The partners were left in stunned silence. What on earth is happening? How can we possibly laugh now? The unexpected bombshell had left them utterly bewildered. Is this truly a strategy devised by Lin Mo? Yet, this was indeed the brilliant creation of Lin Mo. Soon, the partners regained their composure and erupted in furious exclamations. Damn it! This is a trap. Lin Mo has set a scheme against us. Indeed, where did they acquire such vast wealth, leaving 50,000 yuan on a vanity table? Who on earth installs 2 cameras in a bedroom? This is clearly a setup for a home invasion. However, the initiative now rests entirely with Lin Mo, and we must reverse the situation to prove that they lured our side into this robbery. At this point, the 5 partners fell into a collective silence. Prove what? For heaven's sake? Luring us into a robbery? Is there even such a thing as inducement in robbery? Is this even a rational statement? You dare to claim this? The judge would surely rise and slap you twice. Huang Jianxing slumped in his chair, despairing. In the entire legal realm, to employ such a tactic against 3 17 or 18-year-olds is simply outrageous. This is an overt conspiracy. Could this truly be a masterpiece crafted by Lin Mo? In the courtroom, Tianning Wang and the others laughed upon hearing Lin Mo's intent to sentence them to death, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Death sentence? Ha ha ha. Little did they know, Huang Xian barked at them. Silence. The 3 of them jumped in shock. Huang Xian was now seething with the desire to eliminate these 3 fools. Why didn't you inform me of this in advance? He fumed. Well, Lawyer Huang, we were merely collecting a protection fee. How could it possibly be considered robbery? Besides, you never asked us, Tianning Wang retorted defiantly. Huang Xian felt his head buzzing, overwhelmed. Although he was a top student, the pitfalls of his first courtroom experience were surfacing. Before the presiding judge could invite him to speak, he trembled and hurriedly exclaimed, Your Honor, we did not commit robbery. At the beginning of the video, Wang Lele willingly handed over the money to our client. This is not robbery. It is a gift. Bang. Wang Zhenghua stated sternly, It is not yet time for the defense attorney to speak. This is your first warning. He then turned to Lin Mo, plaintiff's attorney. You claim there were 5 instances of burglary. Why does the video only show 4 segments? Oh, right here. Lin Mo glanced at Huang Xian and produced a final USB drive. There's more. Huang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Just how much did you film? Were you intent on ensuring these imbeciles' downfall? The final video began to play. Everyone turned to watch, the screen revealing the same 4 individuals. However, this time, Wang Lele was unwilling to hand over the money and even began to cry. Initially, it began as a mere interaction, igniting the greed within the 3 individuals. As time progressed, their appetites expanded, leading them to hastily resort to threats and intimidation with knives. It was evident that Lin Mo had cleverly exploited the arrogance of these bullies, setting a meticulously crafted, yet entirely legitimate trap. Are you out of your mind? Why not simply prove the charge of intentional injury? Instead, you resort to this tactic of employing robbery charges to diminish the gravity of the situation. I'm done. I wish to return home. The rapid shift in circumstances left Huang Xian feeling a profound disconnection from reality. At this juncture, despite having the upper hand, Lin Mo remained composed and stated, Given that our client has been subjected to such torment by the 3, I have ample reason to suspect that they pose a self-harming threat to him as well. Not only have they committed the crime of breaking and entering with intent to rob, but the charge of intentional injury also stands firm. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Huang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, they're not even willing to let go of the charge of intentional injury. Simultaneously, Luo Daxiang revealed an expression of renewed astonishment. The online audience was equally taken aback. They had barely processed the home invasion charge. And now Lin Mo had circled back to the issue of intentional injury. Teacher Luo, does Lin Mo's assertion hold any validity? Chapter 12. Application for Death Penalty Approval. Luo Daxiang nodded and remarked, Those who have studied criminal law are aware of the principle known as conditional causation. In certain complex situations, one can employ the notion that without the antecedent, the consequent cannot exist to ascertain causation. Consequently, We can infer that the act of the three individuals coercing Wang Lele to commit burglary, a more severe crime, is indeed established. Therefore, it can be deduced that a lesser form of coercion, compelling Wang Lele to inflict self-harm, is also valid. After speaking, Luo Daxiang turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. Recognizing the lawyer's exceptional skill, he pondered why the previous two lawsuits had been so poorly executed. Upon hearing Luo Daxiang's explanation, netizens were even more exhilarated. So, is it possible to accumulate charges and impose the death penalty on Tian Yingguang and his accomplices? Luo Daxiang earnestly elucidated that ultimately depends on the judge's ruling. What I wish to convey is that this is a high court, and if robbery is indeed confirmed, the Supreme Court may grant the authority to approve the death penalty. Is that so? Then, how intriguing. The netizens could hardly contain their eagerness to witness the final outcome for these three miscreants. In the courtroom, Huang Xian was utterly flabbergasted. All right, you orchestrated a burglary, and now you are attempting to substantiate the charge of intentional injury. Is that correct? Do you believe our three defendants deserve to perish at an accelerated pace? The spectators in the courtroom were taken aback, astonished by such a dramatic turn of events, and fervently engaged in discussions. Bang! Wang Zhenghua calmly struck the gavel and proclaimed, "Silence." Prosecution attorney, do you have anything further to add? He turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Your Honor, this incident is exceedingly egregious. Tian Yingguang and his associates have been implicated in burglary, intentional injury, and defamation, inciting public outrage. I implore Your Honor and the esteemed judges to seriously contemplate my appeal. That concludes my statement. Bang! Wang Zhenghua rapped the gavel and directed his attention to Huang Xian. Defense attorney, do you wish to respond? At that moment, Huang Xian was thoroughly rattled. He rose and pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Mo, exclaiming, Your Honor, this is clearly a trap set by the opposing counsel. Is there no sense of justice? Bang! Wang Zhenghua, visibly irritated, replied, Defense attorney, please provide factual evidence to substantiate your claim that this is a scheme devised by the plaintiff's counsel. Huang Xian glanced at the three bewildered defendants beside him, urging, Speak the truth. Was it not Wang Lele who lured you to his residence? Tian Yingguang, no longer brimming with arrogance, appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. The previous bravado had dissipated, and he candidly admitted, yes, at that time. Wang Lele claimed he had no money on him and urged us to go to his house for protection money. Lin Mo raised his hand. I request to inquire one question from my client. The request was granted. Lin Mo turned to Wang Lele. Lele, did you utter such a statement at that time? Wang Lele shook his head. What I said was that I had no money on me, but I had money at home. They coerced me to go to my house and stole my money. Your Honor, I have completed my inquiry. After listening, Huang Xian could no longer contain his anger and erupted. Nonsense. Lin Mo, you are undoubtedly the mastermind behind this. You unscrupulous lawyer, resorting to such despicable tactics. Bang. Judge Wang Zhenghua struck the gavel. Counsel for the defense, this is a courtroom. One more outburst, and I will ask you to leave. He continued, Now, present your evidence to substantiate your claim that your client was enticed into committing robbery. Huang Xian felt utterly defeated. What proof could there possibly be? He realized that these three miscreants were doomed, facing serious charges, and he was already vanquished, completely crushed. What more could he say? Huang Xian slumped in his chair, his eyes devoid of light. Judge Wang Zhenghua cast a stern glance at Huang Xian, then stood up and surveyed the courtroom, plaintiff and defendant. Do either of you have any objections to the presented facts and arguments? Lin Mo replied, Your Honor, there are no objections. Huang Xian remained silent, fearing that further argument would only lead him deeper into Lin Mo's trap, and finally muttered, I have no objections. Bang! With no objections from either side, the court was adjourned. 1 hour from now, after the final statements from both parties, I will announce the verdict. Bang! Judge Wang Zhenghua frowned as he struck the gavel once more. After concluding, Judge Wang Zhenghua and the other two judges rose to leave. As they exited, he couldn't help but glance back at Lin Mo. In all his years as a judge, this was the first time he had encountered such an unconventional lawyer. Rather than addressing the complexities of proving intentional harm, Lin Mo had deftly pivoted to explore other charges, decisively sealing the fate of the case. His agile thinking revealed a true master of the legal arts. Though as a judge he must remain objective in legal matters, as a human being, Wang Zhenghua couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Finally, a lawyer had presented factual evidence to hold these school bullies accountable. Simultaneously, a large contingent of court officers surged into the courtroom, encircling Tian Yingguang and his accomplices. Lawyer Huang, Are we truly facing the death penalty? Tianning Wang's fear was palpable. Lawyer Huang furrowed his brow. No, at least not during this trial. The approval for the death penalty is a long process, requiring submission to the Supreme Court for ratification. It is impossible for such a decision to be made within an hour. Do not worry. I am confident I can help you overturn this verdict, Huang Xian declared with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, in the exit corridor, the deputy chief judge asked, "How shall we rule? Shouldn't we transfer Tianning Wang and the others to the Public Security Bureau for prosecution and revisit this case?" The two judges inquired solemnly. The case had shifted dramatically, escalating from a civil matter to a criminal one, surpassing the scope of the current trial. Wang Zhenghua's expression grew serious as he coldly instructed, "Summon the chief judge for a ruling on the death penalty." The two judges were momentarily taken aback. "Deputy chief judge, this. Call him in." "Understood." Not long ago, an older man hurriedly entered the office. "Old Wang, we cannot be so hasty. We must proceed with caution." Chen Guangtai, the dean, exclaimed with an anxious tone upon entering. Wang Zhenghua maintained a serious expression. "I am aware you are observing. The plaintiff possesses ample evidence, and the judicial interpretation is sound. Concurrent sentencing applies, except for those two minors. The death penalty for Tianning Wang aligns with the provisions of criminal law. He wielded the knife and was in possession of the loot from the home invasion. The nature of his crimes is exceedingly heinous. Old Chen, if you disagree, please articulate your judgment." Chen Guangtai sighed, fully cognizant that all charges against Tianning Wang were valid. "However, I believe it would be more appropriate to transfer the case to the prosecution for a retrial, while simultaneously submitting materials to the Supreme Court for their approval of the death penalty. Furthermore, the sentencing process warrants meticulous examination." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenghua fixed his gaze on Chen Guangtai. "Are you afraid?" "Aye. What am I afraid of?" Chen Guangtai replied, somewhat evasively. Indeed, he felt trepidation, as he had never anticipated that a school bullying case would escalate to such significance. Should there be a miscarriage of justice, the ramifications would be immense. Do you realize how many people nationwide are watching this case? Do you understand how many school bullies are observing these proceedings? This is live-streamed. If we do not handle this properly, it would undoubtedly cast doubt on the public's perception of our judicial integrity. Currently, it is live. If we announce the death penalty during the broadcast, it would serve as a stark warning to all bullies. Chen Guangtai fell silent. Old Chen, the plaintiff's attorney, Lin Mo, is practically shoving evidence into my mouth. If I do not render a verdict, do you want the public to beat me to death at the courthouse entrance? Wang Zhenghua's words were fervent. However, if you truly intend to pass judgment, it seems rather premature. Not at all. At this juncture, Wang Zhenghua sighed, patting Chen Guangtai on the shoulder, his tone laden with significance. Old Chen, do you know that attorney Lin Mo has already afforded Tianning Wang and his accomplices numerous opportunities? Why does Lin Mo utilize identical charges and petitions? Even the submitted evidence is the same. He is merely issuing a warning to the defendants. He even presented ludicrous robbery evidence. Does he not realize that picking up his cigarette does not constitute robbery? He is merely delivering a final admonition, yet regrettably, the three defendants show no remorse. They have compelled Lin Mo to present his final evidence. Lin Mo has been exceedingly merciful. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangtai sighed and nodded slightly. I too have noticed. In light of this, I shall not impede your course of action. Good. Wang Zhenghua affirmed with a nod. I shall now apply to the Supreme Court for approval of the death penalty. I am the presiding judge in this case, and I shall bear all responsibility. Chapter 13. Verdict in court. I have witnessed years of school bullying, always hearing calls to protect minors. I am weary of it. Today, I shall render a judgment, Wang Zhenghua declared, striking the table in anger. The atmosphere was tense, and Chen Guangtai was so intimidated that he could scarcely utter a word. Wang Zhenghua, with unexpected fervor, began to contact the Supreme Court. To his astonishment, the response was swift and affirmative. Wang Zhenghua, handle this adeptly. Our laws ought to safeguard the healthy growth of children. This is the will of the people. Given that we have gathered evidence, let there be no pressure. Indeed, Wang Zhenghua felt a surge of joy as he hung up the phone. Director Chen, let us convene a hearing. We have the authority to approve. Very well. Soon, the esteemed judges of the Jianghai High Court mobilized, abandoning their tasks to gather in the conference room. A group commenced their examination of the evidence submitted by Lin Mo, which encompassed charges such as burglary, intentional injury, defamation, and more. In the courtroom, a palpable silence enveloped the room. No one perceived the wait as lengthy. The atmosphere was solemn, with all present anticipating the outcome. Lawyer Lin. Do you think they will receive the death penalty? Wang Lele whispered. Rest assured, it is guaranteed, Lin Mo replied with a confident smile, embodying the poise of a top-tier attorney. Simultaneously, in Luo Daxiang's live broadcast, Teacher Luo, can you speculate on the verdict? Luo Daxiang responded, the evidence is substantial. How the court rules remains to be seen. However, regardless of the outcome, this is a resounding victory for Lin Mo, and it is indeed a remarkable triumph. After all, whether it pertains to burglary or school bullying, the perpetrators will face legal repercussions. Luo Daxiang recognized that this trial would undoubtedly incite a storm of public discourse online. Time passed swiftly. An hour had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Wang Zhenghua and the two judges emerged, maintaining serious expressions, their eyes sharp and their strides confident. The courtroom was enveloped in silence, the tension palpable. At the bench, Wang Zhenghua raised the gavel. The court is now in session. Let the prosecution and defense present their final statements. Prosecution, are you prepared for your concluding remarks? Yes, we are ready. Very well, let us commence. Lin Mo straightened his attire and stood solemnly. Your Honor, I would like to pose a question to the defendant, Tian Ingguang. Thud. Is this relevant to the case? Indeed. Application approved. At this moment, all eyes turned to Lin Mo. I wish to ask, Tian Ingguang, did you feel a sense of overwhelming dominance and pleasure while inflicting violence upon Wang Lele? Tian Ingguang hesitated for a moment. Then a wicked smile crept across his face. Oh yes, absolutely. The sensation of trampling on a top student is utterly exhilarating. He felt emboldened to express this now that he was facing inevitable consequences. Upon witnessing the situation, Huang Xian exclaimed in dismay, inwardly cursing under his breath, and immediately raised his hand. Your Honor, we request to refuse to answer. After speaking, he cast a wary glance towards Lin Mo. With a cold chuckle, Lin Mo knew this question required no answer. All that mattered was capturing the glimpse of malevolence that flickered across Tian Ingguang's face. Wang Zhenghua narrowed his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips. He understood that Lin Mo, fearing he might hesitate to pass judgment, sought to sway public opinion against the court. In all his years, he had never encountered a lawyer so audacious. Yet, Wang Zhenghua found this quite delightful. The request is granted. Counsel for the prosecution, please proceed with your final statement. Very well, Your Honor. Lin Mo gathered his thoughts. We contend that a school is not a lawless zone, and the minor protection law does not serve as a shield for all school bullies. The law is sacred, safeguarding us all. The courtroom is a venue for evidence, and this time, we present factual evidence against the defendants, who have repeatedly denied and evaded the truth, offering no substantiation in return. Furthermore, the defendants maintain a brazen attitude, inflicting significant psychological harm on our client and casting a shadow over other students. Their actions have a profoundly negative social impact, and their obstinate demeanor warrants legal retribution, serving as a deterrent for others. Your Honor, my statement concludes here. In this final declaration, Lin Mo spoke less than ever. Wang Zhenghua, maintaining his composure, turned to the defense. Defendants, you may now present your court statement. At this moment, Huang Xian felt utterly defeated, lamenting, why am I even fighting this case? Yet, adhering to professionalism, he stated, Your Honor, our position is as follows. Our clients are all under 18 years of age. For instance, at the time of the alleged assault, all three were minors. According to Article 49 of our criminal law, individuals under 18 at the time of the crime are exempt from the death penalty and should receive lighter or mitigated sentences. That concludes our statement. Huang Xian spoke with a heavy heart, never anticipating that his first battle would result in such a devastating defeat. Wang Zhenghua nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. He organized the conclusions reached by the deliberating panel, reflecting on both parties' final arguments. Both sides had completed their court statements, and the time for judgment was at hand. All rise. With a rustle, everyone present in the courtroom, whether media or spectators, stood up. In the plaintiff's seat, Wang Lele was filled with anxiety as he gazed at the judge. He had long awaited this moment, yearning for a just resolution, not only for himself, but for all his classmates who sought the same. Meanwhile, the three defendants held their heads high, exuding arrogance. Yet their unease was palpable. The other spectators watched the judge with bated breath, all hoping for justice to prevail. Delayed justice is no justice. It must be meted out in the moment. Wang Zhenghua picked up the documents and announced the verdict. The case originated from the plaintiff, Wang Lele, who accused Tian Ingguang, Su Zidi, and Xiu Tianlei of intentional injury and burglary. This case was adjudicated by the Jiahai High Court. The final outcome of the trial is now being declared. After deliberation, the tribunal ruled in favor of the plaintiff's claims. According to the judicial interpretation of China's criminal law concerning intentional injury and burglary, the defendants, Tian Wang, Su Ziyi, and Qiu Tianlei, coerced the plaintiff into self-harm, resulting in multiple fractures and constituting several instances of minor injury, thus committing the crime of intentional injury. Simultaneously, the defendants unlawfully entered Wang Leilei's residence 5 times under the pretext of collecting protection fees, one of which involved Tian Ingwang wielding a knife during the robbery, amassing a total amount of 50,000, a substantial sum that posed a significant threat to Wang Leilei's personal safety, thereby constituting the crime of burglary. The circumstances of this case and its social ramifications are exceedingly severe. The court imposed concurrent sentences, sentencing Tian Ingwang to death with a 2-year reprieve. As for Su Ziyi and Qiu Tianlei, being minors over the age of 16, they bear criminal responsibility and received a reduced sentence of 25 years of imprisonment, also to be served concurrently. This court will notify the prosecution to initiate the public prosecution process against Tian Ingwang, Su Ziyi, and Qiu Tianlei. Boom. This verdict struck like a thunderclap, astonished everyone present. It was universally acknowledged as a grave offense, yet the severity of the sentence surpassed all expectations. At this moment, not only the audience but also Wang Tao, Huang Jiansheng, and all the attorneys following the case were left in shock, their eyes wide as they beheld this astonishing scene. Even the typically composed Luo Daxiang exhibited an expression of disbelief. Both in the live broadcast room and within the courtroom, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Everyone was utterly stunned by the stark reality of the death penalty. Death penalty. It was indeed a ruling of capital punishment, and it was delivered in court. How could this not evoke shock? Just as the crowd was absorbed in the gravity of the verdict, soft sobs began to permeate the stillness of the courtroom. Gradually, the quiet weeping escalated into wailing, a sound born from profound repression finally finding its voice. Chapter 14. You are a lawyer. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. There, in the courtroom, the youthful figure beside the plaintiff, Lin Mo, was weeping bitterly, tears streaming down his face. Yet, his expression was one of joy, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. His cries were not merely those of sorrow but rather a cathartic release. As if justice had finally been served. The hot tears coursed down his relieved visage, the traces of his anguish narrating a tale of suffering that had gone unrecognized. Luo Daxiang watched with profound melancholy, lamenting the bullying endured by his classmate, the distrust from teachers, and the impotence of the police. He pondered the depths of Wang Leilei's torment and the inhumane experiences he had faced. He was helpless, he wept, he sought solace everywhere, striving tirelessly. Yet all he received in return was a more ferocious and unrestrained onslaught of bullying. However, in this moment, he found validation in the justice that was rightfully his. I am elated that the youth did not relinquish his quest for salvation. Luo Daxiang paused, his voice thick with emotion as he questioned, but can justice, if delayed, still be considered justice? The crowd fell silent, contemplating the weight of his words. Indeed, can delayed justice still be deemed just? How much bullying had this young man endured? How many had he turned to for help? At that instant, everyone gazed with profound sorrow at the boy in the center of the courtroom, sobbing uncontrollably. In the next moment, the boy threw himself into Lin Mo's embrace. Lin Mo, looking at the boy, offered no verbal consolation but simply smiled and patted his shoulder. Yet, the boy's cries only grew louder. In that moment, the resilient youth shed all burdens, finding refuge in what seemed to be the safest haven. Here, he could lower his defenses and freely release the pent-up emotions he had long suppressed. Luo Daxiang observed this scene with a relieved smile. At least the story concludes on a note of happiness, a perfect resolution. We can view this positively. It is a rite of passage for the youth, a test of his resolve, a sharpening stone on his path to maturity. He endured and fought valiantly. The boy did not surrender, and thus he finally awaited his justice. Lin Mo, as the executor of that justice, stood as a formidable shield before Wang Leilei, protecting him, while wielding a sharp spear against the malevolent. Luo Daxiang paused once more, imparting a profound thought. Perhaps Lin Mo was not merely crafting a shield to protect Wang Leilei. He was forging a shield for all victims of bullying across the nation, and the spear he fashioned could be wielded by other bullied youths to strike against evil. Upon hearing this, the crowd initially froze, then widened their eyes as if awakening to enlightenment, turning their gaze towards the courtroom where the man, Lin Mo, stood upright in his lawyer's attire. This man, known as Lin Mo, exemplified what it meant to retaliate. The audience of lawyers was even more astounded. They perceived this with a greater depth and clarity than before. Lin Mo's approach upended all their previous methods of resolution. If no one advocates for you, then take charge yourself, escape the self-evident trap, turn the tables, and seize control of the situation. At this moment, Luo Daxiang remarked. In terms of the professionalism displayed during this trial, it was truly remarkable. Subsequently, I plan to produce a dedicated video discussing the highlights of this trial and the appropriate ways to address incidents of school bullying. Snap. Just then, with the judge's pronouncement, Tian Ingguang found himself shackled by the bailiffs. No, this is impossible. Are you making a mistake? How could it possibly be a death sentence? The cold metal of the handcuffs jolted Tian Ingguang and others, who were still in shock and disbelief. In the courtroom, Tian Ingguang, resembling a lost dog, shouted furiously at Chief Judge Wang Zhenghua, mistakenly believing that such outbursts would elicit a response akin to that of a teacher in school. However, this was a courtroom, a venue governed by law, where Wang Zhenghua paid him no mind. Damn it, Wang Lele is just a poor loser. He deserves to be humiliated by me. Why am I being sentenced to death? I'm still a minor. With reddened eyes, Tian Ingguang howled, deeply dissatisfied with the verdict. Wang Zhenghua remained unperturbed. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, stating, Tian Ingguang, you turned 18 the day before your burglary. Moreover, that very night after the robbery, you spent the money throwing yourself a lavish birthday party. Have you forgotten? Lin Mo's words struck a chord with every audience member, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Me? Tian Ingguang paused, seemingly coming to the realization that he indeed had turned 18. Suddenly, a realization washed over him, and with his handcuffed hands, he pointed menacingly at Lin Mo, exclaiming, You. It's all you're doing. I'll kill you. Tian Ingguang charged at Lin Mo, but this time, he was not the imposing figure he was in school. He was forcefully pinned down by the bailiffs. I said, present the evidence. We live in a society governed by law. Lin Mo observed Tian Ingguang with remarkable calmness. Damn it. Tian Ingguang, pinned to the ground, felt his face flush with rage, as if he might explode at any moment. In the past, he had bullied Wang Lele at will, yet now he found himself subdued. Meanwhile, the attorney Huang Xian appeared ready to explode with frustration. Had Tian Ingguang committed the robbery just a day earlier, he would have escaped the death sentence. But it happened to occur on his 18th birthday. Who would believe there was no conspiracy behind this? Yet, as always, the issue remained. No evidence. How could one prove it? Who could testify, and what could they substantiate? Huang Xian was genuinely tempted to call the police in exasperation. Yet, Lin Mo leisurely replied, There's no need to rush. Defense counsel, the judge hasn't finished reading the verdict yet. Not finished. It's already a death sentence. What else is there to read? The crowd was bewildered. At that moment, Wang Zhenghua squinted slightly and said, Ahem, please remain calm. Indeed, I have not yet concluded. During the trial, regarding the plaintiff's request for 1 million yuan in compensation from the defendant, this court, considering the multiple physical injuries and emotional distress suffered by the plaintiff Wang Lele, finds the claim for compensation to be valid. Tian Ingguang, Su Ziyi, and Qiu Tianlei are jointly required to compensate Wang Lele with the sum of 1 million yuan within 10 days from the effective date of this ruling. The courtroom was filled with tension. Huang Xian was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration, while the others exchanged awkward glances. Before the trial, everyone believed Lin Mo had lost his senses in demanding such a hefty compensation, but now it had become a reality. Tears, previously stifled, began to flow silently down Wang Lele's cheeks once more. He could only choke out, My mother. Finally, there will be funds for medical expenses. Child. This is what you rightfully deserve, Lin Mo reassured him. After enduring 3 years of bullying, had it not been for Wang Lele's resilient spirit, he might have succumbed to insanity long ago. This is a fair compensation. Thank you, Lawyer Lin. Wang Lele expressed earnestly. Lin Mo smiled gently, as I said. It was a guaranteed win. Now, focus on your studies and prepare for the college entrance examination. Yes. Wang Lele replied with a smile, his determination renewed. This was merely the preliminary ruling. According to our legal provisions, the defendants may apply for a retrial if they contest the judgment. Bang bang, Wang Zhenghua concluded. Striking the gavel, court is adjourned. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, signifying the solemnity of the law. The trial was definitively over. On the defendant's bench, Su Ziyi, Qiu Tianlei, and Tian Ingguang, who had been pinned to the ground, were utterly shattered upon hearing the verdict. Damn it, it's been ruled, they exclaimed in disbelief. Life imprisonment. 25 years. In the next moment, all three turned their furious gazes toward Huang Xian. You said it was a sure victory before the trial. You claimed it was just a minor issue. And now, one facing the death penalty and two sentenced to 25 years. What kind of lawyer are you? Chapter 15. Are we to send the lawyer to prison as well? What nonsense. The three of them let out a collective howl. At this moment, Huang Xian became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Initially, it was merely a case of school bullying, at worst resulting in a charge of intentional injury, with the opponent sustaining nothing more than a minor injury. Even if they were to lose, it would amount to just a few years. But now, it had escalated to a death sentence. How is he any different from Lin Mo now? Your Honor, I refuse to accept this. We are innocent, Huang Xian shouted vehemently. He could not begin his career burdened with the ominous title of a lawyer who brings misfortune. Calm down, Huang. It's not your fault, after all. You haven't been implicated yet, Lin Mo remarked coolly from a distance. You? Huang Xian glanced at Lin Mo, incredulous. What? Do you intend to send me to prison as well? At that moment, a faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he said, Who knows if you were not secretly inciting the three of them to commit robbery? After all, when you took the case, they were in the midst of their heist. Perhaps it was you who encouraged them to rob in exchange for your legal fees. Gasp. The lawyers watching the live broadcast felt a chill run down their spines. This is madness. Lin Mo has completely lost his mind. He cannot possibly be suggesting that the lawyers should be implicated as well. Moreover, it seems, it might actually be a possibility. You were slandering me. Only a morally bankrupt lawyer like you would do such a thing. Huang Xian, already on edge, was now utterly frantic upon hearing this. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, lifting his hand. Your Honor, the opposing counsel has defamed me as an unscrupulous lawyer, degrading my character. I believe his actions constitute defamation. What the heck? Huang Xian and everyone else widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this for real? The trial is over. And you still wish to intervene? Wang Zhenghua, who was preparing to leave, pursed his lips and glanced helplessly at Lin Mo, as if to say, just let it go. He is still just a child. In contrast, Huang Xian was completely unraveling, clutching his aching heart and trembling as he pointed at Lin Mo. You are utterly inhumane. How can there be such an unreasonable lawyer as you? Your Honor, he claims I am not human. Damn. Huang Xian felt a surge of anger, his heart twisting painfully. Lin Mo, I will end you. Enraged, Huang Xian lunged at Lin Mo, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him. As Wang Zhenghua gazed upon Lin Mo's subtly upturned lips, an unusual sensation surged within him. He harbored an unsettling premonition that the legal landscape of Jianghai might not remain tranquil in the future. Pondering this, he shook his head, hoping that Lin Mo would remain within the confines of legality. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast was on the verge of hysterics. It was the first time they had witnessed a lawyer being driven to madness in court. Even Huang Xian's father, Huang Jianqing, was so agitated that he sprang from his seat, trembling as he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, This Lin Mo is utterly insane. The other partners exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of helplessness and terror. Huang, this Lin Mo is indeed rather unorthodox. Perhaps we ought to steer clear of him. They lamented, he is utterly unreasonable. Throughout the proceedings, he failed to substantiate any claims of intentional harm and instead leveraged a far graver charge to concoct such a nefarious scheme as breaking and entering. What a genius he is. Anyone who took on this case would surely face defeat. As if that were not enough, he seized the opportunity to exacerbate the situation, pouring salt on the wounds during moments of extreme agitation. Lawyers unaccustomed to high-stakes environments had never encountered such a scene. Unlike Huang Xian, who was merely overwhelmed by anger, several partners, including Huang Jianqing, were left shaken, relieved they had not accepted the case simply for the sake of winning. Huang Jianqing, brimming with indignation, felt compelled to retaliate for his son's mistreatment. No, I must file a complaint against Lin Mo with the Bar Association. He must be expelled. He understood that winning in court against Lin Mo was an insurmountable challenge, at least for now. Nevertheless, he needed to reclaim some dignity and demonstrate that Lin Mo was in the wrong. It was evident to any discerning observer that Lin Mo had orchestrated this entire debacle. If the law could not prove him culpable, then at the very least, measures should be taken to curtail such behavior. If the Bar Association expelled Lin Mo, it would restore some semblance of honor to Huang Xian and Yongyuan law firm. At that moment, several partners wore expressions of discomfort. Huang. It's worth noting that Lin Mo isn't actually a member of the Bar Association. Indeed, he hasn't joined, so it's impossible to expel him. They lamented in unison. Wait a minute. Huang Jianqing suddenly realized. How can I condemn someone who isn't even joined? The partners fell silent. Simultaneously, in Luo Daxiang's live broadcast, some astute viewers began to notice this predicament. Teacher Luo, Lin Mo's actions seemed somewhat outrageous. He faced ostracism and suppression from the legal community? Indeed, his methods are quite effective, but it seems he has made quite a few enemies. We're not condemning lawyer Lin. Rather, we're concerned for his safety, as his approach is incredibly unconventional. Luo Daxiang squinted. That's an excellent question. Oftentimes, the legal profession is a closed circle. Disputes in court are merely part of the job. Even after losing, one can still share a meal together. But Lin Mo, he confronts people with unrelenting ferocity. Reflect upon the circumstances that surrounded lawyer Lin Mo prior to embarking on this legal battle. He had become a figure of ridicule within the legal community, long estranged from its inner circles. If he were to harbor any fear, he would never have chosen to engage in this lawsuit. The live stream fell into a momentary silence until someone remarked, "Doesn't this render Lin Mo invincible? He can confront anyone without regard for his reputation." Luo Daxiang chuckled and replied, "A lawyer ought to operate in such a manner. We are merely servants of the law, executing reasonable actions within the framework of legal statutes. That is the essence of our profession." As a renowned legal commentator, Luo Daxiang is a figure of objectivity. He does not show favoritism. As long as actions remain within the bounds of the law, they are deemed reasonable. If one can leverage the law, then they are indeed formidable. Simultaneously, the victory of Lin Mo's case sparked a tumultuous reaction across the internet, fervently broadcasted on various video platforms. Particularly, the youths who had suffered from bullying in schools perceived it as a revelation, as if a new door had swung open. The reputation of lawyer Lin Mo began to ascend. Ding! Legal Vanguard, you have flawlessly completed a commission. It is now time to assess the emotional metrics of the beneficiary. Wang Lele, joy, 100 points. Gratitude, 100 points. Hope, 100 points. Admiration, 100 points. With 3 positive emotions at maximum, a reward of 40,000 yuan has been granted. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Wang Dahai's emotional assessment is currently in progress. The voice of the system echoed in Lin Mo's mind. The emotional metrics for Wang Lele had been revealed, all at full capacity, particularly the hope score, which filled Lin Mo with solace. A youth's desire to forge ahead necessitates hope. At that moment, Lin Mo checked his phone and discovered a notification of a bank transfer. A smile graced his lips. This money was merely a delightful bonus. More importantly, the reputation garnered from this case would cleanse his name entirely. Perhaps it would even lead to a resurgence of popularity. And then the flow of cases would be ceaseless. Just the attorney's fees alone would be abundantly rewarding. And just then, with a resounding thud, a person knelt heavily before Lin Mo. Chapter 16. This is the law. Lawyer Lin. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wang Dahai rushed from the audience. Kneeling directly before Lin Mo, tears streaming down his face as he attempted to bow in gratitude. Brother Wang, this is absolutely unacceptable, Lin Mo exclaimed, hastily supporting Wang Dahai by the shoulders. Yet, Wang Dahai was insistent on bowing. Lawyer Lin, please allow me this one gesture. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to express my gratitude, Wang Dahai pleaded, his voice trembling with emotion. Ding! Wang Dahai's emotions are being assessed. Wang Dahai, gratitude, 100 points, exceeding the maximum threshold. Calculated as 150 points. Awe, 100 points. Excitement, 100 points. Joy, 100 points. All 4 positive emotions at full score. Reward of 40,000 yuan. You have earned 4,000 experience points. Assessment complete. This commission evaluation. Perfect. You have gained 8,000 experience points. You need 12,000 more to upgrade the legal Vanguard system. In contrast to Wang Lele, Wang Dahai's gratitude had surpassed its limits, his admiration transformed into profound awe. Lin Mo understood this. It was natural for a young person like Wang Lele to idolize someone capable. However, earning the respect of a middle-aged man worn down by the trials of society was no small feat. Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction, having sensed Wang Dahai's emotions. Brother Wang, if you truly bow to me, I may never see you again. Wang Dahai insisted on bowing, and Lin Mo could only say this in resignation. Then please don't. I won't bow anymore. Wang Dahai straightened up. Lin Mo helped him to his feet. By the way, Lawyer Lin, when that 1 million compensation arrives, let us split it evenly. Wang Dahai, unsure how to repay Lin Mo, proposed a division of the funds. This is compensation meant for your family. Save it for Lele to buy some nice treats or for Lele's mother-esque treatment. The thought of Lele's mother brought tears to Wang Dahai's eyes. He never imagined that such a substantial medical expense would be covered this way. Tears streamed down his face. Lawyer Lin, I don't know how to repay you. At that moment, Lin Mo smiled and replied, no need. You have already repaid me. Both Wang Dahai and Wang Lele scratched their heads, puzzled. Your trust in me, your belief in my abilities, has helped me regain my footing. Rest assured, I will have a constant stream of cases afterwards, soaring to new heights, Lin Mo said with a smile. Wang Lele seemed to grasp only a fraction of this, while Wang Dahai nodded appreciatively. Lawyer Lin, if there is anything I can do to assist you, do not hesitate to contact me. All right, let us head out. Lele needs to return to school. Okay. Lin Mo exited the Jia High Court alongside the Wang father and son. Outside the court, a throng of reporters awaited, eager for Lin Mo's appearance. However, many journalists wore awkward smiles. Before the court hearing, it is undeniable that many had mocked Lin Mo, albeit to varying degrees. Yet, Lin Mo simply chuckled and said, everyone's here? Why the days? Let's conduct the interview. Clinging to past grievances is irrational. It is far wiser to leverage current resources for personal growth. Lin Mo was acutely aware that even if he triumphed in this legal battle, he would still remain a mere junior attorney. Clearing his throat, he invited, please, ask away. The journalists were momentarily taken aback, then formed an orderly circle around Lin Mo, their gazes now filled with respect. This was the brilliant lawyer who had taken a stand against school bullying. Mr. Lin, what enabled you to mount such a formidable counterattack? One reporter inquired. Oh, it's largely due to the prowess of our Xuanhe law firm. For legal matters, choose Xuanhe law firm. We are a professional team. Lin Mo grinned widely at the camera. A reporter appeared stunned, taken aback by this response. Another journalist pressed on, Mr. Lin. Was the home invasion orchestrated by Tian Ingguang and his accomplices part of your scheme? Is your conduct lawful? The question was quite provocative, however. Lin Mo maintained his professional smile. Rest assured, our operations at Xuanhe law firm are entirely within the bounds of the law, and we strive to provide you with the utmost professional assistance. The questioning reporter was momentarily perplexed, wondering about the relevance of the response. More pointed inquiries followed. Yet Lin Mo's replies consistently highlighted the merits of Xuanhe law firm, each answer serving as an advertisement for the establishment. The journalists soon realized that Lin Mo was unabashedly promoting his firm. This spectacle was broadcasted live across various platforms, bringing amusement to online viewers. I told you Lin Mo was a genius. Even in his most triumphant moments, he manages to market himself. One remarked. Indeed, while other lawyers would boast about their victories. Here was Lin Mo, grinning broadly to promote his firm. Laughter erupted online, with many exclaiming how entertaining this was. Remarkably, Lin Mo's antics deepened the public's impression of him, enhancing his notoriety. Fellow lawyers observing this scene could not help but chuckle. Lin Mo was truly a marketing savant. What do lawyers fear the most? A lack of recognition, resulting in a dearth of cases. A lawyer's reputation brings a steady stream of business, which translates to wealth. Lin Mo's strategic display made it nearly impossible for anyone to forget him. Which attorney would dare to advertise during the MVP victory announcement? One onlooker mused. Wang Tao, witnessing this, was left speechless, while Luo Daxiang could only smile wryly. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A rotund man adorned with a gold necklace burst into the crowd. With a thud, he fell to his knees before Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, I implore you, spare my son. Whatever you ask for, I shall pay. My son cannot face the death penalty. It was Tian Zhongren who had assumed victory in his case, only to find his son sentenced to death, prompting his desperate rush to plead for help. At this moment, he was fervently knocking his head against the ground, leaving bloodstains on the marble floor. The crowd was taken aback, instinctively retreating. Meanwhile, Lin Mo observed the man performing this act with a cold gaze, unforgetting the haughty and imperious expression he had previously witnessed, as well as the contempt directed toward the Wang family and himself. Such a person harbored no remorse. Before the assembled witnesses, Lin Mo coldly declared, I have already afforded you an opportunity. As if he had not heard, Tian Zhongren continued to bow. Bow as you wish. Even if you were to perish in this act, the law shall not spare your son, Lin Mo stated icily, then turned to the visibly conflicted Wang father and son. Let us return home and commence a new chapter in our lives. Having served as a prominent lawyer for many years, Lin Mo understood that an honest man like Wang Dahai was susceptible to feelings of compassion. He could not possibly outmaneuver a cunning businessman like Tian Zhongren. Should he be misled into signing a reconciliation agreement, all would be lost. At that moment, a young female journalist beside him spoke up. Lawyer Lin, do you not possess any compassion? Why not assist him? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. Compassion? Where was the compassion when Wang Lele was being bullied? Where was it when Tianning Wang and his ilk tormented others? So many individuals. So many youths live under the shadow of school bullying, a shadow that will haunt them for a lifetime. Do you understand? Now you realize the need to bow? Bow for all those whom Tianning Wang has oppressed. Did you believe you could rise above the law, that no one could hold you accountable? How naive to think that the law would shield you while you perpetrate violence in schools. I assure you, I possess 100 ways to bring you to justice. Lin Mo exclaimed, his fury palpable. Even in the courtroom, Lin Mo had never exhibited such anger. The atmosphere fell into silence. Tian Zhongren collapsed to the ground, beating his chest and writhing in agony. Yet, the only response he received was Lin Mo's formidable and serious words. Regret? Anger? Reflection? No. Only the death penalty will instill fear in you school bullies. Terror. This is the law. Lin Mo's declarations reverberated through the gathering of journalists, shocking them. They had not anticipated that the young man who had just been smiling would now exude such solemn authority. This spectacle was broadcasted live, igniting further fervor in the already tumultuous online discourse. Lawyers, legal analysts, and even judges began to deliberate on Lin Mo's conduct in this case. Akin to a cacophony of voices, some boasted, others agreed, while dissenting and disparaging opinions emerged, a veritable chorus of perspectives. Chapter 17, A Facade? Now it's yours. Lin Mo glanced at the surrounding journalists. Having expressed everything he intended to, he declared that he would no longer entertain interviews. With that, he turned and departed. While the previously conflicted expressions of Wang Dahai and Wang Lele solidified into determination as they followed him, Lin Mo, standing tall with unwavering resolve, descended the courthouse steps, embodying the spirit of a triumphant lawyer, youthful, handsome, and just. Beneath the steps stood a multitude, among them familiar faces. Lin Mo recognized Wu Jia, Jiao Wendong, and several high school students clad in uniforms, all of whom gazed at him with expressions of delight. Lin Mo understood that they were classmates of Wang Lele. Lele, go and share this good news with your friends, Lin Mo smiled. Absolutely, Wang Lele responded, beaming as she sprinted away. In that moment, her smile radiated genuine youth, and a group of young people gathered to share in the joyous tidings. By the way, Brother Wang, hurry back and inform sister-in-law of this wonderful news, Wang Dahai suggested. Momentarily taken aback, yet a smile crept across his face. Indeed, at that instant, a police car rolled up before the courthouse, from which emerged 5 officers, their faces etched with concern. They hurriedly ascended the steps, evidently intent on reaching the courtroom. Among them, Lin Mo spotted a familiar figure, Officer Chen, who had previously dismissed Wang Lele's family as causing a disturbance. At this moment, his countenance was particularly grave, as if he had received significant reprimand. As he approached, he caught sight of Lin Mo, his expression shifting to one of fervent agitation. He rushed forward, seizing Lin Mo by the collar, his face flushed with anger. Lin Mo, why? If you possess such evidence, why did you not report it? Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It was evident that the public discourse surrounding the case had swiftly impacted Officer Chen, who was presiding over it. This scene captivated the attention of all present, including Wang Lele and her classmates, who regarded Chen with complex expressions. Despite being grasped by the collar, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. I did report it, but it appears that Officer Chen did not fully trust us. Therefore, I deemed it more prudent to present this crucial evidence before the court. You. Nonsense. With such irrefutable evidence, how could I possibly ignore it? Officer Chen retorted, furious. Lin Mo shrugged innocently. Regardless, submitting it to the court will suffice. I wouldn't want to trouble you, Officer Chen. You. Officer Chen was on the verge of exploding with rage, as he faced potential disciplinary action from higher-ups due to this matter. Chen Yong, release him. An older officer stepped forward, intervening. Chief, it's him. He could have handed over the evidence to us. Officer Chen exclaimed. Silence. The senior officer shot a disapproving glare at Chen Yong. Then she turned to Lin Mo and gently questioned, Lawyer Lin, do you not think your approach is somewhat radical? Radical? Ha ha ha. Lin Mo laughed, a mocking tone lacing his words. What are you laughing at? Is your method not radical enough? You should report such evidence to the police. The director, perceiving Lin Mo's flippancy, reprimanded him sternly. Yet Lin Mo merely chuckled. "Director, I am not a criminal. There is no need to speak to me in the tone reserved for interrogating offenders. Moreover, neither my client nor I will entertain any form of mediation. If there are matters to discuss, please liaise with the Jia High Court. Brother Daki, we shall take our leave." The 5 officers stood frozen, eyes wide, with Chen Yang on the verge of exploding in anger. They had never encountered such an unreasonable and uncommunicative lawyer. It was utterly outrageous. "Isn't there a familiar scent in the air?" Lin Mo turned back to inquire meaningfully. Chen Yang was taken aback. "This is precisely the attitude you had towards us back then," Lin Mo coldly retorted before striding away. "Let you experience the feelings we had at that time." At that moment, Chen Yang's face was as if he had bitten into a sour fruit, clearly distressed. Wang Daki was also momentarily stunned, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Back then, he had begged for help, yet no one cared. And now, when problems arose, they sought assistance? Wang Daki was no fool. He huffed and departed. Those watching the live stream were thoroughly delighted. What a thrill! How exhilarating! Lawyer Lin is truly impressive, daring to confront them like this. Now I understand why Lawyer Lin refrained from reporting such crucial evidence. Why not? When seeking their aid, they merely brushed him off. Yet now they wish to remedy the situation. How hypocritical it is to allow officials to set fires while forbidding the common people from lighting lamps. Lawyer Lin has certainly ignited a firestorm. I can only chuckle, for this matter has already solidified. Seeking help from Uncle Daki and Lawyer Lin would be futile. At this moment, the director wore a look of utter consternation, fearing accountability from superiors. Lin Mo had long since summoned a car, which had arrived. Wang Lele and Wang Daki approached Lin Mo's side. "Lawyer Lin, should you need any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call on me," Wang Daki proclaimed, thumping his chest. "Ha ha ha, Brother Daki, take good care of Lele and your wife. One is preparing for college entrance exams while the other requires medical attention. Your task is quite significant." Wang Daki scratched his head. "All right, I shall return to the firm to continue my work. Once this case is wrapped up, I expect there will be many new clients and life will improve for me." As he spoke, Lin Mo turned to Wang Lele. "Lele, go out and relax with your classmates. Then you can return to school. You are their hero." Wang Lele nodded. With that, Lin Mo entered the car. Wang Daki and Wang Lele watched the vehicle until it vanished from their sight, smiles still gracing their faces. In the vehicle, Lin Mo wore a relaxed expression, having achieved a remarkable turnaround, greatly enhancing his reputation while also receiving a system reward of 80,000 yuan. How could he not feel at ease? He opened his phone to glance at the online discourse. To his astonishment, the case had surged to the trending charts on short video platforms and even made it to Weibo's hot list, dominating the forefront of various social media platforms. Influencers and legal experts were vociferous in their opinions. Some praised Lin Mo's astuteness. For instance, Jiang Daoshan, a veteran lawyer from a prestigious law firm with 1 million followers, remarked, "I wholeheartedly agree with Lin Mo's approach. When dealing with rogues, any method is permissible as long as it remains within the bounds of the law." Wang Daohan, a professor at Huazhong University of Political Science and Law and a popular legal blogger with 400,000 followers, noted, "Lin's line of thought is quite unconventional and difficult to decipher, yet devising such a strategy marks him as a true genius." Responses from younger legal commentators were less formal. It's exhilarating. Lin's method is truly a delight to behold. Indeed, as Teacher Luo said, Lin might have set a precedent for all marginalized groups who have faced bullying. Everyone can learn from his example. Indeed, exploiting the opponent's greed to deliver a decisive blow is nothing short of masterful. I would dare to call Lawyer Lin a genius. However, the online sentiment was not unanimously positive. Many voiced their dissent regarding Lin Mo's methods, claiming he had exploited legal loopholes, exhibited moral decay, and had a detrimental impact on society. For instance, Chapter 18, Lin Mo has truly become famous. I believe that Attorney Lin's maneuver is indeed impressive, yet it borders on unethical. While I concur that campus bullying is reprehensible, it hardly warrants the death penalty. Indeed, our sole objective should be to establish that the opposing party has committed intentional harm. Attorney Lin's approach is excessively severe. Upon encountering disparaging remarks directed at him, Lin Mo merely chuckled. He has undeniably garnered significant attention, with the number of detractors increasing. However, he remains unfazed by these critiques. You may sit here and engage in lofty discussions, but you are not the ones exerting yourselves or embroiled in the legal battle. Are you aware of the suffering endured by Wang Lele and the misunderstandings she has faced? How helpless and despondent Brother Wang must feel. I have provided them with ample opportunities. Had they expressed remorse even once, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. One particular video criticizing Lin Mo has gained considerable traction, featuring a strikingly beautiful lawyer influencer. The likes have surged into the hundreds of thousands. Her name is Ning Hong, a former girlfriend of Lin Mo, or rather, the ex-girlfriend of his former self. When his previous self lost the first lawsuit, she swiftly severed all ties, showing no regard for their past relationship. Currently, she holds a prestigious position at the most formidable law firm in the country, Jinhan Law Firm, having triumphed in several high-profile marriage-related cases. From memory, Lin Mo recalls that she gained entry into the elite firm through his own efforts in leveraging connections with his mentor. While he sent his girlfriend to the prominent law firm, he found himself relegated to a much smaller establishment. Ultimately, when Ning Hong achieved her goals and encountered the inadequacies of his former self, she decisively abandoned him. One could say that this woman has epitomized utilitarianism. Presently, she operates her online media presence quite successfully, enjoying a modest level of fame within her circle, contrasting starkly with Lin Mo's circumstances. Upon glancing at her profile, one is greeted by videos showcasing legal education, all featuring her clad in black stockings, with her follower count soaring to 1 million. Lin Mo displayed a bemused expression. Was this truly legitimate legal education? I felt embarrassed to even acknowledge her. Her latest video, which critiques Lin Mo, was posted a mere 20 minutes ago. Lin Mo noted that it was uploaded just 10 minutes after the court session concluded. True to the nature of influencers, she capitalized on the moment with remarkable timing. As Lin Mo opened the video, he was met with the sight of an exquisitely beautiful woman with cascading waves of hair. Adorned in professional attire, her collar slightly lowered, revealing a pair of silky, intertwined legs encased in black stockings. One might commend his former self for having commendable taste, or lament that he was so entranced by this woman that he was willing to jeopardize his own future for her benefit. With her lips parted, she addressed her audience. Dear viewers, the Wang Lele campus bullying case is generating quite the buzz. I see many of you are supportive of attorney Lin Mo, however. Today, I must issue a word of caution and temper your enthusiasm. She paused momentarily before continuing. First, let's set aside the evidence he has presented. I believe that lawyer Lin Mo lacks genuine expertise. Have you noticed that throughout the entire proceedings, he refrained from engaging in any legal discourse? There were no interpretations or debates surrounding legal statutes, nor any display of his legal acumen. He merely presented an unequivocal piece of evidence that effectively secured the case. If one were to scrutinize his performance during the trial for any commendable attributes, I, along with numerous fellow attorneys, have failed to discern any. Furthermore, while the evidence he provided regarding the burglary is indeed valid, could it not be possible that he orchestrated this scenario? Lawyer Lin, aware of his superficial legal knowledge and his inability to triumph over his adversary in court, resorted to cunning tactics. To my knowledge, his previous 2 legal defeats stemmed from similar attempts at trickery. It merely happened that this time he succeeded. Hence, I contend that lawyer Lin possesses no true skill, but rather relies on unscrupulous methods to litigate. His disregard for the law renders him a detriment within the legal system. In the face of campus bullying cases, we must diligently validate the existence of deliberate harm, rather than resorting to manipulative traps to acquire new evidence. His actions set a deplorable precedent for all adolescents, creating a profoundly negative influence. Moreover, I advise others against emulating him, as his conduct could amount to the crime of false accusation, which is indeed a punishable offense. Thus, I label him as an unscrupulous lawyer, whose presence tarnishes the reputation of our legal community. This woman expresses herself with fervor, as though she embodies a champion of justice. Yet, her approach seems to yield results, as she garners a multitude of sycophants who extol her opinions in the comments section. Remarks such as Hong Hong is truly professional. She far surpasses a third-rate lawyer like Lin Mo about. Indeed, lawyer Ning is correct. A lawyer ought to interpret the law based on its provisions. While Lin Mo's behavior resembles that of a mere buffoon, support for this sentiment is rampant, with lawyer Ning's assertions resonating strongly within our community. Any supportive comment for Lin Mo is swiftly deleted, while objective evaluations languish at the bottom, devoid of visibility. This particular video has amassed significant viewership, resulting in a surge of tens of thousands of followers for her. In an opulent office, sunlight streams through immaculate floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating chairs laden with case files. Ning Hong, seated in a lavish office chair, smiles as she observes the soaring statistics of her media account. This is the prestigious Jiahai law firm, Jihan Law Office, a powerhouse boasting a 91% success rate, with 7 attorneys earning millions annually and dozens of others achieving six-figure incomes. Jihan Law Office ranks among the top 3 firms in the nation, with exceedingly high entry standards and unparalleled professionalism. When they take on a case, the odds of success are substantially in their favor, or perhaps even more exaggeratedly, when other lawyers learn that the opponent hails from Jihan Law Office. They often forego the opportunity unless they possess absolute certainty of victory. Such is the remarkable stature of this firm. Ning Hong has recently emerged as a rising star in this law firm. With a flawless record of 3 victories in her debut cases, she has achieved elite status among attorneys with a substantial income in the millions. At this moment, Ning Hong feels a twinge of regret as she sips her artisanal coffee and muses, "Had I known that criticizing Lin Mo would garner such attention, I would have done so much earlier. Isn't your rhetoric a bit excessive?" One lawyer interjects from the sidelines. "Excessive? Wang, you are also a top-tier lawyer. Do you genuinely believe Lin Mo possesses any real capability?" Ning Hong retorts with a smile. A hush falls over the lawyers present in the office, only to be followed by smiles of amusement. Wang shakes his head in agreement, stating, "Indeed, there seems to be a lack of discernible skill." The lawyers, all of whom have impressive credentials, exchange knowing glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. It truly seems like a dubious path he has taken. Isn't he just a product of such a background? They chuckle. I believe that a lawyer should provide an in-depth interpretation of legal statutes. Yet Lin Mo, devoid of any legal acumen, has been dubbed a top lawyer by netizens. It's utterly absurd. A cadre of educated and respectable lawyers openly criticizes him. In their eyes, Lin Mo does not merit the title of attorney. Satisfied with the consensus, Ning Hong beams with pleasure once more. Meanwhile, Lin Mo has returned to his modest law office, completely oblivious to the elite lawyers at Jinan Law Firm who are mockingly ridiculing him. After watching Ning Hong's video, he scoffs, "Do I truly lack genuine talent?" He chuckles, recalling that in his previous life, he was the one who compelled other lawyers to crash their cars into him. Furthermore, this woman, devoid of loyalty, now seeks to step on him for the sake of publicity. Truly despicable. As he contemplates, Lin Mo peruses the official court website to review the 3 cases Ning Hong has handled since her debut. All are related to marriage, with her acting as the plaintiff in divorce proceedings. A glance at the court records reveals a pattern. In all 3 cases, the marriages end in divorce, with the commonality being that the husbands are affluent, each worth tens of millions. The marriages last no longer than 2 years, and in each instance, the women secure a substantial portion of the assets. In one case, the husband walked away empty-handed while the wife gained several million. All these women, without exception, were materialistic individuals who took pride in their appearance before marriage. After the divorces, they emerged financially liberated. As a seasoned attorney, Lin Mo quickly discerns Ning Hong's true profession, a mercenary lawyer specializing in aiding women to divorce and divide assets. In his previous life, he encountered similar figures, though none were as brazen as Ning Hong. Upon investigating the legal landscape of this world, Lin Mo notes that the phenomenon of marriage fraud is not yet pronounced, and Ning Hong appears to be the first lawyer to focus on such cases, consistently reaping lucrative rewards. Consequently, her lifestyle is extravagantly lavish, complete with sports cars and luxurious apartments in the city center as standard fare. No wonder one possesses such audacity. It appears that the judicial system of this world has yet to recognize this issue. I casually examined some statements made by the male parties involved. Without exception, they were all lamenting and vociferously denouncing the female party and Ning Hong. However, their voices were raised too early, and as a marginalized group, they failed to stir any significant upheaval. Recently, the situation garnered some attention due to her involvement in a high-profile divorce case, where the male internet celebrity was left in utter distress, claiming to have been deceived into marriage. Otherwise, Lin Mo would have doubted her ability to uncover the case's intricacies. Dealing with a lawyer like Ning Hong is quite straightforward. Lin Mo is confident not only in securing a conviction for her client, but also in bringing her down alongside him. This exemplifies Lin Mo's legal acumen. Contemplating this, Lin Mo initiated a live stream. This woman disparaging her is a minor issue, but capitalizing on her fame is a significant matter. If this group of detractors can generate such traffic by riding on her coattails, imagine the viewership she could attract by streaming herself. Drawing in their audience and redirecting their financial support toward herself is the crux of resolving the matter. No one would ever complain about a lack of funds. Even a righteous lawyer like Lin Mo must first secure her own sustenance to uphold world peace. As the live stream commenced, an influx of viewers surged in 10, 000, 20, 000, 30, 000, ultimately peaking at 50, 000. Without any promotional push, achieving such an online presence already marks her as a super influencer. At the outset of the stream, the screen was inundated with a singular message. Everyone, apologize to Brother Lin. We are sorry. Lawyer Lin, you are truly a deity. We were ignorant, and I apologize for my previous remarks. The entire live stream morphed into a grand apology session, with many showering gifts, creating a spectacle of animated effects. All right, everyone, let us take a moment to calm down, Lin Mo chuckled, gesturing for silence. Such are the endearing netizens. If your abilities are subpar and your character lacking, they will indeed seize the opportunity to criticize. Yet, if you are genuinely capable and of good character, they will wholeheartedly support you. Questions can be addressed through video calls. I will respond to each one individually. With the call request feature activated, the queue swelled to over 1,000. The individual at the front of the line happened to be the most generous gift giver. Hello, Lawyer Lin, I am your fan, greeted the excited voice from the top supporter. Please, proceed with your question. It is this way. Another legal influencer, Lawyer Ning Hong, claims you lack competence. How do we counter his assertions? Lin Mo narrowed her eyes. Now that she had amassed a following, those fans represented potential cases and revenue. While she could disregard the jester's remarks, her fans could not. If she remained silent, they would feel stifled and might perceive her as lacking prowess. That could signal the onset of losing followers. A minor issue could escalate into a major one. After a moment of reflection, Lin Mo swiftly devised a response and prepared to address the inquiry. Chapter 19. The Evaluation of Luo Daxiang. Lin Mo is a genius. Dear classmates, I must admit that I did not exhibit much legal acumen or adeptness in my defense during this lawsuit. However, have you ever contemplated that what I showcased transcends the ordinary? What I presented is of a higher echelon. The 50,000 viewers in the live stream tilted their heads in a quizzical manner, somewhat perplexed yet intrigued. Lin Mo smiled and elucidated. If you ponder deeply, doesn't this lawsuit serve as a beacon for all students nationwide who have faced bullying? Henceforth, every bullied student can adopt this approach to safeguard their rights. Rather than getting mired in legal jargon, attempting to prove the establishment of intentional injury. Therefore, I assert that this is a matter of superior significance, one that all victims of bullying can leverage. Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily taken aback, only to then experience an epiphany. Soon, one viewer remarked, indeed. If it were merely about winning a lawsuit to prove that Wang Lele was bullied, it would only save her. However, Lawyer Lin has introduced a novel concept that all students can emulate. Precisely. You are absolutely right. This is the essence. Teacher Luo Daxiang conveyed a similar sentiment. My goodness. This is the impartation of profound wisdom, teaching one to fish rather than simply providing fish. Lin Mo meticulously explained, and the audience comprehended fully. At this juncture, a top viewer inquired, Lawyer Lin, do you have any other effective strategies to prevent bullying? Well, it seems you require a direct approach to comprehend this. Lin Mo, with a hint of exasperation, replied, there are indeed other methods. First, report directly to the police, but do not frame it as school bullying. Instead, assert that you have been maliciously assaulted. This compels the police to register the case. For those over 14, criminal responsibility is pursued, and for those under 14, administrative responsibility is invoked. Simultaneously, in the presence of the police and teachers, demand that the bully's parents provide a safety guarantee. The second method is to approach the Education Bureau, specifically the department responsible for combating organized crime, to report the bullying. The Education Bureau's anti-crime initiatives encompass school bullying, which will prompt the school to engage with you, even if you lack connections, placing you in the proactive position. If that proves insufficient, escalate your concerns further up the hierarchy, aligning with anti-crime efforts. And rest assured that attention will be garnered, subsequently pressuring the school leadership to act diligently. Then, Lin Mo flashed a mischievous smile and remarked with significant meaning, the third method is to exploit the greed of the bullies. For instance, if you happen to carry 2,000 yuan in pocket money that day, and the school bully has their eye on you. As he spoke, the live stream was filled with understanding comments, all acknowledging the wisdom. The top viewer chuckled in agreement. Lawyer Lin, you are truly a mastermind, he praised. I have never encountered a lawyer quite like you. But what if the bullies catch on and do not fall for it? Lin Mo replied with a slight smile. I have already opened the minds of everyone here. Surely, each of you can discover your own means of resistance. With the leap from 0 to 1, the subsequent steps become effortlessly attainable. In the era of big data, most perpetrators are unable to locate this video at the outset. By the time they encounter it, it is already too late. As Lin Mo concluded, the top influencer nodded repeatedly, realizing the implications. With this perspective, it is not solely the charge of robbery that can be leveraged against these bullies, but a plethora of other accusations as well. Meanwhile, comments began to flood the screen. One could only marvel at this audacious strategy. Is this truly a tactic that a legitimate lawyer could conceive? I believe a title befitting Lawyer Lin would be the daring advocate. How impressive. I feel inspired to give it a try myself. My boss has been rather trying. Restraint. Gentlemen, this is commendable conduct. Lin Mo's remarks were subsequently edited and disseminated online. Countless children and parents enduring the torment of school bullying took notice and began to follow the developments. Initially, there was trepidation, a hesitance to adopt this approach. It was not until teacher Luo Daxiang released his inaugural video that sentiments began to shift. The video commenced with an analysis of the implications and significance of Wang Leilei's case, expressing profound admiration for lawyer Lin Mo. Furthermore, at the conclusion of the video, he addressed the most pressing inquiries of the audience. The first two suggestions put forth by lawyer Lin were indeed professional recommendations. However, regarding the third method, which exploits the opponent's greed, I contend that this does not constitute a crime. There is no legal provision that defines such behavior as criminal. If anyone claims that lawyer Lin has committed the crime of false accusation, I pose a classic question in return. If a scantily clad woman appears pitiable on the street, and one succumbs to the temptation to assault her, can it be said that she provoked the act? What crime could be attributed to this woman? False accusation? Let us examine the premise. False accusation necessitates the fabrication of another's criminal conduct. Therefore, if a man assaults a woman, is that a fabrication of criminal fact? Certainly not. It is a genuine occurrence. Can one assert that the woman has committed the crime of false accusation? This is preposterous. Following this, Luo Daxiang shrugged in exasperation, eliciting laughter from the audience. Similarly, if one happens to have 2,000 yuan forcibly taken by a school bully, is it not a factual crime? Thus, the notion of false accusation entirely collapses. With Luo Daxiang's video released, the fervor surrounding the issue intensified. Victims of bullying across the nation exhibited glimmers of hope and began preparing for a counteroffensive. An enthusiastic movement against bullying quietly ignited. After addressing this inquiry, Lin Mo continued to connect with others, providing additional legal consultations and earning a modest consulting fee. The advantage of newfound fame is that individuals seeking counsel no longer merely inquire about legal matters. They approach intending to commission him for litigation. This, however, presented a dilemma for Lin Mo. These cases are not trivial matters involving a pet's poisoning or petty online slurs. Perhaps it is akin to a ludicrous lawsuit where one suffers a mere bruise from a punch yet seeks compensation equivalent to a luxury vehicle. The question of victory aside, the attorney's fees are not exorbitant, and it hardly stirs profound emotional turmoil for the parties involved. It fails to foster a positive image or elevate the reputation and prominence of the lawyer. The case files appear somewhat overwhelming. Perhaps it is time to recruit a legal assistant? Lin Mo pondered and indeed concluded that enlisting a legal aid was essential, preferably one proficient in martial arts. Serving also as a part-time bodyguard. Cost was of no concern. Recalling the menacing demeanor of Huang Xian in court, Lin Mo felt a shiver of trepidation. If he were to meet the same fate as in his previous life, who would advocate for him? It was imperative to secure a formidable legal assistant. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Mo began drafting a recruitment announcement. Shortly thereafter, he finalized it and published it on his homepage. Just then, an incident unfolded in the live stream. A user with the ID The Best Blind Player in the national server showered Lin Mo with 10 super rockets, catapulting him to the top of the leaderboard. This act successfully captured Lin Mo's attention. Curiously, he clicked on the user's profile and discovered he was a popular influencer with 1 million followers, primarily known for playing League of Legends, specializing in the champion Lee Sin. His graceful maneuvers had garnered a substantial following. At that moment, the best blind player in the national server exclaimed in the comments, "Lawyer Lin, let's connect. I implore you to save me." Several exclamation points conveyed his urgency. Chapter 20. The Influencer's Marriage Scam. Lin Mo squinted, realizing the fervor surrounding this situation was indeed remarkable. As soon as the broadcast commenced, a 1 million-follower influencer sought his assistance. Lin Mo accepted his invitation to connect. Before Lin Mo could utter a word, the influencer, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "Lawyer Lin, please help me. First, to tell me what the issue is." "Well, it's like this. My wife is a colossal fraud. She wants a divorce and intends to claim my assets. All of that is my hard-earned money from live streaming." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, sensing a semblance of familiarity with the case. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, "Who is the opposing lawyer?" The influencer, seated before his computer, was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "No wonder he is a top-tier lawyer. I hadn't even asked yet he already knows my wife has hired a professional attorney for asset division. It's that renowned influencer lawyer, Ning Hong." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo recollected and couldn't help but smirk slightly. How fortuitous that she had come to him, rather than him seeking her out for retribution. "Very well, please elaborate on your specific circumstances." Meanwhile, the live chat was abuzz with excitement. Many viewers were fans of the influencer, astonished that he would seek legal counsel, their curiosity piqued. "Wow, I was wondering why the influencer hadn't been streaming lately. Turns out he's embroiled in a divorce. Wait a minute, isn't the influencer's wife a wealthy woman? Why would she care about his meager assets?" "Exactly. Isn't his girlfriend a second-generation rich kid with a fortune worth billions? Why would she be concerned about his few tens of millions?" Observing the comments in the live chat, Lin Mo contemplated the situation. The influencer had likely fallen into a trap. This world still possessed an element of innocence, unlike the rapid developments of his previous life. In that context, such individuals were labeled as gold diggers. The influencer then began recounting his tragic saga. After listening attentively, Lin Mo grasped the essence of the tale. The influencer had risen to fame 2 years prior, enjoying a lucrative year of success, during which he frequented nightclubs and indulged in a lavish lifestyle. One night, while celebrating at a nightclub, he noticed a young woman at a nearby table whose drinks were far more extravagant than his own. Intrigued, he approached her for a conversation. This young woman became his current wife. As their acquaintance blossomed, he found himself increasingly enamored with her extravagant lifestyle filled with luxury goods. Residing in an opulently decorated penthouse and driving a multi-million-dollar sports car, her spending was extravagant, and she often bore the costs during their outings, presenting herself as a quintessential heiress. This captivated the influencer. After all, he had only encountered women who were eager to spend his money. Encountering a wealthy woman who would lavish funds on him without hesitation was irresistible. He swiftly fell head over heels. The woman subtly hinted at her affluent background, with a net worth exceeding $100 billion. The influencer was instantly smitten. She was not only beautiful and well-endowed, but also wealthy. He believed he had found his true love. Furthermore, she hinted that upon marriage, he would inherit a significant portion of her fortune. Such fortunate circumstances have befallen the blind brother, perhaps due to the smooth course of his life, that he hastily married the young lady without ever meeting her parents. After their union, however, he wished to pay a visit to her family, only to be met with a myriad of excuses from his wife. Moreover, it seemed that once they began cohabiting, she no longer resembled the affluent heiress he had once known. All expenses began to be drawn from his account. She charmingly declared that now that they were married, it was only fitting that his finances be utilized to demonstrate his status as a husband. This assertion flattered him immensely. Coincidentally, this was also the peak of his career, a time of explosive success where his earnings surged, which left him rather inflated with pride. With his busy streaming schedule, he neglected the thought of visiting his wife's family, focusing instead on enhancing his show. In an effort to impress his affluent wife and her family, he generously handed over his bank card to her. The result was a frenzy of extravagant spending. She splurged on sports cars and luxury items, draining his finances at an alarming rate. As he recounted this, tears streamed down his face. He worked tirelessly, streaming for more than 10 hours a day, only to see all his earnings funneled into her lavish lifestyle. The shocking daily expenditures, sometimes reaching hundreds of thousands, left him both astonished and tormented. He had never indulged in such opulence, but he rationalized that it was perhaps normal for someone of her social standing. After all, keeping his wife content meant that her family's substantial fortune would one day be his. Eventually, his wife's spending habits transcended mere extravagance. She began to impose various forms of torment upon him, insisting that he undergo a vasectomy and even tattoo her name on his body. This situation persisted until just last week, when he awoke to find his bank account entirely drained. Yes, the balance had plummeted to zero. When he sought to confront his wife, he discovered she was nowhere to be found. Subsequently, she messaged him, expressing her desire to have children, lamenting that he had undergone a vasectomy and declaring it was his fault, thus proposing divorce. This revelation left him utterly bewildered. But, my dear friend, I underwent the procedure at your behest. How could such a ludicrous reason lead to their separation? In the aftermath, he attempted to reverse the vasectomy, but the procedure failed, resulting in a permanent loss of fertility. This became a pivotal reason for her insistence on divorce. Setting aside previous grievances, did she not share any blame in this matter? How could a man so readily agree to such a procedure? She exhibited a complete lack of agency. I do not like men who lack conviction, were her final words, which ignited a furious response from him. During this turmoil, Lin Mo interjected with a question. Did you strike her? No, he replied, shaking his head. Then there is still hope. Involving domestic violence would be detrimental. Subsequently, the woman's lawyer intervened, demanding a division of their assets. Xiaogu has come to his senses and borrowed some money to investigate the background of the woman in question. The results were even more outrageous and dramatic than he could have imagined. It turned out she was not a wealthy heiress at all, but rather a woman who had never attended university and had been working as a hostess in nightclubs just 6 months ago. She had even undergone several abortions, deceitfully referring to them as instances where angel babies had graced her womb. Xiaogu was nearly petrified, immediately seeking information on sexually transmitted diseases. Fortunately, he found himself free from any infections. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, and, with the ongoing high-profile legal case involving Lin Mo, sought assistance without hesitation. Upon hearing Xia Ji's tale, a profound silence enveloped the entire live stream. Even Lin Mo was rendered speechless. It was glaringly evident that this woman had meticulously crafted her image to ensnare Xiaogu, aiming to secure a divorce and subsequently claim a share of his fortune. The brothers in the live stream were incensed. She had lured Xiaogu into a relationship, only to divert his assets and then, under the guise of being unable to bear children, seek a divorce to partition substantial wealth. This was utterly preposterous. Xiaogu had clearly fallen into a trap, targeted solely for his money. Indeed, the luxurious cars she drove and the lavish apartments she occupied could easily be rented, and counterfeit luxury goods were commonplace. Her identity could be fabricated as well. Moreover, she continued to lavishly spend Xia Ji's money after their marriage. A true heiress would never behave in such a manner. The brothers found this situation terrifying. Once married, the woman had the opportunity to claim half of the marital assets. Where was the justice in that? Wasn't the crux of the matter that Xiaogu's unsuccessful vasectomy reversal had left him utterly impotent? At this point, the audience gasped collectively. Xiaogu's plight was indeed tragic. The hard-earned money he had accumulated through grueling live streaming was about to be halved, and he had lost his ability to father children. This was nothing short of a human tragedy. Dear brothers, I have developed a fear of marriage, Xiaogu exclaimed. My salary card is already turned over to my wife. What would happen if I were to get divorced? He continued. Recently, a new marriage law was introduced, seemingly favoring women in all its provisions. Brothers, I am getting married tomorrow. Should I even proceed? Panic spread throughout the live stream. Compared to previous cases of school bullying, Xiaogu's divorce case was not only tragic but also implicated the finances of countless brothers. Lawyer Lin, you must save me, Xiaogu cried out. Desperation etched on his face, feeling as if his heart might burst with anxiety. Yes, Lawyer Lin, please devise a plan. We must protect ourselves as men and avoid hasty marriages. The brothers echoed in concern. Everyone, remain calm. Let us see what Lawyer Lin has to say. The brothers in the live stream expressed their urgency. Following his rise to fame due to the school bullying case, former detractors had transformed into supporters, beginning to place their trust in Lin Mo. He sighed, contemplating the troubling notion. Were men not the vulnerable ones in marriage? When will we, the brothers, be able to rise? Lin Mo addressed the group calmly. Do not fret. Come to my law firm so we can discuss this in detail. Understood, Lawyer Lin. I will take care of the live stream matters and request a leave from my company. I'll be there tomorrow. Xiaogu promptly agreed. Xiaogu ended the call and busied himself elsewhere. Yet, the atmosphere within the live stream remained tumultuous. Dear viewers, our event concludes here for today. I must prepare. Lin Mo intended to peruse the marriage laws and civil code of this world, curious about their current state. In the previous life, marriage law had continually evolved. Much of this parallel world is similar, so examining the marriage laws would be prudent. A viewer inquired, Lawyer Lin, may I ask, do you specialize primarily in civil or criminal law? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, replying, I am well versed in both. However, I possess some knowledge of marriage law as well. Learning more at this juncture poses no issue. That's reassuring, isn't it? Wait a moment. Learning about marriage law now? Oh dear. So Lawyer Lin is not fully knowledgeable, exclaimed another. Isn't it unusual to study law only when one is about to engage in a lawsuit? Everyone, remain calm. If we lose, we lose. Ever since Xiaga started earning money, he has ceased to provide us with quality entertainment. Indeed, why not have lawyer Lin perform brilliantly and drag Xiaga into the fray? The entertainment value would be explosive, haha. This is the most supported episode. In an instant, the live stream radiated with a joyful ambience. However, just then, Lin Mo logged off. The viewers, witnessing this, felt a sense of resignation, still hoping for some lively gossip. Just as they were about to disperse, someone exclaimed, "Quick, head to Ning Hong's comment section. It seems to be in chaos." Haha, Ning Hong. Who is that? Came the response. She is lawyer Lin's opponent this time, a popular lawyer from a prominent firm. What is happening? Let's go take a look. Chapter 21. The anti-bullying campaign officially commences, stirring the central authorities. Ning Hong found herself in a state of deep frustration. She had never anticipated that Luo Daxiang would personally weigh in on Lin Mo's case, publicly dismissing the charge of false accusation. A burning sensation engulfed her face. As if it had been struck, the comments beneath her video were riddled with mockery. Ha ha ha, a lawyer from the red circle? She can't even grasp the concept of false accusations. She should spare us the embarrassment. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was leveraging legal knowledge to aid others, while she was merely behind the scenes disparaging him. Brothers, keep your eyes peeled. Women may be appealing, but never engage her for legal battles. Everyone disperse. She is nothing more than a mediocre lawyer capitalizing on the fringes for traffic. Do not grant her your views. A plethora of comments flooded Ning Hong's video section in an instant. Seated with her phone in hand, she felt as though she might explode, her complexion flushed with indignation. In a fit of rage, she slammed her Apple phone onto the table, shouting in frustration. How could they label her, a premier lawyer from the red circle, as a fraud? I am an elite lawyer with 3 consecutive victories and fees exceeding $1 million. How dare these lowly men pass judgment on me? In her fury, she promptly recorded a video. If you continue to slander and defame me, I will send each of you a legal notice. However, the comments in response to this video sent her blood pressure soaring. A legal notice warning? Haha. Brothers, we're terrified. Ning lawyer, we merely stated the facts. Are you flustered? Honestly, Lin Mo has never sent a legal notice. He goes straight for lawsuits. Indeed, Ning Hong, don't just shout. Come on, sue me. Upon seeing these comments, Ning Hong felt as if her veins might burst. For the first time in years, her competence was being questioned, and by so many at once. Her reputation was plummeting. What is the matter, lawyer Ning? Wang Lu approached. I am being cyberbullied. Ning Hong replied indignantly, oblivious to the fact that her prior vehement attacks on Lin Mo were also a form of online harassment. This exemplified a classic double standard. It's all Lin Mo's fault. No skill, yet he speaks so recklessly. Does he truly believe that winning a single case makes him a top lawyer? I will sue him. Ning Hong seethed with anger and disdain. Although it was Luo Daxiang who had dismissed her claims, it did not hinder her from cursing Lin Mo. Since she could not confront someone of Luo Daxiang's stature, her ire was directed at Lin Mo instead. Wang Hao. The lawyer merely smiled lightly without interjecting, stating, our partner at the Jiang High branch seeks you out. It pertains to Lin Mo good, Ning Hong said, rising in a huff and storming towards a private office. With a click, she opened the door to find a minimalist office replete with fresh air and abundant greenery. Before the desk sat an elegant middle-aged man in his 40s. He was the partner dispatched by the headquarters to oversee Jia Hai, a renowned lawyer with an annual income exceeding 20 million, specializing in civil cases. Attorney Zhang, did you call for me? Indeed. Zhang Yin gestured for Ning Hong to take a seat and spoke courteously. Are you familiar with Lin Mo? I am. He incited his followers to launch online harassment against me, and I am currently preparing materials to sue him. Ning Hong replied indignantly. Zhang Yin waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for you to pursue legal action against him. He has come to us willingly. Huh? Ning Hong was puzzled. Have you recently taken on the divorce case of that internet celebrity, the blind guy? Well, yes, but everything is being handled within legal boundaries, Ning Hong explained. Her gaze slightly evasive. Zhang Yin took a sip of coffee with a smile. I do not concern myself with the cases you undertake. I am here because Lin Mo is your adversary. He has just accepted the commission from that internet celebrity and has become your opponent. Ning Hong was momentarily taken aback. Then a delighted smile spread across her face. Hee, I am well aware of this guy's legal acumen. I can easily outmaneuver him in court. With a grin, she clenched her fists, eager to prove herself. If she could decisively defeat Lin Mo, what could those detractors possibly say? I have observed Lin Mo as well. He is indeed unpredictable, but his legal knowledge and defense skills have yet to be showcased effectively. Based on his previous 2 courtroom experiences, he has not performed admirably, Zhang Yin cautioned. However, I must remind you that the stakes of this case are exceedingly high. We must secure a victory, as it would significantly elevate the prestige of our firm. Ning Hong's lips curled into a slight smile. Attorney Zhang. I cannot even conceive of a reason for losing. This is my area of expertise, marital law. Indeed, Zhang Yin nodded. I have faith in your abilities. I merely wanted to remind you. Now, go and prepare. Zhang Yin was not overly concerned, although a loss would greatly impact the firm. He could not fathom a reason for defeat. As he pondered, he recalled his old classmate, a prominent figure in the Jia Hai legal community, Huang Jianqing. Ah, Huang. Your luck has taken a turn for the worse. In your attempt to pave the way for your son, you have inadvertently invited disaster. Haha. Perhaps we should invite Huang to observe the trial? With that thought, Zhang Yin could not contain his laughter, already envisioning Huang's mortified expression. They had previously been colleagues at Jihang Law Firm, where Huang Jianqing had been Zhang Yin's mentor, often subjecting him to humiliation. Zhang Yin had long desired retribution. He absolutely had to invite him. Time passed quietly, and a day elapsed without incident. However, across campuses nationwide, the first wave of bullying victims began their counterattack. On this day, the bullies were quite pleased, having received protection fees amounting to 2,000 yuan, more or less. On this day, police stations in various cities were also busy, inundated with reports of robberies. All involved were teenagers, and the sums stolen were substantial. They shared a common trait. These robbers were notorious local delinquents. The seasoned detectives found themselves overwhelmed by the escalating wave of organized robberies. The sheer scale of these incidents was almost unfathomable. Even more absurd was the fact that this band of delinquents appeared oblivious to the nature of their actions, loudly proclaiming that others had handed them money. Their behavior was akin to madness, utterly outrageous. The severity of the situation compelled various regions to escalate their reports. City officials were equally perplexed, as dozens of juvenile robbery cases emerged within mere hours, necessitating further reports to the provincial authorities. The province, in turn, faced an even graver dilemma, with hundreds of juvenile robbery cases erupting in a single day, an alarming disturbance that warranted continued escalation to the provincial level. At this moment, in the Ministry of Public Security, Deputy Minister and concurrently Director Feng Buping was beset by anxiety. Reviewing the material before him, his brow furrowed and his countenance darkened. What was the underlying cause? How could there be over 1,000 juvenile robbery incidents in the span of just one day? Feng Buping felt a palpable sense of dread. Shortly thereafter, another deputy minister arrived at Feng Buping's office, inquiring urgently, "Old Feng, have you received the latest updates?" "Yes, but what exactly is happening?" Feng Buping replied, his tone grave. "I am unsure. These cases seemingly erupted overnight. Could it be that some foreign force is inciting these youths to commit crimes?" His words hung heavily in the air, and both officials quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "I must consult the minister," Feng Buping declared, rising to his feet. At that moment, a young secretary nearby, appearing somewhat apprehensive, spoke softly, "Director, I believe I may know the reason." "Oh, you?" The two senior officials turned their attention towards the young secretary. Chapter 22. Today, the bullies across the nation wept. The demure young lady, adorned with petite spectacles, produced her mobile phone and proceeded to play a video in front of the two formidable figures. The footage showcased Lin Mo presenting evidence of burglary in court. Upon witnessing this, Feng Buping appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding logic. "Xiaoyang, please compile all pertinent information for me promptly," he instructed. "Certainly." Xiaoyang, seemingly a seasoned internet navigator, had all relevant materials arranged before Feng Buping in under half an hour. After perusing the documents, Feng Buping's composure shattered, revealing an expression of astonishment. He grasped the situation. This was nothing short of a brilliant legal strategist. It turned out that the mastermind behind it all was the attorney known as Lin Mo. He had undertaken a case involving school bullying, ultimately unveiling evidence of the adversary's burglary, thereby clinching a decisive victory. Yet, having served as a police officer for many years, Feng Buping was acutely aware that this was a deliberate setup. It was evident that the bullies had been lured into a room to collect protection fees, only to be classified as burglars. This was simply a legal ploy. Most crucially, this lawyer, Lin Mo, had shared his insights online, igniting a nationwide anti-bullying movement. It was utterly absurd. As phone booping unraveled the sequence of events, he was astounded by the revelation that within a single day, thousands of students had been robbed of substantial sums. All of this was inspired by Lin Mo. Some students even concocted various methods to entice others into committing robbery. They had truly taken it to an outrageous level. These brainless campus thugs dared to rob 2,000. Their audacity was remarkable. Was this not analogous to the concept of entrapment we often discuss? Did this attorney, Lin, breach any laws? Another minister, having reviewed the situation, lamented, "Old phone. Truth be told, we cannot apprehend Lin Mo. He has not violated any laws." Phone booping's lips twitched slightly, occupying a high-ranking position. He was well aware that entrapment was primarily an administrative concern, and Lin Mo was not an official law enforcement agent. Moreover, there was no evidence to implicate him in orchestrating the scheme. He was entirely exonerated. Is there any legal recourse against this instigation of crime? Feng inquired. The other minister shook his head. Luo Daxiang has stated that it does not constitute any crime. If we were to debate, we could only argue from the perspective of the involved party's ignorance of the law, seeking leniency. Does that mean we allow his methods to proliferate in our schools? I am unsure. I am not well versed in this area of law. Alas, we are at a loss against this young lawyer. Phone booping, who was responsible for managing school violence, had long wrestled with how to address this issue. Little did he anticipate that before he could devise a solution, Lin Mo would showcase a grand display. Combating school bullying is commendable, but I did not expect you to be this radical. Surely, the punishment should not equate to the death penalty. Phone booping found himself in a state of disorientation. If it were just one or two incidents, it would be manageable. However, there are now thousands of campus robbery cases occurring daily. If not handled properly, the societal repercussions could be immense. Should we apprehend the culprits or not? We are aware that this is a trap set by individuals, yet the crime remains a reality. How do we navigate this dilemma? What approach can we adopt to ensure the most equitable resolution? The mind of phone booping is racing, nearly overwhelmed. Old Xing, he inquires, what should we do? Phone booping scratches his head. Well, old phone, don't ask me. I am not in charge of this project and cannot intervene. The Deputy Minister of Justice understands the complexities involved and hastily distances himself from the matter. I never imagined I would be put on the spot by a mere junior lawyer. Phone booping sighs. I'll make a call to the Supreme Prosecutor's office to inquire about the situation. With that, he picks up his phone and dials. Hello, is this the Chief Prosecutor? This is phone booping. I want to ask about Lin Mo's case. Students nationwide are imitating him. How do we proceed with arrests? What? Phone booping's eyes widen in disbelief as he clutches the phone. You don't know either. He sighs and hangs up. What is the situation? The Deputy Minister asks. They don't know. They have already consulted the old gentleman at the Supreme Court. Phone booping replies, somewhat at a loss for words. What? This has even reached them? Who would have thought that a junior lawyer could stir up such a commotion? Phone booping responds with exasperation. So what now? Old phone. What will you do? Phone booping narrows his eyes. Arrest them. Since we have sufficient evidence, we must detain everyone involved. These ruffians cannot be allowed to run amok. We must act according to the law. We cannot let the vast number of students lose faith. Yang, draft a statement to be sent to all provinces and cities. Phone booping is determined to take a firm stance against campus bullying, yet being in a high position necessitates careful consideration of numerous factors. Now that the evidence is abundant, why not proceed with arrests? The secretary, Yang, who had been listening, finally displays a glimmer of a smile. Director, I will draft the statement right away. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Court, within the office of the Chief Justice, Wang Zhenghua finds himself under scrutiny due to the immense public outcry. Zhenghua, the higher-ups are quite dissatisfied with this public sentiment. Do you comprehend the error of your ways? An elder before him questions sternly. Wang Zhenghua remains silent, his head bowed. Internally muttering, wasn't it you who instructed me to rule without pressure? What are you mumbling about? The elder's expression remains grave. In nothing, he stammers. I know what you were thinking. I did indeed allow you to proceed without pressure, but I did not permit you to incite such a significant public uproar. The elder exclaims, slamming his hand on the table. Wang Zhenghua, upon hearing this, feels a surge of anger. I ruled according to the law. The public sentiment was instigated by that Lin Mo. It has nothing to do with me. Had the elder known Wang Zhenghua's thoughts, he would have been furious. Why did you deliver a death sentence in court? Could you not have referred the case to the prosecution, thereby extending the timeline of the verdict and minimizing public outcry? As a result, a direct death sentence was pronounced in court. It is no wonder that public opinion would erupt. You may have relished the swift judgment, But the ensuing chaos is not your concern, is it? Wang Zhihua hesitated to confront the elder directly, instead taking a deep breath and saying, "Well, sir, regarding Lin Mo." The elder cast a sidelong glance at Wang Zhihua. "You are presiding over the initial verdict. Are you unsure of how to proceed?" Startled, Wang Zhihua found himself at a loss for words. Observing his expression, the elder calmly remarked, "We must act in accordance with the law. I have already contacted the prosecutors in various regions to initiate a public prosecution." Wang Zhihua nodded in acknowledgement. The law is indeed intricate. It is not merely black and white, for judges exercise discretion in their rulings. Take Tianning Guang, for instance. He was sentenced to death primarily because Huang Xian was rendered utterly speechless by Lin Mo's actions. Without any substantial evidence or a valid defense, a death sentence was inevitable. Had there been even a shred of evidence, the outcome might have differed. If a thorough appeal is prepared, there remains a chance for a sentence reduction. "If there are no further matters, you may take your leave," the elder said, his gaze fixed on his writing. Just as Wang Zhihua was about to depart, a thought struck him. By the way, Lin Mo recently took on a high-profile divorce case that has garnered considerable attention. I fear it may provoke public outcry. Wang Zhihua felt a psychological shadow looming over him, inexplicably convinced that Lin Mo would create a significant stir. This feeling intensified after he stumbled upon a short video of Lin Mo accepting a commission from an internet celebrity during his journey to the capital yesterday. The elder raised his head to regard him. What kind of social uproar could a divorce case possibly incite? Wang Zhihua replied, "In Shanghai, we have had 3 divorce rulings previously, and I have submitted the relevant files." "Oh, I am aware of that case, the division of substantial assets during the divorce," the elder recalled. "We are currently deliberating on this issue." The elder then chuckled, "Zhihua, I understand your apprehensions. There are few cases capable of stirring public opinion. If Lin Mo manages to incite another wave of controversy, he might as well take a position in our Supreme Court." Wang Zhihua nodded, finding this notion improbable. Every judicial case that has sparked public discourse has undeniably propelled the advancement of social justice. If Lin Mo were to lead 2 such instances, he might as well join the Supreme Court to study law. The elder continued to smile. "It's merely a divorce case. What commotion could it possibly cause? We are also urgently reviewing marriage law, but as you know, the legislative process is quite convoluted." Wang Zhihua acknowledged this, understanding the complexities involved. The elder's laughter suggested that perhaps he was overthinking the situation. As many legal influencers have pointed out, Lin Mo's courtroom performances have not demonstrated remarkable legal acumen. Furthermore, handling a divorce case is notably intricate. Ning Hong possesses a certain level of renown and expertise that surpasses Lin Mo's. Whether Lin Mo could emerge victorious remains uncertain. It now seemed that the concern over his ability to incite public opinion was indeed unfounded. Meanwhile, news had reached public security and judicial authorities across the nation. Regarding the recent surge in juvenile robbery cases, all matters are being handled in accordance with the law. In a swift turn of events, public security and judicial authorities across various regions have become quite busy. The delinquents have been summoned to court by a formal complaint. Meanwhile, the parents of these miscreants have taken to short video platforms to lament and express their outrage, with some even weeping profusely. "How could this be? They clearly coerced my son into committing robbery. It is these rascals who should be apprehended. Indeed, how could my child ever be involved in such heinous acts? They are the ones who led him astray. My baby is the true victim. It's all that lawyer Lin Mo's fault for giving such terrible advice. If anything were to happen to my son, I would kill that lawyer." In this instance, netizens erupted in delight. Finally, a sense of justice. Previously, when observing cases of school bullying, the arrogance of the perpetrator's parents was infuriating. Yes, keep shouting. Why have they fallen silent now? Damn it. We, the diligent students, are not to be trifled with. It is a time for retaliation. In past years, it was always these parents of delinquents who were insufferably arrogant, inflicting harm while feigning victimhood, driving us to despair. This year, they are finally facing their comeuppance. The entire internet is filled with approving sentiments. At this moment, at Xuanhe Law Firm, Lin Mo is also attuned to the public discourse, the wave of approval aligning with his expectations. However, what stands out most are the threats from the parents of the bullies, vowing to take drastic actions against him. This provoked a visceral response in Lin Mo bodyguard. "I need a bodyguard. I cannot afford to die in this life." Just then, the door to the law firm swung open. "Is anyone here?" A sweet voice resonated. Chapter 23. Hiring a legal assistant. First and foremost, one must be proficient at it. Lin Mo's office was rather diminutive, resembling a quaint one-bedroom apartment. Upon opening the door, one was immediately greeted by the sight of a petite woman with an endearing appearance, clad in a deep blue Taoist robe and sporting a classic Taoist hairstyle. She carried a long sword, presenting a quintessential image of a Taoist priestess. Her small eyes regarded Lin Mo with a hint of mischief, a playful smile gracing her lips. Despite her undeniably charming visage, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, bemused by the notion that even fortune-tellers and sellers of charms had become so trendy. In the past, such individuals were typically older. Now, it seemed the trend favored sweet, youthful priestesses. The likelihood of a Taoist seeking legal counsel was rather slim. Thus, Lin Mo promptly stated, "I apologize, but my lawyer does not require fortune-telling, charms, or exorcisms, nor do I believe in supernatural beings." The Taoist priestess paused, glancing down at her robe, before unabashedly clarifying, "Oh, you've misunderstood. I am not here to peddle services." "Then what brings you here?" Lin Mo inquired. The priestess straightened her posture and adjusted her attire, replying, "I am here to apply for the position of legal assistant." Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Wait, you are here for an interview for the legal assistant position? Are you certain you came after watching my recruitment video?" The priestess brushed aside any misunderstandings. Contemplating the possibility of cosplay as an explanation for her attire, Taoist studying law was not entirely unfathomable. However, Lin Mo was well aware that his video explicitly stated the need for individuals with formidable combat skills, as the role required one to act as a bodyguard. The sweet-faced girl before him, standing approximately 168 centimeters tall and weighing around 50 kilograms, would likely be felled by a single punch from an assailant. "Are you sure you came here after viewing my video?" Lin Mo probed. The girl shook her head and earnestly replied, "I saw that there was a law firm, so I came in to inquire. I'm a senior, and I need an internship." It appeared she had merely stumbled upon the opportunity. Nevertheless, since she was present, Lin Mo decided to conduct the interview. After all, his colleague had yet to arrive. "Please take a seat and share a bit about yourself," he offered, pouring her a glass of water. The girl settled comfortably, curiously surveying her surroundings before taking a sip of the water Lin Mo provided. "My name is Xiaoling, and I hail from the Southern University of Political Science and Law. I am currently in my 4th year, a member of the university's debate team, and I have interned at court during my 2nd and 3rd year breaks." Xiaoling spoke with great detail. Aside from her Taoist attire, she was a commendable law student. Her academic background and practical experience were impressive. She had already passed the judicial examination and would be eligible to apply for a license upon graduation. The Southern University of Political Science and Law was regarded as one of the top law schools in the nation. Given her credentials, it seemed somewhat beneath her to be applying at Lin Mo's firm. She could easily secure a position at a prestigious law firm. Moreover, Lin Mo was not solely focused on such metrics when hiring. "Is it truly possible for me to employ you as a legal assistant? I am quite easy to support. A monthly salary of 2,000 would suffice," Xiaoling said with a smile, revealing a playful canine tooth as she raised 2 fingers in a gesture. Lin Mo chuckled in response, appreciating her candidness. Initially reluctant to refuse, Lin Mo cast a glance at the sword on her back and inquired, "Are you skilled in combat?" "Combat?" Xiaoling seemed to sense Lin Mo's gaze on the sword she carried. A hint of embarrassment washed over her as she quickly raised her hand to obscure the weapon. "I'm not one for fighting. I'm a law-abiding citizen. My attire today is merely for role-playing." "Oh?" Lin Mo narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss in her response. "Is that truly the case?" "Yes." Xiaoling nodded vigorously. However, as a seasoned lawyer, Lin Mo had mastered the art of reading micro-expressions, and she discerned that Xiaoling was not being truthful. The evasive glance and her lack of confidence hinted at deception. "Then you should leave. This place is not suited for you." "Eh?" Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of reason is that for dismissal? Why must she leave simply for not knowing how to fight? Listen, being a lawyer carries significant risks. Without the ability to defend oneself, how can one fulfill that role? Therefore, I currently seek an assistant capable of providing protection, ideally someone proficient in combat. You, my dear, do not fit the bill, Lin Mo stated plainly. Ah? Xiaoling wore an expression of surprise and confusion. Lin Mo's demands had taken her aback. She never expected a law firm to have such criteria. However, a spark of excitement ignited within Xiaoling fighting. Actually, I excel at it, she thought, raising her hand eagerly. Wait, although your reasoning is quite absurd, I happen to be rather suitable for this role. Lin Mo smirked slightly. This girl truly did not know when to give up. All right then, tell me how you are suitable. I possess a basic understanding of martial arts, Xiaoling stated with growing confidence. Oh, show me, Lin Mo invited. Xiaoling stood up, taking a few steps back to a spacious area, inhaled deeply, and assumed a stance. The fabric of her robe billowed as she crouched slightly. Lin Mo recognized this as the initial posture of Tai Chi without a doubt. It appeared quite professional. Then, Xiaoling began to demonstrate her skills. After completing a sequence of Tai Chi movements, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. The fluidity of her strikes and the precision of her form bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a trained martial artist. Once finished, Xiaoling adjusted her robe and looked at Lin Mo expectantly. What do you think? That was impressive, right? Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, it was quite a sight. Which style of Tai Chi do you practice? Wudong Tai Chi, Xiaoling replied. Very good, but what I require is practical combat skills, not merely martial forms. Lin Mo gently declined. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling suddenly grew anxious. I can engage in practical combat. How can I prove it? Attack me, she exclaimed. Assuming a defensive posture, Lin Mo squinted slightly. Xiaoling stood at approximately 165 centimeters, while she herself was a little over 180 centimeters and outweighed her by about 40 kilograms. The disparity in their measurements was overwhelmingly in Lin Mo's favor. Thus, Lin Mo stood up and charged towards Xiaoling, simulating an encounter with an assailant intent on causing harm. However, Lin Mo discovered that even as he charged forward with sudden fervor, Xiaoling remained composed, even taking the initiative to counter. With a few nimble steps, she moved forward, perfectly timing her advance to encircle Lin Mo's waist just as he shifted his stance. This is bad. Has she lost her mind? Lin Mo thought, wishing to halt immediately, as continuing his momentum would surely crush Xiaoling beneath him. Yet, her body was remarkably agile, though she had wrapped her arms around his waist. She leaned to the left while simultaneously reclining backward. Lin Mo felt a disorienting jolt, as if he were propelled by an immense force. Thud. He experienced a sudden impact and, upon opening his eyes, found Xiaoling striking a pose reminiscent of someone who had just thrown him. What is this? I am sitting in a chair. I was thrown back? Lin Mo was taken aback, raising his gaze to Xiaoling, who stood with her hands on her hips, chest out, and a beaming smile that seemed to convey, "Aren't I impressive?" Clearing his throat, Lin Mo coughed lightly. It was somewhat embarrassing to be tossed aside by such a delicate young woman despite his towering stature. Sensing the moment, Xiaoling quickly altered her expression, turning her gaze elsewhere, feigning ignorance of Lin Mo's awkwardness. Observing her demeanor, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. This girl has a certain charm about her, and she possesses genuine strength. One must ponder which young woman weighing around 100 pounds could effortlessly lift someone of his weight. It was undoubtedly a demonstration of Tai Chi's principle of using force against force. She had converted his energy, resulting in his unexpected flight. Such a maneuver required a level of skill. This girl certainly had some practical capabilities. Lin Mo inquired, "Is this the Tai Chi principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Xiaoling nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Can you truly fight? Yes, I am an orphan, having trained in martial arts on Wudong Mountain since childhood, dedicating 2 decades to this pursuit. I have also undergone professional combat training and possess practical knowledge, Xiaoling replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. A formally trained practitioner, no wonder she executed Tai Chi so adeptly. The masters on Wudong Mountain are quite astute, teaching both martial arts and law. If one cannot win, they can resort to legal recourse. If defeated, they can still leverage the law for compensation. A perfect symbiosis. The outcomes are merely categorized as major victories, moderate wins, or minor successes. What is your greatest achievement in combat? Lin Mo asked further. Chapter 24. The Law as a Modern Martial Art. Summerling blinked her eyes, a hint of unease creeping in as she inquired, what is the strongest record referred to? Naturally, it pertains to combat. Lin Mo's interest was indeed in fighting. Would he inquire about the litigation success rate of a senior student instead? If her practical skills were commendable, she would be admitted directly. Upon hearing this, Summerling exhaled with relief and confidently proclaimed, 1 against 5. Moreover, it was in self-defense. Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy. This was precisely the talent he sought. However, he wondered how she had come to consider his law firm. Given her resume, any law firm would gladly accept her, even offering her services as a free bodyguard. But then, the once self-assured Summerling's demeanor shifted to one of panic and shyness. Lowering her head, she nervously twirled her hands in front of her abdomen, hesitant to respond to Lin Mo's query. Sensing something amiss, Lin Mo recalled that every city possessed its own bar association, where unscrupulous lawyers were documented. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his phone and accessed the association's blacklist. Scanning through the list of barred legal assistants, he was astonished to find Summer Ling's name. Indeed, Lin Mo was taken aback. She appeared so cheerful, and although slightly mischievous, surely she did not belong on such a list. Fortunately, her transgressions were recorded. Upon delving deeper, he was taken aback by the details. Name, Summer Ling. School, Southern University of Political Science and Law. Incident, November 2023, Yuqing Law Firm, assaulted a client. Mid-November 2023. Wu Law Firm, assaulted a defendant during mediation. December, hospitalized the opposing lawyer. All the entries detailed her violent altercations. Either she was assaulting her own clients or the opposing party, with one incident resulting in a lawyer being hospitalized. Stunned, Lin Mo stared at Summer Ling, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness. My dear girl, you are not just a lawyer. You are a veritable battle mage." Noticing Lin Mo's expression, Summer Ling sighed dejectedly. I understand. I will leave now. Being blacklisted made finding a job exceedingly difficult. Wait. Lin Mo called out to her. Could you explain why you resorted to violence? Summer Ling turned back, her voice tinged with anger. They exploit the loopholes in the law. The law is meant to uphold fairness and justice. Yet they use it to satisfy their own selfish desires. Come, let us sit down and discuss this further. Observing her demeanor, Lin Mo began to comprehend her perspective. As a young person yet to graduate from university, she held a belief in justice, viewing the world in stark contrasts of black and white. This was quite normal. Summer Ling took a seat and vehemently expressed her grievances. Lin Mo grasped the situation. She was simply too inflexible, failing to adapt. The first incident involving her assaulting a client stemmed from the client attempting to evade their responsibility to support their aging parents, effectively leaving them to starve. Xia Ling could no longer contain herself and directly struck the individual involved. In a second incident, she assaulted the opposing lawyer in a case of hit and run, where the lawyer attempted to exonerate the perpetrator. The victim was a robust middle-aged man, leaving his parents and family in utter despair. Unable to bear the injustice, Xia Ling physically confronted the opposing lawyer in the courtroom, leaving Lin Mo utterly astonished. Upon researching Xia Ling's legal history, Lin Mo discovered several cases where she had successfully invoked self-defense. This young woman was remarkably fierce. My mentor once said that the law serves to uphold justice. Yet what I have witnessed appears to be a complete inversion of right and wrong, Xia Ling lamented, her expression filled with disappointment. She then waved her hand, saying, I'm done here, so I'll take my leave. Thank you for this opportunity. Xia Ling politely remarked, rising to depart from the law firm. A background as dark as hers, she knew, would deter any respectable firm from accepting her. Thus, she left decisively, considering her visit merely a chance to vent to Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo interjected with a smile, Wait, your background may be a detriment elsewhere, but here, it is an asset. To his surprise, this young woman was indeed spirited and impulsive. Huh? Xia Ling exclaimed, bewildered as she gazed at Lin Mo. How could being physically confrontational be a point in my favor? Lin Mo, however, was delighted. A high level of legal acumen combined with physical prowess was precisely the archetype he had long sought. How could he possibly overlook such talent? You have successfully advanced to the second round of interviews. Really? Have I qualified? Xia Ling responded, still somewhat dazed. All right. Let's practice again and test your practical abilities. Is this a test of legal knowledge? This is a law firm. Of course, we are testing your fighting skills. With that, Lin Mo assumed a combat stance. Wait, this is not what I expected. Xia Ling exclaimed in shock. Are we really going to fight? Is this firm serious? Let's talk. Let us go. With that, Lin Mo charged at her, and Xia Ling immediately prepared to engage. Lin Mo was no novice. He had trained in various forms of combat. However, as they sparred, he found himself thoroughly outmatched by Xia Ling, who demonstrated the true essence of Tai Chi. Each encounter felt as though he was striking a mass of cotton, utterly ineffective. Despite her slender frame, she withstood his relentless attacks. Lin Mo was convinced he had given his all. In terms of combat skills, Xia Ling had proven herself competent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Mo remarked, With your abilities, you could thrive in the fighting arena. It seems a shame to confine you to the legal profession. Xia Ling replied, That's because I often fought on the mountain, besting my seniors and dealing with some unruly tourists. I didn't focus on studying the law. which frustrated my master to the point of sending me here to prepare for the college entrance exams in law. He stated that studying law would enable one to understand modern regulations, comprehend propriety and integrity, and adhere to rules. Thus, I chose to pursue it. However, after my internship, I realized that the law is not equitable, constrained by cumbersome statutes. Those who ought to be protected often are not, while countless individuals exploit the law for personal gain. I found myself devoid of the knowledge of rules, wishing instead to deal with the wrongdoers directly. Consequently, I began to perceive law as futile. Xiaoling clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Lin Mo fully comprehended Xiaoling's predicament. The clash between ideals and reality had shattered her perception of the sanctity of law. This is a journey many lawyers must traverse in their growth. All novice lawyers initially aspire to uphold justice in the world. Yet, upon entering the field, they discover a starkly different reality. Most begin to lose their ideals. Xiaoling, however, encountered this disillusionment rather early. Her dreams lay in ruins. Yet, had Lin Mo's ideals never faced destruction? In his early years, he too was overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding him. Ultimately, Lin Mo found enlightenment and achieved recognition as a distinguished lawyer. The law is a tool that one must learn to wield beyond its confines. The strong never lament their circumstances. Only by mastering the law can one genuinely uphold true justice. Take, for instance, the current nationwide panic surrounding anti-bullying in schools. This is Lin Mo's creation. Thus, Lin Mo inquired, Xiaoling, do you know what modern martial arts are? Huh? Modern martial arts? Xiaoling shook her head. It is the law, Lin Mo declared with confidence. When applied correctly, the law becomes a legitimate form of martial prowess. Xiaoling furrowed her brow, tilting her head in contemplation. Lin Mo continued, if you were to master the law, you wouldn't need to resort to violence in those previous situations. Instead, you could use the law to incarcerate them. What? Wait, Xiaoling was taken aback, staring in disbelief. But my master and teachers have not conveyed it this way. They said the law is meant to uphold justice. Lin Mo squinted, smiling. Upholding justice also requires practicality. Take your first case, for example. When you argue about the duty of support, you will continually evade responsibility. However, if you accuse him of murdering his parents, do you think he would still try to escape? Murdering parents? Xiaoling's eyes widened. She then displayed a pensive expression, albeit still somewhat confused. Shouldn't the logical course of law be to sue him for neglecting his support obligations? Why resort to alleging murder? This seems rather extreme. Hee. Come to your own understanding. Lin Mo patted her shoulder. The law must be learned and applied dynamically, yet many lawyers fail to grasp this concept, allowing themselves to be led by others within their frameworks. As for the notion of modern martial arts, Lin Mo surmised that Xiaoling would soon comprehend its meaning after a few interactions with him. Now, before the second round of interviews commences, let us discuss compensation. Lin Mo said, settling down to sip some water. Huh? Is there still a salary for me in this state? Xiaoling expressed her astonishment. Of course there is in my law firm, Lin Mo replied with a smile. As a distinguished attorney, he was well aware of the unspoken rules within the legal profession. Many newcomers entering as legal assistants often receive meager compensation. In some firms, not only are the salaries low, but they may even require payment for internships. Many lawyers struggle to make ends meet when they first start their careers. Really? Xiaoling's tone suddenly became animated. Could you give me 2,000 a month? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Mo. You only want 2,000? How conscientious of you. Lin Mo pondered, realizing that Xiaoling was indeed on the blacklist. Fortunately, she possessed a unique skill set as a fortune teller, ensuring she wouldn't starve. Suddenly, a growl echoed through the quiet law firm, emanating from Xiaoling's stomach. Her face flushed crimson. I apologize. I haven't had breakfast yet. Lin Mo glanced at her, and with his wealth of experience, chuckled. You must be out of money for meals, right? Eh? Xiaoling was taken aback, her cheeks reddening as she mumbled, I have money for food. I just conducted a ceremony at the funeral home this morning, but the payment hasn't been processed yet. Lin Mo understood now. No wonder she was dressed in Taoist robes. She had been working earlier. However, it was evident that she was indeed short on funds, even taking jobs at a funeral home. Currently, your base salary is 4,000. 4,000. Xiaoling interrupted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She seemed eager to join the firm. When one is famished, primal instincts emerge. The way she looked at Lin Mo was filled with fervor. Having worked with many lawyers before, most of whom received no pay and toiled like beasts, It was no wonder she reacted so passionately upon hearing the figure of 4,000. "Mr. Lin, you see me as a person," she exclaimed, nearly in tears. Lin Mo waved his hand. "Not yet. There's a second round of interviews. The more you demonstrate your capabilities, the higher your salary can rise." "Capabilities? Is it about fighting?" Xiaoling asked eagerly. "No." Lin Mo's lips twitched. "It's about showcasing your legal expertise." "Oh, understood." Xiaoling nodded. "Then go ahead and quiz me." Lin Mo waved his hand again. "No need. We'll move straight to practical application." Just now, Xiaogu has already sent a message. He is on his way to the firm. "We can use his case to assess your skills." "Please wait a moment. I'll order you some breakfast," Lin Mo said. Xiaoling reverted to a more demure demeanor, her legs crossed and hands resting on her knees, appearing quite reserved. This posture remained until a bowl of fried sauce noodles arrived. In her extreme hunger, her ladle-like image vanished, and Xiaoling began devouring the noodles voraciously. Lin Mo chuckled softly, recalling her own appearance when she had just graduated from university. Her internship salary was a meager 800, with 600 going towards rent. The accommodation was merely a warehouse in an urban village. With only 200 allocated for sustenance, she often found herself starving. Thus, she felt a deep resonance with Xiaoling's predicament. However, given Xiaoling's striking beauty and her background from a prestigious law school, how could she possibly be in such dire straits? Surely, as a legal influencer, she would garner more followers than Ning Hong. Just as Lin Mo pondered this, the door to the law firm swung open. "Lawyer Lin, I finally found you. You must help me." The newcomer was none other than Xiaogu. Lin Mo rose to shake his hand. "Please, have a seat." All right. "Lawyer Lin, let me explain the situation." Xiaoji's face was anxious. And the office was rather small. Aside from Lin Mo's chair, there was only a long bench. Xiaogu plopped down beside Xiaoling, who was enjoying her meal and was jostled slightly. With noodles in her mouth, Xiaoling looked up and realized a client had arrived. She understood that having a client visit while she was eating would be inappropriate. She found herself in a dilemma. Should she continue eating or set it aside? "Well, your second interview has arrived. Hurry and finish," Lin Mo remarked upon seeing Xiaoling's dazed expression. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling immediately focused on her meal, quickly finishing the remaining noodles, much to Xiaoji's astonishment. "She is quite the sweet-looking lady. How can she have such an appetite?" "Xiaogu, please elaborate on the specifics." "This lady is." He seemed more interested in Xiaoling. "Oh, she is also your legal consultant." Xiaoji's eyes widened, and he soon wore an understanding expression, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up. Truly, Lawyer Lin is remarkable. Not only proficient in law, but also delving into the realm of metaphysics. Combining legal expertise with theology, what an unbeatable combination. Should I share my birth date with this great legal sage? Oh, I mean legal consultant, to determine the chances of winning this case? Hearing this, Lin Mo's lips twitched. What nonsense. She resolved that next time Xiaoling came to the office, she must refrain from wearing her Taoist robe. After all, she graduated from Southern University of Political Science and Law. Her Taoist attire was merely a cosplay. They were a professional team, not engaged in theological matters. Xiaoling nodded solemnly beside her. "Well, since you're paying 4,000 a month, you can say whatever you wish." "Oh, I see." Xiaoji's face revealed a hint of disappointment, as if he genuinely wished to see how Taoism and law could intertwine in creative ways. Subsequently, Xiaogu recounted the specifics once more. It was similar to their live stream connections, but included one crucial piece of information. The money was now under the control of Xiaoji's wife. She had threatened him, stating that if they did not proceed with a proper divorce and asset division, she would squander every last cent, leaving nothing behind. During this time, she also took out loans, fabricating shared marital debts. This was precisely why Xiaogu was in such a rush. Without a divorce, he would receive nothing and could even end up in debt. Divorce necessitates the division of assets, with the wife entitled to half. With Ning Hong's adept maneuvering, one might even secure a greater share. Regardless of the circumstances, it seems that Xiaogu is destined to lose. He consulted numerous lawyers, yet none dared to take on his case until he encountered Lin Mo Xiaoling. "What are your thoughts?" Lin Mo inquired, casting a glance her way. At that moment, Xiaoling's eyes blazed with fury, her facial muscles twitching, and her teeth clenched in wrath. Xiaogu was startled by the sudden shift from her previously sweet demeanor to one of rage. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Xiaoling unsheathed the sword from her back, exclaiming in outrage, "How dare they exploit the law to extort money?" Such wicked individuals must be dealt with. The brilliance of her blade flashed before Xiaoge, a few strands of hair from his head severed in the process. What on earth? Xiaoge was taken aback by Xiaoling's furious display, retreating several steps in shock while he touched his head, stammering, Lin. Lawyer Lin. Are you sure this is a legitimate law firm and not some assassin's organization? Your sword is no mere prop. Lin Mo sighed in exasperation. It was no wonder Xiaoling had been blacklisted. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such an aura? If she dared to win in court, she might truly strike you down. Xiaoling, please, compose yourself and respond from a legal perspective. Otherwise, we may not receive our salaries, Lin Mo urged solemnly. Upon hearing the mention of wages, Xiaoling immediately calmed down and sheathed her sword. I apologize. I got a bit carried away, she said earnestly, recognizing that she was still in an interview that could determine her future employment. Having entered the blacklist and sought numerous law firms, this was the first one willing to consider her, especially with a salary attached. No matter her disdain for the legal system, she had to bow down for financial reasons. After regaining her composure, she steeled herself and stated, most of Xiaoge's assets were acquired during the marriage, making them marital property. In a divorce proceeding, Xiaoge, you could claim 60%, but you would still have to relinquish 40%. If you wish to avoid asset division, you may first prove that the savings earned post-marriage were operational funds for your business and not personal assets, thus exempting them from division. Secondly, you can petition the court for asset preservation to prevent her from squandering or recklessly investing your wealth. Thirdly, you could transfer assets through a third-party company. She enumerated a total of 7 methods. After concluding, Xiaoling cast a glance at Lin Mo, curious about his reaction. Xiaoge felt a sense of dissonance. One moment she was ready to strike, and the next she was earnestly interpreting legal statutes. However, after listening attentively, he shook his head in disappointment. These methods won't work. Chapter 25. Why not just send her in? The methods mentioned had all been previously discussed with my lawyer. I even consulted several esteemed attorneys who informed me that the operational difficulties were considerable. Upon finishing his statement, Xiaoge sighed, his expression tinged with disappointment. He turned to Lin Mo, saying, if Lawyer Lin and your assistant possess only this level of expertise, I fear you may not be able to save me. Although Xiaoge had a tendency to be flamboyant, he remained quite rational when it came to significant matters. He was already aware of the strategies that Xiaoling had proposed. Xiaoling pursed her lips, her face flushing crimson. The sensation of being publicly dismissed was rather disheartening and could potentially jeopardize her internship. However, she felt there was little choice. These were the most comprehensive methods she could conceive. Nevertheless, noticing Xiao Ji's slightly disappointed demeanor, she hurriedly clarified, No, my skills are rather limited. And I am merely a temporary assistant. My boss has yet to voice his opinion. Please consider his insights, as he is the principal attorney at the firm. When I get anxious, I tend to think only of how to cut her down. Xiaoling felt that no matter how she expressed herself, she could not afford to complicate matters for Lin Mo, so she made a point to explain. Upon hearing Xiaoling's words, Lin Mo smiled. She is quite honest, he thought, talking about cutting without hesitation. At that moment, Xiaoge interjected, Lawyer Lin, what is there to smile about? This is a serious matter. If you have no further solutions, I shall take my leave at once. Xiao Ji's expression shifted dramatically. He had heard rumors about Lin Mo before arriving, claiming that his legal acumen was lacking and that he merely engaged in superficial theatrics coupled with the odd girl wielding a knife. The decor of the law firm was also remarkably dilapidated, exuding an unsettling atmosphere. Calm down, Lin Mo said, chuckling as he patted Xiaoge on the shoulder and glanced at Xiaoling. What my assistant has stated is indeed accurate. These are tactics employed by all professional attorneys. She is still a college student, and her limitations are entirely understandable. Is that all? Xiaoge retorted, furrowing his brows. In theory, yes, Lin Mo replied. I refuse to believe it. Xiaoge ground his teeth in frustration. It is clearly a trap laid by that woman. Why must I be the one to suffer? Is there no justice? At this juncture, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Do not be hasty. I have yet to propose a guaranteed solution. Both Xiaoge and Xiaoling immediately turned their attention toward Lin Mo. A guaranteed solution? Xiao Ji's face lit up with anticipation, while Xiaoling regarded Lin Mo with curiosity. Was there truly another way out in this predicament? Lin Mo glanced at Xiaoling before continuing. From the perspective of marriage law, preserving your assets is indeed quite challenging. He paused for a moment, then added with a smile. Let us adopt a different approach. We will directly sue your wife for domestic violence, fraud, and the illegal transfer of assets. Xiaogu. Huh? Xiaoling. A look of bewilderment appeared on Xiaoling's sweet face. Isn't this a divorce case? How does that relate to fraud? This seems illogical, doesn't it? Xiaogu, bewildered, inquired, Lawyer Lin, is it legal to sue my wife for fraud? Lin Mo, maintaining a smile, did not provide a direct answer but remarked, regardless of its legality, as long as it ensures her imprisonment, your finances will be safeguarded. And you can proceed with the divorce, leaving her with nothing. Xiaoji's eyes widened in astonishment. His mind raced as he contemplated the feasibility of the idea. And after a moment, he turned to Lin Mo with renewed hope. Lawyer Lin, this is truly feasible, isn't it? There is a reasonable chance. But no lawsuit can guarantee 100% victory, Lin Mo responded. If you wish to proceed, we can sign a retainer agreement. With my fees calculated as 10% of the assets you recover. Xiaogu paused, feeling a pang at the thought of parting with 10%. Lin Mo allowed him a moment to reflect. At that moment, Xiaoling, confused, interjected, Lawyer Lin, can this truly work? Shouldn't we rely on marriage law to counter our adversary? So is victory possible? It appears unlikely, Xiaoling shook her head. Then why engage in debate within their framework? Lin Mo retorted, narrowing his eyes. He understood that Xiaoling often found herself at a disadvantage because she and her legal counsel were led astray in court. Despite having the moral high ground, they consistently faced defeat, leading her to lose faith in the legal system. It can't be right. Xiaoling hesitated. Of course, it can. As long as this matter is just from a moral standpoint, I will utilize any means necessary to achieve victory. Lin Mo stated with profound conviction. Xiaoling's eyes widened with intrigue. She had never encountered such a unique perspective before. It felt as though she had entered a wondrous realm, transcending her previous understanding of legal principles. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed. I understand now. If we can imprison the opponent, we can uphold justice. This is modern strategy. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Sensing that while Xiaoling was partially correct, there was still something amiss in her reasoning, though he could not quite pinpoint it. Never mind. It was good enough that she grasped this concept. However, Xiaoling's expression turned troubled. But this seems incredibly difficult. How can we possibly send someone to prison out of thin air? Wait a moment, Lin Mo regarded Xiaoling. What are you suggesting? Sending someone to prison out of nowhere? Hold on. It is only because your wife committed fraud that I can sue her for it. What are you thinking? He gently tapped her on the head. Ouch, Xiaoling winced, then pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, but it shouldn't constitute fraud, right? How could marital matters be termed as fraud? At this juncture, the hesitant Xiaogu chimed in. Indeed, this shouldn't be classified as fraud. Lin Mo remained composed, calmly stating, Brother Xia, regardless of the circumstances, I will collect my attorney's fee only after you receive the funds. Of course, you may choose not to trust me and seek another lawyer, only to end up forfeiting 50% of your assets. After finishing his words, Lin Mo sat down and took a sip of water. Only when the client believes in him can Lin Mo provide assistance. Otherwise, he would not impose himself. His practice as a lawyer is motivated by the pursuit of financial stability and a better life, with the aspiration of upholding justice coming later. Xiaoling leaned closer to Lin Mo, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Can this truly constitute fraud? My professors at university never mentioned such things. Lin Mo chuckled softly. Only when you step outside the confines of traditional thought will you grasp the essence of law. Xiaoling pouted, deeply contemplating the matter. Meanwhile, Brother Xia was still lamenting the attorney's fees, which amounted to a significant 10%. With Brother Xia's total wealth exceeding 10 million. His share would be at least 1 million, if not more. Indeed, a painful thought. Yet, there remained the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. As much of the money had already been squandered by that woman. Setting aside everything else, Lin Mo's fee was already quite reasonable. Those so-called elite lawyers from the prestigious law firm would dare to demand 20% for such a case. Lin Mo was offering the lowest rate possible. After some reflection, Brother Xia inquired, still anxious, Lawyer Lin, is this feasible? Xiaoling, pondering the situation, replied, My teacher once mentioned that if a lawsuit cannot be pursued from a straightforward perspective, one might consider an alternative approach. It should be viable. Brother Xia was taken aback. This indeed deviates from the conventional strategy. If everyone claims the direct route is futile, perhaps this method truly holds merit? A hush fell over the room. Ultimately, Brother Xia resolved, compared to losing 40% or gaining nothing at all, what is it to give you? Lawyer Lin, 10%. You are the boldest among all the lawyers I consulted. He decided to take a gamble. If they could indeed put that woman behind bars, it would be immensely satisfying. Lin Mo nodded and began printing the relevant engagement contract. Before long, they completed the signing process. Due to Brother Xia's current financial constraints, with only a few hundred yuan to his name, Lin Mo did not require him to submit the litigation fees up front. They could tally those costs later. Now, please organize all the materials and send them to me. Once I am prepared, I will promptly file a lawsuit against your wife. In the coming days, all you need to do is delay, Lin Mo instructed. Very well, Lawyer Lin, I entrust everything to you, Brother Xia replied as he departed. Although the weight in his heart had not completely lifted, he finally felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing of a possible solution. After Brother Xia left, Xia Ling gazed at Lin Mo, realizing she had failed to answer the question and that her second interview had not gone well. Lawyer Lin, I will take my leave now. I apologize for my shortcomings. I was unable to secure the client for you in a timely manner. With a sense of disappointment, Xia Ling prepared to turn and leave. At this moment, Lin Mo chuckled and said, "Don't be hasty. Your recent performance has been quite satisfactory. Your professional qualities are commendable. I shall offer you a salary of 5,000 per month. This young lady, in truth, possesses considerable merit in various aspects, and within the confines of traditional frameworks. Her displayed professional aptitude is indeed commendable. Even before officially starting her career, she has already presented insights akin to those of seasoned attorneys. This is remarkable. With a little guidance and an infusion of legal acumen, she could undergo a significant transformation. Most importantly, she is quite capable. Hiring such a formidable bodyguard would be exorbitantly expensive. Paying Xia Ling 5,000 is hardly excessive, especially since it allows for her assistance with arduous tasks. It is akin to investing 5,000 to employ a remarkably versatile asset, a truly exceptional bargain." Suddenly, Xia Ling trembled, and the sword on her back clattered to the ground. Turning around with a gleeful expression, she exclaimed, "Really?" She had never anticipated receiving a monthly salary of 5,000. While it may seem modest, for an intern lawyer it is nothing short of a windfall. Lin Mo struggled to suppress a smile. You see, university students possess a naive innocence. They will even express gratitude when they are sold. A mere 5,000 has ensured her unwavering loyalty. Lin Mo chuckled again. Of course it's true. If you find yourself in a difficult situation, I can even advance your first month's salary. Is that true? Xia Ling was nearly ecstatic, almost ready to leap with joy. For a long time, she had encountered obstacles, and today was truly unexpected. However, you must first assist me with the task. I will guarantee its completion. Xia Ling stood tall, exuding an impressive spirit. Lin Mo pulled out his phone and played a short video of Ning Hong for Xia Ling. This is the opposing counsel. What issues have you discerned? Furrowing her brow, Xia Ling replied earnestly, the bear is quite large, and its legs are very long. Lin Mo's lips twitched in disbelief at her nonsensical response. I instructed you to focus on the details. Details? Oh, the stockings are quite alluring. Lin Mo felt a wave of despair. It seemed this girl was beyond saving. Well, never mind. Have you noticed that each video has comments soliciting opportunities for offline classes? If the chance arises, infiltrate and record a video. What is this? Xia Ling asked, puzzled. This is crucial evidence. Our victory hinges on you. Xia Ling, somewhat taken aback, responded, Huh? Infiltrate? I've never attempted that before. She hesitated, feeling apprehensive about this uncharted endeavor, which challenged her understanding. There's a reward for obtaining evidence, an additional 1,000 if you succeed. I can do it. Xia Ling's demeanor shifted instantly, and she nodded earnestly. There's a reward. I can still earn bonuses after a hearty meal. Lin Mo smiled. This girl seems promising. At least she is willing to work for pay. Currently, he is not in dire need of funds, thanks to the system rewards triggered by Wang Dehai and Wang Lele, along with several online consultations. Lin Mo currently has 110,000 yuan in his account, which is more than sufficient to cover his daily expenses. Xia Ling has already become busy, taking action without hesitation, as she attempts to privately message Ning Hong with her phone. Chapter 26. The mature and alluring Xia Ling. After several hours of exertion, Xia Ling was quite miffed. She discovered that no matter how many private messages she sent to Ning Hong, the latter remained unresponsive. However, through her investigation, she found that Lin Mo's observations were indeed accurate. This lawyer, Ning Hong, seemingly used suggestive tactics to attract male clients, but in reality, She appeared to be subtly promoting a series of offline courses. She often alluded to the notion that if one was unhappy in marriage, she could be of assistance, positioning herself as a woman's confidant. Moreover, Xiaoling stumbled upon a comment that read, "Ning Hong, I wish to divide my husband's assets. He has 10 million. And I can offer 10 as a retainer fee." However, this comment was swiftly deleted, which piqued Xiaoling's interest. Furrowing her brow, she pondered whether Ning Hong specialized in divorce cases or perhaps even initiated them. Yet, her profile revealed little, suggesting that all the secrets were concealed within her offline courses. Nevertheless, Ning Hong had not reached out to her despite the circumstances. What could be the matter? Lin Mo had nearly completed processing the documents sent by Xiaogu and noticed Xiaoling, who was slumped over the desk with a despondent expression. "Lawyer Lin. I can't get in touch with Ning Hong," Xiaoling lamented helplessly. Lin Mo chuckled. "Are you foolish? Why not visit her law firm in person? If she dares to engage in such practices, she certainly won't leave traces online." "Oh, right." Xiaoling's mind suddenly sparked with realization. "We're something alluring tomorrow. Preferably something akin to a mature woman," Lin Mo advised. "Huh, Lawyer Lin, what are you saying?" Xiaoling's face flushed suddenly. "I am a respectable person." Thud. Xiaoling lightly tapped her head in realization. "I meant to say, dress more maturely to approach her. She deals with divorce cases. You at least need to convince her that you have been married." "Now I understand." "I see. Then you may as well clock off for the day. No overtime." Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If there's no work, why would you stay late?" "Well, Lawyer Lin, you are truly wonderful. Although I doubt your method will win the case, you are the kindest lawyer I have ever met. Goodbye." With that, Xiaoling darted off, leaving no trace behind. Kind? Lin Mo chuckled at the term. Ever since he entered the legal profession and ascended to its upper echelons, he had not heard the word kind in quite some time. Yet, at his core, he considered himself a benevolent person. He had never exploited legal loopholes for illicit gains, despite being aware of numerous methods. The next day, Lin Mo arrived early at the law firm. He had already prepared the materials for suing Xiaogu's wife, awaiting only Xiaoling's recordings of Ning Hong's so-called offline course. Creak. The door swung open, and a pair of long, slender legs clad in black stockings entered first. "Lawyer Lin, what do you think of this outfit?" The visitor was none other than Xiaoling, who now radiated the essence of a mature and alluring woman. With elongated legs clad in sheer black stockings and adorned with high heels, she donned a professional OL ensemble. The fitted pencil skirt accentuated her exquisite curves, while the snug blazer enveloped her figure like a second skin. Elevated by her high heels, Xiaoling's stature approached nearly 1.7 meters, and with her perfect physique, she could easily rival a car model. Lin Mo couldn't help but steal a glance, astonished to discover such a formidable figure hidden beneath her robe. Moreover, her stockings were from Balenciaga, and the snug blazer revealed a subtle LV emblem, while her heels were by Valentino, an oddly matched ensemble, yet undeniably luxurious. Particularly striking was her bold makeup, reminiscent of a sophisticated 30-something socialite. Indeed, quite impressive. But where did you acquire the funds for such luxury? Lin Mo pondered, recalling that he had only transferred her 5,000 the previous day, insufficient for such purchases. Maintaining his composure like a man accustomed to high society, he queried, "All counterfeit?" "The entire set cost just 1,000, Xiaoling replied with a playful smile. "Oh." Lin Mo regarded Xiaoling with newfound respect, surprised by her quick wit despite her seemingly naive demeanor. By the way, he suddenly recalled, what if Ning Hong demands proof of your assets? He was aware that Ning Hong, a lawyer, had stringent requirements for her offline classes. Without substantial assets, one would not be accepted. After all, this was her profession, and if one lacked inheritance, there would be little for her to claim in a divorce. While appearances could be deceiving, genuine assets could not be fabricated. Is it really that complicated? Just as Lin Mo contemplated how to help Xiaoling forge a document, she promptly produced her phone. Would this suffice? On her screen was a photograph of a property asset certificate worth over 10 million, bearing her name and identification number. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you really create this? Take a look at the asset description, she grinned. Wudong Mountain Daoist traditional martial arts dormitory, encompassing. Now understanding, Lin Mo realized it was a certificate for an asset associated with Wudong Mountain. Not the mountain itself, but rather a martial arts school run as a business. This was indeed legitimate real estate. Is this dormitory building yours? Of course not. It's something I fabricated. Turns out, you're quite the little heiress. Lin Mo said, giving her a thumbs up. Who would photograph such a document and upload it online? This should be sufficient to impress Ning Hong and secure a spot in her class. I'm not. It belongs to my master. If I sell it, he'll kill me. Xiaoling emphasized earnestly. Lin Mo chuckled. All right, I've already scheduled an appointment with lawyer Ning Hong for you. Just go directly. Okay. After a moment's thought, Lin Mo continued. Once you enter the offline class, you must restrain yourself. If any issues arise, do not resort to violence. Take pictures and leave the resolution to me. Based on his past experiences, he knew that Ning Hong's offline classes were akin to brainwashing, teaching how to deceive in marriage and asset division. With Xiaoling's temperament, he genuinely feared she might inadvertently harm Ning Hong. Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback, coming to the realization that she indeed had a dilemma. She then remarked, I will strive to restrain myself, but what if I cannot help but strike her? Will she, out of anger, choose to turn herself in? Lin Mo waved her hand dismissively, pondering the girl's train of thought, and replied with a smile. A good thrashing might actually land you in trouble, but if you capture it on video, I could ensure her incarceration, thus permanently resolving the issue and erasing her from the legal realm. Xiaoling's large eyes shimmered with uncertainty as she hesitantly responded, Lawyer Lin, to be honest, I find it hard to believe. You mentioned wanting to send blind brother's wife to prison, and now you're saying you wish to do the same for her lawyer. It feels a tad boastful. Given Xiaoling's previous understanding of legal matters, Lin Mo's words and actions had far exceeded her comprehension, leading her to harbor skepticism. However, she suddenly realized that publicly doubting her superior might cause considerable embarrassment. Thus, she quickly added, Lawyer Lin, Lin Mo, unfazed by her disbelief, acknowledged that skepticism was a natural response. He stated, If you doubt me, we shall see. However, you must carry out the tasks as I request. Failure to do so will result in a deduction from your salary. Lin Mo took a sip from his teacup and spoke with calm assurance. Oh no, please don't. Xiaoling exclaimed, instantly invigorated at the mention of a salary deduction. I'll set off right away. Upon hearing the consequences of failing, her spirits lifted. There are hidden cameras and recording devices on the table. You can decide how to proceed. All right. Xiaoling promptly packed the hidden cameras and recording equipment Lin Mo had prepared into her bag. Strutting out of the law firm in her high heels, she remarked, These shoes are quite difficult to walk in. Why do so many women enjoy wearing them? Half an hour later, at the Zhanghai building in the city center, on the 23rd floor, outside the Jinhan law firm, Ning Hong, clad in a fitted lawyer's outfit, finally encountered the alluringly dressed Xiaoling. As a fellow woman, Ning Hong felt a twinge of envy at Xiaoling's superior figure. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with opportunity. The luxurious attire suggested she might be a lucrative client. Instantly donning a smile, Ning Hong approached, saying, You must be Ms. Xia. Chapter 27. Crucial evidence acquired. Xiaoling's mind was invigorated, and she swiftly entered her role as a 30-year-old socialite. You must be lawyer Ning Hong, she said, her tone imbued with an air of nobility, yet not lacking in grace. The two exchanged pleasantries before Ning Hong invited Xiaoling into her office for a more in-depth conversation. Lawyer Ning, my husband has been abusive towards me. I wish to issue him a warning to incite change. What should I do? Xiaoling sighed, her voice laced with distress. Abuse? Ning Hong's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Miss Xia, have you considered divorcing your husband? Divorce? Xiaoling feigned surprise, shaking her head. He is the sole provider in our household. If I were to divorce him, my living standards would plummet. Ning Hong smiled mysteriously. You may not be aware, but I can ensure that you receive 40 of what you rightfully deserve post-divorce. Xiaoling's lips twitched involuntarily, her ingrained sense of moral justice igniting a desire to retaliate. However, recalling Lin Mo's words, she restrained herself, feigning interest. Is that even possible? Surely the law wouldn't permit such a thing. Ning Hong's eyes narrowed, sensing a potential client on the hook. Human nature is such that if one can attain a sum of money, who would wish to remain dependent on another? She then presented evidence of her previous 3 cases, all of which involved assisting women in securing substantial financial settlements. Miss Xia, as you can see, all of this is reasonable and lawful, acknowledged by the court. Ning Hong gestured to the documentation. Xiaoling nodded, though still somewhat bewildered by the mechanisms at play. Could you elaborate further? Ning Hong smiled warmly. If you don't mind, I have a public lecture this afternoon aimed at empowering women to safeguard their rights. You are welcome to attend. Empowering women's rights? Are there any prerequisites? Xiaoling inquired. Indeed, primarily, you will need to present a portion of your asset documentation. Ning Hong replied. That is quite straightforward. Xia Ling produced her phone and displayed her property documentation to Ning Hong. Upon inspection, Ning Hong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The asset was valued in the millions, and it was merely one property. If this deal materialized, it would be a colossal transaction. She examined the document closely, noting the absence of any signs of digital alteration, and found it nearly impossible to download such proof from the internet. Her confidence in its authenticity soared. Ms. Xia, you are now a member of our offline women's rights advocacy group. Welcome aboard. Ning Hong beamed, handing Xia Ling a red membership card. Xia Ling tucked her phone away and nodded. When does the class commence this afternoon? At 1 p.m. in the number 1 conference room at the Jia Hai International Grand Hotel. Ning Hong replied. Having noted the time, Xia Ling departed. Ning Hong reclined comfortably in her chair, reveling in the lucrative prospects of the divorce case. Winning the case against the blind man would yield her an 18 commission, likely amounting to over $1 million. Meanwhile, she had seamlessly secured another client in Ms. Xia. Life was truly splendid. As for the outcome of the case against the blind man, Ning Hong had never entertained the notion of defeat. How could she possibly lose against Lin Mo in court? Time flew by swiftly, and at precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Ling made her timely entrance into meeting room number 1 of the Jianghai International Hotel. This hotel's conference spaces are spacious and frequently rented for speeches or various events. Upon entering, she was halted by security and required to present the membership card given to her by Ning Hong in order to gain entry. Upon glancing around, she noticed that the room was filled predominantly with women, several of whom formed small groups, chattering animatedly about various topics. As Xia Ling casually passed by one group, the discussions she overheard shattered her worldview. For instance, one young woman who had undergone cosmetic surgery exclaimed, "Thanks to lawyer Ning Hong, I won my lawsuit and am set to inherit over $5 million in assets. And I've only been married for a year. That's $500,000 a year." The others chimed in, "Sister, I'm so envious of you. You're on the brink of financial freedom." "Oh, family, who understands? My spouse's family only has 3 houses, but when I married, I was primarily attracted to his properties. Once we divorce, I'm certain I can claim one." Another added, "I heard that as long as we listen carefully to lawyer Ning Hong's lectures, we can learn to navigate this ourselves." Indeed, some of our sisters have followed lawyer Ning Hong's guidance and succeeded in their endeavors. I'm currently working on it. But my foolish husband is still toiling away to earn money. Once he has enough, I'll make my move. Ladies, we must strive for independence and liberate ourselves from men. This path is undeniably correct. After absorbing this cacophony of sentiments, Xia Ling felt her beliefs crumble. Her fists clenched in frustration. Throughout her life, she had adhered to principles of chivalry and righteousness, with Taoist teachings instilling in her a sense of morality and thoughtfulness. While her university education emphasized justice and harmony, positivity to the extreme, it was then she comprehended why lawyer Lin had advised restraint. Were it not for Lin Mo's intervention, she might have resorted to violence in her indignation. How could such women exist? They espoused independence while simultaneously plotting to claim men's fortunes, embodying hypocrisy. Xia Ling fumed inwardly, resolving to maintain her composure as she observed how lawyer Lin would handle the situation and send these individuals to justice. Seated alone in a corner, she felt a surge of support for Lin Mo, despite her suspicions of his boasting. At this moment, she wholeheartedly endorsed his efforts to see these women brought to account. The recording devices had been activated. Before long, Ning Hong appeared in the conference room, clad in a tailored suit and adorned with exquisite makeup. At that moment, the entire venue erupted with enthusiasm. Over 200 women cheered exuberantly, as if they were witnessing their savior. "Lawyer Ning Hong, please help me with my lawsuit. I yearn for financial freedom." "Wah! Lawyer Ning, you are my idol. Lawyer Ning, you are the savior of our women. Ladies, I am so moved. I finally meet a lawyer who fights for our rights." The atmosphere was not merely one of cheers. There were women visibly moved to tears, some weeping profusely. Xia Ling was taken aback by this surreal scene. What a fantastical spectacle. Immediately, she raised her bag to capture the jubilant ambience of the gathering. Ning Hong waved her hands, radiating confidence as she ascended the podium. "Dear family, I am attorney Ning, and my mission is to rescue all women oppressed within their families." The lecture swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter. Ning Hong began to elucidate how women suffering oppression at home could wield the weapon of law to defend their rights. However, the content shattered Xia Ling's worldview. If it were merely about safeguarding rights, it would be acceptable, but the underlying message conveyed was clear: divorce and claim your share of the assets. Consulting me, attorney Ning, is the more prudent choice, particularly when examples were shared of sisters who received substantial sums post-divorce. The audience erupted in fervent applause. One by one, they rose, clapping and cheering, resembling fervent devotees. Sisters, we are all members of the same organization. We must support one another. Ning Hong fervently continued. Now, we invite a group of our core members to the stage to proclaim our slogan. A throng of sisters enthusiastically rushed to the podium, fervently chanting slogans. The scene was so frenzied that it instilled fear in Xiaoling. This atmosphere was reminiscent of a pyramid scheme, she mused. Following this, successful individuals delivered speeches, painting Ning Hong as almost divine. It seemed that merely engaging her for a divorce case would guarantee a significant financial windfall. The women below grew even more fervent. Divorce. I will return home today to file for divorce. I must claim my husband's wealth. I trust attorney Ning. She is the voice for us women. These vile men cannot imprison my freedom. We must fight. We must be independent. Witnessing this, Xiaoling clenched her fists, and in that moment, she finally understood why Lin Mo had advised her to exercise restraint. Were it not for that, she would have been tempted to confront this unscrupulous attorney Ning. What kind of lawyer is this? She is merely exploiting legal loopholes. The rampant promotion of gender antagonism portrays men as obstacles to women's pursuit of a better life, suggesting that divorce and asset division would lead to liberation. This is a complete inversion of truth. Most appallingly, these women believed it wholeheartedly, fervently elevating Ning Hong to the status of a savior. It had become a zealous collective. What laws had been violated here? Could attorney Lin truly sue Ning Hong for organizing a pyramid scheme? Yet, that was not the case. Ning Hong had not collected any monetary compensation, thus it did not qualify as a pyramid scheme. After much contemplation, Xiaoling concluded that Ning Hong had not infringed upon any laws. What, then, was the purpose of attorney Lin's request for her to record this video? A perplexed expression crossed Xiaoling's face. Could this recording truly lead to Ning Hong's incrimination? Chapter 28. Divorce Litigation. You accuse me of fraud? Are you out of your mind? The lecture stretched on for 2 hours, during which Xiaoling felt as though her mind had been subjected to an intense indoctrination. Were it not for the promise of a monetary reward, she would have departed long ago. She also discerned an intriguing phenomenon. Each participant received a distinct membership card, categorized into 4 colors: white, blue, green, and red. Observing the conversations around her, she realized that her own red membership card signified that she was among the most valued clients of Ning Hong, with the others ranked in descending order of importance. The higher the status, the more attention Ning Hong would bestow upon them. It seemed that clients were classified based on their assets, prioritizing those with greater wealth, which in turn would yield higher commissions for her. Xiaoling had already stratified her companions into a hierarchy, and they continued to rally around her. With a disdainful scoff, she thought, finally, it's over. Rising to depart, she noted that the other women were still fervently engaged in discussion, some rushing toward Ning Hong as if they were meeting a celebrity. At that moment, Ning Hong was conversing with a woman adorned entirely in luxury brands. Xiaoling recognized her as the girlfriend of Xiaoge. Clutching a red membership card, the connection became clear to Xiaoling. The mastermind behind it all was Ning Hong. No wonder lawyer Lin had asked her to record a video. He must have anticipated this all along, she mused. Just then, Ning Hong spotted Xiaoling and approached her directly. Miss Xia, now that you've attended the lecture, you understand that my aim is to safeguard the rights of women. How may I assist you? Xiaoling felt a surge of indignation, yet she endeavored to maintain a cordial facade, wary of alarming the snake. Lawyer Ning, your lecture was truly remarkable. It stirred my passions. I must return to prepare for some matters, and I will reach out to you later. Very well. Ning Hong replied confidently. I have a case to handle soon, and if the opportunity arises, you are welcome to observe in person. Her confidence was palpable, after all. Her opponent was Lin Mo, a mere novice in comparison, perfectly suited for a client showcase. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiaoling exited the venue and hailed a taxi, hastening towards Xuanhe Law Firm. Once inside the vehicle, she checked the video quality and found it satisfactory. Could this mean a bonus was on the horizon? A sense of delight washed over her. Upon her return to the firm, she swiftly removed her high heels, casting a disdainful glance at them before retrieving a pair of comfortable slippers from her bag. You're back? All right. Lawyer Lin, I got the footage, Xiaoling exclaimed, promptly connecting her device to the laptop. Lawyer Lin, does the 1,000 yuan bonus count? A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, revealing her financial need. Let us not rush. First, let us assess the quality. Lin Mo maintained a skeptical demeanor, given that this was Xia Ling's inaugural endeavor in such a task. Seating herself, Xia Ling felt a familiar tension, akin to the anxiety of awaiting a teacher's evaluation of her exam paper. Come over and watch with me. Note down the parts one require, as these will serve as evidence, Lin Mo instructed. Well, I am not proficient in video editing, Xia Ling said, her expression reflecting her uncertainty. A salary of 5,000, along with bonuses. Are you truly not going to take it? I will learn. I will do it, Xia Ling exclaimed, seizing a notebook to begin recording the time segments. As the video commenced, Lin Mo's demeanor turned serious, his attention unwavering. When the footage displayed an atmosphere of frenzy, and Ning Hong mentioned asset division, Lin Mo finally broke into a smile. Eureka! Upon witnessing Lin Mo's smile, Xia Ling inquired with skepticism, Lawyer Lin, I have analyzed the situation, and it seems Ning Hong hasn't committed a crime. At most, it's just an illegal assembly, which means a few days of detention before release. You'll understand once we reach the courtroom, Lin Mo replied with a grin. By the way, make sure to record the segments I mentioned and edit them all together. All right. Xia Ling blinked and began her work, thoroughly motivated by the generous payment. Meanwhile, Lin Mo drafted the lawsuit and informed Brother Xia that they were ready to proceed. Before long, Xia Ling had completed the video editing, and the two reviewed it together. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Ning Hong appeared in the footage as a top-tier brainwashing leader, exuding an exhilarating energy, perfectly complemented by the fervor of the audience, resembling a grand spectacle of madness. Lawyer Lin, are you considering suing Ning Hong for pyramid selling? I doubt that would work, Xia Ling speculated. No, it's neither pyramid selling nor illegal assembly. However, you did a commendable job this time. The bonus has already been transferred to you, Lin Mo said with a smile, showing no reluctance to part with the money. Yay, Xia Ling cheered. Should I rent a place nearby for convenience? Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. You might as well rent a place near Jianghai Building. Huh, why? Because after this case, our firm is relocating to Jianghai Building. Xia Ling's eyes widened in surprise. What? Lin Mo chuckled, gathering his documents as he headed out, with Xia Ling promptly following. They went directly to the primary court to submit the lawsuit materials, and the court quickly accepted the case. Lin Mo proceeded with a criminal private prosecution requiring evidence of the defendant's fraud and asset transfer. He submitted only the materials organized by Brother Xia to the court, retaining the video concerning Ning Hong. Criminal private prosecutions do not necessitate irrefutable evidence. Mere suspicion against the defendant suffices. Evidently, the court also determined that Brother Xia's wife, Wang Shui, bore criminal suspicion. The lawsuit was granted. Lin Mo handed the court summons to Brother Xia, who was anxiously pacing at home, unable to endure the tension. Lin Mo's message ignited his passion completely. Lawyer Lin is truly efficient. Brother Xia finally sighed in relief. Just then, the door swung open, and a woman with voluminous waves and a curvaceous figure entered. Brother Xia recognized her instantly as his wife, Wang Shui, and his expression darkened. What's wrong? Am I not welcome home? Wang Shui strutted in confidently, having just concluded a conversation with her lawyer, Ning Hong, feeling assured of victory. Get out, Brother Xia retorted bluntly. Get out? With a chuckle, Wang Shui threatened, I warn you, blind man, hasten to sign the divorce agreement, or I shall squander away all your meager funds. Not only that, she proclaimed with pride, I shall create our shared debts, leaving you in financial ruin. This cunning scheme was freshly conceived by Ning Hong, the creation of joint liabilities. While losses accumulate on one side, debts are manufactured on the other. If divorce is not pursued, I shall relish in your torment. The corners of the blind man's mouth twitched in discontent as he recalled Lawyer Lin's wise counsel. Such a woman ought to be locked away. In the next moment, he disdainfully tossed the court documents before Wang Shui. The fraud has come knocking at my door. It seems you have overindulged. What is this? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued. A court summons. Oh, a court summons? Wang Shui suddenly erupted into laughter. She had spoken with Ning Hong and knew that the blind man would undoubtedly sue her, seeking to preserve his assets within the bounds of the law. Yet, as long as the divorce was initiated, her objectives would be achieved. The difference between 40 and 50 was negligible, both amounted to millions, and in any case, she would emerge victorious. So you've finally come to your senses. Wang Shui merrily perused the documents, but her amusement swiftly transformed into shock as she read the summons. Eyes wide with disbelief, she glared at the blind man. Are you out of your mind? Isn't this a divorce case? What on earth are you suing me for? Domestic violence? Fraud? Illegal transfer of assets? Are you completely insane? Seeing Wang Shui's furious reaction, the blind man felt a sense of satisfaction. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "What's the matter? Afraid? If you are frightened, you may leave with nothing. Otherwise, you may find yourself imprisoned for your transgressions." Chapter 29. Absurd mediation conditions. Upon uttering his words, Xiaogu stepped out of his home, and at that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Particularly memorable was the look of astonishment and panic on Wang Shui's face, a sight he had not encountered in quite some time. It served as a modest display of his authority. Meanwhile, Wang Shui clutched the court summons, momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. She had never anticipated that Xiaogu would resort to such measures. In a flurry, she dialed Ning Hong's number. "Lawyer Ning. The developments are contrary to what you had informed me. My husband has taken me to court." On the other end, Ning Hong remained unperturbed, responding, "Do not panic. Is this not the outcome we desired? I am fully prepared on my end. Once you sign the engagement contract, we can immediately proceed with the divorce lawsuit. I assure you will receive what you rightfully deserve." Wang Shui, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "Lawyer Ning. He is not seeking a divorce. He is accusing me of fraud and illegal transfer of assets." "What nonsense!" Ning Hong was taken aback. "Fraud? Illegal transfer of assets? How did this relate to their marriage?" Though Ning Hong was unsure of the underlying strategy, she hastened to reassure her, "Ms. Wang, please remain calm. This could merely be a tactic to unsettle you. These charges are utterly baseless. Their absurdity suggests they are already losing their composure. Now, come and sign the engagement contract, and I will ensure victory in this lawsuit. It is a sure win. I believe in you, Lawyer Ning." Wang Shui was indeed a devoted follower of Ning Hong. In no time, she made her way to Jin Han Law Firm and signed the agreement. At the moment of signing, a wave of relief washed over her. With Ning Hong's guidance, she felt confident of a flawless outcome. Ms. Wang, if you still have any reservations, I can reveal the identity of your husband's attorney." Ning Hong offered. "Oh, you can find that out?" "Certainly," Ning Hong replied with a smile, then proceeded to showcase the two initial lackluster cases handled by Lin Mo, deliberately omitting the recent campus bullying incident. After viewing the footage, Wang Shui could no longer contain her laughter. It seems that blind man is short on funds. How else could he afford such an inept attorney? Although this case appeared to be a criminal matter, the court deemed it a mix of criminal and civil litigation, ultimately organizing an out-of-court mediation. On the day of the mediation, Lin Mo, Xiaogu, Ning Hong, and Wang Shui all arrived at the courthouse. A humorous incident occurred when Ning Hong arrived in a Porsche, only to encounter Lin Mo disembarking from a bus. The reunion of former lovers was rife with emotion. Tears of laughter welled in Ning Hong's eyes. "Thank goodness we broke up. Otherwise, I would still be squeezing onto the bus with you," she remarked with a sardonic tone. Lin Mo merely chuckled in response. "Indeed, fortunate we parted ways. I had no desire to share a cell with you." Ning Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lin Mo? What do you mean by that?" Lin Mo shrugged and turned away, feeling no inclination to converse further with someone so ungrateful, opportunistic, and on the verge of incarceration. Ning Hong tapped her high heels with a scowl, gritting her teeth. "Humph, with that attitude, do you think mediation is possible? Not a chance." Inside the mediation room, both parties were sworn enemies, and animosity was palpable. Lin Mo wasted no time and presented incisive mediation terms. "Our side agrees to an out-of-court settlement. 1. Wang Shui must leave empty-handed and return all assets belonging to Zhang Yukai, the blind brother, without alteration, along with compensation for 2 years of emotional distress. 2. Wang Shui is to post an apology video on her social media accounts across various platforms. 3. Due to Wang Shui's deceit, which resulted in my client losing the ability to conceive, she must provide full compensation, calculated at 1 million yuan. These 3 conditions left Wang Shui utterly baffled. Even Ning Hong was taken aback. What on earth? Compensation for emotional distress is one thing, but demanding compensation for sterilization? And 1 million yuan at that? How could there be any mediation if she agreed? Our side deemed the opposing demands absurdly unreasonable, a blatant act of bullying. Should such conditions be reiterated, there would be no point in mediation whatsoever. At this moment, the blind brother could no longer hold his tongue. "Lawyer Lin, why waste words with them? Just send them into custody." Wang Shui retorted arrogantly, "Zhang Yukai, have you found the audacity to resist me? And you, an illiterate fool, even if I lose, I want to serve time. You are truly foolish." Wang Shui, You are equally a fool, and your entire family is brainless. The two erupted in a heated exchange in the mediation room. Tension thick in the air as they seemed on the verge of a physical confrontation. The mediation judge frowned. At that moment, Lin Mo smiled calmly. If that's the case, let South meet in court. I never expected you to mediate anyway, so there's no need for further discussion. If a fight breaks out, it could end badly. Not that he feared the brawl, but rather that Xia Ling might rush in and wreak havoc. Lin Mo rose, and the blind brother shot him a glance, straightening up to follow Lin Mo out. What a relief. The blind brother wore a broad smile, relishing a long-lost sense of comfort. Regardless of the outcome, they had pushed back firmly. However, Lawyer Lin, don't you think our demands are somewhat excessive? The blind brother had initially only sought to reclaim what was rightfully his. Do you believe your wife would accept mediation? The blind brother shook his head. That woman would never concede. The path to financial freedom lay before her. How could she possibly give that up? All right. Let us prepare the litigation materials for the court hearing. I've got that covered. Then I shall entrust this to you, Lawyer Lin, the blind brother said excitedly, inexplicably feeling that Lin Mo was exceptionally reliable. Soon, Xia Ling arrived, her absence from Ning Hong's presence intended to prevent any suspicion and preemptive measures. Xia Ling presented the lawsuit and litigation materials directly to the court. In no time, the hearing date was set, and both parties were notified. Xia Gu has been updating the progress of this lawsuit online, as it pertains to substantial assets and involves deceitful marriage practices, capturing considerable public interest. After all, every successful man, or one on the path to success, is reluctant to see half of his hard-earned wealth taken away by a woman. Furthermore, the case is represented by attorney Lin Mo, which adds an extra layer of intrigue. Consequently, the attention this case has garnered on the internet is quite significant, attracting numerous legal bloggers who have taken to producing videos to discuss it. Most are deliberating on Lin Mo's true capabilities and whether he can secure any advantages against the seasoned divorce attorney Ning Hong. Legal influencer. I harbor reservations regarding Lin Mo, as the legal field is highly specialized, and such a significant leap raises doubts about his competence. Regardless of my skepticism, I am eager to see what novel strategies Lawyer Lin may employ in this divorce case. If the marriage market opens such a door, it could lead to many women masquerading in order to deceive men into marriage. Thus, I lean towards the belief that Lin Mo will prevail. Regrettably, I lack confidence in his abilities in this regard and do not expect him to win. Many prominent figures have voiced their opinions, yet upon closer examination, the number of steadfast supporters for Lin Mo appears to be rather few. Most seem to view it as mere entertainment for commentary or adopt a pessimistic stance towards Lin Mo's prospects. Among these voices, Luo Daxiang's commentary stands out for its fairness. Lin Mo's initial two cases were related to economic matters, with his most recent case being a uniquely angled bullying issue. The vast scope of this present case is indeed astonishing. However, should he demonstrate flexible thinking, there remains a significant opportunity for him to win the lawsuit. Thus, we await the potential brilliance of the courtroom proceedings from both sides. Dissenting voices against Luo Daxiang have also emerged in the comments. Chapter 30. Lawyer Lin Mo. We men also require your protection. I must express my dissent regarding Teacher Luo's remarks. The previous campus bullying case was approached by Lin Mo from an exceptionally unique perspective that left everyone astounded, which ultimately led to his victory in court. However, marital disputes are an entirely different matter. It is improbable that Lin Mo can discover another groundbreaking angle for his defense. The comment was posted by user lawyer Wang Tao from Junyong Law Firm, and it garnered significant attention, with replies such as, "Oh my, it's lawyer Wang Tao. When did you start calling Lin Mo daddy? And you pathetic excuse for a lawyer, how dare you comment on your father's behalf?" Others chimed in, urging him to skip the rational analysis and simply acknowledge Lin Mo. Within Junyong Law Firm, Wang Tao's face flushed crimson, nearly exploding with rage. He never anticipated that the video recorded prior to Lin Mo's involvement in the campus bullying case had been uploaded and preserved by someone with ulterior motives. Consequently, when Lin Mo triumphed spectacularly, leading to Tian Ingguang's death sentence, Wang Tao found himself subjected to public ridicule, igniting a minor wave of controversy. Hey, Wang Tao, don't be upset. Lin Mo has inadvertently given you a moment of fame. A colleague chuckled, patting Wang Tao on the shoulder. Get lost. Wang Tao seethed, determined to reclaim his dignity. He began fervently analyzing online how Lin Mo was bound to lose. Should Lin Mo falter, it would restore some semblance of respect. Not only him, but also the previously defeated Huang Xin voiced his vehement opinions, expressing himself with fervor. The last debacle was not my fault. It was Lin Mo. This lawyer, who deviated from conventional tactics. He operates on the fringes of legality and morality, embodying a morally corrupt individual. In the video, Huang Xian nearly slammed the table in his fury before continuing. However, this time it's a divorce case. He has no room for maneuverability. He can only confront the matter head-on with his legal acumen, and we are well aware of his capabilities. They are utterly abysmal. Thus, I firmly believe he will undoubtedly lose. In the video's conclusion, Huang Xian's face was flushed with indignation as he pointed skyward, exclaiming, "If he wins, I will eat dung. I will eat dung while wearing Stanford University's uniform." His words, both overt and veiled, implied that Lin Mo was only adept at unorthodox tactics and incapable of conducting a proper case. His failure was not merely attributed to his ineptitude. Naturally, the public vehemently criticized him, inundating him with scorn. A multitude of male compatriots rallied in support of Lin Mo, and upon understanding the nature of Wang Shui's fraudulent marriage, they hastily bestowed upon Lin Mo the title of a vanguard for male rights. After all, it is a matter of finances. The hard-earned money of men should not be so easily exploited by deceitful women. Every man harbored immense trepidation. "Oh, Lawyer Lin, you have rescued the oppressed students. Can you not also save us, the men ensnared by marriage? Indeed, my wife, inspired by their story, is contemplating divorce in pursuit of freedom. Lawyer Lin, please exert yourself once more. Save the children." At this moment, within the Yongyuan law firm, many had already viewed Huang Xian's video. Huang Jianqing's eyes darkened. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have categorically prevented Huang Xian from participating in the case. Just look at the state the child has been driven to. The emotional toll on the child is immense. And the comments from others, Huang Jianqing could hardly bear to read them, prompting him to shout for a lawyer's letter. At that moment, he received an invitation from his former disciple, Zhang Yan, to attend the court proceedings together. What mischief is Zhang Yan up to now? His irritation was already palpable, and seeing Zhang Yan only intensified it. Zhang Yan had risen to a level far beyond him, while he remained the master yet found himself in a less favorable position than his own disciple. Consequently, Huang Jianqing's expression was decidedly grim. He was acutely aware that Ning Hong was affiliated with their law firm and had a high probability of winning against Lin Mo. Rumor had it that Ning Hong was also Zhang Yan's disciple. His son had just lost a lawsuit, and now Zhang Yan was inviting him to witness his disciple's assured victory in court? Was this merely a display of superiority? Yet, to decline the invitation would cast him as petty. Reluctantly, Huang Jianqing accepted Zhang Yan's invitation. At the Jinhan law firm, all the leisure lawyers were abuzz with excitement, fervently discussing Brother Xia's divorce case. Zhang Yan, satisfied, set down his phone and invited Huang Jianqing to watch the court proceedings, which was undoubtedly a means of boasting. After all, his disciple, Ning Hong, was an expert in matrimonial law. Given the current fervor on the internet, this could significantly enhance the reputation of Jinhan law firm. His own reputation would rise in tandem. Truly a win-win situation. Zhang Yan beamed with delight. Simultaneously, at the Xuanhe law firm, Lin Mo and Xia Ling had returned, with the formal court session set to commence the following day. At that moment, Xia Ling was flushed with anger. "Lawyer Lin, just look at the statements from these legal influencers. On what basis can they assert that we cannot win?" Lin Mo chuckled. He had read those statements too and found them to be well-reasoned. He countered her inquiry. "So, do you believe we can win?" Xia Ling hesitated, her gaze evading his. Deep down, she too harbored doubts about Lin Mo's chances, considering the absurdity of the fraud charges, yet she couldn't articulate that aloud. "Well, it's disheartening to hear others say we will lose," she exclaimed, shaking her fist. Lin Mo sat down and took a sip of water. "All right. Instead of fixating on the opinions of legal influencers, let us focus on the public sentiment." Xia Ling promptly switched channels, her furrowed brow finally easing. Thankfully, the majority were supportive of their stance. They stood on the side of justice. The one thing Lin Mo had not anticipated was Ning Hong's decision to apply for a live broadcast of the court proceedings, completely disregarding Huang Xian's experience. However, recalling her need for attention, such a reckless act became somewhat understandable. The following day, outside the Jiahai Intermediate Court, a throng of reporters had gathered. Ning Hong and Wang Shui were acutely aware of their position in the eye of the media storm, having entered the court through a side door early on. Lin Mo, Xia Ling, and Brother Xiao arrived at the courthouse, only to be swarmed by the reporters. Without waiting for them to speak, Lin Mo solemnly declared, "This time, I am voicing the concerns of countless male friends. I cannot allow these deceitful brides to become increasingly arrogant. Upon finishing his statement, he strode purposefully towards the courthouse, accompanied by several others, his demeanor grave. In that moment, a few male journalists stood frozen, their faces illuminated with excitement as they clenched their fists, exclaiming, "Lawyer Lin. So impressive. I stand with you. We boys need protection too." Simultaneously, at the Jianghai High Court, Vice President Wang Zhenghua lifted his gaze from the mountain of paperwork that had consumed him. Exhaling deeply, he thought, "Finally, the overtime is over." He then retrieved his phone to check the latest news. Upon glancing at the headlines, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he rose abruptly, exclaiming, "What is happening? I haven't checked the news for just one day, and the legal issues in Shanghai are trending again." Upon closer inspection, he muttered, "Goodness, it's Lin Mo again. I asked you to handle a divorce case, not to stir up a nationwide uproar." Recalling the words of a senior judge at the Supreme Court, Wang Zhenghua felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He rubbed his temples, hoping that Lin Mo would refrain from causing any major disturbances and simply conclude the case without incident. He believed the fervor would subside, as long as it did not escalate into a nationwide movement akin to the outcry against school bullying. Unbeknownst to Wang Zhenghua, at that very moment, 3 senior judges from the Supreme Court were also monitoring this case, including the very judge who had previously criticized him. Chapter 31. Lawyer Lin's new scheme shocks the judge within the confines of the Jianghai City Intermediate Court. The plaintiff, Lin Mo, along with 2 companions, had arrived, while the defendants, Ning Hong and Wang Shui, were already seated in the dock. Upon spotting Lin Mo, Ning Hong smirked disdainfully, showing no respect for him. Wang Shui, with a cold smile, felt assured that with Ning Hong as her lawyer, she would attain financial freedom by the end of the day. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the Central Supreme Court of the imperial capital, 3 senior judges were gathered before a large screen displaying the proceedings of the Jianghai City Intermediate Court. These esteemed judges, known as first-level magistrates, held significant authority, being second only to the Chief Justice. Such a gathering of first-level magistrates was a rare occurrence. "Old you," grumbled a portly elder. "Is the loophole in marriage law so vast that you can still afford to watch live court proceedings?" This was in reference to the 3 divorce cases reported by Wang Zhenghua, in which the female parties had acquired substantial assets. The Chief Justice had instructed the 3 first-level magistrates to investigate the flaws within marriage law. Despite numerous meetings, they had yet to reach a resolution. The portly elder addressed his colleague, Yu Bing, who was known for his robust physique and graying hair. "Indeed, old Yu. Perhaps we should convene a collective meeting to thoroughly examine the marriage law. If exploited by unscrupulous individuals, it could lead to chaos." Yu Bing, a man of imposing stature and silver hair, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Well, the case we're observing today is a divorce lawsuit." He pointed towards the lawyer seated in the defendant's section. This lawyer, Ning Hong, is the mastermind behind the asset division. With a wry smile, Yu Bing added, "I believe both of you are familiar with the plaintiff's attorney, Lin Mo, who is often referred to online as the destroyer of school bullies." Upon hearing Lin Mo's name, the 2 elders narrowed their eyes. The portly elder chuckled. "His clever tricks have certainly kept our law enforcement officials on their toes." They shared a light-hearted laugh. The elder with a bushy beard remarked, "Interesting. So, old you believe he has a way to address the loopholes?" Yu Bing replied, "I find this young man quite intriguing. He may have some clever strategies up his sleeve." The other 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Old you, the marriage law is fundamentally different now. We can only argue within its framework. Perhaps Lin Mo's clever tricks will prove futile, as he cannot transcend the confines of marriage law in his legal battle." Yu Bing did not contest this assertion. "Well then, let us observe. We must engage with real courtroom proceedings. To detach ourselves from reality would invite the scorn of the public." The 2 nodded in agreement. At that moment, activity stirred within the Jianghai Intermediate Court as the presiding judge for the current session made her entrance. Lin Mo raised his gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly, while Ning Hong displayed a satisfied expression. The judge presiding over this session was Zhang Jingong, a 35-year-old female magistrate. If it were merely a female judge, it would not be a matter of concern. However, Lin Mo, having conducted thorough research, was aware that the first 3 lawsuits initiated by Ning Hong had been presided over by this very judge. This implies that the female judge may exhibit a bias towards protecting women in her rulings, which is certainly not favorable news for Lin Mo. In contrast, Ning Hong wore a look of delight, her chances of success significantly enhanced. As this judge entered the courtroom, the legal commentators live streaming the trial displayed expressions of dismay. In Luo Daxiang's streaming room, some informed viewers began to express their dissatisfaction. Not this judge again. She has already divided substantial assets in the previous 3 cases. Can't we have a different judge? She clearly favors women. Observing the uproar in the comments section, Luo Daxiang attempted to clarify. I understand your frustrations. But the judge's decisions have not contravened any legal statutes. They remain within the bounds of reason and legality. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, nonetheless. Lin Mo's position is far from optimistic this time, given that Ning Hong has had prior interactions with the judge and understands her rulings. The situation is decidedly unfavorable for Lin Mo, thereby putting his knowledge of marital law to a rigorous test. The audience's expressions turned grave upon hearing this. Fully aware that Luo Daxiang had chosen his words carefully, it was evident that the judge exhibited a bias. Lin Mo was already at a disadvantage at the outset. The atmosphere grew serious. This was going to be a formidable trial. At the Jinan law firm, Zhang Yin sat with an air of satisfaction, flanked by Huang Jianqing, with the agitated Huang Xian to his left. As Judge Zhang Jinghong made her entrance, Huang Jianqing furrowed his brow, recognizing that Lin Mo's chances of losing had significantly increased. Meanwhile, on the bench, the adjudicators took their places. Presiding Judge, Zhang Jinghong, Judge, Wang Lei, Judge, Jiang Zhong. Apart from the presiding judge, the other 2 members of the tribunal were male, forming a panel of 3. At this moment, Zhang Jinghong, the presiding judge, wore a rather stern expression. She struck the gavel. Court is now in session. Subsequently, she cast a peculiar glance at Lin Mo before announcing the case. The plaintiff, Zhang Yukai, accuses the defendant, Wang Shui, of domestic violence, as well as fraud under the guise of marriage, and also accuses Wang Shui of illicit asset transfer during the marriage. Plaintiff, is this accurate? Lin Mo raised his head, straightened his chest, and confidently declared, our accusations against Wang Shui are entirely accurate. The expression of Zhang Jinghong, as the presiding judge, darkened, and she struck the gavel again, confirmed as accurate. The courtroom did not stir with much commotion, as apart from the plaintiff and defendant, there were only court personnel and live streaming staff present. Thus, no one else was in attendance. However, online, it ignited a tremendous uproar. Not only the vast audience, but also renowned legal commentators were left bewildered. Isn't this a marital lawsuit? Aren't they divorcing? Why are the charges of domestic violence, fraud, and illicit asset transfer being discussed? Do these 3 accusations bear any relation to a marital case? Wait, this ISNTA divorce, directly accusing of fraud. What does this mean? It implies that lawyer Lin intends to send this woman, Wang Shui, straight to prison. Wait a moment. My mind is in disarray. Allow me to clarify. This is entirely different from what everyone had envisioned. Even Luo Daxiang displayed a contemplative expression. Professor Luo, please provide your insights. What is the current situation? Wasn't it said that a divorce lawsuit was to be filed? How has it suddenly transformed into a criminal case? Luo Daxiang appeared somewhat puzzled. But after a moment of reflection, he seemed to grasp some understanding. With an involuntary smile, he remarked, it must be lawyer Lin. He always surprises us. Consider this. If it were merely a divorce case, it would solely be a defensive stance, merely a matter of dividing assets. However, lawyer Lin has brilliantly maneuvered to prosecute Wang Shui under the guise of a marriage-related fraud. If this holds, Wang Shui would face sentencing, the marriage would be dissolved, and there would be no need to divide any finances. This is truly ingenious. Consequently, lawyer Lin's side has entirely seized the initiative. Upon hearing this explanation, the netizens also displayed satisfied smiles. Haha. Truly, lawyer Lin. His thought process is invigorating. New developments. Lawyer Lin has concocted something novel. Everyone, pay close attention and learn well. At the same moment, in a small conference room at the Supreme Court, Chief Justice Yu Bing pointed at the screen, looking triumphantly at the other 2. See, I told you there would be an unexpected delight. The plump elder and the bearded old man exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Interesting. That Lin Mo could find such an angle. He is indeed a genius. Both were seasoned legal scholars and understood the feasibility of the situation. Yet, the perspective was indeed unconventional, catching one off guard. Yu Bing's lips curled into a slight smile. Who just said watching the trial was a waste of time? The plump elder, slightly embarrassed, replied, I didn't say it was a waste of time. And the main point is that Lin Mo must establish the fraud for it to hold merit. All right, let's continue watching. No need to dwell on past matters. The plump elder waved his hand. At this moment, the three elder statesmen became serious. What they initially thought to be a tedious trial unexpectedly provided Lin Mo with a new angle. Meanwhile, in the courtroom, Zhang Jingyong stated, "Now, let the plaintiff's lawyer present the facts and reasons, along with your claims for litigation." Chapter 32, Division of Property. Lin Mo glanced at the live broadcast camera, took a moment to adjust his attire, and refined his subtle expressions. After all, this was a live presentation, and his image had to be impeccable. He then picked up the meticulously organized documents and opened them. "Your Honor, I hereby present our litigation requests. Firstly, we demand that the defendant, Wang Shui, be convicted of fraud, as she has deceived our client, Zhang Yukai, under the guise of marriage, with a sum totaling in the millions. Given the severe negative impact on societal opinion, we request a stringent sentence. Secondly, regarding the defendant's demand for our client to undergo sterilization at the time of marriage, followed by her coercion to divorce him on the grounds of that very sterilization, I posit that this constitutes a certain degree of domestic violence and fraud. We seek to dissolve the marriage with Wang Shui and demand compensation for the financial losses incurred due to the failed reversal of the sterilization procedure, as well as reimbursement for the assets squandered by Wang Shui over the past 2 years, totaling 3 million. Thirdly, during the first year of their marriage, Wang Shui covertly transferred all of our client's assets, amounting to 11 million, under various pretenses. We request the full restitution of these funds. Furthermore, due to her manipulation that led to our client's sterilization, his reputation has suffered significantly, even resulting in him being referred to derogatorily. Therefore, we seek 100,000 in compensation for damages to his reputation." Lin Mo's words resonated in the ears of every attendee. Wang Shui, seated in the defendant's chair, was rendered speechless. Fraud and domestic violence? How could my urging him to undergo sterilization be construed as domestic abuse? As for the alleged illegal asset transfer, it was conducted with his consent. Wang Shui cast a pleading glance towards Ning Hong. Ning Hong, upon hearing Lin Mo's claims, was both infuriated and amused. This was hardly a legitimate litigation request, but rather a cacophony of absurdity. To suggest that sterilization could be classified as domestic violence and that transferring marital assets to a wife's account constituted a legal transfer was utterly ludicrous. As for fraud, that was even more ridiculous. Didn't we get married? I never demanded money from you. It was you who offered. These arguments were far too easy to counter. A slight smirk crept onto Ning Hong's lips. Although her expertise lay in marital law, she had numerous rebuttals at her disposal. She gently patted Wang Shui on the shoulder and said, "Minor issues, don't worry." At the judge's bench, Zhang Jinghong's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Mo's requests. She was visibly displeased. Nonetheless, as the presiding judge, she maintained her composure. Bang! The plaintiff's attorney has concluded their statement. Please, counsel for the defendant, present your claims. Ning Hong stood confidently, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, her former lover, a smile gracing her lips, one of triumph in the professional arena. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of Xia Ling sitting beside Lin Mo. The girl seemed vaguely familiar, though she could not quite place her. Indeed, Ning Hong could hardly recognize Xia Ling, who appeared unadorned and donned in simple attire, radiating an essence of youthful exuberance. Lin Mo, however, perceptively noted the disdainful glint in Ning Hong's gaze, yet remained unfazed. Such a haughty demeanor seemed merely a tactic to intimidate adversaries and manipulate their mindset, a strategy utterly ineffective against Lin Mo. The trifling tactics employed by Ning Hong were insufficient to engage Lin Mo's attention. After all, Lin Mo had previously navigated the treacherous waters of marital litigation, a far cry from the current era, where divorce proceedings still languish in a primitive state. The cases Lin Mo once confronted were significantly more arduous, akin to a clash of sorcery. Observing that Lin Mo paid her no heed, Ning Hong let out a cold huff and commenced her litigation request. Honorable Judge, we respectfully submit the following applications. First, we request the dismissal of all accusations made by the plaintiff's attorney. The charges of fraud and illegal asset transfer presented by the plaintiff's counsel are, in my estimation, utterly baseless. We were married for 2 years, during which the relationship remained remarkably stable. All asset transfers were conducted with mutual consent, and the decision regarding sterilization was also agreed upon by both parties, thus failing to meet the criteria for the aforementioned charges. Therefore, we seek dismissal. Second, regarding the plaintiff's claim that we coerced sterilization as grounds for dissolving the marriage, our client has never made such a statement. Furthermore, the plaintiff has been engrossed in her live streaming career for years, neglecting our client's emotional needs. Our client feels profound loneliness and yearns for a child to provide companionship. However, the male party has lost his fertility, resulting in our client suffering from severe mental health issues. Instead of offering solace, the male party has used this as a basis to bring our client to court. Thus, we believe the opposing party has completely forsaken any emotional ties to this marriage, rendering the marital relationship effectively non-existent and warranting legal dissolution. Third, we request an equitable division of the assets accrued during the 2 years of marriage. The jointly created assets include a property of 180 square meters in the Jiahai urban area, bank savings amounting to 11 million yuan, as well as various minor bank balances. Fourth, we demand that the opposing party bear the corresponding legal fees. At that moment, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. The division of assets had commenced. The strategy was meticulously crafted, and indeed, Ning Hong, the seasoned attorney, had deftly turned the tables, portraying her side as the aggrieved party. Just then, Xia Ling leaned in closer to Lin Mo, her voice tinged with concern. "Lawyer Lin, what a tragic tale Wang Shui has spun. The judge seems to empathize with them. Could this be detrimental to our case? Are we at risk of losing?" Chapter 33. Dare to interject? Lin Mo remained silent, choosing instead to focus on the expression of Judge Zhang Jingong. Indeed, the judge appeared moved, her gaze towards Wang Shui filled with compassion. Lin Mo was certain that in Zhang Jinghong's mind, Wang Shui's familial situation was undeniably dire. No wonder Ning Hong had managed to win her previous cases so effortlessly. She had skillfully manipulated and amplified the sympathy of the judge. Lin Mo understood that portraying Wang Shui as the victim in the marriage was her tactic, and thus far, it had proven to be remarkably effective. It was at this moment that Lin Mo snapped back to reality, realizing that Xia Ling was speaking to him. Lose? How could that be possible? He pondered. However, it seemed that Xia Ling had repeatedly perceived a potential loss, which was not a healthy mindset for a lawyer. When an attorney believes they are destined to lose a case, they have already lost half the battle. Only by maintaining a conviction of victory can one retain a clear mind for coherent argumentation. It would be one thing if it were another lawyer. But Xia Ling was the first employee of his firm. It was time to impart a lesson. "Xia Ling," Lin Mo said softly, "let us make a bet." "Eh? A bet on what?" she inquired, intrigued. "A wager on whether we will win this case," he replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Xia Ling's face flushed. Lawyer Lin, I didn't mean to undermine anyone's confidence." Xia Ling mistakenly thought Lin Mo was mocking her, given her recent audacious inquiry about a potential loss, which was rather impolite. No, I mean it. Let us wager your salary for next month. If you guess we will lose, the odds are 2-0. If you guess we will win, the odds are 4-0. Which will you choose?" Lin Mo asked with a grin. "Really? You're serious?" Xia Ling was taken aback by Lin Mo's audacity to discuss such matters in court. However, in the next moment, her thoughts drifted to the odds. Generally, higher probabilities yield lower odds, suggesting that Lawyer Lin might also believe the likelihood of losing was considerable. A contemplative expression crossed her delicate face as she weighed her options. Internally, she felt the odds of losing were significant, but the reward for winning was fourfold. 20,000 yuan. "Lawyer Lin, we can win, right?" Xia Ling asked cautiously. Lin Mo remained silent, merely offering a knowing smile. Xia Ling shivered slightly, quickly dismissing the option of betting on a loss. In that final moment, her mind finally grasped the situation, and she decisively chose to bet on a win. The thought of selecting a loss terrified her, fearing Lin Mo might dismiss her on the spot. Who would wager against their own firm? "Though it's a pity about my salary next month," Xia Ling lamented, her expression one of despair. Lin Mo chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. "Now, let me impart to you the first and most crucial lesson of being a lawyer. You must always believe in your victory." Xia Ling nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Ning Hong had concluded her litigation request. As she took her seat, she glanced at the presiding judge, noticing the same sympathetic expression displayed during the previous 3 hearings, and she felt a sense of assurance in her heart. With a triumphant glance at Lin Mo, she was acutely aware that her chances of winning the case were soaring. On the bench, Zhang Jinghong was indeed swayed by Ning Hong's application, especially upon hearing that Wang Shui had been driven to severe mental illness. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Jinghong struck the gavel. The request from both parties had been presented, and the next step was for the plaintiff and defendant to submit relevant factual or legal evidence pertaining to their claims. The plaintiff's attorney was summoned to begin the presentation. Counsel for the plaintiff, please present your factual basis regarding the defendant's alleged illegal transfer of assets, fraud, and domestic violence, Zhang Jinghong instructed, her tone adopting a serious demeanor, as if she were interrogating them. As the presiding judge, she sought verifiable evidence. Otherwise, she could deliver a verdict immediately. Lin Mo nodded, undaunted by Zhang Jinghong's authoritative presence, and asked, Your Honor, may I pose a question to the defendant, Wang Shui? Is it relevant to this case? Yes, came the reply. Zhang Jinghong rapped the gavel once more. According to court regulations, the request is approved. Counsel for the plaintiff, you may question the defendant. Though Zhang Jinghong held a subjective dissatisfaction towards the plaintiff, she adhered to the court's protocols. Lin Mo turned to Wang Shui and inquired, When you met Zhang Yukai 2 years ago, was there someone guiding and manipulating you behind the scenes to win his affections and lead to marriage? The moment the question was posed, Wang Shui was taken aback, for there had indeed been someone orchestrating her approach to Zhang Yukai, through whom she later met attorney Ning Hong. Ning Hong, frowning, raised her hand. Your Honor, I believe this question bears no relevance to the case at hand, and we refuse to answer. Bang. Zhang Jinghong nodded in agreement. Approved. I urge the plaintiff not to inquire about matters unrelated to this case. Please submit your factual basis regarding the allegations of fraud. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, pondering whether this was a manifestation of bias, unable to even pose a question. Nevertheless, she firmly picked up the documents from the table and declared, First, I shall present the factual basis regarding Wang Shui's illegal transfer of assets. Within a week of Wang Shui filing for divorce, she systematically transferred funds from my client's bank account into her own through various means. With that, Lin Mo submitted the relevant transfer documents to Zhang Jinghong, along with various chat records and recordings showcasing Wang Shui's refusal to return the funds, all meticulously documented by Zhang Yukai. Zhang Jinghong glanced at the evidence. Indeed, the transfer records and recordings substantiated that Wang Shui had no intention of repaying. However, before she could respond, Ning Hong raised her hand first, a smile gracing her face. Illegal transfer of assets? This was too easy to refute. Your Honor, I respectfully request the premature dismissal of the plaintiff's accusation of illicit asset transfer. Zhang Jinghong cast a glance, for it is customary that the defendant may only present their arguments after the plaintiff has submitted all evidence. Ning Hong's actions were a breach of protocol, nonetheless. Zhang Jinghong inquired of Lin Mo, counsel for the plaintiff, Do you accept the defendant's request to present their arguments prematurely? Lin Mo nodded in affirmation, certainly. At that moment, the audience watching the live broadcast was left in a state of bewilderment. What could possibly motivate Lin Mo to acquiesce? The opposing counsel's interruption of the statement was exceedingly discourteous, akin to interrupting someone in the midst of a passionate discourse. Yet, to her surprise, Ning Hong found amusement in this turn of events. Her intention was merely to disrupt Lin Mo, not anticipating that he would genuinely agree. Surely, you do not consider this to be gentlemanly behavior, she scoffed inwardly. Without hesitation, Ning Hong proceeded to submit the pertinent evidence to Zhang Jinghong. Chapter 34. The Crime of Organizing a Cult. The opposing lawyer is about to be involved? Zhang Jinghong picked it up and found it filled with various recordings. The content of the recordings merely consisted of Wang Shui inquiring whether Zhang Yukai could transfer funds, to which Zhang Yukai consistently replied, Of course, darling, it's just a transfer, no need to bother me. Ning Hong triumphantly declared, Your Honor, these pieces of evidence are time-stamped and correspond to the transfer information submitted by the opposing counsel. Each transaction was agreed upon by the other party. Thus, there is no claim of illegal asset transfer. The viewers of the live broadcast erupted in a flurry of discussion. Luo Daxiang shook his head and remarked, The charge of illegal asset transfer has been effortlessly dismantled by the opposing side. At that moment, Zhang Yikai, Xiaoge, finally regained his composure and shouted, Wang Shui, you deceitful woman. You always ask me during my live broadcasts. When I refuse, you disrupt my stream. I thought it was a minor transfer, so I agreed. And you even deleted the transfer information from my phone while I was live. Now you claim I consented? I never agreed. Return my money. Lin Mo squinted. Realizing the situation, Wang Shui had long been prepared to counter this move. It was evident that this was Ning Hong's handiwork. Silence. Zhang Jinghong sternly commanded. Plaintiff's representative. This is your warning. Xiaoge immediately covered his mouth and urgently pulled Lin Mo, Lawyer Lin. Quickly retaliate. I didn't expect this trap was set by them. Xia Ling clenched her small fists, feeling furious at such deceit. However, as a law student, she understood that the charge of illegal asset transfer could not stand, as each instance was agreed upon by the male party, making it exceedingly difficult to prove. Boss, what should we do now? Xia Ling tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve. At that same moment, the netizens were commenting fervently. This is too despicable. Our Xiaoga is still too naive. It's not naivety. It's a matter of trusting his wife too much. Now I understand. One must not agree so readily. Teacher Luo, is there truly no way to prove it? Luo Daxiang shook his head at that moment and said, there is still a chance, albeit a slim one. It will require extensive argumentation, but let us not forget. They are still married. The likelihood of this charge being substantiated is low. Let us continue to observe how Lin Mo will maneuver. Luo Daxiang noted that Lin Mo's expression had shown little fluctuation, a demeanor he had demonstrated in the previous trial. Even when pressured by the opposing side, Lin Mo remained composed, waiting to unveil his decisive evidence. Yes, trusting lawyer Lin is the way to go. Observing Lin Mo's expression, everyone felt reassured. Let us not rush. With past experiences as our guide, until the final moment, one can never know what decisive evidence Lin Mo might present. In the courtroom, Zhang Jinghong turned to Lin Mo. Counsel for the plaintiff, do you have any statements regarding the evidence presented by the defense? Lin Mo shook his head. In the defendant's seat, Ning Hong was basking in her triumph. Lin Mo shook her head, indicating that she had already secured an initial victory. Wang Shui cast a grateful glance her way, acknowledging the effectiveness of lawyer Ning's methods. At that moment, Xia Ling could no longer contain herself. Lawyer Lin, didn't you say we must believe that we will win? What should we do next? If we don't win, I want to receive my salary next month. At this juncture, Zhang Jinghong continued. Please submit any factual evidence regarding the charge of fraud from the plaintiff's side. Lin Mo nodded and, without hesitation, submitted the photos and edited videos taken by Xia Ling directly to Zhang Jinghong. Honorable Judge, this serves as evidence of organized and large-scale fraudulent activities conducted against my client by Wang Shui's involvement in the fraudulent organization. Furthermore, I assert that the defense attorney, Ning Hong, is the ringleader of this fraud. All fraudulent endeavors undertaken by Wang Shui were orchestrated under her guidance. Moreover, I contend that this fraudulent organization possesses characteristics akin to a cult, and the role of attorney Ning may very well be equivalent to that of a cult leader. I now suspect that attorney Ning is not only complicit in fraud but is also orchestrating illegal activities under the guise of a cult, which is exceptionally heinous. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Ning Hong, initially wearing a smile, was left aghast, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. A fraudulent organization? A cult? Am I truly the mastermind behind this fraud? A cult leader? What on earth is this? Ning Hong felt as if Lin Mo's assertions were about to shatter her composure. On the judge's bench, Zhang Jinghong scrutinized the photos and videos submitted by Lin Mo, her brows knitted in concern. Simultaneously, the entire internet erupted in astonishment. Many online users were left bewildered. While being labeled as the head of a fraudulent organization was one thing, how did Ning Hong also become a cult leader? Many netizens began to display relieved smiles. Finally, here comes lawyer Lin's brilliantly unconventional strategy. I can't believe it. Our esteemed lawyer Lin is certainly up to something audacious. Haha, this is hilarious. Lawyer Lin is even taking on the opposing attorney. Reports streamed in, breaking news. Lawyer Lin intends to imprison the opposing attorney as well. Wait a minute. Transitioning from a marital dispute to fraud is one thing. But to sue the opposing attorney while branding her as a cult leader and mastermind of fraud is simply beyond comprehension. I can hardly contain myself. Truly. Lawyer Lin dares to place such a notorious label upon the opposing attorney. The uproar online was palpable. As the case progressed, it was already absurd that the accusations were aimed at the opposing attorney, but now to drag in the label of cult leader at such a moment of utter disbelief. Laughter often emerges. For instance, Luo Daxiang could not help but chuckle, especially upon witnessing Lin Mo articulate these charges with utmost seriousness. He found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Teacher Luo, please, refrain from laughing and analyze this situation. Indeed, this is utterly astonishing. Even cults have been brought into the fray. This is sheer madness. Could it be that lawyer Lin has been driven to madness? Luo Daxiang adjusted his expression and said, all right, everyone, I understand this is quite outrageous, but we all know that lawyer Lin is not one to act frivolously. Let us continue to observe. Until we see evidence, I cannot make a judgment. Unlike the others, the presiding judge, Zhang Jinghong, suddenly turned pale with anger. At that moment, Ning Hong, her face flushed with rage, began to retort, Lin Mo, have you lost your mind? Is it that you can't win in a straightforward argument? So you resort to this nonsensical quibbling? You despicable lawyer. Trash. A charlatan. Ning Hong was about to say more when Zhang Jinghong shot her a glare, causing her to instantly fall silent. Subsequently, she ordered the relevant footage to be publicly displayed. Thus, Ning Hong's exaggerated performance at the conference, along with the fervent expressions of those women, was laid bare before the audience online. The scene resembled a fervent cult gathering. One could easily mistake it for a grand sacrificial ceremony. Coupled with Ning Hong's outrageous and absurd statements, it left everyone utterly astounded. Chapter 35. The collectors are afraid of marriage. The impact of the video is undeniably profound, compounded by Lin Mo's assertion of the crime of organizing a cult, which has left all legal professionals in utter bewilderment. Each legal mind is fervently contemplating the feasibility of such a charge. However, others, hailing from various fields and lacking formal legal education, rely solely on their subjective perceptions to form judgments. The imagery presented in the video resembles those notorious scenes associated with cults, fervent audiences, and impassioned speeches on stage. Particularly alarming is the content of the speeches, which evokes profound fear and vulnerability among men. Comments and major live streams have erupted into chaos. The collectors tremble as they type. I never imagined that such acts of utilizing marriage to defraud property could coalesce into an organization. I am terrified. When will we collectors be able to live freely without persecution? Family, who understands? This is a systematic, organized, and guided scheme aimed at defrauding us collectors. Indeed, every word, every sentence they utter constitutes a persecution against us collectors. It's infuriating. How can we, as young men, endure such deception? When can we rise up? I am genuinely chilled to the bone. They are currently persecuting Brother X, but if we do not speak out for him, who will be next? You? Me? All of us collectors. We collectors share a deep sense of empathy. We young men must awaken and open our eyes to the world. If previously many netizens considered Brother X to be an isolated case, finding amusement or sympathy in his plight, this video has shattered that illusion. If a seemingly beautiful romance conceals a scheme of deception, how much true love remains? In the courtroom, upon witnessing the video, Brother X is overwhelmed with despair. Perhaps due to his intense anger, his face flushes red, as if about to explode. Tremors course through his body as he shakes his finger at Wang Shui across the room, realizing that she is not merely an individual but the face of a formidable, predatory team. Everything has been meticulously plotted and designed to devour him whole. Those cherished memories were all fabricated. How could Brother X not break down? Lin, lawyer Lin, you must help me, he implores, grasping Lin Mo's arm with heartfelt urgency. Lin Mo remains composed, gently patting Brother X's hand in a gesture of reassurance, signaling that he will handle everything. Meanwhile, Xiaoling stands agape, not in shock at the footage, but at Lin Mo's litigation strategy. She initially believed that Lin Mo intended to use the video to demonstrate that Wang Shui harbored fraudulent intentions from the onset of their marriage. However, she never anticipated that Lin Mo would audaciously accuse the opposing lawyer of being the mastermind of the fraud, even attributing the charge of organizing a cult and branding him a cult leader. This revelation obliterates the legal education Xiaoling has absorbed over the past 4 years. She cannot fathom that her boss would level such grave accusations. She posed a profound question. Lawyer Lin, can we still proceed in this manner? Lin Mo gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, Xia, you must acclimate to this. Do not be so flustered. It is merely a small affair. Oh. Xiaoling nodded, yet immediately shook her head to regain her composure. A small affair? Nonsense. Who accuses opposing counsel in court during a lawsuit? This is madness. But why does this sensation feel so exhilarating? She asked her boss with a look of eager anticipation. Can we truly send Ning Hong to prison? Ever since attending Ning Hong's offline lecture, Xiaoling had been seething with indignation. Sending her to prison would alleviate her pent-up resentment. Observing carefully and learning diligently. The essence of litigation lies in ensnaring the opponent's emotions, inducing their panic. All right. Xiaoling nodded affirmatively. Compared to her previous skepticism, she now held unwavering faith in Lin Mo, devoid of any doubt. At that moment, the legal professionals began to react. In the Jinhan law firm, Zhang Yin abruptly stood up, exclaiming in outrage, "This is utter chaos. How can one accuse a lawyer in court? To claim someone is guilty of organizing a cult based on a mere video? Absurd." Huang Jianqing, standing nearby, smirked slightly, relishing a familiar sense of deja vu. Old Zhang, do remain calm. My son Huang Xian lost just like this in the last trial. It's all part of the process. Zhang Yan's lips twitched as he shot Huang Jianqing a glare. Are you suggesting my son will lose? At that moment, Huang Xian lost control, shouting, rash fool. Lin Mo is a reckless fool. Get him out of the courtroom. What is happening? Zhang Yan took a few steps back, pointing at Huang Xian. Huang Jianqing sighed. After the last case with Lin Mo, he exhibited an acute stress response. Now Lin Mo has introduced an unforeseen charge, triggering it again. Zhang Yan inquired, is it that serious? Huang Jianqing said nothing but pointed to the screen. Do not worry about my son. I sense your prized pupil is about to experience a similar reaction. Zhang Yan turned his attention to the defendant's seat, where Ning Hong's face had turned beet red. In the next moment, she leaped to her feet, and the screen echoed with her furious outburst. Lin Mo, are you completely out of your mind? This is an offline lecture. Those are mere slogans. What do they have to do with cults and fraud? She furiously directed her ire toward the presiding judge, exclaiming, Your Honor, the opposing counsel has no grasp of the law whatsoever. He is merely slandering me. He is insane. In stark contrast, Lin Mo remained remarkably composed, saying nothing. Suddenly, the presiding judge, Zhang Jinghong, forcefully struck the gavel, declaring sternly, Counsel for the defense. We are currently in the stage of the plaintiff's submission of factual evidence. Please do not interfere. This is a warning. Ning Hong widened her eyes, ready to retort. But the remnants of her rationality compelled her to silence. At this moment, Lin Mo merely smiled slightly, casually shrugging his shoulders, a clear mockery of Ning Hong. Damn it. Ning Hong was on the verge of exploding with rage. Eager to prove herself, she received a warning from the judge. How amusing. Do you truly believe I will not contest your arguments? Ning Hong took a moment to compose herself, beginning to analyze the situation meticulously. Zhang Yan furrowed his brow, hoping that Ning Hong would quickly regain her composure and strategize a rebuttal to Lin Mo's evidence. He was aware that Ning Hong had not prepared for such obscure charges as those related to cults. It was all about improvisation at this point. Meanwhile, in Luo Daxiang's live stream, the audience also settled down, inquiring, Teacher Luo, can Lin's arguments hold water? Indeed, this woman must be apprehended. Her actions are a blatant exploitation of legal loopholes. Chapter 36, A Genius Strategy. Incarcerate the opposing counsel. In response to inquiries from netizens, Luo Daxiang nodded, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Once again, Attorney Lin has orchestrated a grand spectacle for us. Given the current circumstances, as long as Lin Mo's forthcoming legal elucidation is sound, there exists a considerable possibility for the case to be established. However, to substantiate the charges of organized cult activity and organized fraud, an exceptionally detailed discourse is required, demanding a profound understanding of the law. This is indeed the moment for Attorney Lin to showcase his legal acumen. Upon hearing Luo Daxiang's words, anticipation filled the air. It appeared that a direct confrontation was imminent. A law student remarked, Attorney Lin is truly formidable. He has adeptly extricated himself from the disadvantages of marital law and has drawn the opposing party into his domain. I believe Ning Hong could never have anticipated that Attorney Lin would accuse her, particularly with such a niche charge as organized cult activity. Indeed, the excitement was palpable. Concurrently, within the Supreme Court, a trio of judges observed. Yubing pointed at the screen, chuckling, Behold the prowess of this young man in evidence collection and his unique perspective. How many have you encountered? The rotund elder shook his head with a smile, exclaiming, What a genius. I could never fathom that marriage, fraud, and cult activity could converge within a single lawsuit. The bearded judge nodded in agreement. The perspective is certainly unconventional. But the crux lies in the subsequent supplementary explanations. Let us continue to observe. In the courtroom, Chief Judge Zhang Jinghong gazed at Lin Mo, her demeanor now less severe. She inquired, Counsel for the plaintiff, do you have any further clarifications regarding the evidence you have presented? Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I must provide clarification. Without a detailed argument supporting the feasibility of establishing these two charges, the judgment would rest solely with the chief judge and the collegiate bench. I shall not let this opportunity slip away. With that, Lin Mo seized the documents, and at that moment, all eyes were fixated upon him. The charges were indeed shocking. Yet their viability hinged upon Lin Mo's forthcoming explanation. He began, Firstly, I shall provide a supplementary explanation regarding the charge of organized cult activity. Allow me to clarify the legal definition of a cult. It refers to an illicit organization that exploits religion, qigong, or other pretenses. These organizations deceive and manipulate individuals through the deification and promotion of key figures, utilizing superstition to control and expand their membership, thereby jeopardizing society. Now, why do I allege that attorney Ning Hong is implicated in organized cult activity? She recently claimed that the video merely represented a straightforward offline seminar. However, this is not the case. According to my investigations, all participants of her offline seminar have joined the group chat she established, where relevant identity cards were distributed. Each member was admitted with her consent. As he spoke, Lin Mo produced a striking red card, symbolizing super VIP status. This is the identity card of their organization, categorized into colors such as white, green, and red. Hence, from a legal standpoint, we can deduce that this is an organization with clearly defined roles and structure. This is the recording of the process of joining the association. As for whether the voice belongs to lawyer Ning Hong, a technical identification can be conducted. Subsequently, Lin Mo submitted a recording of Xia Ling's private meeting with Ning Hong, which included discussions about capital verification. Lin Mo continued, the process of joining exists. There are core figures and offline activities. It can be fully established that this is a group organized by lawyer Ning Hong. The first step has been taken. This is indeed an organized entity. After a brief pause, Lin Mo continued, so, why do we classify this organization as a cult? The answer is straightforward. Let us analyze it point by point. The first point is the deification and glorification of key figures. Lin Mo took control of the video playback and showcased the scene where attendees fervently called out for Ning Hong, depicting their frenzied admiration. We can observe that the entire audience hailed lawyer Ning Hong as the savior and freedom fighter, exclaiming, "Only lawyer Ning Hong can save us." I shall refrain from mentioning the other similar statements. Clearly, this is the organization's members deifying and glorifying the key figure, who is none other than Ning Hong herself. After speaking, Lin Mo took a sip of water and continued. Now, let us discuss the second point, doctrine. The organization's doctrine has been succinctly summarized in the video as achieving financial freedom through the acquisition of substantial assets from fraudulent marriages. This doctrine is inherently detrimental, as it disregards normal romantic and marital relationships, aiming instead to exploit legal loopholes to seize the assets of one's partner. The organization's doctrine has reached a level that poses a societal threat. At this juncture, Ning Hong's complexion had turned pale, and she began to perspire profusely. She could not fathom that Lin Mo could engage in such eloquent sophistry. How could this all be connected? Insanity. Lin Mo pressed on. The third point involves the use of deceptive means to lure and recruit members, thus endangering society. Lawyer Ning Hong has attracted a significant number of members by propagating the notion that divorce can lead to the division of substantial assets, subsequently exploiting legal loopholes to assist members in defrauding their husbands of their wealth. Through my investigation, it has become evident that this behavior has reached a level that poses a danger to society. Lin Mo then presented the collected outcry from netizens regarding marriage fraud cases. These sentiments reflect a profound fear among the public, resulting in widespread panic among men, who now hesitate to marry or even interact with women, suffering psychological harm and causing societal unrest. Furthermore, this has led to significant economic and emotional losses for several men, including my client. Lin Mo asserted, these 3 points unequivocally fulfill the legal definition of a cult. Hence, I assert that this organization is an illegal cult established by lawyer Ning Hong. Given that the doctrine of this cult revolves around marital fraud, it indeed constitutes a criminal offense. Therefore, I contend that lawyer Ning Hong meets the criteria of a fraud leader and cult master. Your Honor, my statement is complete. Thunderous silence ensued. Everyone was astonished. Lin Mo's words resonated with all present. The task at hand involves juxtaposing the actions of Ning Hong's organization with those of a cult, thereby substantiating the assertion that this organization indeed embodies the characteristics of a cult. This is precisely an attempt to target the opposing counsel. Professor Luo, is this acceptable? The audience immediately sought clarification from Luo Daxiang. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Daxiang nodded affirmatively and stated, it is indeed permissible. An organization is not classified as a cult merely by virtue of being labeled so. Rather, it attains such a designation through the commission of cult-like activities. Lawyer Lin's judicial interpretation is both accessible and clear in its arguments, thoroughly substantiated by videos and online information that bolster the likelihood of this organization being deemed a cult. The next step lies in the judgment of the adjudicating judges. Naturally, If the opposing counsel is found culpable, victory in this lawsuit is assured. Following this, Luo Daxiang affirmatively nodded in appraisal, remarking, "It seems that lawyer Lin Mo possesses formidable legal acumen. Not only does he articulate his points succinctly, but he also does so in a manner that is easily comprehensible, as if aimed at engaging a broader audience. Impressive, indeed." Upon hearing Professor Luo's commendation, the online community collectively exhaled in relief. At this juncture, the presiding judge, Zhang Jinghong, also acknowledged the evidence with a nod. This moment was captured by numerous netizens, igniting a sense of optimism. Perhaps there is hope. Meanwhile, Ning Hong was in disarray. Lin Mo's arguments were coherent and persuasive, even garnering the nod of the judge who was ostensibly biased in her favor. At this moment, she was drenched in cold sweat, panic-stricken to the point of her back becoming soaked. How infuriating! His legal prowess is formidable. Is this the reasoning that a typical attorney would conceive? Who imparted such litigation strategies to him? That eccentric Lin Mo. Ning Hong felt on the verge of tears. These arguments were utterly nonsensical yet undeniably positioned her as a cult leader. How absurd that in the course of a lawsuit, she could be branded as such. Who could she turn to for justification? Furthermore, despite the stringent nature of her offline classes, who was responsible for disseminating these video files? Her gaze shifted towards the sweet-faced girl beside Lin Mo, and the resemblance grew increasingly evident. It was her, that wealthy woman. Cursed be she. Ning Hong glared daggers at Xiaoling, wishing to devour her whole. It was revealed that she was an undercover agent sent by Lin Mo. That wretched individual. She must retaliate. But how? Remain composed. I must maintain my composure. Losing it would lead to dire consequences. Ning Hong was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by pressure. In the next moment, an idea struck her, and in a state of frantic urgency, she raised her hand. Presiding judge. This video was unlawfully recorded, according to the law. Evidence obtained through surreptitious recording lacks legal validity. Chapter 37. The Judge's Bewilderment. My thoughts are in disarray. Ning Hong, a lawyer specializing in family law, though knowledgeable in other legal areas, does not claim to be an expert. In a moment of desperation, she believes she has devised a flawless rebuttal. As long as she can prove the opposing party's evidence is invalid, all will be well. At this instant, she considers herself a genius. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remains unfazed, while his assistant, Xiaoling, can no longer contain herself. Invalid evidence. That evidence was painstakingly gathered while she endured the discomfort of high heels and stockings. How can it simply be dismissed as invalid? I can't take it anymore. She is still arguing. I want to teach her a lesson. Xiaoling clenches her fists, eager to show Ning Hong what true primal force looks like. What legal provisions? I cannot comprehend such matters. Lin Mo does not intervene but chuckles. Go ahead. I will do my utmost to mitigate your sentence. After all, you are my subordinate. With that, he gestures as if inviting her to proceed. Wait, mitigate what sentence? Surely, if you strike her, you could inflict severe injuries, or even worse, and that would lead to a lengthy imprisonment. Xiaoling immediately falls silent, her face tinged with embarrassment, realizing her emotions had taken over. So what shall we do, boss? Lin Mo remains silent, instead directing his gaze towards Judge Zhang Jinghong, prompting Xiaoling to follow suit. To their surprise, the female judge, whom everyone expected to favor Ning Hong, appears enraged and strikes her gavel. Counsel for the defendant. It is not yet your turn to present. Please be mindful of your conduct. Ning Hong's words are abruptly silenced, her face contorted in anger as she glares at Lin Mo. Xiaoling is utterly astonished. Lawyer Lin, why is the presiding judge no longer favoring them? Lin Mo understands that although Zhang Jinghong had shown bias earlier due to her sympathy for the female party and her trust in the deceitful claims, she ultimately abides by the law. Upon reviewing the evidence submitted, her sympathy for Wang Shui evaporates. He provides a brief explanation to Xiaoling, and she comprehends. Now, let us observe why it is said that the law is a modern form of martial arts. Xiaoling's eyes gleam with curiosity. Lin Mo smiles. With the presiding judge now impartial, he feels more at ease. He raises his hand. Your Honor, I request to pose a few questions to the counsel for the defendant. Zhang Jinghong, are they relevant to this case? Indeed. Agreed. This time, Zhang Jinghong is notably candid. Lin Mo smirks, turning to the seething Ning Hong. Lawyer Ning, are you implying that I engaged in clandestine filming? If so, you are mistaken. We conducted our recording in broad daylight. Ning Hong. At that moment, everyone bursts into laughter. What a preposterous claim of conducting filming in broad daylight. You are quite the little genius. Ah, clandestine filming is deemed invalid evidence. So surely filming in broad daylight must be legitimate? No, this logic is flawed. Where does the flaw lie? It feels utterly wrong. Both the esteemed legal commentators and the online community seem to be in a state of bewilderment. Yet, Lin Mo presses on. If you claim we are brazenly filming illicit activities, does that not indirectly suggest that your assembly harbors unsavory dealings? Furthermore, I could find no record of your gathering reported on the Public Security Bureau's official website. Based on my calculations, your venue should accommodate nearly 500 individuals. Such a substantial gathering surely warrants notification, does it not? It should not be difficult to label you with a prior charge of illegal assembly, considering you are the organizer. After saying this, Lin Mo cast a meaningful glance at Ning Hong. Ning Hong responded with confusion. How did another charge come into play? At this moment, she too was left flabbergasted. I refuse to answer. Ning Hong exclaimed, her face flushed, ultimately managing to utter this phrase. Her mind was a whirlwind of chaos. Xia Ling, standing beside her, gaped in shock at Lin Mo. What sort of peculiar logic is this? How can this be permissible? Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Jinghong rapped the gavel, casting a glance at Lin Mo, whose expression betrayed a mix of complexity. She then declared, the questioning has concluded. I now invite the defense counsel to address the evidence presented by the plaintiff. At this moment, Ning Hong's breaths came in rapid succession, her entire being suffused with heat. She was on the verge of losing her composure. Stay calm. This is the pivotal moment. It could very well be her last chance for rebuttal. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed, Lawyer Lin, you accuse me of being a cult leader, a fraud mastermind. Indeed, I established an organization. But we have committed no unlawful acts. You allege that our doctrine involves defrauding one's marital partner, yet to date, we have engaged in no fraudulent activities. How can we be classified as a cult without any acts that harm society? Moreover, the male counterpart, Zhang Yikai, subjected my client to prolonged emotional abuse due to work commitments, leading her to develop various mental health issues. My request for divorce is a reasonable appeal. Furthermore, after 2 years of marriage, the couple's assets are considered joint property. Fraud entails the illicit acquisition of public or private property through deceitful means. The assets of spouses are joint, indistinguishable as public or private. They are one entity, thus no fraudulent activity is present. Since my client, as a member of my organization, has not engaged in fraud, it follows that my organization is not involved in any fraudulent conduct. Ning Hong spoke with urgency, abandoning even the most technical legal jargon, articulating her points in the simplest terms. She then submitted various medical diagnosis reports for Wang Shui's mental health conditions. Once she completed her presentation, she exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for her quick thinking. As long as she could demonstrate that her organization had committed no illegal acts, they could not be deemed a cult. The crux of the matter lay with Wang Shui. If she could prove that Wang Shui was not a fraudster, then she too would be safe. This line of reasoning was simply flawless. Ning Hong couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at her own impressive argument. Simultaneously, various legal bloggers on the internet lauded Ning Hong's rebuttal with great enthusiasm. The Jinan law firm, Zhang Yin, also let out a sigh of relief, surprised that his disciple's reasoning remained so remarkably clear. Luo Daxiang nodded in agreement, noting that Lawyer Ning's mind was exceptionally agile, successfully identifying the most crucial point for rebuttal. The online audience reacted. Wow, this Ning Hong is not to be underestimated. Achieving this level demonstrates a certain prowess. This woman is quite astute. At that moment, in the courtroom, Zhang Jinghong turned to Lin Mo and asked, does the plaintiff's attorney have anything to add? Lin Mo squinted at Ning Hong, finding her quite intriguing. Even at a critical juncture, she managed to grasp the essential points. However, he let out a cold chuckle. In the next instant, Lin Mo raised his hand, declaring, Your Honor, I request to submit video evidence once again. Granted. Following this, 2 more video clips were introduced. These featured 2 independent women at a gathering, vividly recounting how they deceived their husbands to acquire substantial wealth. After viewing the videos, Ning Hong remained unfazed, asserting, Your Honor, these 2 individuals are unrelated to this case. At that moment, Lin Mo disregarded her comment and continued, First, Lawyer Ning, you are mistaken. I am not accusing Wang Shui of fraudulent behavior, rather, I am accusing you of perpetrating fraud. Wang Shui is merely your accomplice. And your statements in the video clearly indicate that you are exploiting your organization members to gain profit. Second, you claim that Wang Shui suffers from multiple mental illnesses. including severe depression and schizophrenia. I have reviewed her diagnosis report and investigated the symptoms of these conditions. Therefore, Lawyer Ning, are you suggesting that a severely mentally ill individual could execute a complex operation such as recording and transferring substantial assets in one go, while simultaneously maintaining clarity and rationality to safeguard those assets? Based on your tone, such a scenario appears impossible. Should I then conclude that someone else is orchestrating all of this behind her? If Wang Shui is your esteemed VIP member, could it be that you are the one behind the scenes? Your Honor, I request an investigation into the chat records between Lawyer Ning and Wang Shui. Having said that, Lin Mo cast a meaningful glance at Ning Hong. Mental illness, is it? Attempting to evoke sympathy from the judge, are we? Do you understand the concept of backlash? Do you really think I would falter in my performance? Lin Mo smiled after speaking, adding, you still cannot prove that your organization engaged in criminal activities, and yet you clumsily present a mental health diagnosis. As if you fear no one would realize your manipulation behind the scenes. At that moment, Ning Hong's eyes widened in shock. How did this turn into me being the puppeteer? A mental illness can be exploited by Lin Mo, this lunatic? This is absurd. Wait, the chat records with Wang Shui? Ning Hong felt a surge of panic, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. At the same moment, even Zhang Jingong, the presiding judge, appeared bewildered, wearing a perplexed expression. Wait, the turn of events in this trial is occurring far too swiftly. Just as I was contemplating the previous question, the next one has already emerged, even delving into the realm of mental illness. As the presiding judge, my thoughts are becoming somewhat disordered. I can no longer endure this. A recess is necessary for contemplation. Chapter 38, The Establishment of Fraud. But what about the other bewildering charges? In that moment, the viewers of the live broadcast were astounded. What an incredible line of reasoning. The logic of Attorney Lin is so robust, it feels as though one is watching a detective drama. An excited lawyer exclaimed. What detective drama? This is reverse proof. It's entirely Attorney Lin's improvisation. Remarkable. He is leading Ning Hong by the nose. Other lawyers nodded in agreement, recognizing that most ordinary attorneys, when participating in court hearings, often falter due to anxiety or lack of experience, regardless of their prior preparations. However, Lin Mo was different. He managed to counterattack on the spot. At that moment, the seasoned legal commentators fell silent, as they understood that the presentation of evidence was nearing its conclusion. And the next step hinged upon the judge's decision. How the verdict would unfold was uncertain even for Luo Daxiang, who refrained from making any hasty declarations. He merely remarked, Attorney Lin's final maneuver amounts to accusing Attorney Ning Hong of incitement, placing yet another charge upon her. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Haha. This is hilarious. The more charges, the merrier. If I were Ning Hong, I wouldn't dare to speak anymore. Haha. Regardless of whether these charges hold, they must surely shatter Ning Hong's composure. Luo Daxiang chuckled upon seeing the comments. This trial has intertwined a multitude of accusations and evidence. Rendering a verdict in such a short time is impossible. The judge must be given time to deliberate. The crowd nodded in understanding. Indeed. Attorney Lin had leveled accusations against Ning Hong, which included not only illegal asset transfer and fraud but also domestic violence, participation in cult gatherings, and charges of organizing a cult, fraud syndicate, illegal assembly, and incitement. It was utterly chaotic. In the courtroom, bang, bang, bang. Zhang Jinghong paused momentarily before swiftly taking action. Do both the defendant and plaintiff have any further objections regarding the evidence and arguments submitted? If there are any concerns, please raise them immediately. She believed that the volume of evidence and arguments presented was substantial enough to warrant a recess for organization. Did the plaintiff's attorneys and parties have any further objections? Zhang Jinghong turned her gaze towards Lin Mo. Your Honor, we have no objections, Lin Mo replied. And the defense? She inquired, looking at Ning Hong. At that moment, Ning Hong's face turned pale, her body trembling, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Damn it. Ning Hong realized she was entirely ensnared in the rhythm orchestrated by Lin Mo. He was leading her by the nose. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Frustration swelled within her. However, she truly dared not speak further. Her mind had gone blank, and she found herself unable to refute Lin Mo's arguments. Could she really overturn those alleged cases of fabricated mental illness in court? Ning Hong knew that if she attempted to do so, that grinning individual across from her would undoubtedly accuse her of fabricating evidence. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Mo was smiling slyly at Ning Hong, ready to directly accuse her of fabricating evidence if she dared to declare Wang Shui's case as false. Ning Hong felt utterly cornered. her voice barely above a whisper as she muttered, "Your Honor, I have no objections." Beyond this, she could not muster the courage to utter another word, paralyzed by fear. Bang, bang, bang. The court was now adjourned for 3 hours, during which both parties would prepare their final statements. After these statements, I shall announce the verdict. Bang. Concurrently, I have granted the plaintiff's attorney's request, instructing the defense attorney, Ning Hong, to submit the chat records with Wang Shui. Court is adjourned. With these words, Zhang Jinghong rose and departed alongside the other 2 members of the panel. Meanwhile, 3 court officers surrounded Ning Hong and Wang Shui, producing their mobile phones for submission. In that instant, Ning Hong's mental state completely shattered. Wang Shui, on the other hand, wore a face of confusion and distress. She recognized the unfavorable circumstances but could not comprehend the reasons behind them, as the pace of the trial had escalated too rapidly for her. A mere naive young woman accustomed to spending. "Ning lawyer, are we going to lose? Are we facing imprisonment?" she anxiously inquired. "Be quiet," Ning Hong snapped at her, her composure on the verge of collapse, particularly at the mention of prison. Within the conference room, the 3 members of the panel, including Zhang Jinghong, were diligently reviewing all the evidence. The chat records between Ning Hong and Wang Shui had been meticulously compiled and printed by the technical department for the judge's examination. At this moment, all 3 were visibly tense. A marital case had escalated to a level far beyond anyone's expectations. If mishandled, the societal repercussions could be profound. The other 2 judges, Wang Lei and Jiang Zhong, both men in their 30s, furrowed their brows as they scrutinized the chat logs. After half an hour, Jiang Zhong set down the documents, deep in thought. "Judge Jiang, do you have any insights?" Zhang Jinghong inquired, also placing her materials aside. With a hint of resignation, Jiang Zhong remarked, "This Lin Mo is utterly deranged. It seems his objective is not to protect Wang Shui but rather to imprison Ning Hong. He could have simply proven Wang Shui's fraudulent intent to safeguard Zhang Youcai's assets, yet he has leveled numerous accusations against Ning Hong." Wang Lei nodded in agreement, affirming Jiang Zhong's perspective. Zhang Jinghong sighed. "So, what are your thoughts on the potential verdict?" She recognized that her previous judgments in earlier marital cases had been rather arbitrary. Unaware of the intricate complexities that lay beneath the surface, Jiang Zhong continued his analysis. Considering all the evidence, Wang Shui's fraud charge appears insufficient at this point, as she has not acquired any assets through deceit. However, her fraudulent marriage charge is entirely substantiated. Let us not forget that fraudulent marriage is a form of fraud. Thus Lin Mo's accusation of Wang Shui for fraud is indeed valid. Wang Lei added, "If Wang Shui's fraud charges are substantiated, then Ning Hong's organization of occult and incitement to commit crimes will also be established. Although Lin Mo may be deranged, his intellect is unparalleled." Following this, Jiang Zhong remarked with a resigned smile, "Thus, I maintain that Lin Mo is a mad genius. He has intricately woven an entire web of accusations. Should the foundational charge of marriage fraud be validated, all the crimes he has alleged will inevitably be substantiated." Zhang Jinghong nodded thoughtfully, stating with gravitas, "Let us analyze the charge of marriage fraud and outline the detailed grounds for punishment. This time, we must be meticulous. The stakes are high, as it even pertains to organized fraud, with numerous interrelated charges that demand rigorous adjudication." At that moment, Zhang Jinghong felt a throbbing headache. She rubbed her temples, overwhelmed by the multitude of evidence and charges to address, all intertwined. What sort of mind does Lin Mo possess? Meanwhile, Jiang Zhong nodded in agreement, retrieving documents to present his grounds for sentencing. "Let us first tackle the charge of marriage fraud," he declared. Chapter 39, Insanity as a Defense? A graver offense. In stark contrast to the deliberative chamber behind the scenes, the courtroom exuded an unusual tranquility. Despite a recess of 3 hours, both parties remained immobile in their seats. Aside from Lin Mo, the plaintiff team, comprising Xiaoling and the blind man, were expressions of palpable anxiety. The blind man, overwhelmed and bewildered, initially grasped the proceedings. However, as the arguments grew increasingly intricate, confusion clouded his comprehension, naturally heightening his tension. Meanwhile, Xiaoling was beset by her own concerns. "Boss, I've just recalled a pertinent issue," she exclaimed. "Please, do share," Lin Mo replied. With a furrowed brow, Xiaoling articulated, "Wang Shui has a diagnosed mental illness, which renders her incapable of bearing criminal responsibility. She cannot be convicted." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo chuckled softly, recognizing Xiaoling's expertise lay in civil law, while criminal law was less familiar to her. "It's quite elementary. He elucidated. My previous statement effectively accuses Ning Hong of incitement. If Wang Shui is indeed mentally ill, then her attorney, Ning Hong, is complicit in inciting a person with a mental disorder to commit a crime. While the mentally ill may not bear responsibility, Ning Hong could still be deemed an indirect perpetrator, liable for fraud. Moreover, he continued, it is widely understood that Wang Shui's medical documentation is likely fabricated. The court will conduct a professional evaluation to ascertain her specific mental condition. Consequently, they could also charge her with the crime of forgery, thereby intensifying her culpability. With patience, Lin Mo elaborated to his subordinate. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with revelation. So, regardless of whether Wang Shui is mentally ill, Ning Hong will face sentencing? She could even be the principal in the fraud case. Her guilt has escalated. Lin Mo replied with a smile. In theory, yes. But the final verdict rests with the court. What if the judges overlook this point? She queried. Rest assured, they are professionals, he reassured her. Although Lin Mo maintained this stance, he had already anticipated such scenarios while submitting evidence, discreetly, including a note of reminder. Xiaoling nodded appreciatively. You truly have thought of everything, boss. You've effectively closed off all avenues for Ning Hong. You are remarkable. Please, refer to me as Lawyer Lin. I prefer not to be called boss, he stated. Then I shall call you old master. It feels more endearing, Xiaoling teased. Lin Mo sighed, resigning to her whims. His primary objective was to ensure she grasped the essence of the law, steering her away from her previous violent inclinations. Meanwhile, at the defendant's table, Ning Hong bowed her head, trembling and perspiring profusely, her mind frantically racing. She understood that the final statement at the trial represented her last opportunity. Failure could lead to her incarceration. Simultaneously, the internet buzzed with fervor. The complexities of this case, with its multitude of charges, spurred rampant discussions. Several prominent legal commentators engaged in a heated debate, their exchange escalating into a verbal confrontation. Even Luo Daxiang fell silent, scribbling notes and analyzing the situation. In the courtroom's conference room, the three judges convened. At that moment, Jiang Zhong held a document, articulating the basis for his ruling. Firstly, it can be established that Wang Shui, under the guise of marriage, deceitfully extracted funds from Zhang Yukai prior to their union. This conclusion is drawn from the chat records submitted by the plaintiff's attorney and the testimonies of the involved party, Zhang Yukai. Moreover, the defendant's lawyer failed to present any counter-evidence, thereby affirming the validity of this condition. Secondly, Wang Shui garnered Zhang Youcai's trust through identity forgery and subsequently squandered his finances for personal indulgence post-marriage. This assertion is substantiated by evidence, and the defendant's lawyer, Ning Hong, has likewise not provided any rebuttal. Thirdly, the evidence submitted by Lin Mo reveals that 20 of the misappropriated assets belong to Zhang Youcai's premarital property, which firmly constitutes the essential elements of the crime of fraud. Based on these three pieces of evidence, I can unequivocally declare that Wang Shui has committed the crime of marriage fraud. Do either of you have any objections? Zhang Jinghong and Wang Lei both shook their heads in agreement, acknowledging the overwhelming clarity of the evidence. However, Wang Lei lamented, what is wrong with this lawyer, Ning Hong? She hasn't submitted a single useful factual argument, not even countering the first point. Jiang Zhong scoffed, it's quite simple. The plaintiff's attorney, Lin Mo, hasn't articulated her points clearly, and she lacks the understanding to mount a rebuttal. An instant silence enveloped the trio. At that moment, Wang Lei could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, isn't this just absurd? If the charge of marriage fraud is validated, then the other accusations are similarly applicable. These too are liable for judgment. He found Ning Hong's ineptitude astonishing, suspecting that she was relying on her previous, ineffective sympathetic approach to marital disputes, which faltered in the presence of Lin Mo. Although it was unseemly for a judge to express such sentiments, he couldn't help but wonder why Ning Hong was so incompetent. The mention of a sympathetic approach darkened Zhang Jinghong's expression as it reminded her of her prior judgments. In retrospect, they appeared exceedingly lackadaisical. At this juncture, Jiang Zhong interjected with precision. Let us not forget that Wang Shui has a mental illness. We must conduct a medical assessment before rendering a judgment. Wang Lei squinted. Oh, so, is Ning Hong's trump card situated here? Yet, I sense a flaw, though I cannot quite pinpoint it. Zhang Jinghong stifled a laugh. As she held a note in her hand, a flaw? Lin Mo has already anticipated this for you. With that, she tossed a note from the file, revealing written content. What is this? A private document? It was a note from the plaintiff's evidence. By protocol, this constituted a violation. Zhang Jinghong clarified, this is not a private document. It is a reminder from the plaintiff's attorney, Lin Mo. Do take a look. Upon examining the note, they found the inscription, I believe a medical assessment is unnecessary. I acknowledge Wang Shui's mental illness. The two exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Lin Mo's intention in submitting this note. Zhang Jinghong elucidated, it seems you two have forgotten. Instigating a mentally ill person to commit a crime constitutes indirect principal culpability, thus making Ning Hong the principal perpetrator of fraud. Upon hearing this, their eyes widened in realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this detail? Confounded by Lin Mo's arguments, Wang Lei scratched his head, suddenly recalling, and chuckled, hey. It seems this fellow Lin Mo looks down upon us. He had to remind us of this. Zhang Jinghong, with a grave demeanor, responded, so, what are your thoughts, gentlemen? If we affirm this, then Ning Hong's charges of fraud and organizing a cult will be substantiated. Jiang Zhong, belonging to the serious-minded, furrowed his brow. Judge Zhang, might it be a tad excessive to classify this as organizing a cult? I suggest we deliberate further, and we must conduct a medical evaluation of Wang Shui. We need the most accurate judgment. Following this, the three fell into a moment of silence. Zhang Jinghong, still frowning, inquired, Judge Wang, are there any analogous cases we could reference? After checking, Wang Lei shook his head, none. Zhang Jinghong stated solemnly, thus, we are setting a national precedent. Based on the current evidence, Ning Hong indeed meets the criteria for the charge of organizing a cult. I believe we can proceed with the sentencing. Jiang Zhong frowned again. Judge Zhang, you have acknowledged this is a national first. Our judgment will serve as a reference for the entire country. Is it truly wise to proceed hastily? If accountability arises from above, I cannot bear such a significant burden, as this is a national first, even if it aligns with judicial interpretations. Many judges would hesitate to act recklessly, especially given the lifelong accountability now in place. There are consequences for future actions. Hasty? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinghong's countenance darkened considerably. Do you realize how deeply remorseful I feel? The previous two judgments have already triggered a tremendous public outcry, yet I unilaterally believe that women were the sole victims. That it was men who disrupted the sanctity of marriage, allowing me to continue my judgments with a clear conscience. However, the evidence presented before me today indicates that this has all been a ruse. Lin Mo's reasoning has made me aware of my previous errors of a staggering nature. The destruction of marriage can arise not solely from the female party, it can indeed be perpetrated by them as well. Today, we are tasked with sentencing the nation's first case of a marriage fraud cult. If we fail to impose a sentence, are we not encouraging marriage lawyers across the country to emulate this organization in perpetrating matrimonial scams? Previously, I was perplexed as to why Lin Mo was so intent on targeting Ning Hong. Now it is clear to me, to capture the leader before the followers. Lawyer Lin seeks to use this case to convey to all those scheming to commit marriage fraud that if you dare to deceive, both you and your counsel shall face the consequences. He is exerting every effort to safeguard the marital happiness of the populace, warning those who would engage in unlawful acts. Thus, if we do not impose a sentence, what becomes of the law's deterrent effect? Furthermore, Ning Hong's actions unmistakably align with the legal definition of a cult. Zhang Jinghong articulated all her thoughts in one breath, pausing briefly before continuing, Gentlemen, I have reached a conclusion. I will bear all responsibility. I wish to salvage some dignity from my previous foolish judgment. Now, let us commence the proceedings. With that, Zhang Jinghong rose and proceeded towards the courtroom. Chapter 40. The Final Statement. A Fierce Assault. As the presiding judge and two jurors entered, the atmosphere in the courtroom grew tense. At the judge's bench, Zhang Jinghong struck the gavel and declared, the court is now in session. I invite the plaintiff and the defendant to prepare their final statements. Counsel for the plaintiff. Are you ready to proceed with your final statement? Asked the judge. Yes, Your Honor, replied the lawyer. Very well, you may begin your opening statement. At this moment, even Lin Mo's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. The final moment had arrived. Xiaogu had become so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment determining the fate of his considerable fortune, he even grasped the hem of Lin Mo's garment, seeking solace in his nervousness. His heart raced as if it might burst from his chest. Lin Mo gently patted the back of his hand, signaling him to remain calm, and then stood slowly, devoid of any notes, exuding confidence as he began to speak. Your Honor, our final statement is as follows. We have presented a substantial body of evidence regarding the fraudulent actions of Wang Shui and her commissioned attorney, all of which is entirely legitimate and sufficient to substantiate their illicit activities. In response to the evidence we have submitted, the defense counsel has failed to provide any compelling factual basis to elucidate their intentions, leading me to conclude that they have tacitly accepted our assertions. Moreover, it is particularly grave that during the investigation, I unearthed the fervent and reckless behavior of attorney Ning Hong offline, which my submitted evidence unmistakably demonstrates as cult-like fanaticism. As the leader of this group, attorney Ning Hong has amassed considerable wealth through her deceitful marriage schemes. She has already acquired luxury vehicles and a spacious residence from prior legal battles, exemplifying the financial prowess of her cult organization. If such conduct goes unchecked and unpunished, it sets a dangerous precedent for attorneys across the nation to emulate, establishing numerous similar organizations that engage in criminal activities, brainwashing their members, and disseminating harmful information about financial scams. This behavior disrupts families and, at its worst, poses a significant threat to societal stability. Imagine a future where lawyers proliferate such organizations, indoctrinating members into a fervor that leads to marital fraud against both men and women. What remains of love in such a society? Even if true love exists, both parties would live under the looming shadow of trepidation, fearing the day when their fortunes could be entirely swindled away by the other. What kind of society would that be? Is this truly the landscape that our judicial system and government wish to witness? Thus, I assert that attorney Ning Hong's criminal activities are of an exceedingly detrimental nature. Based on the evidence at hand, she should be charged with organized cult activities and fraud to serve as a deterrent. Additionally, I contend that the Jinhan law firm has sheltered attorney Ning Hong's actions. As a top-tier law firm, it is alarming that they would condone such extensive illegal activities. Is this not an act of complicity? Or perhaps an indication of providing legal support? All of this is beyond my comprehension, and I welcome the Jinhan law firm to address my inquiries, even if it means sending me a lawyer's letter. Your Honor, I have concluded my final statement. Upon finishing, Lin Mo no longer exuded the calm demeanor he once did. Instead, he trembled with indignation, filled with fury. This act of marrying under false pretenses is a crime that Lin Mo detests profoundly, an affront to the sanctity of marriage. Initially, Lin Mo intended to exert pressure on Zhang Jinghong. Although the evidence was overwhelmingly sufficient, she was indeed Zhang Jinghong. What if she remained unyielding and sought to protect Wang Xuanning? After some contemplation, he chose to restrain himself. Directly confronting the judge seemed too audacious. He still needed to navigate life in Jianghai, and given his current capabilities, he lacked the strength to impose pressure on the judge. It was imperative to maintain decorum. Thus he adorned his statements with grandiose accusations, subtly applying pressure. In conclusion, he mentioned the Jinhan law firm, a means of venting his frustration. At that moment, Zhang Jinghong's expression was inscrutable. Her gaze lingered on Lin Mo for a moment longer before shifting to Ning Hong. Counsel for the defense, you may now present your statement. Ning Hong was utterly bewildered. Having listened to Lin Mo's declarations, her mind buzzed with confusion, feeling as though Lin Mo's assertions had bombarded her relentlessly. The scant remnants of her already inadequate rebuttal were now in complete disarray. In truth, she had long been stunned by the multitude of accusations and evidence presented by Lin Mo, which were intricately interconnected, leaving her utterly bewildered in such a short span of time. Now, with Lin Mo's final statement, he unleashed another wave of assault, rendering her mental faculties nearly incapacitated. She found herself at a loss for how to refute his claims. In desperation, she clung to a singular argument. Wang Shui is mentally ill. Thus, she bears no legal responsibility. If Lin Mo were aware, he would merely smile, not mock her. This is because Lin Mo's final statement before the recess subtly alluded to the crime of incitement without articulating it explicitly. At this point, Ning Hong likely did not even grasp the nature of the crime she had committed, let alone how to formulate her final statement. She stammered, My statement is as follows. My client has suffered from marital emotional abuse at the hands of Zhang Yukai, resulting in severe mental illness. I believe the plaintiff has completely disregarded morality by bringing a mentally ill individual to court. Therefore, I contend that her husband, Zhang Yukai, has utterly lost respect for the marriage and his partner, leading to the divorce request. As for Lin Mo's accusations against us, I deem them utterly nonsensical. The organization I founded exists to protect women's rights, specifically to safeguard vulnerable individuals like Wang Shui who suffer from violence within marriage. If this constitutes a cult, then what of other organizations? I am merely defending women's positions in marriage, striving to protect them. There has never been any notion of fraud. Ning Hong appeared utterly deflated, her words lacking confidence. Zhang Jinghong glanced at her. Have you finished? Ning Hong nodded. Defendant Wang Shui, do you have anything to say? Wang Shui widened her eyes, poised to explain, yet it was evident even to a fool that lawyer Ning Hong was utterly defeated. Panic surged within her. An ominous premonition loomed that she might soon find herself incarcerated. Desperate to defend herself, she prepared to speak. However, in the next moment, Lin Mo raised a hand and declared, Your Honor, the defendant, Wang Shui, is a mental health patient, and I move to prohibit her from speaking. Wang Shui felt as though she could spit blood in fury. Could it really be this absurd? I'm not mentally ill. Yet, Zhang Jinghong nodded in agreement, supporting the motion. She then glanced at the documents in her hand, already aware of the implications. All eyes were now upon her. Moments later, she lifted her gaze and announced, Both parties have completed their courtroom statements, and we are prepared to deliver the verdict. The court clerk below called out, All rise. Please, Your Honor, deliver the verdict. In an instant, Xia Gu erupted with excitement. Although he did not fully grasp the situation, the sight of the opposing lawyer's despondence assured him that there was hope. He leaped up, anxiously fixed on the judge. Xia Ling also rose quickly, her fervent gaze fixed on the presiding judge. In stark contrast, Ning Hong and Wang Shui swayed unsteadily, teetering as if they might collapse at any moment. Utterly distracted and filled with dread, the nature of the judge's ruling was a complete mystery to Ning Hong. Meanwhile, Lin Mo smirked slightly, adjusting her attire, and stood gracefully. Chapter 41. The defendant's attorney sentenced. A historical first. At this moment, the courtroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, with everyone holding their breath. Even outside the courtroom, the entire internet audience fell into a hushed stillness, their gaze fixated upon the judge. This verdict bore significant implications for both the plaintiff and the defendant, extending even to the fate of the defendant's attorney. It also held ramifications for the marital happiness of countless netizens. From the bench, Zhang Jinghong began to announce the ruling. The case originated from the plaintiff, Zhang Yukai, who accused the defendant, Wang Shui, of maliciously transferring assets during the marriage, fraud, and domestic violence. This case was adjudicated by the Shanghai Intermediate People's Court, which possesses jurisdiction over the matter, basing its decisions on the laws of Huagua. Now, I shall declare the court's decision, after thorough deliberation by the panel, regarding the claims presented by the plaintiff's attorney. And in accordance with our laws concerning malicious asset transfer and fraud, it has been determined that the defendant, Wang Shui, under the instigation of her attorney, transferred all her assets, including 20 of her premarital property, without the plaintiff's knowledge. Furthermore, she coerced the plaintiff into divorce through extravagant spending, aiming to divide the assets acquired in marriage, having devised this plan prior to their nuptials. The court finds her motives for marriage insincere, and her subsequent lavish expenditures of the plaintiff's assets constitute a subjective intent to commit marriage fraud, thereby constituting fraudulent behavior, albeit not qualifying as malicious asset transfer. Given the exceedingly grave nature of her actions and the substantial amounts involved, yet considering the existing marriage, the sentence is mitigated to 2 years of imprisonment. The plaintiff's attorney's assertion that Wang Shui's coercion led to Zhang Youcai's sterilization, constituting intentional harm, has been dismissed due to the consent of the parties involved. However, in light of Wang Shui's fraudulent actions, she has agreed to dissolve the marriage and compensate the plaintiff with 1 million yuan, as well as transfer 11 million yuan entirely into Zhang Youcai's name. Wang Shui's coercive actions regarding Zhang Youcai's sterilization incited public outcry, significantly damaging Zhang Youcai's career and reputation, thus necessitating compensation of 100,000 yuan for emotional distress. Nonetheless, as Wang Shui has submitted a diagnosis of a mental disorder, this judgment shall take effect following a medical assessment. Should the evaluation confirm her mental illness, she will bear no legal responsibility. Moreover, during the proceedings, the plaintiff's attorney, Lin Mo, raised accusations against the defendant's attorney, Ning Hong, which were deemed pertinent to the case and thus upheld. Ning Hong, having incited a mentally ill individual to commit fraud, constitutes an indirect principal and is guilty of fraud. Additionally, her offline organization of a cult-like group fulfills all criteria of an illicit assembly, which the court has recognized as a cult, with its leader, Ning Hong, charged with the crime of organizing a cult. However, as the organization had not yet engaged in widespread criminal activities, the sentence is lenient. Ning Hong is thus convicted of fraud and organizing a cult, facing a cumulative sentence of 7 years of imprisonment, alongside the revocation of her legal qualifications. However, this court believes that the case remains incomplete as the plaintiff's attorney has insufficient evidence. Therefore, the matter will be referred to the prosecutorial authority, instructing the police to gather all necessary evidence to initiate the prosecution process. All claims raised by the defendant are hereby dismissed. This ruling is the initial verdict. According to our nation's litigation procedures, the defendant may appeal to a higher court for a retrial. The judgment document will be dispatched to both parties within 15 days. Bang! Zhang Jinghong raised her gavel and brought it down. Court is now adjourned. In this moment, Zhang Jinghong exhibited no bias, her expression embodying stern authority. Considering the limited evidence submitted by Lin Mo, she has also transferred Ning Hong's case to the prosecutorial authority, effectively prompting the police to collect further evidence. This time, she aimed to leave no room for regret. She intended to instill fear in those lawyers who tread the fine line of legality, regardless of any accountability from above. This was her decision. Finally, she cast a glance at Lin Mo, her eyes conveying a complex array of emotions. The verdict concluded. At this moment, jubilant cries erupted from the plaintiff's side. Woo-woo. We secured it. We safeguarded all our assets. Lawyer Lin, you are my savior. Xiaogu fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he prepared to bow in gratitude. He was overwhelmed with joy, his heart racing, nearly euphoric to the point of fainting. Not only had they preserved their property, but they had also seen the opposing party sentenced, including the lawyer. He was at a loss for words. Bowing was the only way to express his profound gratitude. Lin Mo, reveling in the sweetness of victory, suddenly heard a muffled sound at his feet. Looking down, he was taken aback to see Xiaogu already bowing. Xiaogu, what are you doing? Why are you bowing? Bowing 1T lessen your commission fee. Lin Mo quickly helped Xiaogu to his feet, concerned that such an act might hinder their future dealings. Hey, Lawyer Lin. How could I ever withhold your fee? I'll give you half of my assets. This is incredible. Lawyer Lin, you've made me feel ecstatic. Xiaogu grinned widely, his face radiating with joy as if he had been reborn. Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed and distanced himself from Xiaogu, thinking that such exuberance might lead others to misconstrue their relationship. At that moment, Xiaoling shouted, "Wow, boss, you really won. That foolish lawyer Ning Hong has been sentenced." Ha. Xiaoling laughed with a hint of madness. This was exhilarating. They had truly managed to imprison the opposing lawyer. Observing their frenzied joy, Lin Mo took a step back, wondering how they had both become so unhinged. "Girl, you are a proper Taoist. Can't you maintain some decorum?" "Decorum?" Xiaoling replied cheerfully, "Until the malevolent are vanquished, my path remains obstructed. She must be incarcerated. Only then can I cultivate freely." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering if all Taoists were this fierce. "By the way, do you remember our previous wager?" Xiaoling paused for a moment, then her expression brightened even more. How could she possibly forget? She had chosen to win and earned quadruple her salary. "Ah, but that's 4 times the salary. Oh my, boss, I adore you. I knew we would emerge victorious." Xiaoling exclaimed as she dashed forward and embraced Lin Mo, her face alight with joy. "Hey, easy there," Lin Mo exclaimed, surprised by Xiaoling's exuberance. Though she appeared delicate, her strength was quite formidable. Hee. Xiaoling released her grip. At the moment of choosing victory, she had feared a loss equivalent to a month's wages, never anticipating that Lin Mo would indeed triumph. To her astonishment, she had inexplicably gained 4 times her salary. How could she not be elated? And the victory was so resounding. "Boss, our teamwork is truly remarkable," Xiaoling declared proudly, her head held high. All right. You and I wreaked havoc together in court," Lin Mo chuckled. The plaintiff's side was abuzz with excitement, everyone reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Yet, the sorrows of humanity are not universally shared. Lawyer Ning Hong found the ruckus to be nothing short of a nuisance. "Damn it, I've truly been sentenced. I'm nothing but a cult leader, and an accessory to a crime, constituting direct fraud. I came to litigate a marriage case, to be a lawyer, and ended up in this predicament. Am I not the first lawyer in history to be imprisoned for such a case? Is there no justice left in this world? You lunatics, criminals. I'm innocent. I am a champion of women's rights." Ah, Ning Hong was utterly unraveling. 7 years. She was to serve 7 years in prison. Oh no, she might even be referred to the prosecutor's office for an even harsher sentence. All of this was Lin Mo's fault. Ah, Lin Mo, I will make you pay. She realized her life had been irrevocably shattered, spiraling into complete despair. In a fit of rage, Ning Hong overturned the table, seizing a stool, and charged towards Lin Mo at the plaintiff's table. In her frenzy, Ning Hong unleashed a primal force. So much so that even the arriving court police were unable to restrain her. Observing her wild rampage, Lin Mo surmised that if she landed a blow, he might very well suffer a few broken bones, or worse, a fatal strike to the head. Nonetheless, Lin Mo remained composed, even sporting a slight smile. He hadn't anticipated Xiaoling would come to his aid so swiftly. Xiaoling, subdue this lawbreaker. Oh, Xiaoling cheered, rolling up her sleeves. Executing a nimble leap over the table and striking a stance to confront the charging Ning Hong. I may not be well versed in litigati chapter 42. Your son is going to live stream eating feces. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of shock. None could have anticipated that a mere lawsuit would drive the opposing lawyer to such madness. Even the presiding judge, along with the two other jurors and a multitude of staff, stood frozen in disbelief. However, when they witnessed the petite and seemingly fragile, yet charmingly sweet legal assistant beside Lin Mo charge forward, everyone snapped back to reality. Little girl, be careful. Get out of the way, exclaimed the crowd in unison. What on earth is she doing? Is she attempting to shield the ferocious tigress? If the wooden chair in Ning Hong's grasp were to strike Xiaoling, there would be no doubt that it would inflict severe injury. Given that such a slight figure could hardly withstand such a violent blow, Xiaogu was equally taken aback, exclaiming in urgency, how did she even get up there? And the most outrageous part is that it was lawyer Lin who encouraged her to do so. This is simply too much. Meanwhile, the online audience, glued to the live stream, felt their hearts race with trepidation as Ning Hong charged forward and realized that it was Xiaoling attempting to block her. Her fury intensified. This is the woman who took those clandestine photos of me. She bears responsibility. I will make her pay. Oh, you will pay for this. Ning Hong raised the wooden chair and aimed it directly at Xiaoling's head. Disaster loomed. There was no time to waste. Everyone's hearts clenched in dread. If that strike landed, it could easily result in severe injury or even a brain hemorrhage. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment swept over the crowd once again. Xiaoling, unfazed, executed a swift high kick, her leg seemingly defying the constraints of ligaments, striking the descending chair with precision. With a resounding thud, Xiaoling's seemingly delicate leg shattered the chair into fragments midair. Simultaneously, her trousers slipped down, revealing her slender calves. Gasps echoed through the room as everyone beheld her calves, adorned with finely tuned muscles and prominent veins. Though slender, they were composed entirely of explosive power, with her body fat percentage at its absolute minimum. In an instant, the remnants of the chair lay scattered around them. TSK, Xiaoling scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips. What? Ning Hong stared in disbelief. How could such a sturdy chair be so easily obliterated? But before she could process this, Xiaoling's playful visage appeared before her. Hee, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. In the next heartbeat, Ning Hong felt arms wrap around her waist, and no matter how she struggled, she could not escape. Suddenly, her world spun wildly. Boom. Ning Hong was slammed to the ground by Xiaoling, landing face first, with Xiaoling pinning her hands behind her back. Dizziness washed over her, and as she regained her senses, pain coursed through her body. The sweet girl loomed over her, grinning, with her tiny fist poised to strike her forehead at any moment. What on earth had just transpired? What manner of creature was this? It was evident that anyone associated with Lin Mo was anything but ordinary. Ning Hong was utterly crushed. She could not triumph in the lawsuit nor in a physical confrontation. What has become of this world? Meanwhile, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Lin Mo's beautiful assistant had not only kicked over a chair, but had also lifted Ning Hong and spun her around before effortlessly subduing her. Wasn't this a scene straight out of a martial arts film? The online community went into a frenzy. With her captivating beauty, formidable fighting skills, and striking physique, they could not help but exclaim in awe, what a remarkable lawyer Lin is. At the same time, Xia Ji's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. His mouth agape in shock as he pointed at Xiaoling, gazing at Lin Mo. She can really fight like that? He recalled the first time he met Xiaoling, when she had jokingly claimed she would draw a knife and kill Ning Hong and Wang Shui. He had thought she was merely jesting. Lin Mo, with a smile, retorted, did you think she was joking? With that, he sauntered towards the two in the center. Upon seeing Lin Mo approach, Ning Hong's rage boiled over, her teeth grinding in fury. Lin Mo, how dare you? What gives you the right to target me? I haven't done anything to provoke you, she yelled, furious at the man who appeared utterly unserious about the lawsuit, bombarding her with attacks and now even employing someone to fight on his behalf. Lin Mo shrugged casually, responding, oh, come now. Don't speak out of turn. Have you forgotten the video you posted a few days ago? You claimed I had no legal foundation and was merely exploiting loopholes to win cases. Hence, I seized this opportunity to demonstrate my capabilities. I'm not targeting you. It's simply a matter of proving myself. I apologize. But I didn't anticipate that my demonstration would land you in this predicament. Holding back a chuckle, Lin Mo feigned innocence, raising his hands. You. Ning Hong felt as though she might vomit blood. Proving yourself? Nonsense. You're clearly coming after me. Viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at her words. Haha. This is too funny. Lin Mo claims he is not targeting her, yet his actions speak otherwise. Wow, Lin Mo is ruthless. Anyone who has insulted him in the stream should watch out. He might just come for you one day. Wow, so Lin Mo really holds a grudge. I think I'll deactivate my account now. The staff present, including presiding judge Zhang Jingong, Wang Lei, and Jiang Zhong, could not contain their reactions upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Wang Lei chuckled. How shameless, but it's not illegal. Zhang Jinghong's lips twitched slightly. Yet she breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze lingered on the sweet-looking, yet fiercely aggressive girl. Xiaoling, all right. Enough of this commotion. Let us hand Ning Hong over to the bailiffs. Oh. A hint of disappointment crossed Xiaoling's face as she stood up to hand Ning Hong over to the bailiffs. The officer coming to take her away looked at Xiaoling with admiration, giving her a thumbs up. Still, Xiaoling sighed, her lips pursed. Lin Mo, squinting, asked, Are you regretting not throwing a punch? Xiaoling nodded yes. If I had thrown that punch, I would have certainly knocked her out. The newly appointed legal officer, startled, quickened his pace to distance himself from Xiaoling, astonished by her fierce demeanor. Yet, why did she cease her actions? Because, as you stated, Chief, the law is the modern martial art. As a law student, I ought to wield it. Oh, have you had a revelation? Kiki. A smile graced Xiaoling's face as she, having observed and assisted Lin Mo throughout the trial, fully grasped the allure of the law and comprehended many truths. She discovered a pivotal insight. The reason for previous losses in court was not due to the inadequacies of the law, but rather her own lack of skill. Simultaneously, various legal live streaming platforms erupted with excitement, as the case of a lawyer being incarcerated for the first time drew immense attention. Moreover, Xiaoling's performance garnered a substantial following. In Luo Daxiang's live stream, viewers eagerly anticipated his evaluation of Lin Mo's legal battle. Teacher Luo, please share your thoughts on Lin lawyer's performance in this case. Yes. It's the first time I've seen an opposing lawyer sent in. Hurry, give us your assessment. The live chat buzzed with fervor, while Luo Daxiang pondered deeply. After considerable reflection, he concluded that no critique could do justice to the impressive display of strength Lin Mo had exhibited. Even when faced with adversarial counsel, he devised solutions. Thus, he distilled his thoughts into 2 words, astounding brilliance. This declaration ignited an explosion of excitement in the chat. Wow, it's no surprise coming from Teacher Luo. What an incisive summary. Such praise emerged, marking the pinnacle of commendation for a man. You truly are remarkable. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. In the small conference room of the Jinhan law firm, Ning Hong's mentor, the head attorney Zhang Yan, alongside Huang Jiancheng, the leading attorney from Junyong law firm, and his son, Huang Xian, witnessed the unfolding scene. Zhang Yan, upon seeing the verdict of 7 years imprisonment for his apprentice, nearly fainted. This was an immense disgrace, a catastrophic blow to the Jinhan firm. It could jeopardize the trust of their major clients nationwide, as Jinhan was a renowned chain in the legal sphere. A severe setback indeed. Meanwhile, Huang Jiancheng struggled to suppress a smile, unable to contain his amusement. He recalled how Zhang Yan had invited him to witness the trial to flaunt his prowess. Who would have thought that Lin Mo would be so formidable as to send a lawyer to prison? Jinan had truly suffered a significant humiliation. Unable to hold back any longer, Huang Jiancheng burst into laughter. Zhang Yan, immediately sensing this, shot a furious glare at him. What are you laughing at? Is there a rule against laughter? His anger nearly boiled over. What are you laughing at? Have you forgotten what your son said before the trial? He declared that if Lin Mo were to win, he would live stream eating feces. Hurry up and send your son to eat feces. Chapter 43. Stop practicing law and become a male model. Zhang Yan was seething with anger. Not only had his apprentice lost, but he had also been sent away. What irked him the most was that Huang Jiancheng was laughing beside him. In Zhang Yan's mind, he was a partner at a prestigious law firm, while Huang Jiancheng was merely a partner at a fledgling firm, utterly unqualified to mock him. However, Huang Jiancheng was unwilling to take this insult lying down. Eat shit? You want your son to eat shit? Who do you think you are? Your apprentice suffered a crushing defeat, and you dare to vent your frustrations on my son? Thus, Huang Jianqing stood up defiantly and retorted, Zhang Yin, I came to watch with you out of respect, and you dare to speak of my son. Just look at your apprentice, arguing in court like a fool, clinging to mental illness, and in the end, turning himself into an indirect principal offender. I have never seen such a dim-witted lawyer. Zhang Yan's fury escalated. You mutt. What did you say? Your son is the dimwit. Huang Jianqing shot back. Keep cursing. I'll send you a lawyer-s letter. Huh. I'm terrified of you. I've long wanted to spar with you. Zhang Yin retorted fiercely. Do you think you have the qualifications to practice with me? Huang Jianqing continued his tirade. The two engaged in a furious exchange, their words flying fast and furious. Saliva splattering across their faces, yet neither made a move to strike. It appeared that even the most seasoned lawyers possessed remarkable restraint. Meanwhile, Huang Xian, who had boasted of eating shit, sat dumbfounded in his chair, repeatedly whispering to himself, he won again. This is impossible. Why should he win? Yes, I am going to eat shit. The commotion in the conference room attracted the attention of those at Jinhan law firm. Upon witnessing their esteemed lawyer, Zhang Yan, being verbally assaulted by a rival firm, they rushed to his aid. Mediating? Not a chance. Before long, several six-figure salary lawyers from Jinan joined the fray, fiercely hurling insults at Huang Jianqing, leaving him reeking of disdain. All right. Do you really think our Yonyuan law firm is just a bunch of amateurs? Just wait. Huang Jianqing made a tactical retreat and dashed out of the conference room. Coincidentally, both Huang Jianqing's Yonyuan law firm and Zhang Yin's Jinan law firm were located on the 27th floor of the Jianghai International Building, right next door. The rent in Jianghai International Building was exorbitant, only allowing renowned law firms and companies to establish their presence there. Companies that could afford to be in this building were either wealthy or had achieved notable success as startups. As Huang Jianqing burst out, he arrived at his own law firm. Huang, what happened? My goodness, Huang, what did you wash your face with? Why do you smell so bad? Wow, Huang, why is there saliva on your face? A group of people covered their mouths, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Enough nonsense. That bunch from Jian looks down on us. Follow me. Huang Jianqing waved his hand, explaining that there had long been tensions between the two firms, especially as Yonyuan frequently lost clients and cases to Jihan. They could no longer contain their frustrations, especially with such an opportunity at hand. In the realm of vendetta, grievances are repaid in kind, and an irate assembly surged forth behind Huang Jianqing. He was accompanied by a cadre of over 10 individuals, including a senior partner. Meanwhile, on Jinhan's side, Zhang Yin appeared to have succumbed to a state of frenzy, determined to unleash his pin-up fury, and similarly led a group of a dozen or more into the fray. The two factions squared off in the public hall, and as Huang Jianqing and Zhang Yin exchanged barbs, the others raised their hands, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. The venomous words flowed freely, with legal letters already prepared, each side seeking to provoke the other into physical confrontation. Should one party strike the other, victory would be assured for the aggrieved. In the high-stakes arena of corporate warfare, such conflicts often unfold in the most primitive of manners. A gathering of elite law students, many hailing from prestigious international law schools, lamented their lack of skill in the art of invective. The regret of insufficient study became palpable when the moment of application arrived. Cats, spit. The air was thick with exclamations of disdain. Aminos. Strangely enough, the courtroom screens broadcasted the trial proceedings live. Even Lin Mo had not anticipated that his triumph would incite a genuine war of words among over 30 legal luminaries. In the courtroom, the judge had departed, leaving only clerks to organize documents. However, Ning Hong and Wang Shui remained defiant against the law. It was not that they wished to evade the bailiffs, but rather that the two had erupted in a heated exchange. Ning Hong, you fool. You led me into this lawsuit, and now I've been sentenced. My freedom, my independence, my poetry and dreams are all gone. Ning Hong, you owe me my freedom. Wang Shui cried in despair. Ning Hong, equally overwhelmed with rage, seized the moment as Wang Shui collided with her. You filthy wretch. With that brain of yours, you're talking about freedom. I curse you, Judge. I report that Wang Shui fabricated evidence. She is no lunatic. She is a fraudster. The two women became entangled in a physical struggle, their hair clutched tightly in a fierce grip. Nearby bailiffs stood in stunned silence. It was unprecedented for lawyers to brawl with their own clients. Lin Mo could only shake his head in resignation, recognizing the depths of their enmity. At that moment, a voice broke through the chaos. He. Watching women fight is quite a spectacle. Are you not a woman? Pfft, I am not. I am a female university student and Taoist, exclaimed Xiaoling. her wide grin illuminating the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Xiaogu had initiated a live broadcast, holding up his phone. "Hey, folks, look. This is the courtroom." "Indeed. Here's our MVP, Lawyer Lin." Xia Ling, intrigued, leaned closer, her sweet visage appearing in the live stream, igniting a fervor among viewers. "Wow, it's the beautiful assistant. Sister, let us see those legs. Sister, please kick me. I adore you. Please, great assistant, trample me." The chat erupted with fervent male admirers, utterly captivated by Xia Ling, losing all sense of composure as she showcased her prowess in the live stream. Especially notable are Xia Ling's legs, long, straight, slender, and defined by muscular contours. The epitome of exquisite legs. Enthusiasts of leg beauty could hardly contain their excitement. Upon seeing the comments, Xia Ling felt a wave of dread wash over her. "Are you seeking a confrontation?" This situation escalated further. The live stream hosted by Xiaogu was already profoundly abstract, populated by a myriad of characters, each transformed into a submissive persona, clamoring, "Sister, strike me." Xia Ling instinctively recoiled. This was utterly terrifying. It felt as though striking them would merely bring them pleasure. Observing the throngs of viewers in the live stream, Xiaogu recognized the surge in popularity. He then bellowed, "Family, we have triumphed. Let's shower gifts." Unfortunately, no one offered gifts. Instead, the comments flooded in. "Everyone, refrain from sending gifts. If you give to Xiaogu, he will only be deceived by women. Let us bestow our tokens upon Lawyer Lin. He can protect many more." Indeed. Do not send anything? Thus, in a live stream with tens of thousands of viewers, not a single gift was bestowed. Xiaoji's face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained remarkably composed. After their victory, he took a moment to rest before preparing for an upcoming interview. Glancing at his phone, he discovered a plethora of videos trending on the short video platform. The foremost among them featured Huang Xian in a Stanford University uniform engaging in a shocking act. Following closely was a lengthy analytical discourse by lawyer Wang Tao, who had penned tens of thousands of words arguing Lin Mo's inevitable defeat, which was now also trending. Huang Xian's comment section brimmed with amusement, while Wang Tao's was rife with vitriol directed at him. Lin Mo, inherently someone who appreciated humor, ventured into Wang Tao's comment section, leaving a remark. "It appears your grasp of legal principles is rather lacking. Your potential seems limited. The legal profession may be doomed. I have a suggestion for you. While you are still young, consider a career as a male model. Combining law and modeling might just propel you to success. No need to thank me." This comment stemmed from observing many in the comments section identifying themselves as Wang Tao's clients, expressing disappointment at his incompetence and seeking to terminate their contracts. Lin Mo, noting that Wang Tao was not unappealing, merely offered a small piece of advice, hoping to help him retain his livelihood. At that moment, Wang Tao, preoccupied with casework, had yet to watch Lin Mo's court session. He was only able to do so once he entered the elevator of his law firm, coincidentally located on the 27th floor of the Jiahai International Building, right next to Jin Hang and Yong Yuan. However, before he could catch up on the news, the elevator doors opened. He was confronted by a chaotic scene, with Huang Jianxing leading the Yong Yuan team and Zhang Yan at the helm of the Jin Hang lawyers, engaged in a fierce exchange of words. Even the security personnel dared not intervene, fearful of receiving a legal warning. Goodness, has the conflict escalated? Yong Yuan frequently clashed with Jin Hang, but this time the intensity was unprecedented. They were outright hurling insults at one another. Wang Tao quickly retreated to his own law firm, but at that moment, his colleagues, who had initially been watching the spectacle, turned their gaze toward him, their eyes filled with sympathy, some even shaking their heads. "What's the matter with you all? Lawyer Wang, haven't you seen the news?" "I've been too busy to check." Wang Tao set down a stack of documents. Furthermore, what news could possibly emerge at this moment? Wang Tao was utterly indifferent. "You might as well take a look." Wang Tao casually unlocked his phone, and thus, he stumbled upon it. The first case in history, a lawyer sentenced, attorney Lin Mo triumphs. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, within the esteemed Junyong law firm, a young man named Wang Tao felt as though the sky had fallen. "No, my friend, how have you won again?" Chapter 44, Wang Tao. Am I really going to become a male model? How could this even be a victory? What sort of absurdity is this? The defendant has been sentenced, and now the lawyer too? Upon reading the news, Wang Tao's hand trembled as he held his phone. This was utterly shocking. Simultaneously, he recalled the litany of charges and evidence presented by Lin Mo during the trial, leaving him utterly bewildered. Could such a thing truly be accomplished by someone lacking legal knowledge? Panic set in, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he remembered posting a lengthy video, accompanied by tens of thousands of words, all aimed at proving Lin Mo was worthless. He had thought he could regain his reputation, but now the boomerang had struck him instead. He hurriedly opened the trending videos, and indeed, his short video ranked second. The first was some absurdity about Huang Xian. At that moment, he had no time to concern himself with Huang Xian. He quickly opened the comments, only to find thousands berating him, sending his mind into a whirl. Fortunately, the most upvoted comment was not an insult, but the poster was named Legal Vanguard Lin Mo. Upon glancing at it, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How dare he say I lack legal understanding, and suggest I become a male model? Lin Mo, you are truly crossing the line. Wang Tao was utterly enraged. If the other insults were mere surface wounds, then Lin Mo's words inflicted real harm. After all, he was a master's graduate in law from Huaxia University of Political Science and Law, an absolute elite from a prestigious law school. To be accused of ignorance in legal matters was an affront, and the suggestion to become a male model, combining legal knowledge with modeling, was a clear insult. Humph. A male model? I am a top-tier lawyer earning millions annually. You, Lin Mo, are merely skilled in rhetoric. I have countless cases. How could I possibly reach my limit? I am exceedingly busy. The money flows continuously. How could I ever consider being a male model? Wang Tao fumed. Just then, his phone rang. It was a significant client. In his fury, he quickly transformed his expression into a smile and answered softly, "Hello? Oh, Lawyer Wang. I think it's best we end our collaboration here. I also saw your analytical post. It was entirely erroneous, and I believe your legal acumen needs improvement." Beep, beep. The other party hung up. Wang Tao stood stunned for a moment, but soon after, another call came in. "Lawyer Wang, I believe you are not quite suitable for our partnership." And just like that, the caller hung up. But soon, more calls flooded in, and on WeChat, numerous clients sent messages to Wang Tao. Their singular purpose was clear: to terminate their contracts with him. A deluge of cancellation notifications left Wang Tao utterly bewildered. In a mere 10 minutes, dozens of cancellation messages. How could this be happening? The video. Yes, the video. Delete it quickly. Wang Tao realized that the source of his calamity was indeed that humiliating analytical video. Now, the entire internet is aware of the misjudgment and the lack of legal expertise, resulting in a significant number of clients opting to terminate their contracts. However, deleting videos proves futile, as various marketing accounts have already disseminated the news far and wide. Damn it. Wang Tao glanced at the situation. Within a mere 10 minutes, all 18 recent clients had withdrawn, leaving only one remaining. Panic set in, for during the prosperous years prior, he had purchased a residence in Jiahai, a locale where properties are far from affordable, averaging 50,000 per square meter, with some areas reaching as high as 100,000. To showcase his stature as an elite lawyer, he acquired a spacious 200 square meter flat at 80,000 per square meter, depleting all his savings and committing to a monthly loan repayment of 30,000. Should the stream of cases cease, he would be unable to meet his loan obligations. The crisis was upon him. With all clients terminating their contracts, it meant potentially months without income. Failure to repay the loan would result in the confiscation of his home. That damned Lin Mo. At that moment, another call came in. Wang Tao checked the caller ID and saw it was Hong Jie, one of his affluent clients, and currently his last remaining client. He immediately answered the call. "Hong Jie, I am at your service for any legal support you require." This was his last lifeline. On the other end, a weathered voice of a middle-aged woman resonated, imbued with a tone of consolation. "Xiao Wang, I sympathize with your predicament. Victory and defeat are commonplace in our field. You must lift your spirits." Wang Tao felt a warmth in his heart. It was comforting to have someone express concern. "Thank you for your kindness, Hong Jie. I only wish to assist you in any way I can." But in the next moment, Hong Jie's tone shifted to one of anticipation and temptation. "Do not be disheartened. As for what you can assist with, actually, I have a favorable impression of you. Why not come to my home and impart some legal knowledge to me personally?" Wang Tao was taken aback. Home. The warmth in his heart vanished instantly, a twitch at his lips betraying his fury. What legal discussion? Was she not merely lusting after me? He contemplated a decisive refusal but was reminded of his mortgage. As the saying goes, a man with a mortgage is a man without freedom. Perhaps it might be worth discussing further? With no clients left, he was certain he could not meet his mortgage this month. This was his only option. Suddenly, Wang Tao recalled Lin Mo's comment about combining law with male modeling as a potential avenue for success. Damn, Am I really going to become a male model? Lin Mo? Why oh, woe is me, he cried, overwhelmed with despair, realizing his reputation had crumbled alongside the viral video and Lin Mo's resounding triumph. The path ahead appeared to merge legal knowledge with male modeling. Why? How could Lin Mo have predicted this? Wang Tao let out a soul-wrenching roar. Then he remembered Hong Jie's stature, and his sorrow deepened. His heart, once suspended in uncertainty, now lay utterly broken. Meanwhile, within the Jinhan law firm, a frenzied individual bolted out, shouting incoherently as he ran, "I want to eat shit. I want to eat shit." Suddenly, in a fit of urgency, Huang Jiansheng dashed towards the restroom, leaving no chance for anyone to restrain him. With a heart heavy as ash, Wang Tao glanced up to see none other than the once-renowned genius law student from Stanford University, Huang Xian. Indeed, Huang Xian's spirit had spiraled into madness. He had always sailed smoothly through life, basking in the glory of his genius, until he encountered Lin Mo, which dealt him a shattering blow. Ill-equipped to handle pressure, he succumbed to insanity. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tao felt a flicker of solace, compared to the indignity of his current plight. Being a male model seemed a more palatable option. Yet, what if Sister Hong's demands were rather unconventional? Rumor had it that wealthy women sought peculiar pleasures, joy balls, high heels, and extravagant battles. He wondered whether he could withstand such expectations. As these thoughts plagued his mind, a frown etched itself deeper upon his face. In stark contrast to this farce, the most anxious individual was none other than Wang Zhenghua, the vice president of the Shanghai High Court. In a state of frantic urgency, he raced towards the Shanghai Intermediate Court. The responsibilities of a vice president were demanding. He had just finished attending to a mountain of paperwork when he received Lin Mo's message, only to be met with such explosive news. This rascal, Lin Mo, seemed intent on amplifying the chaos surrounding the previous school bullying case. Tasked with handling a divorce lawsuit, he had managed to send the opposing lawyer into disarray. Wang Zhenghua's concerns mounted. Should lawyers across the nation emulate this behavior, bickering in court, unleashing magical confrontations, the consequences would be dire. Such turmoil could lead to a media frenzy. Having already faced criticism from the Supreme Court, he simply could not endure another debacle. In a state of urgency, he hurried forth, determined to rein in Lin Mo during his press interview, to temper the public discourse. Chapter 45, The Case of Maternal Insult and Murder. The Supreme Court. Chief Justices Yu Bing and two others observed the entire court session. Their expressions varied. Yu Bing remarked with a smile, "Well, I hope we haven't wasted your time." Having witnessed the proceedings in full, Yu Bing felt a sense of delight, although the marriage law had its flaws. They were surmountable. The portly elder pondered for a moment before chuckling. "It seems this lawyer Lin Mo has helped us resolve a predicament." The bearded old man clapped his hands, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I last witnessed such a riveting trial." Though Ning Hong was unilaterally subdued by Lin Mo, the insights Lin Mo presented were indeed illuminating. Yu Bing inquired, "What is next? Will there be further discussions regarding the marriage law?" Lin Mo's case had demonstrated to lawyers nationwide how to tackle issues of matrimonial deceit. With Lin Mo's example at hand, if one could not find a resolution, it could only be attributed to their own ineptitude. Let us convene and deliberate. We cannot overlook the loopholes within the marriage law simply due to Lin Mo's splendid performance. The portly elder asserted gravely. Then let us disseminate the news that the Supreme Court is considering amendments to the marriage law, Yu Bing suggested thoughtfully. "Old Yu, do you admire this young lawyer?" the bearded elder asked with a grin. At this critical juncture, releasing such information could easily suggest that Lin Mo's victory spurred the Supreme Court to pursue reform, inadvertently bolstering Lin Mo's reputation. Yu Bing gazed at the young lawyer on the screen and replied coolly, "It is not admiration, it is what he has earned through his own efforts." In the courtroom, Xiao Ling had organized all the documents, and just as the group was preparing to depart, Lin Mo noticed a familiar face entering the court. It was Judge Wang Zhenghua, the presiding judge from his very first trial, who had pronounced a death sentence. "Judge Wang," Lin Mo greeted politely. Wang Zhenghua hurried over, panting, and stood before Lin Mo, saying, You really do not make things easy for me." "Oh, what is the matter?" Lin Mo was unaware of Wang Zhenghua's purpose. Wang Zhenghua intended to advise Lin Mo to remain low-key and avoid stirring up major controversies that could incite public unrest. However, just as these words were about to escape his lips, he swallowed them back, recognizing that such sentiments might dampen Lin Mo's spirits. At that moment, Wang Zhenghua's phone rang. Yu Bing, watching the live broadcast and noticing Wang Zhenghua's anxious expression, recalled something, and made a phone call. Chief Justice Yu, Wang Zhenghua said. No need to fret. This positive public sentiment is precisely what we require. Yu Bing reassured him. Wang Zhenghua's eyes widened in surprise, and he nodded enthusiastically before hanging up. Visibly relieved. Judge Wang? Lin Mo called out with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. I merely came to have a look, Wang Zhenghua quickly replied. I appreciate you thinking of this humble lawyer. Lin Mo extended his right hand, engaging in a dignified handshake with Wang Zhenghua. Subsequently, he strode towards the courthouse's grand entrance, leaving behind a confident and resolute silhouette, his footsteps echoing with purpose. In the next moment, the courthouse doors swung open, revealing a throng of reporters eagerly waiting outside. As the doors parted, a flurry of camera flashes converged on Lin Mo, illuminating the scene with brilliance. This time, the reporters' fervor for uncovering Lin Mo's past misdeeds had dissipated. Following the conclusion of the trial, Lin Mo was no longer the beleaguered lawyer he once was. Instead, the journalists busied themselves vying for the opportunity to capture more of Lin Mo's striking visage for their news stories, bestowing upon him a treatment akin to that of a celebrity. Wang Zhenghua stood transfixed, witnessing this spectacular scene. Lin Mo, once a downcast attorney beset by scandal, had risen from the depths of disgrace to this moment of adulation, all within the span of 2 trials, an extraordinary turnaround. It seemed he had borne witness to the ascent of a new star in the legal realm. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, surrounded by the blinding flashes, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he straightened his posture. This moment compelled him to reminisce about the instant of his previous life when he first achieved fame, a time when he was brimming with youthful exuberance. He reflected on how, back then, he had turned the tide in court, earning the applause of society and reveling in the limelight, at times losing himself in the intoxicating allure of success. However, the present was markedly different. Having endured countless trials and undergone various tribulations, he had matured significantly. No longer was he the naive child who reveled in minor achievements. Now, he understood that steadiness, calmness, and clarity were essential traits to uphold. To ascend to the pinnacle of the legal profession, one must tread meticulously, step by step. Lin Mo lifted his gaze towards the horizon, aware that his journey in the realm of law was only just beginning. With a composed demeanor, he strode purposefully towards the courthouse, pursued by a swarm of reporters. Xia Ling, having never witnessed such a spectacle, closely adhered to Lin Mo's side, jogging alongside him while vigilantly scanning for any potential threats against him. As his bodyguard, it was her duty to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast, particularly Lin Mo's former detractors, found the scene surreal. Previously, Lin Mo had been a derided figure, enduring mockery in the live stream while awkwardly striving to please the audience for mere sustenance as a destitute lawyer. Yet now, the adulation surrounding him was astonishing to all. In the live stream, Luo Daxiang expressed his sentiments. In the past, many dismissed Lin Mo based on 2 failed trials, even attempting to erase his name from the legal community. Undeterred, he has now achieved a miraculous turnaround with 2 remarkable victories, not only restoring his reputation but also achieving a level of fame that many lawyers could only dream of throughout their careers. In the wake of 2 pivotal battles that reshaped the landscape, solidifying his stature within the legal realm, I believe this poem encapsulates Lin Mo's sentiments. With the spring breeze at my back, my horse gallops swiftly. In a single day, I behold all the blossoms of Chang'an. As Luo Daxiang concluded his recitation, he was filled with profound admiration. Yet, gazing at the screen, he noted that Lin Mo, typically adorned with a smile, bore a countenance of stern seriousness. Once more, he marveled internally at the remarkable composure of such a young attorney. At this moment, Lin Mo descended the courthouse steps with purposeful strides, eschewing any interviews. Ding. Victory in the lawsuit. Zhang Youcai's emotional state is under evaluation. Upon completion of the evaluation, rewards will be dispersed. The system's rewards arrive concurrently with a taxi's arrival, prompting Lin Mo to decide to check the system's rewards after entering the vehicle. As he opened the door to the car, a reporter called out, "Lawyer Lin, would you like to say something?" Lin Mo paused, turning back to face the throng of cameras aimed at him. He contemplated for a moment, allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips, exuding confidence without ostentation, and remarked, "Let the voices of doubt grow even louder." With that, he entered the car. As the vehicle revved to life, a multitude of reporters stood in stunned silence, their expressions flushed. Previously, they had approached Lin Mo with skepticism and derision. Now, the roles had dramatically shifted. Inside the car, The system was still in the process of evaluation. Lin Mo retrieved his phone to check public sentiment. Indeed, upon opening various video platforms, he discovered that his recent case dominated the trending charts, receiving accolades aplenty. However, he noted another trending topic with comparable, if not greater, prominence than his own case. It was yet another legal matter, and the title elicited a frown from Lin Mo. The maternal insult murder case concludes with a first-instance verdict, the defendant sentenced to death. As the righteous lawyer weeps in court. Chapter 46, The Heartbreaking Case of Maternal Insult. A familiar tale. This case feels eerily reminiscent. Lin Mo began to recollect memories of a similar incident from his previous life, which was infamously known as the 419 maternal insult murder case. Could it be that such an event has transpired in this parallel world as well? Lin Mo immediately clicked on the detailed information for further investigation. Upon completing his reading, he discovered that while the preceding circumstances of this case were nearly identical, the specifics diverged significantly. The perpetrator, named Wang Hao, is a 19-year-old who hails from a rural background and has managed to secure admission to a prestigious university through sheer determination. His father has passed away, leaving behind his mother and an elder sister, Wang Yin. Following Wang Hao's acceptance into a renowned institution, his sister, who was hearing impaired, believed her education was of little value and voluntarily withdrew from school to alleviate the family's financial burden by working to support her brother's tuition and living expenses. In an effort to further lessen her sister's load, their mother, who worked in agriculture, also joined Wang Yin in the factory. However, due to a disability in one of her feet, the factory no longer retained her. During this tumultuous period, a group of gangsters set their sights on the innocent yet attractive Wang Yin, luring her into a loan agreement under the pretense of financial assistance amounting to 60,000 yuan. With their mother unemployed, Wang Yin accepted the loan to purchase a vending cart for a street barbecue venture, which initially flourished, bringing some stability to their lives. However, the gangsters, having plotted their scheme, soon demanded exorbitant interest payments, and the mother and daughter were horrified to discover that the interest alone had ballooned to 100,000 yuan after just 1 year, nearly double the original loan amount. Faced with such predatory lending, and with their meager resources rendered insufficient against the powerful gang, the two women, particularly vulnerable due to their circumstances, were left with no option but to scramble to meet the interest payments. Ultimately, their entire income barely covered the interest, leaving the principal amount forever unpaid. At this juncture, the leader of the loan shark group revealed a sinister proposition: if Wang Yin and her mother agreed to spend a night with him, a portion of the interest could be forgiven. When they refused, they found themselves cornered within the loan shark's establishment. On that fateful day, Wang Hao returned home from university for a break and, upon learning of the dire situation, rushed to the loan shark's headquarters. Upon his entrance, he was swiftly overpowered and forced to witness unspeakable horrors inflicted upon his mother and sister for a harrowing 2 hours. In a fit of rage, he broke free from his restraints and, driven to the brink of despair, fatally stabbed the leader of the loan shark group, injuring 2 accomplices in the process. 2 narratives have emerged online regarding the incident. According to the plaintiff's account, which represents the deceased's family, Wang Hao allegedly entered armed with a knife and murdered the victims. Conversely, Wang Hao's defense maintains that after breaking free from his bindings, the loan shark leader hurled insults and lunged at him with a knife, which missed its mark and fell to the ground. In a twist of fate, Wang Hao seized the weapon and retaliated against the gang leader. Regrettably, no evidence substantiates Wang Hao's claims, and there were no recordings of the events that transpired. Only witnesses remain. Yet all of them identify Wang Hao as the one who wielded the knife in the murder. Furthermore, according to Wang Hao's claims, the knife's handle should bear the fingerprints of the leader, but police investigations reveal that only Wang Hao's fingerprints are present. Most crucially, the knife in question originated from his mother's food cart, specifically used for cutting meat. A plethora of evidence points to Wang Hao as the perpetrator of a premeditated murder, leading the prosecution to directly charge him with intentional homicide. The verdict from the first trial was a death sentence for Wang Hao, with a 2-year suspension. The accompanying image depicts a scene from the courtroom, a heart-wrenching sight. Wang Hao's mother collapses to the ground, her face awash with tears, while his sister, Wang Yin, crouches nearby, also shedding tears. The once refined and slender figure of Wang Hao kneels at the center of the courtroom, handcuffed, bowing his head in reverence towards his mother. Meanwhile, his defense attorney, the renowned righteous lawyer Chiu from Shanghai, gazes at the judge with red-rimmed eyes, tears trickling down her cheeks, passionately arguing on Wang Hao's behalf. However, the verdict has already been delivered, rendering her arguments futile and devoid of strength. Ultimately, she covers her face in despair, visibly tormented. After absorbing the entirety of the case, Lin Mo finds himself deep in contemplation. This case, beyond the humiliation of the mother, also brings disgrace upon his sister. If Wang Hao's testimony holds any weight, it echoes the notorious Kunshan counterattack case. This is a confluence of the previous maternal insult case and the Kunshan counterattack incident. Lin Mo immediately begins to research it, eager to understand how Qiu conducts her legal battles. While he is yet to delve into the specifics of the trial process, he uncovers details about Qiu herself. At 29 years old, she is a graduate of Huazhong University of Political Science and Law and has dedicated her career to public interest litigation since graduation. Her courtroom experience reveals why she is labeled a righteous lawyer. All the cases she has taken on are pro bono, aimed solely at defending the underprivileged who have been wronged. When the maternal insult case emerged, no lawyer came forth to defend Wang Hao. His mother and sister had spent all their money repaying usurious loans, leaving them unable to afford legal representation and reliant on a court-appointed attorney, whose capabilities are generally limited. The quality of such representation is often minimal, making the prosecution's case against Wang Hao nearly indisputable. At this juncture, propelled by public sentiment on social media, widespread sympathy for Wang Hao's plight emerged. Observing this, Qiu stepped forward to defend him, striving for a reduction in his sentence. Lin Mo then witnesses the trial proceedings, noting that while Qiu possesses skill, her abilities are somewhat constrained. Initially, she mounts a defense of innocence, enumerating the numerous crimes committed by the criminal faction to assert that Wang Hao acted in self-defense against oppression. Lin Mo recognizes that Qiu Ying's enumeration of the criminal deeds is an attempt to elicit sympathy from the judge. In his view, this strategy is justifiable. In the absence of favorable evidence for their side, it is a prudent choice. It is feasible to advocate for a reduced sentence for Wang Hao, possibly arguing for excessive self-defense, with hopes of securing a life sentence or even a 10-year term. However, the fundamental error lies in her pursuit of an innocent verdict for Wang Hao, which places a significant emphasis on the necessity of concrete evidence. The most troublesome aspect of litigating against the prosecution lies in the impeccable completeness of their evidence. In their haste to conclude the case, they capitalize on the most advantageous evidence. All the evidence presented by the prosecution unequivocally indicates that Wang Hao deliberately committed murder with a knife. No matter how fiercely Qiu argues her case, striving to present rational counterarguments, she cannot produce evidence to substantiate Wang Hao's innocence. Moreover, throughout the proceedings, Qiu failed to provide the judge with any sentencing recommendations for Wang Hao. Consequently, after the failure of the not guilty defense, the judge rendered a death sentence in accordance with the prosecution's plea. It is crucial to note that during a not guilty defense, the defense attorney is permitted to propose sentencing recommendations. Qiu Ying's considerations lacked clarity. She could have simultaneously pursued a not guilty defense and a plea for leniency, which might have spared Wang Hao from a death sentence. Observing this case, Lin Mo could only shake his head in resignation. Greed was at play. Had the not guilty defense been the sole approach, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Yet, Lin Mo empathized with Qiu in cases like this. All attorneys typically initiate with a not guilty defense. Morally, the rationale behind Wang Hao's actions has garnered societal forgiveness. After all, it was his family who dedicated their lives for his future, enduring hardships, even sacrificing their own prospects to support him. Who could endure such humiliation? Furthermore, Wang Hao remained adamant about having acted in self-defense, compelling lawyers to attempt a not guilty defense in hopes of salvaging this innocent child. Regrettably, their efforts proved futile, and Lin Mo could only feel sympathy for the situation. Amidst this exasperating yet helpless case, Lin Mo noticed many netizens calling out for his intervention. Lin Mo, lawyer, it's time for you to step in. Help Wang Hao in the second trial. Many echoed the sentiment that Lin Mo, with his cunning strategies, might indeed be able to rescue Wang Hao. My brother, lawyer Lin, is ready to take action, renowned and trustworthy, with a verifiable track record. For the first time, Lin Mo felt compelled to actively engage. The injustice was palpable. A person who retaliated against a criminal organization, restoring peace, now faced a death sentence? Is there no sense of justice left? Lawyer Lin, bring them to justice. The public's outrage was palpable, reflecting their deep indignation. Chapter 47. With wealth comes the desire to change law firms. As I continued to peruse the comments, The prevailing sentiments were those of regret and indignation. Wang Hao, a promising student in the physics department at Tsinghua University, excels academically, though merely a sophomore. He has already garnered the attention of a mentor who intends to recommend him for direct doctoral admission. A prodigy in physics, his future is indeed bright. Alas, I am his junior, and this is veritably true. His prospects were once resplendent. Indeed, his sister toiled 16 hours a day on the assembly line to support his education. It is said that Wang Hao received a full scholarship in his second year. His sister merely wished to afford him a better life, yet tragically, he has fallen prey to this pack of beasts. It is disheartening that just as their family's fortunes were on the cusp of improvement, calamity struck. These comments are imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. Everyone sympathizes with Wang Hao but feels powerless to assist him. As for the netizens suggesting that I take action, Lin Mo remained silent. While it is true that I could intervene, one must not forget that Wang Hao's attorney is Chiao Ying, who still possesses the option to appeal. If Wang Hao's family does not reach out to me, would it not be discourteous to approach her, saying, "Attorney Chiao, you are inadequate. Allow me to take over"? Such behavior would be exceedingly impolite. It is essential to recognize that Attorney Chiao, a principled lawyer, possesses a strong sense of self-respect. From my understanding, most lawyers handling such cases do so to build their reputation. Perhaps Chiao Ying is indeed striving to enhance her own renown. If I were to advocate for myself, it might usurp her opportunity for distinction, potentially offending her. I would never recklessly alienate a well-regarded attorney. One must approach matters with due diligence. It is unwise to judge Chiao Ying's character solely based on her deeds and the images circulating. As a lawyer, one must maintain a level of rigor and judgment. Of course, should Attorney Chiao genuinely desire to win, I would certainly offer my counsel if she were to reach out. After all, I too empathize with Wang Hao and would have no qualms about providing pro bono legal support. Naturally, if Attorney Chiao were to relinquish her mandate and publicly request that I assume her position, I would consider it. Such a high-profile case could significantly enhance my reputation. At this moment, the taxi was enveloped in a profound silence. Xiao Gu was engrossed in browsing information online, just as Xiao Ling was. Suddenly, Xiao Ling seemed to have discovered a revelation and excitedly grasped Lin Mo's hand. "Boss, you are truly remarkable. What is the matter?" Lin Mo glanced at Xiao Ling, wondering what antics she was up to now. Xiao Ling handed over her phone. "Boss, you really sent 3 bullies to prison. One even received the death penalty. This is so cool." Xiao Gu, seated in the front, turned around in astonishment and asked, "Assistant Xia, you were unaware of this?" I hadn't delved deeply into it," Xiao Ling admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head. This was Attorney Lin's breakthrough case. Not only did we pass judgment on 3 despicable individuals, but we also instilled fear in the hearts of bullies nationwide. It was precisely because of this case that I sought out Lawyer Lin. It appears, Lawyer Lin, that you are indeed the deity of litigation, Xiao Gu remarked with great appreciation. Enough of that. It's all trivial matters, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. After all, since the moment Xiao Ling joined the firm, she had been diligently working. Though she appeared quite astute on the surface, her inner naivety was evident. It was understandable that she was unaware of certain complexities. A few minutes later, Xiao Ling refreshed the latest news, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve and said, "Boss, you're so capable. Could you assist Wang Hao?" Lin Mo glanced at her phone, where the screen displayed news of Wang Hao's death sentence in the first trial. Given the high profile of the case, it was not surprising that Xiao Ling had come across it. "Assist? It's not as simple as wanting to help," Lin Mo replied. "What do you mean? Why can't we help?" Xiao Ling's eyes sparkled with innocence. Xiao Gu, having also encountered the news about this highly publicized case, expressed his confusion. "Lawyer Lin, why can't we help?" Lin Mo elaborated on the reasons, and Xiao Gu nodded in comprehension. As someone who had made a name for himself in the underworld, he understood the implications. However, Xiao Ling, being a college student, was somewhat bewildered. "Why is it impolite for us to extend a helping hand?" Lin Mo chuckled. The young female student is unaware of the perils of society. "Do you realize how many parties would be involved if we engaged in this case?" Xiao Ling shook her head, lacking understanding. Lin Mo continued, "First and foremost, if we participate in this case, setting aside offending Lawyer Chiao, we would undoubtedly antagonize that gang of thugs and their families. We would also bear the weight of societal scrutiny and the expectations of Wang Hao's family, which is far heavier than in previous cases. Furthermore, the first trial has concluded. We only have one last opportunity. Xiao Ling, We are merely a small law firm. We cannot withstand excessive pressure. In our current state of vulnerability, we must first nurture our own strength before contemplating how to rescue others. Of course, Lin Mo's intention was primarily to educate Xia Ling not to act impulsively. Before assisting others, one must ensure their own well-being. Naturally, should Wang Hao's family approach me for representation, I would consider taking on the case. Xia Ling nodded in understanding, though her expression remained tinged with regret and disappointment, lamenting her own inadequacy to help those in genuine need. At that moment, the taxi turned into the dilapidated old district, where the narrow streets and cramped, aged buildings seemed to transport one back to the last century. Lin Mo's law firm was located here. Upon disembarking, Xiao Gu waved goodbye, saying, "Lawyer Lin, the payment has been received. I will promptly transfer the attorney's fee to you. After winning this case, I have no qualms about the expenditure. Spending over $1 million on legal fees was exhilarating and truly worthwhile. Not only did we win the case, but we also ensured that Wang Shui and that lawyer were brought to justice. It felt fantastic. Has it arrived so swiftly? Indeed, in a bid to mitigate her sentence." Wang Shui dutifully returned the funds. "Haha," exclaimed Xiaogu, delighting in the sight of the bank balance, which brought him immense satisfaction. After this exchange, the taxi departed. Concluding the commission flawlessly, Lin Mo Xiaoling returned to the cramped law firm, where the bank transfer notification awaited. 1,100,000 yuan. Simultaneously, the system issued a judgment. Ding. Legal Vanguard, you have impeccably completed a commission. The emotional indicators of the beneficiary are now being assessed. Zhang Yukai, joy, 100 points. Gratitude, 100 points. Admiration, 100 points. Affection, 100 points. All 4 positive emotions maxed out. Reward of 40,000 yuan. Experience points awarded. 4,000. Only 8,000 experience points needed for system upgrade. Upon reaching LV2, new abilities will be unlocked. The reward of 40,000 yuan was indeed gratifying. However, the perfect score in affection caused Lin Mo to frown. Could it be that Xia Ge has genuinely developed feelings for me? A sudden shiver ran down her spine. Dismissing such thoughts, along with the cash reward from her first case, her account now boasted a total of 1.3 million yuan. Glancing at her dilapidated law office, Lin Mo mused. It was time for an upgrade. Clients considering this firm would never associate it with a competent lawyer, but instead ponder whether it was a scam. After all, any reputable law firm would exhibit opulent decor and prime locations as a testament to their prowess. A change was imperative. At that moment, Xia Ling was hunched over the desk, her brow furrowed as she scrolled through updates on Wang Hao's murder case, brimming with indignation. "Shall we take a trip to the Jianghai International Building?" Lin Mo inquired. "What for?" "To scout a new address for our firm. Remaining here holds no promise. If it weren't for my ability to live stream, establishing a law practice here would be futile. We must relocate. Otherwise, firms like Jinhan, Yongyuan, and Junyang will dominate the Jianghai International Building. That is the heart of Jianghai CBD. Wait, are we moving? I must go. I want to claim a spot by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Choose as you like. You are our second employee, as long as you are content." Lin Mo recognized that Xia Ling's mood had soured upon reading about Wang Hao's case and sought to comfort her. On the way, Lin Mo contacted the property management of the Jianghai International Building, hoping to secure a suitable office space. Soon, they arrived at the bustling CBD area of Jianghai, right beneath the Jianghai International Building. Besides this tower, numerous other high-rises housed a myriad of enterprises. The decision to choose the Jianghai International Building stemmed from its congregation of premium businesses. Litigation for these companies would yield substantial profits. After meeting with the individuals responsible for managing office rentals, they led Lin Mo directly to the 27th floor. Here, Lin Mo felt a sense of familiarity. The previous owner had endured 2 significant defeats at the Yongyuan law firm on the 27th floor before being ousted by Huang Jianqing. However, upon returning, the situation had transformed entirely. The Jianghai International Building boasted a vast floor area of 2,000 square meters, accommodating 6 law firms without feeling cramped. Upon reaching the 27th floor, the site was dominated by impeccably dressed, bustling lawyers and clients. Yet, the stairwell was permeated with an unpleasant odor. As a janitor was busy tidying up, property personnel were negotiating between Jihan Law Firm and Yongyuan Law Firm. Lin Mo spotted several familiar faces, and humorously, he noticed Huang Xian inexplicably tied to a pillar within Yongyuan Law Firm, with what appeared to be some stains on his mouth. He also encountered an acquaintance from the internet, whom he had never met in person but recognized nonetheless. Wang Tao. At that moment, Wang Tao was accompanied by a corpulent woman, exuding the charm of wealth through her jewelry, while he appeared utterly despondent, ensnared by her embrace. The affluent woman radiated vitality as they approached the elevator where Lin Mo stood. Unable to suppress a smile, Lin Mo was amused by how quickly Wang Tao had immersed himself in this new role. As they brushed past each other, Wang Tao, with his head bowed, seemed to sense something and looked up, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing Lin Mo up close. Rage flared in his gaze, but the next moment, he was pulled into the elevator by the wealthy woman. "Lawyer Wang, why are you dawdling?" she teased, exerting considerable force. Wang Tao was unceremoniously thrust against her. Lin Mo waved at him with a smile, extending his most sincere wishes to the lawyer who had chosen such an unconventional path for profit. Wang Tao wore a look of utter despair, lacking even the energy to curse Lin Mo. "Lawyer Lin, over here. We have a law firm that is about to vacate, and the location is excellent." At that moment, a staff member guided Lin Mo toward an inner office, which was named the Love and Care Law Firm, somewhat familiar to him. The office appeared rather deserted, devoid of any personnel, yet surprisingly, it boasted a prime view. It faced the scenic riverside promenade of the Zhanghai Central area, with the Central Park of Zhanghai City lying directly below, a splendid sight in the heart of the city. Just then, a woman with a sorrowful expression emerged from an office, coming into Lin Mo's view. Upon seeing her, Lin Mo couldn't help but express his astonishment. The woman, whose face was etched with concern, was none other than Xiao Ying, the entrusted lawyer in the maternal revenge case. What was she doing here? Chapter 48. Do the poor deserve fairness? At that moment, Xiao Ying appeared notably haggard, her face etched with worry, clearly in a distressed state. "You are a staff member," promptly interjected Lawyer Qiu. "They are here to inspect the office space. My lease still has 15 days until expiration, does it not?" Xiao Ying, sporting a lively short haircut and possessing delicate features, spoke in a notably gentle tone, perhaps a reflection of her exhaustion, starkly contrasting the assertive demeanor she exhibited in court. The staff member, evidently flustered, continued, "Lawyer Qiu, you have been remiss in paying rent, and it appears you may not be able to afford the rent for the coming year either. We are merely following the president's instructions." Upon hearing the mention of rent, Xiao Ying paused, then sighed, turning to Lin Mo. "Hello, it seems you are also a lawyer." Lin Mo nodded. "Since you are here, I am quite familiar with this place. Allow me to give you a tour." Rather than taking offense at the property staff's remarks, Xiao Ying proactively offered to provide an introduction. The staff member, upon hearing this, stepped aside. Xiao Ying began to elaborate on the layout of the office. It spanned 2 floors, covering over 700 square meters. Yet, it now bore a dilapidated appearance, with dust coating most of the desks. Despite its current state, this place was once vibrant. Once. At this point, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Xiao Ying's face, and a hint of a smile emerged. In the past, a group of idealistic lawyers gathered here to establish this compassionate law firm, dedicated to representing the impoverished in court, as Xiao Ying reminisced. She gradually recounted their stories from yesteryears. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a stir of emotion. Indeed, there are many such idealistic lawyers within the legal profession. It was surprising to learn that this firm was founded by them. However, according to Xiao Ying's account, the initial enthusiasm was palpable, and they successfully championed numerous cases in the name of justice. Yet, gradually, idealism confronted the harsh realities of life. The overwhelming economic and mental burdens besieged this group of spirited young lawyers. The soaring cost of living drained their resources, and despite their tireless efforts, there were no financial rewards, and losses in court led to confrontations with clients. The joy derived from helping others could not alleviate the immense pressures of reality. Consequently, many lawyers began to abandon ship, seeking positions at other firms where they could pursue profit through litigation. Slowly, the firm was left with only Xiao Ying, persevering alone. "It is somewhat laughable that I remain here alone. Why continue renting this space?" Yet, each time she returned, memories of those days spent fighting alongside her colleagues flooded back. As she spoke, a solitary tear escaped Xiao Ying's eye, though she swiftly wiped it away and continued, "Thank you for listening to my words. I simply wish to convey that a group of idealists once roamed these halls. If you choose to rent this space, do not forget them." Lin Mo nodded, acknowledging the nobility of those individuals. "However, with merely 15 days remaining, if I am destined to lose my hold here, I desire for this place to conclude perfectly. Autumn Ing choked out. Is she seeking to overturn the verdict of Wang Hao's murder case to provide closure to this chapter? Through her interactions with Autumn Ing, Lin Mo has garnered an understanding of her. She is indeed an idealist. Autumn Ing gazed at Lin Mo. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in black suits appeared at the entrance of the law firm. The leader, a burly man adorned with a gold chain and sunglasses, emanated an intimidating aura. The young man who had escorted Lin Mo immediately approached him. President. The man in sunglasses waved his hand dismissively and then directed a rude outburst at Autumn Ing. Little sister, our father has ordered you to shut down the law firm and obediently return to unite with the Zheng group. Why haven't you complied yet? He then cast his gaze upon the law firm's historical records, where idealists had fought for justice on behalf of the impoverished. Upon seeing this, he scoffed quietly. Humph. Expending such effort to litigate for the poor, little sister, you must have lost your senses. What is there to save among these destitute souls? A mere herd of laborers unworthy of fairness? Furthermore, I see you are foolish as well, engaging in endless litigation while exhausting so much energy, only to end up unable to pay the rent for the firm. Does this constitute the pursuit of justice? Perhaps you should contemplate your own future first, little sister. Chapter 49. I will kill you all in self-defense. As Lin Mo followed the sound, he beheld 5 individuals standing at the entrance of the law firm. The central figure was a burly man, exuding an air of ostentation. The 4 surrounding him were muscular, resembling bodyguards. They appeared to be formidable, and to his surprise, they referred to Chiu Ying as little sister, suggesting a connection to a prominent family or conglomerate. Casting a sidelong glance at Chiu Ying, Lin Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Upon seeing the newcomers, Chiu Ying's expression shifted from alarm to distaste, ultimately forcing a smile as if compelled to appease the man. As a seasoned lawyer, such observational skills were fundamental. Indeed, Chiu Ying managed to compose herself and greeted the intruder with a smile, saying, "Third brother, you shouldn't speak like that. Father would not be pleased, and it could tarnish the image of the group." She then turned to Lin Mo, apologetically explaining, "This is my brother." His words were a bit harsh. "Please do not take offense. I apologize on his behalf." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, realizing that this ostentatious man was no ordinary individual. Someone had even addressed him as president. Could he be the president of the Jianghai International Buildings Property Management? It was common knowledge that the property belonged to Jianghai International, leading Lin Mo to deduce that this man was the son of the conglomerate's chairman. Thus, if Chiu Ying called him third brother, it implied that she was a scion of Jianghai International as well. Now, Lin Mo comprehended why Chiu Ying felt compelled to apologize to this man. Any word of his remarks could significantly impact the group's reputation. However, the man seemed displeased with Chiu Ying's caution, retorting angrily, "Chiu Ying, it seems you become a fool from practicing law, daring to lecture me, Chiu Shan? Hurry up and vacate this place. Do not disrupt my rental." With sunglasses perched on his nose, the burly Chiu Shan pointed at the wall adorned with photographs symbolizing the illustrious history of the Love and Justice Law firm, proclaiming, moreover, "Take down all this rubbish. A bunch of impoverished lawyers pretending to be righteous, and now they can't even pay their rent. What fools." Chiu Ying, who had been maintaining a strained smile, could no longer hold her composure. After enduring 2 insults, she fired back, "Chiu Shan, there are still 15 days left in the lease. On what grounds do you demand I leave early? I have a rental agreement signed with father. You have no right to dictate my actions." "Oh, I beg your pardon, but the property is now under my management," Chiu Shan retorted with a laugh, spreading his hands wide. Chiu Ying's face flushed with indignation. She felt powerless. The property had indeed been entrusted to Chiu Shan and his 2 siblings, and the signed lease was now in his possession. Chiu Shan continued to mock her. "So, are you implying that you can gather the 1 million in rent for the next year within 15 days? Desperation clawed at Chiu Ying as she stammered, I can. If I take on Wang Hao's case, there will surely be someone to support my firm, and then I can pay the rent." Upon hearing this, Chiu Shan's expression darkened with fury. "Still clinging to your pathetic law firm? A bunch of foolish lawyers thinking they are saviors of the world. What good does saving a horde of impoverished souls do? Your presence brings nothing but misfortune to my office building. It reeks of poverty the moment one steps in." At this moment, Akiyama was consumed by an overwhelming hatred. Why squander a perfectly fine day helping this group of impoverished individuals? "Bring them down," he commanded. "Yes, President." Upon his roar, the 4 bodyguards beside him sprang into action, charging towards the prominent group photograph of the law firm displayed at the entrance. Crash. The photograph shattered violently upon impact, shards of glass scattering across the floor, followed by Akiyama's foot stomping down hard on the remnants. Simultaneously, the firm's plaque was brought crashing down as well. No. Akiyama's eyes filled with tears as she rushed forward, desperate to salvage the plaque, once a symbol of her faith. Now trampled underfoot, she hurried to gather the fragments, but they slipped through her fingers, just as the cherished photograph of like-minded lawyers was demolished. Tears streamed down her face. The 4 bodyguards showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly smashing the framed images on the walls, shattering the beautiful stories that Akiyama held dear. In that instant, Akiyama's spirit shattered completely. The law firm was on the brink of collapse, her fellow advocates abandoning the cause, and even the recent Wang Hao case ended in dismal failure. Her noble aspirations, accompanied by her cries of despair, lay in ruins. Boss. What should we do? Xiaoling's fury was palpable. Lin Mo, witnessing this scene, felt his heart tighten. Though he had never claimed to be a paragon of justice, he held the utmost respect for lawyers like Akiyama. They were noble souls, now subjected to such indignities. Moreover, Akiyama was inherently kind-hearted. She had even considered Akiyama's social standing and helped him extend an apology. She wasn't clinging to the situation. She merely needed an additional 15 days. Such benevolence was met with this brutal oppression. Lin Mo was genuinely enraged, glancing at Xiaoling. Though she was seething with anger, she took a moment to compose herself and said, "Boss, I understand. We must not resort to violence. I'll endure." Lin Mo's lips twitched in frustration before he declared, "Endure? Nonsense. Let us teach them a lesson. With me here, the lawsuit is as good as won." Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Still not moving?" Lin Mo signaled with a glance. Oh, you're asking for trouble. Do you think our profession is easy to bully?" Xiaoling shouted, charging at the nearest bodyguard. The bodyguard, seeing only a girl advancing, felt no fear and even mocked her with a smile. However, in the next instant, Xiaoling unleashed a swift kick. Boom. The bodyguard barely had time to react before he was sent flying, skidding several meters across the floor, clutching his abdomen and groaning in pain. The other 3 bodyguards stood frozen in shock, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. What is happening? A little girl, and she is acting tough? Take her down. Don't be afraid. Beat her senseless. I'll back you up. Akiyama bellowed from outside. The 3 bodyguards, emboldened by Akiyama's words, quickly closed in on Xiaoling. Yet, they were no match for the true practitioners of Tai Chi. Even the shadow of Xiaoling was elusive, as one by one, the onlookers were sent flying, their eyes wide with disbelief. Xiaoling was exhilarated and even pursued them outside. This display of power startled the burly Qiushan, causing him to take several steps back. 4 bodyguards quickly surrounded them, while Qiuying squatted nearby, her expression one of shock as she watched Xiaoling. In the next moment, Xiaoling effortlessly scooped up Qiuying and hurled her toward Lin Mo. Boss. Catch. Lin Mo caught her with ease. What on earth is happening? Qiuying uttered a soul-searching inquiry, for it was her first time witnessing a girl chase after 4 strong men in combat. Lin Mo chuckled. Just keep watching. The battle resumed, and the 4 bodyguards, seemingly trained in coordination, actually managed to hold their ground against Xiaoling for a brief moment. However, Xiaoling, being petite, swiftly evaded their encirclement, delivering a powerful blow from behind that left the 4 men utterly bewildered. In an instant, Xiaoling charged in front of Qiushan, who was left dumbfounded. Unable to flee in time, and thinking she was about to kick him, he instinctively shielded his abdomen. Instead, Xiaoling unleashed a resounding slap. Crack. It was crisp and sharp. Following that, she retaliated with another swift slap, causing Qiushan's face to swell immediately. "You big oaf, you thought I couldn't handle you, didn't you?" After berating him, she delivered a fierce kick to his belly, sending him crashing against the wall. "Consider yourself lucky I didn't break your ribs." Xiaoling scolded unabashedly before making her escape. The attack was not particularly harmful, but the humiliation was profound. Qiushan was on the verge of exploding with rage. At that moment, the 4 bodyguards, now resembling swollen pigs, rushed over to assist him. Qiushan roared in fury, "Damn it! Don't help me. Where are your daggers? Get them out and stab her. I'll guarantee your safety." Swish. The 4 bodyguards exchanged glances and promptly retrieved their daggers from tactical pockets. Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Lin Mo gradually stepped out through the door and calmly advised, "I suggest you refrain from using knives. For if your blades are inadvertently seized by my assistant and then used against you, I assure you, with my capabilities, I can guarantee her actions will be deemed self-defense. Completely innocent, while you will surely perish. Lin Mo gestured toward the surveillance cameras. This is not a case of Wang Hao's counterattack. There is video evidence. If she disarms you and then retaliates, I assure you it will be justified as self-defense. Now, if you lay down your weapons, this will merely be a mutual brawl, and the police will not intervene. Upon hearing this, the 4 bodyguards wore expressions of deep concern, exchanging uncertain glances. Was this true? Meanwhile, Xia Ling was even more exhilarated, exclaiming, "Really? Come on, hurry up and stab me. I guarantee I'll take you down." With Lin Mo as her legal shield, she had no fear whatsoever. Chapter 50. The Wang Hao murder case. I'll take care of this. The 4 bodyguards exchanged glances, then looked at the excited Xia Ling, fear creeping into their hearts. Who among the sane would wish for another to stab them? At that moment, Lin Mo smiled and retorted, "I see that you 4 possess commendable skills. You must be aware of my assistant's capabilities. Do you truly believe you can hold the knife steady? Besides, as mere bodyguards, there is no need to be so reckless." The 4 bodyguards could no longer maintain their composure. He spoke the truth. The young woman was indeed formidable, and they stood no chance against her. There was a genuine possibility that she was adept with a blade, and should they fail to seize it, they could very well meet a fatal end. At that moment, Qiu Shan, who had been knocked to the ground, could no longer contain himself. Pointing at Lin Mo, he shouted in anger, "Shameless! Did you not claim to be righteous lawyers? How then do you resort to exploiting legal loopholes for such tricks?" Qiu Shan believed he had uncovered a moral blemish on Qiu Ying, thinking Lin Mo was a colleague of hers, a fellow from the same law firm. And so he continued his tirade. "Ha ha ha! Qiu Ying, I once thought you lawyers were truly virtuous. I never imagined there were unscrupulous lawyers who toy with the law." Qiu Ying was momentarily taken aback, but as she attempted to clarify, Lin Mo laughed, even heartily. "Righteous lawyer? Fool! When did I ever claim to be Qiu Ying's colleague, or to uphold the banner of righteousness? Attempting to morally bind a top lawyer? Sorry, my friend. I refuse to be defined." Xia Ling excitedly added, "Indeed, we are not righteous lawyers. We are outlaws." Qiu Shan was taken aback. What? He had initially intended to shame Qiu Ying on moral grounds and insult her ideals, only to discover that she was not even in that category. To hell with it. Just kill them. Our group has a legal team. I refuse to believe we cannot outmaneuver a single lawyer. Rest assured, should you be convicted, I will treat your families very well. Qiu Shan could no longer endure it. As a wealthy young master, he had never faced such indignity. At that moment, Qiu Ying regained her composure and urgently exclaimed, "Qiu Shan, they have nothing to do with this. I'll give up this law firm for you. Do not trouble them." Lin Mo looked at the anxious Qiu Ying and could only smile helplessly. "You truly are kind-hearted." Thinking of rescuing others, at the forefront stands an elderly gentleman with white hair, clad in an elegant white tank suit, exuding a remarkable vitality as he strides forward with a cane. In a voice marked by age, he gazes at Lin Mo and remarks, "2 lawsuits have cemented a disgraceful position in the legal realm, yet 2 astonishing cases have reversed the tide, earning one the title of genius." The bullying case triumphed unexpectedly, while the marriage fraud case revealed ingenious strategies, astonishing the entire legal community and garnering immense admiration and followers. Presently, you are a rising star in Shanghai, Lawyer Lin. Do you not agree with my assessment? As he speaks, the old man positions himself centrally, resting his hands on his cane, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Mo. There is an oppressive aura about him, an attempt to dominate Lin Mo with his presence. The gathering throng behind him, each individual formidable in their own right, adds to the weight of the situation, presenting an overwhelming force. Yet Lin Mo remains unperturbed, responding with an easy smile, "You flatter me, esteemed elder. I am Lin Mo, the current principal of Xuanhe Law Firm." "Lin Mo? Who is that? I don't recognize him." "Father, seize him quickly. He nearly killed me just now." A voice erupts from Qiu Shan, who is unfazed by the gravity of the moment. The elder furrows his brow and, in the next instant, raises his cane to strike at Qiu Shan, exclaiming, "Fool, do you not follow the news?" Qiu Shan, momentarily stunned by the blow, glances nervously at Lin Mo. "News? Someone in the news? Is he truly that formidable?" He instinctively shrinks back, his robust frame appearing as meek as a lamb before the elder. Especially after being kicked by Xia Ling and receiving a couple of slaps, the pain has now surged to the forefront, leaving him writhing on the ground in agony. "Remove this disgraceful fellow." The elder expresses his impatience. Meanwhile, Chiu-Ing, likely familiar with Lin Mo's esteemed reputation, looks at him in surprise. So it is you. My apologies. I have only heard your name and have not seen your photograph. Forgive my rudeness, she says. It is merely a name. There is no need for concern. Lin Mo replies with a smile. What a mere name. After reprimanding Chiu-Shan, the elder's tone shifts to one of seriousness as he turns to Lin Mo. His gaze still sharp. I have already dealt with my son's rudeness. Now, Lawyer Lin, are you truly unafraid of my legal team? Your son has been disciplined? Lin Mo finds the notion amusing. You are quite astute, knowing that Chiu-Shan might not fare well against us and deliberately striking him. How formidable can that cane of yours truly be? Let him continue his antics. The threat of the legal team seems laughable to Lin Mo. Before he can respond, Xiaoling, undaunted, interjects, afraid? Ha, come on. She gestures towards Chiu-Shan, continuing, this big oaf is going to prison, and your entire legal team will follow him. How amusing. The elder chuckles, such innocent remarks. Child, your words do not carry weight. At that moment, Lin Mo also smiles. A legal team? It appears rather ominous, yet. Lin Mo's countenance suddenly darkened, and he coldly retorted, do you truly believe that I am afraid? This imposing demeanor momentarily rendered the elder speechless. And after a prolonged silence, he remarked with a profound significance, what youthful arrogance. Father, please do not press Lin Mo. He merely seeks to rent an office. Chiu-Ing interjected, her voice tinged with guilt. She could no longer allow Lin Mo to be implicated. The elder turned his gaze towards Chiu-Ing, furrowing his brow. Chiu-Ing, I can refrain from making things difficult for him. But you must now close the law firm and return to forge an alliance with the Zheng Group to expand our business. Father, Chiu-Ing stammered. I am aware of your aspirations, but dreams cannot be consumed as sustenance. Just look at the years gone by. Your so-called champions of justice have deserted you one by one. You possess no income, unable to even pay your rent. The recent Wang Hao murder case has also faltered. And you are fighting a solitary battle, besieged by vitriol online, living a life that is neither human nor ghostly. You must acknowledge that your attempts have failed. Your ideals do not conform to market realities. Return to a normal life. Chiu-Ing fell silent, her gaze drifting to the shattered law firm behind her. Tears streaming down her cheeks. The dream was shattered. She understood that if she returned this time, she would ultimately become a victim of the alliance. Forever forfeiting her freedom. Like a caged bird, she would completely lose the path toward her ideals. At that moment, Lin Mo inquired, Elder, from your tone, is it because Chiu-Ing has faced prolonged failure and achieved nothing that you urge her to relinquish her pursuits? The elder squinted slightly. One could say that. If one has persistently failed, what necessity remains to persist? Lin Mo smiled. You must recognize this. The foundation of success is perseverance. Your daughter has persevered until now. And look where it has led her. She has encountered me. Encountered you? The elder furrowed his brow, puzzled by this young man's implication. Lin Mo continued, indeed, unlike you. I hold your daughter's ideals in high regard. The legal field currently requires lawyers like her, who possess a pure pursuit of ideals. Here is the proposition. I shall take on the case. If I succeed, you shall grant me the office rent-free, while you must respect your daughter's choices. Upon concluding, Lin Mo wore a meaningful smile. An opportunity to secure a lavish office while liberating an idealist was not to be missed. Moreover, he genuinely wished to take on Wang Hao's case. It could be said to be a trifecta of benefits. The elder regarded Lin Mo, then glanced at the resolute Chiu-Ing. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well. For him, the conditions were ultimately inconsequential. He had followed the case and deemed it nearly impossible to overturn. He also understood that without delivering a final blow to Chiu-Ing, she would not return willingly. Thus, he acquiesced, knowing that it would merely be a final tumult. If he lost, she would have to return and accept the alliance, leaving his youngest and most rebellious daughter without recourse. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. Then I shall take it. I will handle Wang Hao's case. Chiu-Ing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, glistening with tears as she looked up at Lin Mo, questioning in bewilderment. Why? Why do you wish to help me? We are mere strangers, having crossed paths only once. Why would you assist me in this seemingly insurmountable legal battle? Chiu-Ing had never encountered such a person before. Meanwhile, Lin Mo cast a glance at the chaotic law office behind him and replied with a smile. I have a fondness for this place and wish to extend my help to the despondent Wang Hao and yourself. Chapter 51. The Plea of Innocence. Chiu-Ing had not heard that word in quite some time. Ever since her companions had departed one by one, she had been left to fight her battles alone. The mutual support among friends had become a distant memory. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she forced a smile, albeit with a hint of choking emotion, and said, "Thank you." Lin Mo nodded and then turned to the elder. "Elder Chiu, Lawyer Chiu is my partner. Surely, it is not unreasonable for us to collaborate on this case." Elder Chiu, known as Chiu He, was the current leader of Jia Hai International Group. The group's ventures span various industries, including real estate, maritime transport, and entertainment, consistently ranking among the top 20 in Jia Hai, even breaching the top 10 of major commercial enterprises. Chiu He narrowed his eyes and shot a glance at Lin Mo, saying little, before turning to leave, adding, "It matters not. As long as we can secure a victory in the second trial, this law firm will endure." "What constitutes a victory?" Lin Mo inquired with a smile. "For as a lawyer, one must be meticulous." Chiu He glanced back at Lin Mo. "It is quite simple. Public opinion needs to be in our favor." Lin Mo was taken aback by this response. This revelation lowered the difficulty of the case. Considering the prevailing public sentiment online was that Wang Hao should not receive the death penalty, and life imprisonment or a fixed term would be more acceptable. "Let us proceed diligently," Chiu He sighed deeply, preparing to depart. However, Lin Mo had no intention of letting the arrogant Chiu Shan escape unscathed. "Elder Chiu, now that Lawyer Chiu's matters have reached a conclusion, how shall we reckon with Chiu Shan's destruction of my partner's law firm and the financial damages incurred?" Everyone was astonished at Lin Mo's audacity to address Elder Chiu with such demands. It was utterly unprecedented. Chiu Shan, being carried by several individuals, erupted in fury upon hearing this, clutching his stomach and pointing at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, do not overstep your bounds. After being given a chance, you dare to become insolent. Dad, let us just destroy their law firm," he exclaimed, before spitting out a large pool of blood. Chiu He remained remarkably composed. Disregarding Chiu Shan's outburst, he slowly turned to Lin Mo, his interest piqued. "Young man, are you threatening me?" Lin Mo smirked. "This is not a threat. If this matter lacks a satisfactory resolution, I will disclose the scene of your son's ruckus at the law firm's entrance, along with his discriminatory remarks. This should impact the group's business. Wouldn't you agree?" Chiu He retorted. "Do you truly believe my legal and public relations teams cannot thwart your efforts?" "You may attempt to stop me," Lin Mo replied, unflinching. "Dignity is not something one pleads for. It is earned through struggle. I possess the evidence. So why should I fear you?" Ultimately, Chiu He inquired with a smile. "So, how do you propose we resolve this?" Lin Mo seemed to have anticipated this moment. "It is quite simple. Should I win Wang Hao's case, we request a 3-year rental exemption for this 700 square meter law firm." He pointed to the somewhat dilapidated law office. Although this place is currently somewhat dilapidated, it boasts the finest views and the most expansive area on the 27th floor, with an exorbitant rent of 1 million a year. Within the 27th floor, only this location allows one to savor the splendor of the Jianghai CBD from the glass windows. Moreover, it offers a splendid river view, and the open vista contributes to a pleasant work atmosphere, serving as a symbol of a lawyer's prowess. To expand into more high-end legal business, the environment is, in another sense, a testament to one's strength. While relocating the law firm is an option, why should we be the ones to move? Should we flee in the face of Chiu Shan's arrogance? Why not take advantage of the situation instead? If Jianghai International harbors dissatisfaction toward us, I am even more determined to remain at the heart of your operations. If we could secure rent-free occupancy, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Astute individuals prioritize benefits. If Chiu Shan's foolish actions could save us 3 million and grant us a premier office space, why not pursue it? Furthermore, this location is steeped in memories of countless like-minded, idealistic lawyers from years past, making it quite significant. Even in the previous life, Lin Mo had never witnessed such a large assembly of public interest lawyers. Perhaps this place is indeed a land of fortune. After a brief contemplation, Chiu He glanced at Chiu Ying and nonchalantly remarked, 3 million? What of it if you win? In the mere minutes I spent conversing with you, I have already earned back that sum. Moreover, should you triumph, I will replace Chiu Shan as the president of this property. No one will trouble you. Following this statement, for reasons unknown, Chiu suddenly chuckled, waved his hand with an air of nonchalance, and decisively departed with his entourage. The space once again felt desolate. Lin Mo smiled. The prospect of being relieved of 3 million in rent was delightful. Chiu Shan, that fool, would be replaced. Lin Mo recognized that replacing Chiu Shan was highly probable. Chiu He, in his capacity as the lead, was likely testing the capabilities of the various successors, and Xiaoshan's performance in property management today had been utterly subpar, possibly causing him to lose status in the ongoing succession contest. As for Xiaoying, Lin Mo regarded her thoughtfully. When Xiaohe arrived, his expression toward Xiaoying was one of resignation. If his guesses were correct, this place had likely been leased to Xiaoying by the elder out of indulgence a few years prior, under the assumption that she would tire of being a lawyer after a few years. Little did he know that Xiaoying was genuinely committed. Perhaps the elder had a fondness for Xiaoying. Otherwise, he would not have appeared so promptly. He was the head of the group, and even if he had clashed with his son, he would not have arrived so swiftly unless there was a singular reason. He was here for Xiaoying. Might it be that the business rivalry has reached a fever pitch, akin to ancient emperors marrying off their daughters to quell conflicts? Was he attempting to resolve commercial strife through a union with Xiaoying? Lin Mo shook his head. The grievances of such large family conglomerates are far too intricate to comprehend. However, from a human perspective, what father does not cherish his youngest daughter? Especially one with such admirable values and character? At this moment, Xiaoying, standing nearby, did not dwell on such thoughts but instead widened her eyes in astonishment. Had her vexing rental issue truly been resolved so effortlessly? All right, Xiaoling, please attend to the shattered items. Xiao lawyer, stop dawdling. When does the second trial commence? Lin Mo inquired as he strode into the law firm. Xiaoling swiftly transformed into a diligent cleaner, springing into action. Without delay, Xiaoying entered her office, retrieving a stack of documents. The second trial is set to begin in 10 days, she announced, emerging with a brisk pace. 10 days was indeed a brief span, typically. The appeal process for criminal cases extended to 2 months. It was unexpected that the Wang Hao murder case would unfold in such haste. The limited time frame left for the defense counsel was rather constraining. Lin Mo took the detailed dossier from Xiaoying and skimmed through it with remarkable speed before asking, so, Xiao lawyer, are you aiming to mount a defense of justifiable self-defense for Wang Hao? Indeed, Xiaoying affirmed, nodding earnestly. Do you have any insights, lawyer Lin? Your argumentative approach is flawed, Lin Mo replied. You should not attempt to demonstrate the past crimes of the gangster Zhang Feng to establish his malevolence and subsequently infer that he perpetrated violence against Wang Hao, thus justifying Wang Hao's self-defense. That reasoning is erroneous. He then gestured towards Xiaoying's adversary, a solemn prosecutor. This prosecutor is formidable. He has effectively countered nearly all of your arguments, leaving you without the sympathy of the judge. Given the strength of your opponent and the favorable evidence for them, your defeat is quite understandable. What should I argue then? Xiaoying inquired earnestly, having already witnessed the prosecutor's prowess during the proceedings. Lin Mo responded. Based on the evidence at our disposal, it can be established that Wang Hao is bound upon entering their territory, which aligns with the elements constituting the crime of unlawful detention. Thus, even if Wang Hao had entered with the intent to stab, the prior unlawful detention must be acknowledged. In light of his family being assaulted, when he fatally stabbed Zhang Feng in a fit of rage, it constitutes justifiable self-defense, as Zhang Feng and his accomplices were committing acts of violent crime. However, given Wang Hao's subjective intent in wielding a knife, the judge's ruling remains uncertain. I believe that. Under this argumentation, a lighter sentence of 10 years may be possible, with the heaviest not being the death penalty. The public may find such a verdict acceptable. And as long as public opinion is in our favor, we shall achieve victory for your father. Do you perceive any flaws in this strategy? Xiaoying pursed her lips, a look of disappointment crossing her face, particularly at the thought of Wang Hao potentially receiving a 10-year sentence. Though she recognized this was the best outcome, who would not wish to vindicate Wang Hao? Moreover, during their discussions, Wang Hao had insisted that he had merely defended himself against an armed assailant. Xiao lawyer, feel free to voice any concerns, Lin Mo encouraged. Lawyer Lin, do you believe this is sufficient? Xiaoying asked with utmost seriousness. Lin Mo, to deal with your father, having you and this lawyer is sufficient. Lawyer Lin, you are aware that the outcome I desire is not this. Xiaoying felt a sense of dissatisfaction, yet she refrained from blaming Lin Mo, for he had swiftly proposed a strategy to potentially reduce Wang Hao's sentence and had extended his assistance to her, which was commendable. Had it been any other lawyer, they would have undoubtedly abandoned such a thankless case. However, Xiaoying recognized the need to confront the harsh realities. Securing a mere 10-year sentence for Wang Hao would indeed be a favorable outcome. Just as Xiaoying was about to acquiesce to Lin Mo's suggestion, he smiled and declared, let us proceed with a not guilty defense. I too believe Wang Hao acted in self-defense. Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback. gazing at Lin Mo in astonishment. She had not anticipated his thoughts would leap so swiftly. This was the second trial, the final opportunity. And he truly dared to pursue a not guilty defense? At that moment, Lin Mo rose and stated, "The crux of a not guilty defense lies in the circumstances at the scene. If Wang Hao's account holds true, we shall emerge victorious. Now, let us go and sign the engagement contract with Wang Hao's sister and mother." Xiaoying regained her composure and nodded affirmatively. After this brief period of interaction, she had come to realize the profound depth of Lin Mo's legal expertise. Perhaps he truly could succeed. Chapter 52. Do not fear, I have brought reinforcements. After concluding their discussion, the group immediately set out, guided by Xiaoying, and took a taxi to a village in the southern part of Jianghaking. The village was dotted with numerous small villas, yet Xiaoying led them through a maze until they arrived at a dilapidated wooden house. The structure was riddled with gaps, all of which were obscured by plastic sheeting. Some of the timber had even begun to decay, giving the entire decrepit house a slightly tilted appearance, reminiscent of a long-neglected dwelling. At first glance, one might mistake it for an abandoned property, starkly contrasting with the surrounding villas. At that moment, 2 Toyota Land Cruisers were parked in front of the house, and beside the brick house lay an overturned barbecue cart, its parts strewn across the ground. This is bad, Xiaoying thought to herself as she took in the scene, and she immediately dashed toward the brick house, followed closely by Lin Mo and Xiaoling. Inside the dimly lit and crumbling structure, a plaintive voice rose in desperation. "I beg you, spare Hao Hao. He does not deserve death. We will repay every penny. Even with my life, just let him go." Upon Lin Mo's arrival, he found 6 men standing in a circle within the shadowy confines of the house. In the center stood 2 individuals. One, a pale-faced elderly woman, knelt on the ground, clutching the leg of a hefty man in a desperate plea, repeating her previous words. The other, a young woman, appeared frantic, gesticulating wildly while emitting unintelligible sounds. She too seemed to be beseeching, attempting to grasp the hefty man's hand. But he callously seized her wrist and threw her to the ground. The young woman clutched her head, letting out a painful wail. Yanzi, are you all right?" The elderly woman scrambled over, her legs seemingly unable to bear weight. "Huh, what good is your begging? We are merely acting within the law. Your son has killed my brother, and he must pay with his life. Not only must your son face retribution, but your family must continue to repay your debts," the hefty man declared with a brutish demeanor, pointing threateningly at the frail elder and woman on the ground. The young woman shook her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she curled into a ball. "Yanzi, do not fear. Mother is here. Mother is here." The elderly woman embraced her, glaring fiercely at the brutish man, and in the next moment, she roared, I will fight you. Humph, as if you were the victims here. Understand this. Your son killed my brother." The hefty man shouted with reckless fury. "Damn it, give her a beating first. Just don't kill her." Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. The 2 women on the ground were Wang Hao's sister, Wang Yin, and his mother, Yang Hui. From the tone of the brutish man, it was evident he was the brother of the deceased. "Xiaolong, you are lawless." Xiaoying, who had arrived first at the scene, stood at the doorway, shouting in anger. Seeing this, Lin Mo signaled to Xiaoling, "Do not let them approach Wang Hao's family." Xiaoling nodded and immediately rushed forward. The men attempted to intercept her, but they were no match for her determination. In the next moment, Xiaoling positioned herself protectively in front of Wang Yin and Yang Hui. Some individuals underestimated Xiaoling, only to find themselves ensnared by her. Stumbling backward with a single push, Xiaoling cast a cold gaze upon every person present. Xiaoying rushed over as well, and upon noticing, the stout man waved his hand dismissively, muttering, "The relentless lawyer, how unfortunate. All of you leave." Xiaoying bellowed at Zhao Long and the others. Zhao Long, with a tone laced with provocation, replied, "Lawyer Xiao, we have merely come to collect a debt, without any unlawful intentions." Oh, at this moment, Lin Mo approached Zhao Long's side, inquiring, "Are you certain that you have committed no illegal acts?" Zhao Long turned his head, eager to discern the identity of the audacious soul audibly addressing him. Upon recognizing Lin Mo, his pupils widened, and he instinctively stepped back. "Lawyer Lin, you know me?" "Huh, who doesn't know you these days?" Lin Mo retorted coolly. "Well, since you are acquainted with me, firstly, you have violated the crime of illegal entry into a residence. Secondly, you have the intent to commit acts of violence within someone else's home. Do you require further elaboration?" "Huh, Lawyer Lin, what an impressive display of authority. Zhao Long responded, seemingly unfazed. He then produced a business card and thrust it into Lin Mo's hand. Lawyer Lin, you are indeed a talent. There is no need to engage in legal disputes with such impoverished individuals. Join my new media company as a legal consultant, and I shall offer you a salary of 1 million a year plus commissions. Now, I kindly request you to vacate this place, or else I shall ensure you leave on stretchers. Zhao Long involuntarily raised an eyebrow, glancing back at Xiaoling, perhaps feeling a twinge of fear. The capable assistant. I recognize her as well. Very well, I shall take my leave. He shot a disdainful look at the prostrate Wang Yin and her daughter before lumbering towards the exit. However, in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force as he was unceremoniously kicked out. Lying on the ground, he looked back to see Xiaoling clapping her hands. Still daring to glare at others, she had witnessed him dismissing Wang Yin. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over to assist Zhao Long. You all shall pay for this. The second trial will not be kind to you. Zhao Long shouted menacingly before hastily fleeing. He had seen how formidable Xiaoling was on video platforms, capable of shattering chairs with a mere kick. The room finally fell silent. And as the roar of two powerful engines faded into the distance, Zhao Long and his companions departed. At last, Wang Yin and Yang Hui, lying on the floor, felt a sense of relief, though tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. Are you all right? Qiao Ying approached with genuine concern. Yang Hui sighed, Lawyer Qiao. We are at a loss as to how to express our gratitude for your help. This group of brutes, Qiao Ying could not suppress her clenched fists, then inquired. What transpired here? At that moment, Wang Yin began to weep, using sign language to communicate. Being deaf and mute, she was unable to speak. It appeared that Qiao Ying understood sign language. As she listened, her nose grew tender, and she choked up. Yang Hui spoke with profound remorse, Lawyer Qiao. Perhaps it would be best if you did not involve yourself with us. I fear you might suffer consequences as well. Wang Hao has already received the death penalty. And if anything were to happen to you, I would be truly distraught. As she spoke, her voice began to quaver. She had not forgotten that it was Qiao Ying who had offered them hope during their darkest hour. Although they had lost, the debt of gratitude would forever remain etched in their hearts. Beside her, Wang Yin nodded in agreement, grasping Qiao Ying's hand, shaking her head in a choked manner. Qiao Ying understood their unspoken words. They were concerned about dragging her into their plight. Yet, at that moment, Qiao Ying broke into a smile. Fear not, for I have brought reinforcements. With that, she gestured towards Wang Yin and pointed to Lin Mo. He is an exceptionally skilled lawyer. We shall surely have our opportunity in the second trial. Qiao Ying encouraged the two with renewed hope. Chapter 53. Wang Hao strikes again. Greetings. My name is Lin Mo, and you may address me as Attorney Lin. Lin Mo approached Wang Yin and her daughter, extending his right hand. Wang Yin, who was closer, reciprocated the gesture, and Lin Mo could distinctly feel the calluses on her palm. Her complexion was sallow, indicative of long-standing malnutrition, and her once fair visage was now marred by the ravages of time, presenting an air of exhaustion. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Wang Yin broke into a smile and excitedly gestured. Beside her, Qiao Ying attempted to provide an explanation, while her mother, Zhang Hui, chuckled and said, Attorney Lin, Yinzi mentioned that she knows you. You assisted that bullied high school student in winning their case. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. Please rise. Let us take a seat and converse. Wang Yin promptly got to her feet, searching for a chair. Zhang Hui, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, Attorney Lin, I also recognize you. I did not anticipate your arrival to assist us, but I wonder if this matter might implicate you? They are a group of gangsters, and I fear. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Let us first discuss why Zhao Long and his associates have come. From the earlier remarks of the portly man, it was evident they were there to collect a debt. The individual whom Wang Hao had fatally wounded was his brother. A life lost, yet the debt remained unpaid. At that moment, Wang Yin began gesturing animatedly, her emotions running high, her eyes even reddening as she continued. Qiao Ying sighed and translated. Zhao Long is aware that they still owe money, hence his demand for repayment. If they are unable to pay, he intends to force Wang Yin into producing illicit videos to settle the debt. This thought led Lin Mo to recall the predatory loan sharks of his past life, who would lure numerous female university students into compromising situations, coercing them into selling themselves or filming customized videos when they could not repay. The young women ensnared in these predicaments gradually descended into despair, their lives entirely controlled. After some contemplation, Lin Mo remarked, if my deductions are correct, Zhao Long's brother is the lender who exploits women, while Zhao Long, under the guise of engaging in new media, facilitates the distribution of pornographic content. Chiu nodded in agreement. You are indeed correct, Attorney Lin. I have previously investigated Zhao Long, and he has been involved in the trafficking of Lin Mo stated. While I cannot guarantee the exoneration of Wang Hao, I can assure you that he will not face the death penalty or life imprisonment. Lin Mo felt a profound confidence in this assertion. At that moment, Zhang Hui and Wang Yin clasped Lin Mo's hands tightly, expressing their boundless gratitude. Lin Mo patted her hand gently and continued. It is certainly no longer safe to stay here. Zhao Long comes to harass us daily. Perhaps we should take refuge in our law firm. Chiu gestured to Wang Yin, who readily agreed. Subsequently, Wang Yin began to pack her personal belongings, while Lin Mo, with Chiu, recorded a video. Hello everyone. I am Lin Mo, and beside me is attorney Chiu. We are currently signing a legal representation contract with Wang Hao's family. After filming, the video was uploaded to their platform account. Lin Mo reviewed the account information and noted numerous private messages urging him to take on this case. Scrolling through the video platform, he also discovered several legal commentators analyzing the potential for a reversal in Wang Hao's murder case should Lin Mo represent him in the second trial. Rational influencers cautioned against placing excessive pressure on Lin Mo, emphasizing that he should not be forced into this role. Nevertheless, the majority of netizens expressed their anticipation for Lin Mo's involvement. Although they understood that engaging Lin Mo for this case might be a tall order, they still fervently hoped for his intervention. Indeed, I truly wish to assist Wang Hao and his family, they exclaimed. Let us not press too hard. Attorney Lin has already done more than enough. The prevailing sentiment among netizens remained a hopeful call for Lin Mo to take action. Lin Mo smiled, surprised that by mere chance, he had indeed fulfilled the wishes of many. With such widespread anticipation, the video he had just recorded quickly ascended to the trending list, astonishing all those following the matter. Wow, Attorney Lin is serious, exclaimed one netizen. And he is making this announcement alongside Attorney Chiu. Are they collaborating? Another chimed in. Goodness, Attorney Lin, you just concluded an extraordinary case, and now you're taking on a murder trial for a second review? The online community was astounded. They had not expected Lin Mo to truly accept the case. Influencers also took note of this news. Luo Daxiang smiled, recognizing that if they had previously marveled at Lin Mo's prowess, now they were simply admiring him. Meanwhile, the busy vice president of the Supreme Court, Wang Zhenghua, smiled upon hearing the news. It seems things cannot be stopped now. Just moments earlier, in the first hospital of Shanghai, a group of doctors gathered around 2 hospital beds, anxiously performing emergency resuscitation. However, soon all the doctors halted, their expressions grave. On July 1, 2024, at 6 in the evening, patients Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong succumbed simultaneously. A nurse promptly exited to inform the relatives outside of their deaths, leading to a chorus of wails from the grieving family members. An elderly woman, her face twisted in fury, stood beside a sharply dressed man. Had Chiu been present, she would have recognized him as her opponent from the first trial, the renowned criminal defense attorney from the Magic City, Wang Kong. The elderly woman seethed. Lawyer Wang. In the second trial, I demand Wang Hao's death. I want his entire family to perish. Kill my son, my 2 grandsons. Wang Tsung's expression remained impassive, exuding an icy demeanor devoid of any movement. Yet, he was acutely aware that the second trial of Wang Hao's murder case harbored no suspense. In fact, it was conceivable that during the second hearing, Wang Hao could be sentenced directly to death, with immediate execution. A stark contrast to the initial ruling of a 2-year reprieve for his death sentence. Initially, Wang Hao had only taken the life of Zhao Wu while severely injuring Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong. However, now, due to unforeseen complications from their grave injuries, Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong had tragically succumbed in the hospital. In essence, Wang Hao had transformed from a murderer of 1 into a perpetrator of 3. The outcome of the second trial was a foregone conclusion, with victory no longer in doubt. To summarize, during the first trial, the judge's ruling was predicated on Wang Hao's actions of killing 1 and injuring 2. Now, with the injuries resulting in fatalities, the second trial would classify Wang Hao as the murderer of 3 individuals. It was evident that his crimes would undoubtedly be exacerbated. Wang Tsung swiftly grasped this reality, seized his telephone, and contacted a journalist. Before long, the reporter arrived at the scene for an interview. In no time, a series of trending topics surged onto major platforms. Wang Hao's murder case adds further misfortune. Wang Hao now responsible for 3 deaths, a murderous fiend. Inhumane. Demands for the court to impose an immediate death sentence on Wang Hao. These trending topics, propelled by professional media efforts, swiftly eclipsed Lin Mo's prior prominence. At this juncture, a group was preparing to depart. Xiaoling was still engrossed in browsing the internet when, in a sudden jolt, she exclaimed, Lin, Lawyer Lin, you must see this. The news startled her into stammering. Lin Mo took a glance, furrowing his brow in concern. If this were indeed true, the prospect of overturning the case had just become exceedingly daunting. Chapter 54. Wang Hao. Will I be exonerated? This matter has incited a frenzy of discussion among netizens. Although most are not particularly knowledgeable about the law, it is clear that with the unfortunate demise of 2 more individuals, the severity of the charges will undoubtedly intensify. Alas, my esteemed lawyer Lin has only just taken on the case, and now the stakes have escalated. What a twist of fate. I suspect this is all part of a sinister design, 2 lives extinguished as soon as lawyer Lin steps in. My friends, I am distraught. Our distinguished lawyer Lin never engages in easy battles. Why must my lawyer be faced with such arduous challenges right from the outset? The netizens showed no sympathy for the deceased. They all recognized them as members of the underworld, rendering any empathy unnecessary. The compassion was reserved solely for Wang Hao and Lin Mo. At this moment, Xiaoling also came across the news, her expression darkening. She understood the implications all too well. Lawyer Lin, if we do not possess new evidence, even if we proceed as you previously suggested, Wang Hao will still be charged with excessive self-defense leading to the death of 3 individuals. There is a substantial risk he could be convicted of intentional murder, she stated gravely. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, calmly analyzing. Indeed, my prior logic has become untenable. However, we can develop an argument based on new evidence. Xiaoling, quick-witted, immediately proposed. Are you suggesting we prove that Wang Hao acted in self-defense against an armed attack? Just then, Lin Mo remained silent. Outside, the roar of engines reverberated. A furious bellow erupted. Wang family, I, Zhao Long, demand your lives. Zhao Long, having just learned of his 2 nephews' tragic fates in the hospital, stormed back in a rage. Heading directly towards Wang Yin and her daughter, Lin Mo stepped forward, blocking Zhao Long at the entrance, while Xiaoling promptly positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Mo. Step aside. My 2 nephews have perished. My 80-year-old mother is near death in the hospital. I demand an explanation from the Wang family. Zhao Long seethed with anger. Lawyer Lin, do not presume to intimidate me. If provoked, I would not hesitate to strike you as well. Xiaoling's lips twitched slightly. She glanced at Lin Mo, ready to act at his command. I can ensure your silence, you know, Lin Mo coldly retorted, having long harbored disdain for such scum. There was no need for civility with such individuals. Kindness is reserved for the virtuous. Zhao Long was momentarily taken aback, stepping back a pace. Just then, the wail of sirens pierced the air as 3 police cars arrived at the scene. Stand back. A group of officers quickly surrounded Zhao Long. And a middle-aged policeman approached Lin Mo. Lawyer Lin, good day. I am the precinct chief. Officer Sunday greetings, Officer Sunday. The 2 shook hands, and Lin Mo continued. There are no issues here. It is merely a gathering. If there is nothing further, may we take our leave? Officer Sun glanced at Wang Yin and her daughter, who were standing behind Lin Mo with expressions of fear. He then patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, saying, Lawyer Lin, we have arrived late. I entrust the subsequent matters to you. When Zhao Long and his companions first entered Wang Yan's home, Sun Li had already received emergency calls from nearby residents. But due to the distance, their arrival was delayed. Lin Mo nodded and led the group away. Zhao Long attempted to obstruct them, but Officer Sun immediately ordered someone to restrain him, stating, Zhao Long, do not make me uncover any evidence of your wrongdoing. I have long wished to detain you. The police officers accompanying him were equally incensed. Lin Mo and his team boarded the designated vehicle. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy with tension. Xiaoling furrowed her brow, pondering a solution, while Wang Yin and her daughter wore sorrowful expressions upon learning that 2 more individuals had perished. Xiaoling inquired, Boss, what shall we do next? Lin Mo remained silent, deep in thought. Simultaneously, in the office of the chairman of Jianghai International Group, Dad, you can't transfer me from property management. I will work diligently. Qiu Shan knelt on the floor, weeping. Meanwhile, Qiu He, seated in his chair, wore a look of disdain. You are incompetent. You have squandered your last opportunity to prove yourself. With your physique, you might as well go work as a laborer at a spring water facility in the mountains. Dad. Qiu He waved his hand dismissively, and the sobbing Qiu Shan was promptly led away. Once silence ensued, Qiu He turned his gaze to the photograph on his desk. It was the only picture he had with Qiu Ying, taken during her law school graduation. His phone displayed news of the Zhao family's deaths. Has the difficulty increased yet again? Qiuyi mused, then picked up the photo, looking at Qiuyi. It's not that I disallow you from pursuing your ambitions, rather. Your approach is too idealistic. You must seek the correct path. Perhaps you should take a page from Lin Mo's book. This young man has accomplished much and earned a considerable fortune, which exemplifies a sustainable operational model. What father does not love his daughter? As the chairman of a conglomerate, he could easily discern that Xiao Ying's methods were flawed, embodying a form of misguided altruism that was unsustainable. The subsequent departure of all her lawyers served as testament to this. Therefore, he opposed her pursuits and suggested a more pragmatic alliance through marriage. However, upon Lin Mo's emergence, his perspective shifted. In his view, Lin Mo was a chivalrous figure, unafraid of confronting his own formidable stature, even willing to retaliate and extract benefits. It was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Under normal circumstances, Qiuyi would deem such behavior foolish, yet Lin Mo clearly was not. Lin Mo even exuded the aura of a formidable leader, instilling in him a sense that even his legal team might struggle against him. Thus, in a certain light, Qiuyi held a profound admiration for Lin Mo. He understood that if Qiuyi wished to make her ideals sustainable, she must learn from Lin Mo. Only then could she protect herself, enhance her strength, comprehend the workings of society, and continuously grow, ultimately achieving her goal of safeguarding others. Little did Qiuyi anticipate that unforeseen complications would arise, significantly increasing the case's difficulty. Should Lin Mo lose, according to the wager, his daughter would have to return to fulfill her engagement, thereby shattering her dreams. He was well aware of Qiuyi Ying's rebellious nature. If she lost, she would undoubtedly come back. The words he had spoken were heard by so many, and it was possible that the young man from the Zheng group would exploit the situation. If Qiuyi were to lose, she would certainly seek him out. He hoped fervently that this young man would prevail, safeguarding his daughter's aspirations. With a resigned smile, Qiuyi could only shake his head. In the car, Lin Mo remained deep in thought, offering no response. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the law firm and settled Wang Yin and her daughter. The three of them entered the conference room to discuss matters. As they took their seats, Lin Mo handed a business card to Xia Ling, instructing her to add Zhao Long on WeChat and inquire if he possessed any footage of Wang Yin and her daughter. What? Both Qiuyi and Xia Ling displayed expressions of shock and confusion. The only hope for a turnaround lay in proving that Wang Hao had acted in self-defense, and the key to that was the recorded footage. Both women nodded, comprehension dawning upon them. Lin Mo continued explaining. I refrained from discussing this in the car, fearing it might agitate Wang Yin. Based on the information you provided, Lawyer Qiu, and my deductions, Zhao Long's approach to Wang Yin for filming explicit videos at this juncture is highly suspicious. This is a reckless gamble. He wouldn't take such a risk without substantial incentive. Perhaps he has already sold a video of Wang Yin and her daughter previously, and it was extraordinarily profitable. Already sold. Qiuyi was taken aback. Disbelief etched on her face. That's impossible. Wang Yin never mentioned it. Lin Mo replied, have you forgotten? Zhao Wu and his associates subjected Wang Yin and her daughter to 2 hours of humiliation. Given their penchant for usury, would they not have recorded it? Qiuyi Ying's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting they recorded it, and Zhao Long concealed the footage to sell it later? She understood that their gang had clearly defined roles, with Zhao Long overseeing the production and sale of explicit videos. Hence, it was plausible that he would be the one to hide the footage. Precisely, Lin Mo affirmed. They likely edited out the scenes of Wang Hao committing murder, attempting to sell the footage of the humiliation instead. They discovered that such videos could garner immense profits, as public curiosity would drive viewership. They could not resist the temptation. If they let too much time pass, the value of Wang Yin and her daughter's footage would diminish. Thus, they chose to take risks during this sensitive period, seeking to film more videos of Wang Yin and her daughter. Qiuyi clenched her fists, appalled by the moral depravity of it all. She speculated that this scenario was entirely plausible, which explained why Zhao Long would dare approach Wang Yin and her daughter for filming at a time when public sentiment was so vehemently against him. As long as there is money to be made, what wouldn't they dare to do? Lin Mo concluded. That's why I urged Xia Ling to inquire. If they indeed have footage, they most certainly possess the negatives, and perhaps within them lies the video fragment of Wang Hao defending himself. At this moment, Qiuyi pondered. Would they not permanently eliminate the subsequent counterattack footage? Lin Mo responded. Lawyer Qiu, Are you aware of the inherent flaws of capitalism? There is nothing they would shy away from selling. Such authentic counterattack videos are quite coveted in the dark web, often fetching prices even higher than those of humiliation content. Xiao suddenly comprehended. No wonder his media company's accounts were devoid of traffic while still being financially lucrative. She was greatly astonished at Lin Mo's deductive prowess. Who would have thought that a lawyer could possess such remarkable reasoning skills? From a mere visit by Zhao Long, he was able to deduce so much. What a brilliant mind. Was this truly the inferential capability of a genius lawyer? If so, it was indeed extraordinary. Xiaoling also grasped the situation, though she was not overly surprised. Ever since becoming Lin Mo's assistant, she had grown accustomed to such revelations. Work was paramount, and she swiftly picked up the business card to proceed with the task. Added, Lin Mo instructed, have him provide an external network account for communication. He agreed. What is our external network account? Lin Mo adeptly set up an external network account, and they began to converse enthusiastically. They inquired if he had any videos of the Wang mother and daughter, offering a sum of 500,000. Boss. Where are we going to find such a large amount of money? Just deceiving him. Oh. Xiaoling sent it over, even including a verification deposit of 10,000. Shortly after, the other party responded. Too little. The starting price is 1,000,000. 1,000,000. For a video? Xiaoling's eyes widened. Boss, are we actually going to purchase it? At that moment, Lin Mo chuckled. Purchase? Ridiculous. This simply indicates they indeed possess it. Lawyer Chiu, contact Officer Sun from the district. Hand over the materials you've collected and let them conduct a search. Xiaoling slapped her forehead. Right. Their pricing indicates the existence of the video. Xiaoling immediately stood up, preparing to reach out to Officer Sunday. Xiaoling, you and Lawyer Chiu should go with Officer Sun for an on-site search. I believe he will assist us. All right. The two nodded in agreement. And you? I will visit Wang Hao in prison. Okay. The two parties then set off on their separate missions. Meanwhile, Officer Sun had just returned to the police station when Xiao Ying and Xiaoling arrived, presenting him with the evidence Xiao Ying had previously gathered. With this, why didn't you present it sooner? Never mind. Everyone, assemble. Officer Sun bellowed. The operation commenced. On the other side, Lin Mo had already arrived at the detention center where Wang Hao was held. After presenting all necessary credentials, he finally met Wang Hao in his capacity as a defense attorney. Wang Hao was a slender, refined young man with an elegant appearance. No one would suspect him of being a murderer who had taken 3 lives. At that moment, he appeared quite despondent, yet upon seeing Lin Mo, he eagerly asked, Lawyer, how are my sister and mother? They haven't been mistreated, have they? Lin Mo nodded reassuringly. They are well, under our protection. You need not worry about that. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his expression quickly stiffened, exuding an overwhelming sense of despair. At that moment, Lin Mo formally introduced himself, saying, Greetings, Wang Hao. I am your newly appointed defense attorney. You may call me Attorney Lin. Hello. Wang Hao's voice was weak and feeble, and he shook his head. Attorney Lin, it's futile. I have killed 3 people. No one can defend me now. Although I do not know you, I advise you not to take my case. They are part of the underworld, with vast interests at stake. I fear for your safety. Moreover, they will harass my sister and mother, and I am terrified of them. Wang Hao's tone brimmed with hopelessness as tears streamed down his face. Why are you crying? You have done nothing wrong. Show your spirit of self-defense. Lin Mo said sternly. A man should not wear such a defeated demeanor. At this, Wang Hao broke down further. I did nothing wrong, but this is the law. We cannot win. Before he could finish, Lin Mo interjected. What if I told you that you acted in self-defense? That you fought back and can be acquitted? What? I can be acquitted? Wang Hao raised his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. But there is no evidence to prove I acted in self-defense. At that moment, Lin Mo's phone rang. After seeking permission from the nearby prison guard to take the call, he answered the phone from Xiaoling. As soon as he connected, Xiaoling's joyful voice burst through. Boss, you were right. There really is footage at Zhao Long's place. We have hope. Lin Mo smiled. Did you hear that? We found it. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 55. Adding a touch more difficulty for Lin Mo. Is this truly the case? Wang Hao's expression finally shifted. To instill belief in Wang Hao, Lin Mo remarked, Xiaoling, let Lawyer Chiu speak. Oh. In the next moment, a voice filled with excitement echoed from the phone. Lawyer Lin, the video is authentic. And Wang Hao, you must hold on. Do not entertain any other thoughts. After this, Wang Hao's face broke into a genuine smile. Lin Mo reclaimed the phone. It wasn't he confiscated by Officer Sun? Lin Mo understood that such crucial evidence, once seized by the police, would be handed over to the prosecution. Retaining it would be immensely beneficial, yet handing it over to the prosecution was inconsequential. He merely required a fair backdrop for debate. At that moment, an enraged voice of Zhao Long erupted from the phone. You bastards. Xiaoying, Lin Mo. I know it was you two who orchestrated this. Once I am out, I will make you pay? Stop the nonsense. Take him away. A dull thud followed, and Zhao Long's anguished scream pierced the air. At this juncture, Zhao Long was in utter despair. Having not anticipated that barely moments after his arrival at his media company, the police and Xiaoying would descend upon him, that Xia Ling single-handedly took down 5 or 6 individuals and even located his storeroom, seizing all his resources in one fell swoop. Just then, a triumphant voice filled with excitement emanated from the phone. No, it fell from Officer Sun's hands, and I picked it up. Boss, please increase my bonus. Lin Mo chuckled. It was not Officer Sun who dropped it, but rather a deliberate handover to us. Officer Sun truly understood the law. This was indeed monumental news. As the defense attorney, there was no obligation to submit evidence prior to the trial, thus this video could serve as supplementary evidence, catching the opposing prosecutor off guard. Lin Mo turned to Wang Hao. Well, Lawyer Chiu has assured us there are no issues. It's Lawyer Chiu. Upon hearing Xiaoying's voice, Wang Hao's face brightened. But soon he displayed a troubled expression. However, Lawyer Lin, could it be too late? 3 people are already dead, even with this video. I might be judged as having committed excessive self-defense, possibly facing the death penalty. Lin Mo smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about that. Maintain a positive mindset and shun any misguided thoughts. Remember, Lawyer Chiu and I are still striving for you, and it was her actions that inspired my involvement. Wang Hao looked up, his eyes glistening with emotion, and nodded. All right, let us conclude our conversation here. Huh, is that all? No further instructions? Wang Hao appeared perplexed, as it was customary for defense attorneys to offer some guidance. No, simply adhere to your strategy from the first trial. The rest is in my hands. Lin Mo confidently replied. Wang Hao nodded earnestly, his mind drifting back to the various teachings imparted by Xiaoying during the initial trial. Lin Mo departed from the detention center and returned to the law firm. The 3 gathered to examine the evidence, their fists clenched throughout the process. Indeed, it confirmed that the act was one of self-defense against an attack. Wang Hao was correct. The entire process of humiliation can only be described as a loss of humanity. Zhao Wu and his 2 sons met a just fate. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly recalled something. Lawyer Chiu, are all the pieces of evidence provided by the prosecution sourced solely from the prosecution? The reason for this inquiry lay in the stark differences between this parallel world and his previous life. In the former Huaxia, there was no concept of a public prosecutor. The prosecution must be initiated by the prosecutor, the public accuser. However, in this world, the prosecution, in a bid to conserve human and material resources, employs formidable attorneys as public prosecutors to represent the prosecutor's office in initiating prosecutions. In simpler terms, the prosecution has engaged a lawyer to advocate on their behalf. This practice is prevalent in certain states of the former beautiful nation. This approach bears both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is that the prosecution can hire exceptionally skilled lawyers, coupled with the evidence provided by the prosecution, ensuring the accuracy of judicial interpretation. The downside, however, is that the powers of the public prosecutor may become unchecked, leading to judicial corruption. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying paused momentarily, then retrieved a stack of documents from her folder, which contained photocopies of the evidence submitted by the prosecution during the first trial. She had indeed overlooked this detail. Lin Mo remembered that during the first trial, it was the public prosecutor Wang Tsong who led Zhao Wu's accomplices to present evidence of Wang Hao's premeditated murder with a weapon in court. If this evidence was provided by the prosecution, it could be overturned in the second trial. However, if, indeed, upon reviewing the evidence submitted by the prosecution, Lin Mo discovered that they had not submitted proof of Wang Hao's premeditated murder with a weapon, but rather only evidence related to the weapon's origin from Wang Hao's mother's food cart. Thus, the claim of Wang Hao's premeditated murder with a weapon was presented solely by the public prosecutor Wang Tsong himself. Upon uncovering this issue, Lin Mo revealed a mischievous smile. Is there a problem with that? Xiaoying asked innocently. Yes, a significant one. With the footage we now possess, we can effectively demonstrate that Wang Song colluded with the Zhao family to commit perjury. Lin Mo replied with a grin. At this revelation, Xiao Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never contemplated this possibility. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling displayed a sinister smile, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. By this time, night had fallen. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at the luxurious residential building of Tangcheng Yipin, a man held a glass of red wine. Gazing down at the vibrant city from the expansive balcony, his expression relaxed and content. He was Wang Song, and he was in high spirits after finalizing a new contract with the Zhao family, having just flown back to Magic City. The new contract stipulated that if Wang Hao were sentenced to death in the second trial, the execution would be immediate, allowing him to receive a generous reward of 500,000 from the Zhao family. Wang lawyer, let us toast to you and wish you success in yet another case. Behind him stood a few equally well-dressed individuals. The expensive red wine was savored with a clink of glasses. The individual continued, however, Lawyer Wang, you are facing a rather renowned attorney in court this time, Lin Mo. Do you possess the confidence to prevail? Wang Song scoffed dismissively. Lin Mo? What of it? Regardless of his prowess, when confronted with a case of this magnitude, he shall be but a mere stepping stone beneath my feet. Soon, the attention he garners will shift to me, and my future will be boundless. Huh, Lawyer Wang, such lofty aspirations. But what if things go awry? Another voice chimed in with a chuckle. Huh, there are no what-ifs. Do you truly believe I lack a trump card? Wang Song retorted with a cold smirk. At that moment, Wang Song's phone rang, and it was the matriarch of the Zhao family. Upon answering, a voice filled with anguish erupted from the other end. Lawyer Wang. My eldest son Zhao Long has also been apprehended. You must help me eliminate that Wang Hao. Madam Zhao, do not fret. I possess irrefutable evidence. And should you be willing to invest further, we can enhance our chances of success. Very well. I will add another 2 million. Excellent. Please hold for a moment. After ending the call, Wang Song smiled, opened a chat window, and sought out a highly influential media company. He transmitted a document to them, instructing, send this out unchanged. I will offer you 300,000. Amplify the momentum, and let us make things a touch more challenging for that brilliant attorney Lin Mo. Lawyer Wang, such grandeur. Before long, a sensational piece of evidence regarding the Wang Hao murder case resurfaced across the internet. Chapter 56, The Trial. Absolute Adversity. A post titled Latest Evidence indicates that the victims Zhao Wu and others had humiliated Wang Yin, and her daughter ignited a fervor across the internet. Propelled by numerous marketing accounts, legal influencers monitoring this case were quick to share and comment on the post. Meanwhile, Wang Song remained on the line. Madam Zhao, have you seen the newly released evidence online? I have. Mrs. Zhao's face instantly brightened. This is wonderful. Not only can it clear my deceased son's tarnished reputation, but can it also prove that the despicable Wang Hao committed murder with intent? Absolutely, Wang Song replied with a smile. Satisfied, the other party ended the call. In Wang Song's home, lawyers savoring red wine also stumbled upon this news, quickly congratulating him on what they perceived as victory. Wang lawyer, I wondered why you weren't afraid of Lin Mo. Turns out you were concealing such explosive evidence. With no evidence of humiliation, Wang Hao's claim of self-defense will surely diminish. The judge's sympathy for him will also wane. This is a fatal blow. Several lawyers present chuckled. Wang Song beamed with pride, regarding Lin Mo, the emerging genius lawyer, merely as a stepping stone. At the Zhanghai law firm, Lin Mo and his colleagues were promptly informed of the news. Lawyer Lin, what are your thoughts? Xiaoying asked, frowning. With evidence in hand, they knew the claims were false, yet Xiaoying was intrigued as to why such a post had emerged at this moment. Lin Mo meticulously read through the post, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. This is a blatant distortion of truth. Xiaoling, equally incensed, exclaimed, exactly. It even claims that Zhao Wu and others were merely gentle debt collectors, kindly helping Wang Yin and her daughter find work to repay their debts. I can't believe it. I feel like punching the person who posted this. Xiaoling clenched her fists. The post was nothing short of a whitewashing effort, asserting that Wang Yin and her daughter had not been subjected to humiliation. It even portrayed the deceased Zhao Wu and his associates as benevolent figures who provided employment for Wang Yan's family. Wang Hao was cast as the villain, merely because he acted against Zhao Wu, who had offered poor living conditions. The narrative painted Zhao Wu as a kind benefactor lending money to the Wang family, who, unable to repay, were given work to settle their debts. Ultimately, Wang Hao, ungrateful for such goodwill, retaliated against Zhao Wu, a supposed altruist, and even killed his 2 sons. Given the multitude of internet users already oblivious to the truth, this post triggered an uproar online. Coupled with previous posts branding Wang Hao as a murderous demon for the deaths of 3 individuals, many confused netizens began demanding judgment against him. Xiaoying pondered. Who is orchestrating all of this, and why? Is it merely to garner attention? Lin Mo explained. Let us momentarily set aside the segment that seeks to exonerate Zhao Wu. Instead, let us examine the most misleading portion for the online audience, which is the post made by an individual who released the official evidence from the prosecution. This is indeed genuine. The presence of truth mingled with falsehood can lead to substantial misguidance. Next, we scrutinize the prosecution's evidence, where the poster's cunning lies in their interpretation. The prosecution stated, no effective evidence proving the assault was extracted from Wang Yin and her daughter. Yet, this poster utilized this statement as a title to assert that Wang Yin and her daughter had not been violated, which is an entirely unfounded expansion of the explanation. Xiaoling pursed her lips, appearing somewhat perplexed and anxious. Then, boss, what impact does this have on us? Lin Mo replied, it bears significant implications. If we lack video evidence, this piece of evidence submitted by the prosecution is exceedingly detrimental to us. That Wang Tsong will use it as a basis to assert that Wang Yin and her daughter were not assaulted, thereby rendering Wang Hao's intentions as premeditated murder. Coupled with this post that seeks to vindicate the deceased Zhao Wu, public opinion may very well turn against Wang Hao, which would be extremely unfavorable for the Wang family. It is evident that this poster is quite shrewd. Their aim is to destroy Wang Hao. After analyzing the situation, Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. However, it is also quite easy to counter. Assault is not limited to just sexual violence. So Lawyer Chiu, you should have an inkling of who authored the post, correct? Xiaoying nodded, her expression turning icy. It was the public prosecutor, Wang Tsong. Do you know why he would go to such lengths? Lin Mo, equally perplexed, pondered why a public prosecutor would behave in such a manner. Logically, the remuneration from the prosecution would not be substantial. Xiaoying seemed to recall something, and then rose to retrieve a stack of documents from the cabinet behind her. This is the information I previously gathered regarding this lawyer Wang Tsong. His issues are quite significant. However, I was alone in this endeavor and struggled to organize such a vast array of information to extract what was useful. Lin Mo nodded, acknowledging Xiaoying's considerable capabilities. Unfortunately, she was but one individual. She had indeed amassed a wealth of information, but with the court date looming, she could only collect what was most beneficial to her, thus neglecting the rest. Lin Mo picked up the documents concerning Wang Tsong and began to peruse them. After reviewing a portion, he let out a cold chuckle. Having grasped the essence of Wang Tsong's background, this Wang Tsong was rather intriguing. He had debuted 6 years ago, with his first case being the Wanghe Village chemical plant waste incident, which resulted in half the residents being diagnosed with cancer. They subsequently brought the nearby chemical plant to court, with Wang Tsong serving as the defense attorney for the plant. The outcome was a loss for the villagers, leaving hundreds of cancer-stricken individuals without a single penny in compensation. His second case involved a wealthy heir who, after a reckless driving incident that led to the death of a female college student, retained Wang Tsong as his defense lawyer. Under his counsel, the wealthy heir was only required to pay a mere 200,000 yuan. Upon reviewing a series of cases, it became evident that Wang Tsong exclusively represented the affluent, showing no regard for moral considerations. Judging by his current living conditions, it was clear that his annual income was at least in the tens of millions. Thus, I suspect that he is seizing the opportunity presented by the public prosecutor to establish contact with the Zhao family. Should Wang Hao render an immediate execution ruling, a substantial sum of money would be at stake. It is also likely that the previous posts regarding Wang Hao's murder of 3 individuals were disseminated by him. Xiaoying sighed heavily beside him. He was aware of such lawyers who disregard any moral boundaries, willing to take on any case for the sake of financial gain. At that moment, Xiaoling clenched her fists and exclaimed, "Boss, what should I do? Compile the most unethical cases that Wang Tsong has handled. I have a grand purpose for it." Understood. Just then, Wang Yin hurried into the conference room, her face a mask of anxiety. Pointing to the latest news on her phone, tears staining her cheeks as she gestured animatedly to Lin Mo, Xiaoying remarked, "She claims she has truly been violated." They struck her face with that and forced her to. Unable to articulate further, Xiaoying choked on her words. "We've already seen the video." Wang Yin, too, was in tears, having witnessed the slander online, which was nothing like the truth. She disregarded any concern for her image. Desperate to prove that she had indeed been violated, knowing it would benefit her brother's case. She sought no personal dignity. All she desired was for her brother's sentence to be reduced. Lin Mo felt a pang of sorrow, such a tragic affair. The actions of Wang Tsong and the Zhao family were utterly inhumane. He then wrapped an arm around Wang Yan's shoulder, wiping away her tears. It will be all right. We have a plan. You need not worry. Xiaoying made encouraging gestures as Wang Yan nodded with determination. There remained a few days for preparation. 5 days before the second trial, Lin Mo would receive the evidence submitted by Wang Tsong, and as the defendant, he was not required to submit evidence in advance. After several days of turmoil, the online discourse had descended into chaos. 3 factions had emerged. One faction deemed Wang Hao a veritable criminal. Another insisted that the posts were mere fabrications, proclaiming Wang Hao's innocence, while the rational faction, the largest group, believed the outcome should hinge on the courtroom debates, many of whom had previously supported Wang Hao. Confused by the myriad of information circulating online, they all maintained a skeptical stance. The 3 factions were now embroiled in heated disputes. Various legal commentators were live-streaming analyses, focusing on the public's curiosity regarding Lin Mo's chances of reversal. The 90 of legal influencers approached this judgment with great caution, asserting, given the evidence that has emerged online, the prospects for attorney Lin's reversal appear bleak. However, we are aware that those who previously made such assertions have been proven wrong, thus our comments are merely speculative. With the cautionary tales of Wang Tao and Huang Xin fresh in their minds, no one dared to reach a hasty conclusion. In truth, many privately leaned toward the belief that Lin Mo would lose. In such cases, they could not envision any hope for a reversal. After all, this involved a triple homicide, accompanied by no evidence of violation. How could one hope for a turnaround? It was undeniably an adverse beginning. If Wang Hao were to receive a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve, it would be considered a victory for Lin Mo. There exists a particularly fervent commentary. Has anyone noticed that if Wang Hao had not undergone a second trial, he would merely face a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve, thus avoiding execution? However, with Lin Mo's arrival, the likelihood of an immediate execution upon retrial has significantly increased, reminiscent of a case Lin Mo's attorney previously handled. In that instance, a fine was altered to a 20-year prison sentence. This time, a suspended death sentence is poised to be changed to immediate execution. Alas, Lin's attorney seems to be rather unfortunate. My suggestion is to flee swiftly. No one would question your capabilities. This post has ignited widespread discussion. With the court session yet to commence, ominous news has continued to surface, causing Lin Mo's fans to teeter on the brink of despair. Moreover, Lin Mo has been conspicuously absent, leading many to speculate that he has indeed fled. On the other hand, Luo Daxiang's statements are somewhat intricate. Supporters of Wang Hao perceive them as somewhat negative, while skeptics view them as biased in favor of Lin Mo. Luo Daxiang remarked, I believe this case poses an insurmountable challenge for Lin Mo based on the information I have received thus far. The likelihood of Lin's attorney turning the tide is rather slim. Yet, it is well known that Lin's attorney possesses the talent for miracles. I hope he can clear Wang Hao's name and uphold the integrity of the law. Some netizens meticulously dissected the text, concluding that Luo Daxiang also supports the notion of Wang Hao's innocence. After all, the terms miracle and clearing one's name imply a unilateral belief that Zhao Wu is a member of the underworld. In response, Luo Daxiang has remained silent. 10 days swiftly passed, leading to the day of the trial. At this moment, Lin Mo stood before the Shanghai High Court. Simultaneously, he observed the recently disembarked lawyer Wang Tsong, clad in an extravagant suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a luxurious watch, a veritable display of opulence. Upon exiting his vehicle, Wang Tsong noticed Lin Mo but did not deign to meet his gaze, casting only a disdainful glance in his direction. Lin Mo, in turn, could not help but let out a cold snicker. Did you truly believe your actions were flawless? Chapter 57. The true essence of a high-stakes showdown. Lin Mo raised his gaze to the grand entrance of the Shanghai High Court. This marked his second visit to this esteemed institution, and unlike the first, the atmosphere was charged with an abundance of journalists, devoid of any mockery. Xiaoling, have you uploaded the video I requested? He inquired. It went live at 6 this morning. Xiaoling exclaimed, glancing at her phone with palpable excitement. There are so many likes and comments, and it even trended. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. In the days leading up to the hearing, Xiaoling had diligently complied with Lin Mo's directive, compiling all of Wang Tsong's cases and selecting the most ethically questionable ones to create a compilation. Utilizing Lin Mo's short video account, the piece was disseminated early that morning. In essence, it was a revelation of Wang Song's nefarious nature. Xiao Ying appeared perplexed. Lawyer Lin. While I understand that exposing Wang Song's dark secrets may lead to societal condemnation, I doubt it will significantly impact the trial. This lack of action was one reason Xiao Ying had refrained from utilizing the information she had gathered. Lin Mo replied with a knowing smile, Attorney Xiao, you remain somewhat naive. Wang Song has defended nefarious individuals repeatedly and has managed to survive thus far, indicating his extraordinary capabilities. His intellect, reasoning, and legal acumen are unparalleled. We are engaged in a legal battle against a top-tier attorney, and the conflict commenced long before the trial began. Have you forgotten the media campaign he orchestrated against us? He has already begun exerting pressure before the hearing. Realization dawned upon Xiao Ying. So, releasing the video at this precise moment is intended to disrupt Wang Song's mindset? Xia Ling eagerly raised her fist in affirmation. Exactly. It's all about rattling him. What sort of disruption could that possibly cause? Xiao Ying probed. Lin Mo chuckled softly. That will depend on his performance during the trial. At 9 in the morning. The video's traction had already surged. As anticipated, when Wang Song strode confidently up the steps, a throng of reporters encircled him, launching into a fervent interrogation regarding his past cases, questions about the chemical plant incident, the hit-and-run involving a wealthy heir, and the tragic death of a worker due to machinery malfunctions. Wang Song found himself momentarily flustered by the barrage of inquiries, prompting his assistant to rush to his side. Lawyer Wang, it appears that Lin Mo has released a video tarnishing your reputation, and it's gaining considerable attention. The entire internet is condemning us. Upon hearing this, Wang Song quickly grasped the situation. Humph, so this is merely a petty tactic. I anticipated he might present some substantial evidence, but instead, he resorts to personal attacks. How juvenile. After comprehending the sequence of events, he let out a cold laugh, remaining entirely unfazed. Wang Song regarded Lin Mo's approach with disdain. Such ineffective personal attacks were beneath a lawyer of his caliber. They served no purpose and merely revealed desperation when one is unable to win legally. Resorting to personal attacks is a sign of weakness. In response to the barrage of questions from reporters, he left behind a singular remark. Dear friends in the press, I accept all your condemnations, but I wish for you to understand that this is the law. All my defenses are legitimate and compliant. You may launch personal attacks against me, but do not question my legal acumen. I am merely striving to secure the lawful interests of my client. So please refrain from excessive interpretation. Having spoken, Wang Song strode forward without a hint of trepidation. As he departed, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mo, one that was even more contemptuous than before, almost dripping with scorn, as if to say, with such caliber, do you dare to contend with me? Xia Ling was notably displeased. Boss, he is evading responsibility and showing us disdain. Can we not send him away? Yet, Lin Mo was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Boss, what are you laughing at? The objective has been achieved. His disdain has now escalated to contempt. He has begun to underestimate us. Xia Ling was utterly bewildered. At that moment, Xiao Ying patted Xia Ling on the back of her head and remarked with a smile, Little Xia, our adversary has begun to underestimate us. The psychological warfare objective has been fulfilled. Lin Mo nodded. A grave error during court proceedings is to underestimate one's opponent. Xia Ling then grasped the situation. Boss, you are employing a stratagem within a stratagem. But what effect can such underestimation yield? You will soon find out. Lin Mo gazed at Wang Song's retreating figure, aware that unlike the prior incompetent adversaries, Huang Xian and Ning Hong, Wang Song represented the first formidable opponent he had encountered in this realm. Their struggle had already commenced long before the court session. Let us proceed. The trio ascended the steps, with numerous reporters encircling them. Lin Mo and Xiao Ying offered only brief responses, while many journalists flocked to the vivacious Xia Ling, bombarding her with questions, allowing her a moment of indulgence. Subsequently, they arrived at the courthouse for identification verification, awaiting the commencement of proceedings. The gallery was filled with family members and relevant personnel, and this trial was being broadcasted live. Before long, the staff entered, and both parties took their places for the trial. The defendants were Wang Song and his assistant. The plaintiffs, Wang Hao, were represented by lawyers Lin Mo, Xiao Ying, and assistant Xia Ling, who occupied their designated seats. Once everyone was seated, the clerk began to read aloud. 1. Compliance. 2. Upon completion of the reading, all rise. Please welcome the members of the panel, the presiding judge, and the adjudicators. With a swish, all present stood. This time, The presiding judge was Chun Guangtai, the president of the Jianghai High Court, who had initially counseled Wang Zhenghua to remain calm. Yet Wang Zhenghua ultimately pronounced the death penalty, rendering him utterly speechless. The panel also consisted of 2 middle-aged judges. Once the procedure was finalized, Chun Guangtai struck the gavel. The court is now in session. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's video released at 6 in the morning ignited fervent discussions online. The prevailing theme of discourse was Wang Song, with viewers expressing their outrage. After watching, I am utterly infuriated. This Wang Song is nothing short of a ruthless henchman of the affluent. He possesses considerable capability, regrettably. He advocates for the unscrupulous affluent. Attorney Lin's release of this video seems intended to incite our condemnation. Legal influencers and internet lawyers offer their unique perspectives. For instance, the remarks of Wang Tao, the chief male model lawyer and loyal supporter of Lin Mo, have sparked considerable discourse. Lin Mo remains entrenched in his old tactics, attempting to achieve a victory in public opinion through attacks on lawyers, mistakenly believing this would lead to success in court. I can only assert that he is gravely mistaken. Wang Song is not Ning Hong. Such public opinion assaults will bear no fruit. Furthermore, Lin Mo's resort to personal attacks reveals his desperation, demonstrating his lack of viable options under these circumstances. We shall simply await his folly. Other legal commentators concur that this represents a moral assault by Lin Mo, wholly ineffectual. After all, Wang Hao is guilty of 3 murders, rendering anyone powerless in this situation. Thus, leading legal analysts perceive this as Lin Mo's final, desperate attempt. In Luo Daxiang's live stream, viewers clamored for his evaluation. As a seasoned legal professional, he is well aware that the online remarks are orchestrated by Wang Kong. Although Lin Mo's public counterattack appears humorous and futile, he comprehends Lin Mo's intentions. He thus remarked thoughtfully, "I believe Lin Mo is not so foolish." High-stakes matches often have their strategies laid out before they commence. Let us observe the unfolding events. Presently, the meaning of this statement eludes many. Luo Daxiang refrained from further elaboration, as all would soon witness the courtroom proceedings. Let us return to the case at hand. The post-appeal circumstances are profoundly unfavorable for Lin Mo, given that 3 lives have been taken. Moreover, the prosecutor's appointed attorney, Wang Song, has submitted evidence disproving the alleged rape of Wang Yin and her daughter, making Lin Mo's path to victory exceedingly challenging. Upon concluding, the atmosphere in the live stream became palpably tense. The evidence of murder is compelling, the alleged rape unsubstantiated, coupled with Lin Mo's seemingly desperate personal attacks. All of this has plunged many sympathetic viewers of Wang Hao into deep concern. In the courtroom, all proceedings have concluded, and Chun Guangtai has read the case details. He strikes the gavel. "Please, the appellant's lawyer may present the appeal application and its basis." At this moment, Lin Mo raised his hand. "Your Honor, before I commence my statement, may I once again seek confirmation from the prosecutor's attorney, Wang Song, regarding the submission of the testimony concerning Wang Hao's knife attack?" Chun Guangtai pondered. Glancing at Wang Song, "Prosecution, do you concur? This testimonial evidence has already been formalized in a legally binding document. Ordinarily, it need not be reiterated." At this juncture, Wang Song narrowed his eyes at Lin Mo, then sneered. "Merely a delay tactic. However, what harm is there in allowing you to hear the testimony once more?" "We consent." The presiding judge nodded. Relevant witnesses were brought forth, some even clad in detention center attire. They were among the 8 individuals present at the scene. Chapter 58. Attorney Lin completely unhinged, even daring to scold the prosecution. At the request of the presiding judge, they recounted the events once more. The narrative remained unchanged, devoid of any mention of Wang Hao seizing the knife and retaliating. Instead, it depicted him breaking free from his restraints and brandishing a knife to slay those present at the scene. It was unequivocally a portrayal of premeditated murder. In their recounting, they presented themselves as innocent lambs, victims of circumstance, while several actors among them displayed exaggerated responses of terror. Lin Mo observed this with an expression of disbelief. "Presiding judge, counsel for the appellant, do you have any further inquiries?" Lin Mo glanced at Wang Song and then posed his question. "May I inquire, Attorney Wang, can you affirm the authenticity of this testimony? Was it through your detailed and in-depth discussions with the 8 witnesses that the events were reconstructed?" Wang Song pondered for a moment, perplexed by Lin Mo's line of questioning. However, recalling Lin Mo's previous personal attacks, which he deemed desperate, coupled with his own confidence in his abilities, he regarded Lin Mo with disdain, believing he was merely flailing in futility. Subsequently, He nodded without any caution. Indeed. This is the accurate account we reconstructed after thorough discussions with the 8 witnesses. After delivering his statement, Wang Tsong cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Mo, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" At this, Lin Mo revealed a relieved smile. "Excellent. Splendid." He could barely contain his amusement, grinning widely. "My friend, you claim to have engaged in a thorough discussion to restore the truth, yet I intend to compel you to acknowledge the substantial connection of this testimony to yourself, especially since I possess video evidence that contradicts your claims." Suppressing his laughter, Lin Mo continued, "Presiding judge, my questioning has concluded." Chen Guangtai nodded. "Then commence your statement." At this moment, the audience was bewildered by Lin Mo's motivation for raising this question. What purpose did it serve? Why go to such lengths to have all witnesses reiterate their testimonies in court? Was it merely a waste of time? Could it be that Attorney Lin had no intention of delaying proceedings? Meanwhile, Lin Mo began his statement. "This is our account. Firstly, our client did not intend to commit murder when he visited the deceased company, nor did he possess any weapons. All actions were purely in self-defense. After our client was bound and forcibly made to witness the humiliation of his sister and mother, he managed to break free. Consequently, the deceased, Zhao Wu, brandished a weapon and attacked our client. When the weapon fell, Wang picked it up for self-defense. According to Article 20 of the criminal law, the definition of self-defense states, when faced with an ongoing act of severe violent crime, encompassing but not limited to assault, intentional homicide, robbery, rape, and kidnapping, where such actions directly and seriously threaten an individual's personal safety, the defensive measures taken by the individual, even if they result in the injury or death of the aggressor, should not be deemed as exceeding necessary limits, thus not constituting excessive self-defense, and therefore, no criminal liability should be incurred. We hereby request the annulment of Wang Hao's first instance verdict, asserting his innocence and demanding his immediate release. Secondly, we contend that the prosecutor's appointed public prosecutor, Wang Tsong, is implicated in judicial corruption, having colluded with the victim's family to fabricate false testimonies. I am now filing charges against Prosecutor Wang Tsong for perjury and request a consolidated trial. Thirdly, we believe the prosecution's approach has been excessively hasty, having initiated public prosecution against my client without comprehensive evidence, which has inflicted significant harm on both his reputation and mental well-being. We demand a public apology from the prosecution and note that my client's academic pursuits have been severely disrupted. Based on Wang Hao's current academic performance, he is qualified for direct doctoral admission and is expected to graduate within 5 years. However, the baseless accusations levied by the prosecution's public prosecutor have placed immense pressure on his studies, and I request a degree of compensation from the prosecution." Lin Mo's statement concluded, leaving those watching the live broadcast and the legal professionals present in a state of astonishment. Lin Mo's assertions were audacious, demanding not only Wang Hao's exoneration but also accusing the public prosecutor of perjury and seeking compensation from the prosecution. This is a courtroom, not a wishing well, Lin. You must remain composed. Right from the outset, you are advocating for an acquittal. This is madness. Has Lin Mo completely lost his mind? At this moment, Wang Tsong, seated in the defendant's position, could no longer contain himself, letting out a derisive laugh. "You advocate for an acquittal and accuse me of perjury? Do you have any evidence? Go ahead and accuse me." It seems Lin Mo has truly lost his sanity. Immediately, Wang Tsong raised his hand. "Your Honor, I request that Attorney Lin Mo submit any evidence regarding my alleged perjury at once." Chen Guangtai took a deep breath, feeling that Lin Mo's statements were exceedingly outlandish. Wang Zhenghua, observing from the sidelines, displayed a look of resignation, sensing an all-too-familiar feeling. He knew Lin Mo's litigation request was preposterous, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it might just succeed. The next moment, Chen Guangtai inquired of Lin Mo, appellant's attorney, "Do you agree to submit factual evidence in advance?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool? I intend to hear Wang Tsong's statements before submitting anything. Otherwise, if you review my evidence beforehand, you'll be better prepared when it's your turn to present." Lin Mo categorically refused. "We do not agree." As he spoke, Lin Mo displayed a somewhat guilty expression, as if afraid of presenting genuine evidence. This moment was captured by numerous online viewers, who interpreted it as a sign of Lin Mo's anxious madness. Wang Tsong, as an experienced attorney, was adept at reading his opponent's expressions, an essential skill. The presiding judge struck the gavel. "The appellant has concluded their statement. The prosecution may now present its case." Wang Sung smirked. Lin Mo, just because you've had the fortune of winning 2 highly publicized cases, do you think you are truly capable? You are unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. At this very moment, based on all of Lin Mo's previous performances, he firmly believed that Lin Mo had exhausted his capabilities and was merely posturing. Thus, he confidently declared, Your Honor, our litigation application is as follows. There will be another chapter this evening. Chapter 59, The Perjury of the Prosecutor? Wang Sung's veins were about to burst. With unwavering confidence, Wang Sung continued, Firstly, I dismiss the defense attorney's plea of justifiable defense. The attorney claims that Wang Hao was in a state of justifiable defense at the time, however. The evidence I presented unequivocally demonstrates that Wang Hao was in the act of committing murder with a knife, although he was restrained by Zhao Wu and others. Once he broke free and drew the weapon, he was in a position of safety yet proceeded to kill 3 individuals. Furthermore, he arrived armed, clearly indicating a premeditated intent to exact vengeance upon Zhao Wu and his associates, which utterly negates any claim of justifiable defense. Secondly, according to new evidence introduced during our appeal, it has been established that Wang Hao's mother and sister were not subjected to any violation. Thus, Wang Hao's assertion that he killed 3 people in retaliation for the humiliation of his family holds no validity. We contend that Wang Hao acted with deliberate malice in his revenge against Zhao Wu and his son, and we seek a sentence of death for him, to be carried out immediately, along with a lifetime deprivation of political rights. Your Honor, my statement concludes here. After speaking, Wang Sung let out a cold laugh and cast a triumphant glance at Lin Mo. Wang Sung did not even challenge the compensation terms proposed by Lin Mo, but instead pushed for the immediate execution of the death penalty. During the first trial, it was acknowledged that Wang's mother and daughter had been violated, which led to Wang Hao being convicted of manslaughter for killing just 1 person, with the judge ruling it as a case of familial defense. However, with Wang Sung's updated evidence, the manslaughter charge against Wang Hao no longer stands, transforming it into a case of premeditated revenge. The courtroom was left in shock by Wang Sung's pronouncement, calling for Wang Hao to be sentenced to death without delay. This was entirely different from a 2-year reprieve, which, if no further offenses were committed, could potentially lead to a life sentence. Immediate execution, however, offered no chance of survival. The online forums erupted with fervor. Is this truly the prosecutor? It seems he seeks to condemn Wang Hao to death. Have you not seen Wang Sung's track record? He has never taken on a case of moral integrity. It is likely he is colluding with the Zhao family under the guise of his prosecutorial role. Aiming to eradicate Wang Hao in Luo Daxiang's livestream, viewers asked, Teacher Luo, is it really as Wang Sung stated? Will Wang Hao face immediate execution? Indeed. There seems to be no hope for survival. Luo Daxiang, with a stoic expression, contemplated before stating, based on Wang Sung's description, Wang Hao is depicted as a vengeful murderer. Notions of justifiable defense or accidental killing due to family grievances are entirely absent. The brutal act of killing 3 individuals makes the prospect of immediate execution quite plausible. Let us continue to observe and see what evidence Lin Mo can present to refute Wang Sung's assertions. Luo Daxiang felt a wave of tension. He focused on Lin Mo, recognizing that since Lin Mo had previously put forth claims, he must possess substantiating evidence. At that moment, all eyes were on Lin Mo. In the courtroom, the presiding judge, Chen Guangtai, furrowed his brow, noting that the prosecution and the appellate court could not alter their plea. However, Wang Sung did not submit a request for a change in the lawsuit, but merely presented a statement of opinions. Unable to alter the rejection of his lawsuit application and compelled to consider his suggestion. Nevertheless, everything remains uncertain, pending the appellate party's legal grounds and evidence. Chen Guangtai cast a glance at Lin Mo, hoping that this young man could provide useful factual evidence. He then struck the gavel. Now that both parties have presented their statements, I request the appellate side to present your legal grounds or evidence to demonstrate that Wang Hao acted in self-defense while also proving that Wang Sung engaged in evidence fabrication. Lin Mo smiled, having awaited this moment. Xiaoling, here. She promptly submitted the video and relevant evidence. A gust of wind swept through as Xiaoling, her eyes shining with determination, swiftly handed the crucial evidence to the court staff. Your Honor, this video will elucidate the matter. I request it to be played in court. The request is approved. The courtroom curtain descended as the projector began its work. At that moment, Wang Sung displayed a look of confusion. Video? What video? What could possibly substantiate their claims? If such evidence existed, it would have to be footage from the scene, yet prior to initiating prosecution. He had mobilized all resources for investigation, finding no evidence indicating that anyone had recorded the incident. He was quite confident in this regard, allowing himself a cold sneer, merely a desperate struggle. As the courtroom screen began to play the video, Wang Tsung's eyes widened in disbelief, his body leaning forward in fury as he glared at the screen. All eyes in the room were fixated on the display, each person equally wide-eyed. This was footage from the scene. Moreover, it was of a clandestine nature. Although the camera shook considerably, it was clear to see Zhao Wu and his accomplices, alongside Wang Yin and Zhang Hui, the mother and daughter, bound and immobilized on the sofa. Their garments were tattered, and there were individuals tearing at their clothes. Their pitiful cries and struggles were met only with the depraved, lewd smiles of over a dozen onlookers. Meanwhile, the figure kneeling nearby was unmistakably Wang Hao. Wang Hao's furious roar echoed, only to be met with a couple of slaps. Then came the graphic scenes of humiliation. Aware that the trial was being broadcast live, Lin Mo ensured that the evidence presented had been edited, displaying images with mosaics. The scenes witnessed by all were heart-wrenching. Some could not bear to watch and exited the live stream. Due to time constraints, Lin Mo had cut out much of the unnecessary footage. The final segment depicted an enraged Wang Hao, his veins bulging, breaking free from his restraints and charging at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu, with a disdainful sneer, retorted, "You little brat, not satisfied with the show. You dare to strike me? I'll be the one to end you." With that, Zhao Wu brandished a knife, lunging towards Wang Hao. It is possible that Wang Hao's secretion of adrenaline reached its zenith, allowing him to narrowly evade the situation. In contrast, Zhao Wu, propelled by immense inertia, stumbled forward and collapsed onto the ground. The knife fell from his grasp, and with remarkable swiftness, Wang Hao retrieved it, his eyes ablaze with a fervor that suggested he had lost all semblance of reason. Armed with the blade, he lunged toward Zhao Wu. Witnessing this, others quickly encircled Wang Hao, delivering blows to his body. In response, Wang Hao turned and began to strike wildly. At that moment, the individual holding the camera had retreated to a corner by the door, capturing the entire scene. Subsequently, Zhao Wu's two sons also fell to the ground. The video then began to shake, as the cameraman fled, bypassing the stairs and leaping from the second floor. After seemingly ensuring there were no surveillance cameras in sight, he dashed away. The footage concluded here. Boom. The video detonated in the minds of all who viewed it, revealing the veracity of Wang Hao's claims. He truly had seized the knife and retaliated. At that moment, various live streaming platforms erupted with frenzied commentary. With the video evidence now available, everyone recalled the initial trial, where Wang Hao's testimony had been entirely disregarded. Why was this the case? Why, during the first trial, was he unable to substantiate his claims? Indeed, Wang Hao's assertions were undeniably true. What had led to the dismissal of his case? This might pertain to the lawyer at the time, as Wang Tsung had stated that all evidence was provided by the prosecution, thereby bearing legitimacy, leading to an inherent acceptance of the testimonies by the victim's family and subordinates. At this juncture, Luo Daxiang appeared astonished, yet a smile quickly spread across his face. He had anticipated this. He hastily elucidated, "I understand everyone's confusion. During the first trial, all evidence was indeed supplied by the prosecution, and it is possible that lawyer Chiu Ying believed that since the evidence was legally provided, it warranted no scrutiny, thus engaging in debate within that framework. However, the latest evidence submitted by Lin Mo has now refuted the prosecution's claims, rendering all their evidence potentially invalid. This revelation sent the live stream into a frenzy. Could this not imply that Wang Tsung was fabricating evidence? How exhilarating. Lawyer Lin was not in a state of madness, but rather displayed rationality. At this moment, Luo Daxiang continued with a smile, regarding the charge of perjury. It is unlikely to hold, as the evidence was provided by the prosecution. There is only the possibility of it being overturned. But there is no way to prosecute the defense attorney for it. His remarks left the audience somewhat disheartened. Many had hoped to see a morally bankrupt lawyer like Wang Tsung face justice. In reality, Luo Daxiang, being an outsider, was unaware that the critical evidence had been submitted by Wang Tsung during a period of oversight by the prosecutor's office and had been accepted by the court. Meanwhile, in the courtroom, Wang Tsung was visibly shaken but continued to take deep breaths, aware that maintaining composure was essential. Even though the opposing side had produced a videotape, it merely indicated that the context of previous arguments had shifted. The following discourse revolves around the justification of Wang Hao's actions in the context of self-defense. His chances of acquittal remain substantial, especially considering that he has taken the lives of 3 individuals. From the footage, it is evident that he pursued his victims with lethal intent. Wang Song, a seasoned and composed criminal defense attorney, remained calm and quickly deduced that Wang Hao might indeed be liable for excessive self-defense resulting in death, with a significant possibility of facing the death penalty. If previously, Lin Mo's chances were deemed 19-1, now they could be at best 46-54 in favor of Wang Hao. Lin Mo, however, exuded newfound confidence, stating, "Your Honor, the evidence I have submitted completely undermines the prosecution's case and simultaneously demonstrates that Wang Song has committed perjury." Chen Guangtai interjected, "Lin Mo, do you understand that even if the prosecution's evidence is refuted, it does not prove that Wang Song has committed perjury?" At this juncture, Wang Song raised his hand, asserting, "Lin Mo, you may have presented video evidence, but your understanding of the law is deficient. As a prosecuting attorney, it is impossible for me to commit perjury." Lin Mo smiled slightly, replying, "Your Honor, I am well aware. However, according to my investigation, the claim made by Wang Song and his 8 witnesses that Wang Hao came armed with a knife intending to kill is not evidence submitted by the prosecution, but rather an allegation fabricated by Wang Song himself. Thus, my previous application for litigation cited issues of judicial corruption." At this moment, Chen Guangtai, presiding as the judge, appeared intrigued and immediately began reviewing the evidence, even pausing the proceedings to make a phone call. Subsequently, he smirked and addressed Wang Song, "Indeed, as Lin Mo has articulated, your evidence is not that of the prosecution but rather your own submission." Wang Song felt a chill run through him. How could he have overlooked this? At this time, Qiaoying also remarked, "Wang Song, the evidence you submitted indeed constitutes perjury." "What?" Wang Song, now visibly agitated, began to sweat profusely. Lin Mo continued, "Wang lawyer, do you understand why I asked you to reconfirm with the 8 witnesses before the trial?" A realization struck Wang Song. It was a trap. How could he defend against this? Yet, at that moment, Xiaoling stood up, her eyes gleaming with a menacing intensity, her expression cold and malicious as she said, "Wang lawyer, you surely do not recall your statements during the trial? Allow me to reiterate." She then mockingly recounted Wang Song's earlier assertions. "Indeed, this is the authentic situation reconstructed after thorough discussions with the 8 witnesses." With a sneer, she added, "How earnest you were in your perjury. Pathetic." Xiaoling's aggression was palpable, yet Lin Mo found humor in recalling Wang Song's confident disdain during his remarks, unable to suppress a smile. It was astonishing how someone could so brazenly dig their own grave. After delivering her critique, Xiaoling produced a recording device and played back Wang Song's confident declarations from the trial. Ordinarily, this would be a violation of protocol. Yet the presiding judge did not intervene. This scene left no opportunity for Wang Song whatsoever. Lin Mo, with a profound expression, remarked, "Lawyer Wang, listening to your tone, how confident and formidable you seem. One might mistakenly believe you possess actual evidence. Alas, it is but a fabrication." Enraged, Wang Song's face flushed crimson. The mocking tone of Xiaoling, coupled with Lin Mo's retort, nearly drove him to the brink of explosion. "Damn it, you have set a trap for me," he exclaimed, realizing that Lin Mo orchestrated this courtroom drama specifically for his arrival. This revelation unequivocally demonstrated his collusion with 8 witnesses to fabricate false evidence. "You, shameless." This was Wang Song's first encounter with such a lawyer, and fury surged within him. "Indeed, what now? Come at me," Xiaoling taunted, sticking out her tongue. "You, I." Wang Song felt as if his veins might burst. Lin Mo, shaking his head with a smile, replied, "This is not a trap. Rather, I find it tiresome to debate the crime of perjury, wasting precious time on proving Wang Hao's self-defense. After all, you are a scoundrel, and I prefer not to squander too much time on your triviality. Underestimating me in court? Well, this is the consequence of your disdain." Lin Mo understood that without prior confirmation before the court session, this individual would undoubtedly resort to sophistry. Although it could ultimately be argued, it would consume an inordinate amount of time. It was far better to strike a decisive blow. Wang Song slumped into his chair, rendered speechless. If the crime of perjury were substantiated, he would indeed face imprisonment for a considerable duration. "All right, Lin Mo, we shall address the perjury later. Let us first establish the legal basis for Wang Hao's self-defense," the presiding judge interjected. "Understood." Lin Mo nodded. And thus the court entered a phase of fair and just debate. This scene left the spectators utterly astonished. A monumental twist. With just a few words, Lin Mo had decisively vanquished Wang Song. Not a shred of opportunity was spared. In an instant, the fervor of the audience erupted. Soon, a deluge of spittle rained down upon Wang Kong. That was crucial evidence capable of determining Wang Hao's culpability. Was the result fabricated by you, Wang Song? Who could possibly endure such an affront? Some even shouted for the merciless punishment of this unscrupulous lawyer. Chapter 60. Killing is also his right. The new evidence submitted by Lin Mo has ignited an uproar across the entire online forum. Not only has it overturned the previous evidence presented by the prosecution, but it has also led to accusations against the prosecuting attorney. Online, everyone is condemning Wang Song, with some individuals resorting to harsh insults. The reason is simple. The fabricated evidence by Wang Song is utterly devastating for Wang Hao, as it serves as irrefutable proof of his premeditated murder. The audacity of Wang Song to forge such evidence is simply outrageous. Indeed, it is infuriating. Had the video footage been considered during the first trial, perhaps Wang Hao would have escaped a death sentence. There would certainly have been no capital punishment. I am a law student. And Wang Hao's actions could at most be deemed excessive self-defense leading to death, warranting a lighter sentence, possibly life imprisonment at most. It is thanks to lawyer Lin that the truth has finally emerged. Damn it, this unscrupulous lawyer. I thought his previous cases were the pinnacle of immorality. Yet he has managed to breach the very boundaries of ethics. I initially believed lawyer Lin's criticisms were too severe, but now I feel they were far too lenient. The online discourse has escalated into a fervent denunciation. Among the most fervent critics are those present in the courtroom, particularly legal professionals. At this moment, an individual in the audience stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Song, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Wang Song, you despicable excuse for a lawyer. You're a disgrace. With one voice raised, another quickly followed, and the courtroom descended into chaos. The gravity of such perjury is well understood by legal professionals. It may directly influence the judge's misjudgment regarding Wang Hao. Consequently, several legal personnel could no longer contain their outrage, echoing the sentiments of the radicals. Of course, there remain a number of conservatives online, steadfast in their belief that the radicals present in the courtroom are still too restrained, arguing that this unscrupulous lawyer, who toys with lives, should be dealt with severely on the spot. In the face of the uproar, Wang Song recoiled slightly, revealing a hint of fear in his expression. Yet, in the next moment, the fear vanished as he lifted his head, adopting an arrogant, fearless demeanor. The audience was incensed, and the cacophony of insults intensified. As the presiding judge, Chen Guangtai recognized the situation was spiraling out of control and struck the gavel. Silence. Anyone who continues to disrupt will be removed from the courtroom. The force of his command finally quelled the anger of the spectators. This is a courtroom, where everything revolves around judicial interpretation. Problems cannot be resolved merely by shouting profanities. Moreover, the trial has not concluded. It has only just begun. Chen Guangtai admonished sternly. Gradually, the audience calmed down, returning to a state of rationality. In the live stream, Luo Daxiang began to comment. Friends, I understand that many of you perceive the situation to be quite favorable at the moment. Yet I must temper your enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Although Lin Mo has presented evidence that discredits Wang Song as a false witness, it remains a personal attack. From the perspective of the appellant, Lin Mo has merely restored the situation to a state of fairness. The endeavor to exonerate Wang Hao is, indeed, exceedingly complex. At this juncture, many netizens discerned the intricacies of the case. It was clear that the matter was far from straightforward. Lin Mo's actions were primarily an assault on Wang Song and an attempt to reclaim an advantageous position in the debate. Luo Daxiang elaborated. If Lin Mo's chances of victory were previously at 0, they have now risen to approximately 40%. Undoubtedly, Lin Mo's strategy is commendable, leveraging the submission of evidence to simultaneously launch an attack on Wang Song's psyche. This is a remarkably astute maneuver. However, we must not overlook that Wang Song has proven his mettle to reach this point. I have reviewed his previous court appearances. He is a person of great rationality, and a counterattack from him may be imminent. Indeed, no sooner had Luo Daxiang spoken than the courtroom atmosphere shifted dramatically. As silence enveloped the room, Wang Song erupted into laughter, his mirth escalating to a point of apparent madness. The audience was taken aback, bewildered and indignant at his audacity. How could he laugh at such a time? Was he losing his mind? In truth, Wang Song was remarkably composed. He was not one to waver. Having been cornered by Lin Mo's accusations of perjury, he saw no need to further defend himself. His primary concern rested with the death penalty imposed on Wang Hao. He was indifferent to the prospect of serving a few years in prison himself. In the next moment, Wang Song's laughter rang out unabashedly. Ha ha ha. A bunch of ignorant fools. Even if I provided false testimony, so what? The worst that could happen to me is a 7-year sentence, and this perjury was not solely my doing. At most, I would serve 1 or 2 years before being released, which would have no real impact on me. But do not forget, this is a judgment concerning Wang Hao, not my trial. The video evidence presented by Lin Mo indicates that Wang Hao acted in excessive self-defense, resulting in murder. Will he not face the death penalty? What I have to fear? Wang Song's tone dripped with arrogance and mockery, leaving the audience in shock. Here was a man, seemingly unperturbed by his potential sentencing, who dared to argue that Wang Hao deserved capital punishment. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, a menacing voice cut through the tension in the courtroom. Lawyer Wang, do you find the manipulation of life to be amusing? Turning to see Lin Mo, who had shed his usual calm demeanor for an expression of cold intensity, the onlookers were taken aback. They had never witnessed Lin Mo exude such a lethal demeanor. Wang Song, seasoned as he was, merely scoffed in response, manipulating life? Haha, are the lives of Zhao Wu and his sons not lives? Am I not defending their human rights? Just because they are affiliated with a criminal organization, does that strip them of their humanity? In this moment, the two individuals stood in stark opposition, a palpable tension enveloping the courtroom. Lin Mo, undeterred, let out a cold laugh. Indeed, the Black Society possesses certain rights, however. Let us not forget that Wang Hao's act of slaying the 3 innocents is also a right afforded to him. It is a right bestowed by the law to resist. It is a right granted by justifiable defense. With that, Lin Mo raised his hand. Your Honor, I shall now commence with a judicial interpretation of my litigation application. Agreed. Chen Guangtai affirmed with a solemn nod. Lin Mo gestured towards the video evidence. Your Honor, based on the circumstances depicted in the footage, I can first confirm that Wang Hao did not commit premeditated murder, but rather acted out of a momentary passion, exhibiting an emotional crime. At this juncture, all eyes were fixated on Lin Mo. The true trial had commenced. Lin Mo continued. We can observe that the deceased, Zhao Wu and others, subjected Wang Hao's sister and mother to 2 hours of torment. They are his closest kin. Under such circumstances, Wang Hao nearly lost his sanity, unleashing all his physical potential to break free from his restraints. From the direction Wang Hao arose, his target was not Zhao Wu, but rather his sister and mother. His foremost thought was to rush forth and protect his loved ones. However, Zhao Wu obstructed him, brandishing a knife, which led to Wang Hao's counterattack. During this ordeal, Wang Hao's rationality began to unravel, culminating in his mental collapse, triggered by Zhao Wu's knife thrusts. Consequently, Wang Hao seized the knife and engaged in a frenzied assault, which can be unequivocally classified as an act of passion, devoid of rational thought. Subsequently, Lin Mo requested to question the principal, Wang Hao. Agreed, Chen Guangtai declared, striking the gavel. At this moment, Wang Hao, though shackled, stood resolutely in the center of the courtroom. Lin Mo inquired, Wang Hao, did you possess self-awareness while wielding the knife? Chapter 61. The rigid and unyielding 20 Wang Hao shook his head, stating, no, at that moment. I was consumed by an overwhelming rage. However, when Zhao Wu brandished his knife, my mind went blank, and I lost all reason, becoming unable to control my own body. Lin Mo nodded in response. Your Honor, my inquiries have concluded. Furthermore, my client fainted immediately after the altercation, which clearly demonstrates his emotional state spiraled out of control, meeting the criteria for a crime of passion. Upon the conclusion of Lin Mo's first statement, the judge and other legal professionals in attendance nodded in agreement, recognizing that Wang Hao could indeed be classified as having committed a crime of passion. Yet, none lost sight of the fact that Lin Mo was tasked with arguing for self-defense. At that juncture, Lin Mo continued, of course, I contend that Wang Hao's actions also fulfill the requirements for self-defense. Firstly, Wang Hao was restrained by Zhao Wu and his accomplices, while his family faced threats of humiliation. Thus, according to Article 20, Wang Hao's situation can be classified as kidnapping, while his family's predicament falls under rape. Both scenarios are encompassed within the realm of violent crimes posing severe threats to personal safety. Zhao Wu and his associates are the perpetrators of this violence, and therefore, I assert that Wang Hao's retaliatory actions are wholly justifiable as self-defense. Your Honor, I have completed my statement. As Lin Mo finished speaking, a fervent discussion erupted online. Professor Luo, do you believe Lin's argument holds merit? Luo Daxiang nodded. Lin Mo is exceptionally astute. He first established that Wang Hao's actions were a crime of passion, which could mitigate the severity of the sentence, and then proceeded to argue that Wang Hao's conduct aligns with Article 20, justifying self-defense. Based on Lin Mo's assertions, Wang Hao's actions indeed appear to be justifiable. though we must await any counterarguments from the prosecution's attorney, Wang Kong. At that moment, all eyes turned to Wang Kong. Sheng Guangtai also turned to Wang Tsong and inquired, "Prosecution, do you have anything further to add?" Wang Tsong merely scoffed, "Indeed, I do. While I concede that Wang Hao did not commit intentional homicide, I assert that his actions do not constitute self-defense. Rather, they amount to excessive force resulting in the deaths of 3 individuals. According to the law, causing death through excessive self-defense can be prosecuted as intentional homicide." His statement sent shockwaves through the courtroom. With a smirk, Wang Tsong, a seasoned veteran, adeptly seized the opportunity. "Since you are not accused of premeditated murder, the fact remains that you killed 3 individuals in the course of your defense," he continued. "An excessive self-defense leading to death is indeed subject to the charge of intentional homicide." He then added, "Your Honor, I request that we review the footage showing Wang Hao stabbing Zhao Wu, after which Zhao Wu turned to flee, while Wang Hao pursued him to deliver further blows." Soon, the footage replayed that segment. Wang Song pointed to it, stating, "From this video, it is evident that after being stabbed, Zhao Wu completely lost his ability to mount an attack. Yet, Wang Hao, armed with a knife, chose to continue pursuing and brutally attacking, even pinning Zhao Wu to the ground to deliver fatal strikes." Is this what had turned Wang Song's voice grew increasingly fervent? If one were to argue that Wang Hao's initial strike constituted legitimate self-defense, how can we then justify his relentless pursuit of the utterly defenseless Zhao Wu? His intent was unequivocally to extinguish Zhao Wu's life. Thus, I contend that Wang Hao's actions transcend the realm of self-defense entirely. The legal definition of excessive defense states, if, during the course of legitimate self-defense, one's actions exceed what is evidently necessary and result in significant harm, one must bear criminal responsibility for such actions. Wang Hao's conduct evidently exceeded the necessary limits, warranting criminal accountability. Moreover, he has taken the lives of 3 individuals. Excessive defense leading to the death of 3. Your Honor, I have concluded my statement. Upon finishing, Wang Tsong raised his head high, casting a mocking glance at Lin Mo. This time, he was filled with confidence. Since the enactment of Article 20, no judge has rendered a verdict. The majority of rulings have leaned towards excessive self-defense, a verdict that is remarkably easy to enforce. There exist complex reasons behind this phenomenon. Thus, Wang Tsong was resolute in his conviction. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Hao pursued and killed 3 individuals. The advantage lies with me. Following Wang Tsong's declaration, discussions erupted online, for he had introduced a novel perspective, excessive defense resulting in death. In the live stream, viewers clamored, "Teacher Luo, is Wang Tsong's assertion accurate? Please elucidate." The audience was palpably anxious. If true, then Wang Hao would indeed be guilty of intentional homicide. At this juncture, Luo Daxiang pondered briefly before responding. Indeed, Wang Tsong's assertion holds validity. Excluding the influence of other factors, Wang Hao's initial counterstrike after seizing the knife falls within the bounds of legitimate self-defense. However, the second strike, the third, and the subsequent relentless assaults no longer qualify as self-defense, but rather as excessive defense resulting in death. This clarification ignited further unrest among the online viewers. Oh, this legal interpretation is excessively rigid. Indeed, if such a verdict is rendered, the judiciary appears overly inflexible. Isn't this a predicament for the victim? Are we to expect Wang Hao, the aggrieved party, to contemplate excessive defense while safeguarding himself? Must Wang Hao merely stab Zhao Wu once and then cease, only to retaliate when Zhao Wu poses a renewed threat? Is the concept of legitimate self-defense now to be governed by a turn-based offense and defense system? This is utterly absurd. In an instant, discontent surged among the netizens. At that moment, Luo Daxiang and various legal influencers could only sigh in resignation. Luo Daxiang explained with a sense of futility. In truth, since the introduction of Article 20, very few judges have dared to render a verdict. Why is that? Article 20 emerged in the 1990s, a time when surveillance cameras were not widespread, and judges relied on testimonial evidence for their rulings. This presents a significant loophole. For instance, if a gang provokes you, and in response to your attack, they retaliate and kill you, they may legally claim self-defense. Why is this the case? Because during your assault, you may have already committed a violent crime that severely endangers personal safety. Thus, when the gang retaliates, their actions align with the principles of self-defense. The consequence is that you are killed by the gang, yet they are deemed to have acted in self-defense and are acquitted. To prevent such absurd and infuriating outcomes, courts, when adjudicating such cases, often rule them as excessive self-defense resulting in death, convicting the gang of intentional homicide. This precedent has persisted over time and remains in effect today. In such cases, judges tend to prioritize rulings of excessive self-defense. If law students have been observant, they would note that since the enactment of the criminal law, Article 20 regarding self-defense has rarely been invoked. Furthermore, few lawyers utilize this provision in their arguments. This is the first instance in which Attorney Lin has applied it in such a case, without any prior precedent to draw upon. Based on past rulings, it would indeed lead to a verdict of excessive self-defense resulting in death for Wang Hao. Thus, Attorney Lin faces a formidable challenge in proving that Wang Hao acted in self-defense. At this moment, Luo Daxiang's tone is exceedingly serious, instilling a profound sense of tension. Even he did not anticipate that Wang Tsong's reasoning would shift so rapidly, catching everyone off guard. Following Professor Luo's explanation, the audience came to a sudden realization of the situation. However, the mood among netizens was dismal. How challenging it is to prove self-defense. What should be done? Surely, they cannot truly convict Wang Hao of excessive self-defense resulting in death. It is infuriating. What kind of law is this? Can it not be amended? Alas, there is no alternative. The law is rigid. To prevent exploitation of loopholes, judges must rule in this manner to deter potential offenders. And Wang Hao has become a victim of this very loophole. At this point, netizens are nearly beside themselves with frustration, realizing how inflexible the rulings on self-defense are. Luo Daxiang shakes his head, acknowledging that self-defense has historically been difficult to adjudicate. To avoid errors, judges often lean towards ruling excessive self-defense. Nevertheless, Luo Daxiang reassures the audience, stating that they need not lose hope, for Attorney Lin still has the opportunity to speak, and they can listen to his explanation. In that moment, all eyes turn to Lin Mo, eagerly anticipating a dramatic reversal. Despite Luo Daxiang's words, a look of concern lingers in his eyes. Not only him, but legal commentators across the internet also express their helplessness, as there are no successful precedents to follow. No one knows how to substantiate a claim of self-defense. And to prove Wang Hao's case under Wang Tsong's clear explanation is an immense challenge. Everyone furrows their brows, hoping for a miracle in Lin Mo's forthcoming explanation. Chapter 62, Pursuit as Justifiable Defense. The Genius's Explanation. In the courtroom, Qiao became increasingly anxious, her face contorting in distress. She had not anticipated that Wang Tsong, her opponent, would exhibit such quick-witted reasoning. He seamlessly shifted the argument towards excessive self-defense resulting in death, as if the charge of perjury against him held no weight whatsoever. Lawyer Lin. Qiao grasped Lin Mo's sleeve, her hand drenched in perspiration. Yet at that moment, Lin Mo displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he offered a reassuring smile and gently patted the back of her hand. The presiding judge then turned to Lin Mo, asking, "Counsel for the appellant, do you have anything further to say?" "Your Honor, I do," Lin Mo responded, raising his hand. Wang Chong cast a mocking glance in his direction, seemingly eager to hear what he would say. Lin Mo, glancing at Wang Tsong, replied with remarkable composure, "Your Honor, in response to the claim made by lawyer Wang that Wang Hao's actions amounted to excessive self-defense resulting in death, I contend that this assertion is utterly unfounded. Firstly, Zhao Wu was the one who initiated the attack on my client, Wang Hao, with a knife, which clearly indicates his intent to inflict harm upon him. Subsequently, we observed that when Zhao Wu thrust the knife towards Wang Hao, it fell to the ground. During this moment, Zhao Wu exhibited distinct behavior of attempting to reclaim the weapon, signifying that his intention to perpetrate harm had not ceased. He still aimed to stab Wang Hao. However, my client managed to retrieve the knife and, in turn, inflicted a wound upon Zhao Wu. This injury, as evidenced by the footage, was not fatal. Now we arrive at the critical point highlighted by lawyer Wang, which forms the basis of his claim of excessive self-defense. Why did my client continue to pursue Zhao Wu? At this juncture, Lin Mo adjusted the video to focus on the moment after Zhao Wu was stabbed, as he turned to flee, then paused the footage. He pointed to the screen, stating, "As you can see, behind Zhao Wu is a row of cabinets. On top of these cabinets lie weapons such as cleavers and iron rods, typically associated with criminal organizations. Thus, I can deduce that Zhao Wu, having not sustained a life-threatening injury, was still intent on retrieving a weapon from the cabinet. His intention to harm my client, Wang Hao, had not been extinguished. Therefore, when Wang Hao pursued and struck Zhao Wu, he remained within the bounds of justifiable defense." At this point, a faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips. What excessive self-defense! There are no precedents in this parallel world, yet in my previous life, there exists a significant case, the Kunshan counterattack incident. This case has propelled judicial progress, establishing a crucial legal interpretation of justifiable defense, whether the initial aggressor still harbors intent to inflict harm. Lin Mo had thoroughly studied this case. Not only him, but all lawyers had delved into it, garnering attention from many legal professionals and judges abroad. In that instance, Long Ge, after dropping his weapon, attempted to retrieve another weapon from his vehicle, an action deemed by the judge as indicative of continued intent to harm. Consequently, the honest individual who picked up the knife and pursued him was still recognized as acting in justifiable defense. In a striking act of bravery, Long Ge sacrificed his own life to advance the progress of justice, a feat that can only be described as profoundly noble. Fast forward to the present. Lin Mo merely needs to reference the court proceedings of that time. Regarding the case of Wang Hao's counterattack, if Xiao Wu had relinquished any intention to inflict harm, then Wang Hao's continued assault would indeed constitute excessive self-defense. However, it so happens that Xiao Wu, upon turning to flee, aimed for the cabinet behind him, which was laden with an array of controlled weapons belonging to their gang. This implies that Xiao Wu still harbored the intent to retrieve a weapon to inflict violence upon Wang Hao, thus maintaining his aggressive intent. Consequently, Wang Hao's actions remain within the bounds of legitimate self-defense. After Lin Mo's elucidation, a moment of stunned silence enveloped the courtroom. Legal influencers from various streaming platforms were equally taken aback, including the presiding judge and the two jurors, who were momentarily speechless. Their eyes widened as they encountered a term seldom referenced, intent to harm. In the next instant, the presiding judge, Chen Guangtai, appeared to experience a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, as long as Xiao Wu retained his intent to harm, Wang Hao's actions could be categorized as legitimate self-defense. Meanwhile, in Luo Daxiang's live stream, viewers were left bewildered. Teacher Luo, what did Lawyer Lin just say? I recognize the words, but I cannot comprehend. Many judicial terminologies were beyond their understanding, prompting requests for clarification. At that moment, Luo Daxiang was visibly excited, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he promptly explained. It's quite simple. What Lin Mo means is that Xiao Wu always intended to kill Wang Hao. His turning around was not an act of fleeing, but rather an attempt to retrieve a weapon from the cabinet to counterattack Wang Hao. Therefore, Wang Hao's pursuit during this process still falls under legitimate self-defense. Luo Daxiang refrained from mentioning the term intent to harm, recognizing its abstract nature. Instead, he opted for a more straightforward explanation. He never anticipated that Lin Mo would employ this term to counter Wang Tsong's argument regarding excessive self-defense. What brilliance! In the courtroom, Wang Tsong was similarly taken aback, completely unprepared for Lin Mo's rebuttal, which was both reasoned and compelling. Indeed, if Xiao Wu initially harbored the intent to harm Wang Hao, then his turning to retrieve a weapon also indicated the preservation of that intent. This, in turn, suggested that Wang Hao's pursuit was an act of self-protection. Wang Tsong furrowed his brow, astonished that Lin Mo could conceive such an argument. What a mind! No, I must remain composed. I must establish the case for excessive self-defense. Then, in a moment of realization, Wang Tsong smiled and remarked, Lawyer Lin, why would Xiao Wu go for the weapon in the cabinet? What if he intended to open the cabinet to retrieve other items? It's worth noting that Xiao Wu is not particularly tall and might not reach the weapons placed at the top of the cabinet. Thus, he was not necessarily aiming to retrieve a weapon, but rather to open the cabinet door to defend himself. After finishing, Wang Tsong chuckled, confident that this argument would be easily refuted. At this moment, all eyes turned back to Lin Mo. Indeed, what if Xiao Wu was not retrieving a weapon, but rather opening the cabinet to procure something for self-defense, without the intention to cause harm? Could it not be argued that Wang Hao's pursuit was merely an act of excessive self-defense? However, as tension filled the air, Lin Mo smiled and countered. Let us ponder this. Xiao Wu leads a notorious loan shark syndicate, and the cabinet behind him is laden with an array of controlled knives. If such dangerous implements are displayed upon the surface, one can only dread to imagine what more formidable weapons lie concealed within. What if Xiao Wu were to open the cabinet and reveal a handgun, a shotgun, or even a grenade, perhaps even a rocket launcher? Given his affiliation with organized crime, such possibilities are not just plausible, they are likely. Wang Hao's actions may well be deemed justifiable self-defense, a preemptive measure against a far greater threat. He is a hero, Lin Mo asserted with unwavering confidence. If you, Wang Tsong, can speculate, why should I not entertain the notion that there might be a rocket launcher within that cabinet? Upon hearing this, Wang Tsong's lips twitched in exasperation, nearly choking on his frustration. A handgun from the cabinet? A rocket launcher? Is there a rocket launcher in your office? He thought incredulously. Yet, Wang Tsung understood that Lin Mo's suspicions were entirely rational. Given the consensus that Zhao Wu was indeed a member of the underworld, and with controlled knives already on display, it stood to reason that the contents of the cabinet could be even more explosive. In that moment, the entire internet erupted in laughter. Lawyer Lin is absolutely correct. Zhao Wu is the leader of a criminal organization. What if he were to open the cabinet in search of an even more lethal weapon? They laughed heartily. I was there. I am that handgun. I am the shotgun. I am the rocket launcher. At this instant, Luo Daxiang joined in the laughter, completely taken aback by Lin Mo's audacious explanation, even mentioning a rocket launcher. He was nothing short of a genius. Chapter 63. The very first stab resulted in death, which certainly does not constitute intentional homicide. At this moment, not only was Luo Daxiang astonished, but all the legal professionals present and those online expressed their amazement. Lin Mo's statements liberated their minds, elevating their understanding of justifiable defense to a new dimension. How had we not previously considered the notion of continuous, unlawful aggression? Alas, our thinking had been too rigid. This explanation is truly remarkable. Everyone exclaimed in wonder. While they were still in awe, some had already begun to seek knowledge. Sitting beside Lin Mo, Xiaoling pulled out a small notebook, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. This was a legal interpretation that substantiated justifiable defense. Should she ever find herself in a conflict, this knowledge would be invaluable for her self-preservation. At that moment, no one was more eager to learn than Xiaoling. She fixated on Lin Mo, replaying his words in her mind, beginning a meticulous analysis. In that instant, Xiaoling transformed into a scholar thirsting for knowledge. In stark contrast, Wang Tsung's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He fully understood that, in comparison to his assertion that Zhao Wu opened the cabinet to retrieve protective gear, the judge would undoubtedly lean towards Lin Mo's hypothesis. After all, Zhao Wu belonged to the underworld, and this was their stronghold. Who would believe he acted without malice? I cannot continue to debate with Lin Mo here. It would be detrimental to me. Wang Tsung's mind raced, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He raised his hand and said, Your Honor, I request that the footage of Wang Hao stabbing Zhao Wu on the ground be displayed. Swiftly, the scene shifted back to the footage. It showed Wang Hao delivering another stab to Zhao Wu's back, causing Zhao Wu to stagger and fall to the ground. Wang Hao then lunged forward, stabbing Zhao Wu's back. Wang Tsung's eyes lit up with hope. There was still a chance. He excitedly proclaimed, Your Honor. If Zhao Wu turned to retrieve another weapon, then after Wang Hao brought him down, Zhao Wu had completely lost his ability to attack. Continuing to stab him would unequivocally be considered intentional homicide. After speaking, Wang Tsung sighed in relief, momentarily dazed by Lin Mo's arguments, nearly forgetting this critical point. Indeed, while the pursuit during Zhao Wu's turn could still be classified as justifiable defense, the subsequent attack on the ground was clearly an intention to kill. At this moment, the courtroom fell silent. All eyes fixated on Lin Mo. Lin Mo merely chuckled and remarked, Lawyer Wang, I believe you still have not grasped the law adequately. There is a distinction between intentional injury and intentional homicide. Have you reviewed Zhao Wu's autopsy report? Wang Tsung paused, shaking his head in suspicion. What was Lin Mo trying to achieve now? Lin Mo smiled and continued. The autopsy report reveals that the first stab inflicted by Wang Hao is the most lethal, directly piercing Zhao Wu's heart. Thus, the first stab was the direct cause of Zhao Wu's demise. The subsequent stabs were all to his back and struck his bones, none of which were fatal injuries. Wang Hao's initial strike was one of justifiable self-defense. Thus, the blow that resulted in Zhao Wu's demise still falls within the realm of self-defense. Subsequently, Lin Mo signaled for an adjustment of the footage, rewinding to the moment when Wang Hao seized the knife and stabbed Zhao Wu. In slow motion, it became evident that the blade indeed pierced just beneath the heart, grazing it. The forensic report corroborated this, stating that Zhao Wu succumbed to a rupture of the heart, leading to insufficient blood supply. Coupled with this video evidence, the situation became clear. Wang Hao's pursuit and subsequent attacks after entering the premises could not be construed as intentional homicide. After Lin Mo's exposition, a smile graced his lips. At that moment, not only the legal professionals, but many spectators also grasped the clarity of the argument. How lucid the reasoning was. Indeed, the first strike was the most lethal, yet it was categorized as justifiable self-defense, thereby affirming Wang Hao's position. This explanation was formidable. Wait, I'm a bit bewildered. Teacher Luo, please elucidate. Luo Daxiang took a moment to collect his thoughts, finally articulating, Lin's argument holds merit. as the criteria for establishing the crime of intentional homicide are 1. The act itself, 2. The form of liability being intent. As for the act, the direct cause of Zhao Wu's death was the initial stab that wounded his heart, which fell within Wang Hao's self-defense. Thus, it does not fulfill the criteria. Furthermore, the aspect of intent is even less applicable, as Lin had already argued in court that Wang Hao acted out of passion. Since neither criterion is satisfied, intentional homicide cannot be established. In an instant, everyone comprehended the implications. Is such an interpretation even possible? Goodness, this legal matter is beyond what we have encountered. Who knew it could be articulated this way? No, I'm a law student, and I found myself equally perplexed, pondering the logic for quite some time before understanding. In the courtroom, upon hearing this, Wang Tsong's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is it truly possible to interpret it this way? So the first strike is the fatal wound, and the subsequent stabs are not considered fatal, thus not constituting murder? And the initial stab is deemed justifiable self-defense, which negates the charge. After traversing the world for so long, Wang Tsong encountered such a peculiar line of reasoning for the first time. What else is there to say? At that moment, the air in the courtroom seemed to still. Even Wang Hao, the defendant at the center of it all, wore an expression of shock. Deep down, he had not anticipated an acquittal. A reduction in sentence due to the video evidence would suffice. Yet now, even he felt a surge of conviction that his actions in killing 3 individuals were purely justifiable self-defense. Justifiable self-defense? Wang Hao's hand trembled slightly as he glanced towards his sister and mother in the audience, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Xiaoying, equally astonished, gazed at Lin Mo, fully aware of the brilliance of his interpretation and the depth of his understanding of legal statutes. This was a perspective of argumentation she had never encountered before. Meanwhile, Xia Ling's eyes gleamed with fervor as she feverishly took notes. Half a minute had elapsed since Lin Mo spoke, and it was only then that Chief Judge Qin Guangtai unraveled the judicial logic at hand. He turned to Wang Tsong and inquired, "Counsel for the prosecution, do you have anything further to add?" At that moment, Wang Tsong was not only sweating profusely from his forehead, but his back was also drenched. His lips turned pale, his mind blank, and his hands trembled. What to do? Yes, there were still 2 victims, Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong. Your Honor, Wang Hao's actions against Zhao Wu's 2 unarmed sons, Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong, were nothing short of excessive self-defense. These 2 did not wield any weapons in the video, and yet Wang Hao killed them. This is clearly excessive self-defense. Little did he know, Lin Mo maintained an icy calm, as if anticipating Wang Tsong's statement. Without granting him the opportunity to elaborate, he interjected, "Lawyer Wang, I suggest you first compose yourself. It seems you lack even the most fundamental understanding of legal principles. Take a look at the footage. When Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong approached to assault Wang Hao, observe where they struck him." The video replayed once more. Wang Hao had already felled Zhao Wu to the ground, and then his surrounding associates closed in. Leading the charge were Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong, one delivering an elbow strike to the back of Wang Hao's head, while the other kicked him in the neck. In that moment of blind fury, Wang Hao raised his knife and swung it wildly, resulting in the 2 assailants suffering severe lacerations to their abdomens. Subsequently, in an emotionally charged state, Wang Hao collapsed, and the individual recording the video fled, marking the end of the footage. After viewing it, Lin Mo explained, "Do you see? Although Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong attacked unarmed, they targeted Wang Hao's vital areas. Thus, I assert that at that moment, Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong intended to kill Wang Hao. Therefore, Wang Hao's retaliation was indeed legitimate self-defense, and after his flurry of strikes, he merely lost consciousness. There was no intent to pursue further harm." Upon concluding, Lin Mo fixed a cold gaze upon Wang Tsong, whose entire being trembled under the weight of that piercing stare. Lin Mo's explanation was devoid of any flaws. At that juncture, Qin Guangtai rapped the gavel. "Counsel for the prosecution, do you wish to add anything?" Wang Tsong wished to speak, yet he found himself devoid of any substantial points to leverage. "Counsel for the defense, do you have anything further to say?" Lin Mo shook his head, indicating that he had already articulated everything necessary, providing a comprehensive explanation. Qin Guangtai rose, stating gravely, "Very well, both parties have completed their presentations. In 2 hours, we shall proceed with the final statements, at which point I will deliver the verdict." With that, he strode down from the bench, his expression grave, mirrored by the 2 associate judges. Upon returning to the rear, Vice President Wang Zhenghua immediately approached, his demeanor equally solemn. "Old Qin, old Wang, let us deliberate." Wang Zhenghua nodded, and the group entered the conference room. Chapter 64, selected as a guiding case. The court has adjourned. All attendees in the courtroom began to engage in fervent discussions. In the past, the notion of legitimate self-defense would scarcely have been entertained, as judges in such cases would invariably rule in favor of excessive self-defense, and if it resulted in death, the verdict would be outright murder, albeit with a possibility of a lighter sentence. However, Lin Mo's legal interpretation has proven to be exceedingly clear and has captivated all present. Speculations abound regarding the ultimate verdict. Online, prominent legal influencers are also analyzing the situation. Teacher Luo, what are your thoughts? Teacher Luo, how likely is it that Wang Hao will be acquitted? The live chat brimmed with inquisitive inquiries. At that moment, Luo Daxiang, uncertain yet composed, responded, as it stands. Lin's legal interpretation is remarkably flawless, yet persuading the judge to recognize legitimate self-defense will undoubtedly pose some challenges. Nevertheless, I believe Lin Mo's interpretation could indeed dismantle the rigidity of Article 20, presenting a unique opportunity to render it truly effective. Over the years, there have been heart-wrenching verdicts where individuals acting in self-defense received harsh penalties. Yet, Luo Daxiang cautioned, we must remain calm. Should the ruling lean towards excessive self-defense, it should not come as a surprise. Meanwhile, various legal live streams echoed similar sentiments, asserting that reaching a verdict of legitimate self-defense is exceedingly rare, given the absence of precedent. Despite Lin Mo's impeccable explanation, individuals should brace themselves psychologically. This remark rekindled a sense of unease among the audience. Lin Mo, seated calmly, listened to the discussions from the gallery and merely smiled, showing no signs of concern. The current state of judicial development in this world mirrors the circumstances preceding the infamous Kunshan Long-Go case in his previous life. It is indeed common for verdicts to favor excessive defense. If excessive defense results in death, it is classified as murder. Yet, Lin Mo is unwavering in his belief that Wang Hao's counterattack case will become this world's Kunshan Long-Go case, propelling the advancement of justice. Simultaneously, in the conference room of the Jia High Court, aside from the members of the collegial panel, several others were summoned for an intense discussion. Some senior judges expressed their dilemmas, stating, "Were it up to me, I would still lean towards excessive self-defense, given the absence of any precedent for legitimate self-defense, particularly in a case involving the death of 3 individuals." Wang Zhenghua countered, however. Lin Mo's entire legal interpretation substantiates that Wang Hao is acting in legitimate self-defense. It is undeniably the most flawless legal explanation. Well, the crux of the matter lies in the lack of reference cases. We are uncertain how to adjudicate, another judge lamented. What is the fear? Whichever side seems reasonable, just rule accordingly. Wang Zhenghua, undeterred by controversy, asserted. He understood that many judges prefer to rely on reference cases when rendering verdicts, as it minimizes the risk of error and absolves them of responsibility. With Lin Mo establishing this precedent, had his explanation been inadequate, it would have been simple to rule as excessive self-defense. However, the challenge lies in the sheer perfection of Lin Mo's interpretation. It conveys the impression that failing to rule in favor of legitimate self-defense would amount to a miscarriage of justice. At this moment, Chun Guangtai waved his hand and said, "Old Wang, it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking further. Without any precedents, none dare to act recklessly. I shall make a call to the Supreme Court. This may present an opportunity." At this juncture, everyone nodded in agreement. In truth, they all recognized that Lin Mo's explanation was impeccable. However, due to the rigid and conservative nature of prior judgments, they were hesitant to break new ground. Chun Guangtai, on the other hand, was delving deeper into his thoughts, feeling a surge of excitement within him. This was the first time in many years that he had encountered such a lucid judicial interpretation concerning justifiable defense. He even raised the pivotal question of whether there existed an ongoing intent to infringe. If one were to exaggerate, Qin Guangtai might even contend that Lin Mo's elucidation of justifiable defense deserved a place in textbooks, serving as a reference for future practitioners dealing with related cases, rather than merely condemning actions as excessive defense. Before long, the call connected, and a familiar voice resonated from the other end. "We have also been following this trial and are currently in a meeting to discuss it." It was Yu Bing. Concurrently, at the Supreme Court, even the Chief Justice was present this time, seated among 6 individuals in the conference room. The Chief Justice, a middle-aged man with a square face and sharply chiseled features, exuded an air of gravity and authority. "Chief," one of the attendees remarked, "Lin Mo's explanation is remarkably thorough. clearly outlining the necessary elements for justifiable defense, and it is quite reasonable. The Chief Justice maintained his serious demeanor, seemingly deep in thought. The room fell into silence for 10 minutes before he finally said, "Haha, this young man possesses some talent. I take it none of you have objections to his arguments?" The attendees finally broke into faint smiles and nodded. If there were no objections, then let the Jiahai High Court deliver the ruling directly. The explanation was indeed flawless. And all future cases could use this as a template for adjudication. By the way, let's categorize this case as a guiding precedent. Such rigorous judicial interpretation deserves to be studied by legal practitioners nationwide. The Chief Justice smiled, acknowledging that, due to the infrequent application of justifiable defense, it had received little scholarly attention. Yet, when issues arose, they garnered significant public discourse, a long-standing dilemma for the judiciary. Who would have thought that it would be a lawyer like Lin Mo who clarified it so effectively? The logic was remarkably clear. How could one not feel elated? As the meeting concluded, Yu Bing promptly returned Qin Guangtai's call, first posing a counter-question. "Judge Qin, if it were you, how would you rule?" Qin Guangtai hesitated but ultimately replied with conviction, "I would rule it as justifiable defense." Lin Mo's judicial interpretation is unassailable, both morally and legally. Wang Hao's actions constitute justifiable defense. Excellent. Then stand firm in your conviction, Yu Bing responded with a smile. "Oh, by the way, I have news for you. This case will be selected as a guiding precedent, and your name will be etched in history." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangtai felt a rush of joy. Who would not relish the thought of leaving a mark in history? Although the spotlight undoubtedly shines upon Lin Mo, I too have carved my name into the annals of legal history. Nearby, Wang Zhenghua, upon hearing this, applauded in approval. "I knew it. You old gentlemen have resolved everything. And Qin Guangtai is now free from any psychological burdens. Let us proceed to the court session." It is precisely 2 hours. Qin Guangtai, accompanied by 2 judges, entered the courtroom. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the gavel. The court is now in session. Both parties have concluded their previously suspended arguments. We shall now proceed to the final statements. Wang Tsong, rattled by the sound of the gavel, could only reassure himself inwardly. There has never been a ruling in favor of justifiable defense before, so this time it should rightly be judged as excessive defense. Only by thinking this way could he find some semblance of calm. Subsequently, Qin Guangtai turned to the prosecution's seat. The prosecution will now present its statement. Chapter 65, Verdict of Acquittal. Immediate release. Wang Tsong inhaled deeply and commenced his final statement. "Your Honor, we assert that Wang Hao's actions have exceeded the bounds of self-defense. His excessive response has resulted in the deaths of 3 individuals. Although these 3 were members of a notorious criminal gang, they too possessed human rights. Moreover, they were a family, and their demise signifies the disintegration of a household. The law seeks equality for all. While Zhao Wu and his accomplices kidnapped Wang Hao and violated his sister and mother, their crimes do not warrant death. Such matters should be adjudicated by the court, not resolved through Wang Hao's personal vendetta. Therefore, I implore the court to impose a severe penalty for Wang Hao's ruthless retaliation and restore justice to the human rights of the Zhao family." Wang Tsong understood he could only insist on Wang Hao's excessive self-defense. Upon concluding, he turned to the bench. "That is my statement." Bang. Qin Guangtai struck the gavel. The prosecution had completed its presentation. Now, the defense was invited to speak. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Lin Mo maintaining his composure. Lin Mo produced a pre-prepared document and stated, "Your Honor, our argument is as follows. What Attorney Wang just articulated is indeed correct. The law strives for equality for all. So I ask, has Wang Hao's family, as a marginalized group, received the protection of the law? Wang Hao's sister, Wang Yan, a mute, toils for 16 hours a day on an assembly line, while his mother, disabled, was dismissed from her job and resorted to borrowing money to open a barbecue stall, only to become ensnared in the web of usury, dragging their family into despair. What heinous acts have they committed to deserve such suffering? No, they have done nothing wrong. They are merely ordinary members of society, whose humble aspiration is to earn a modest living to support their brother's education and improve their circumstances. Yet, this simple dream has been trampled by Zhao Wu and his criminal syndicate. And now you tell me that resisting the scoundrels like Zhao Wu has its limits, and that Wang Hao has exceeded those limits, rendering his actions excessive self-defense, even intentional homicide? Why did Zhao Wu not consider limits while engaging in usury? Lin Mo paused, inhaled deeply, and then addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Why do we rally around Wang Hao and voice our grievances on his behalf? Is it not because this case is a gross injustice that evokes a profound sense of dread and fear among the masses? Let us not forget that in our nation, there are countless individuals like Wang Hao. If they encounter violent groups like Zhao Wu and are unable to take up arms to defend their rights, how tragic that would be. If resisting violence is deemed a crime, and if opposing my oppressors leads to severe penalties, then what purpose does the law serve? The case of Wang Hao perfectly aligns with the conditions of justifiable defense. If such a degree of resistance were to be deemed excessive and result in death, must the law demand that Wang Hao endure all humiliation? Is our legal system, then, covertly shielding criminal organizations like Zhao Wu's? I believe that, given the law's inherent fairness, and as the defense attorney who has provided an explanation for justifiable defense, the law should restore justice for Wang Hao. Your Honor, I conclude my statement. At this moment, Lin Mo's expression grew increasingly solemn. On the bench, Chen Guangtai felt as though he were being interrogated by Lin Mo, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Such audacity, to exert pressure even within the courtroom. At this juncture, Chen Guangtai raised the gavel. Bang, bang, bang. The final statements from both sides have concluded, and now, the verdict will be announced. Clerk, all rise. The presiding judge will now read the verdict. With that, everyone in the courtroom stood, not a whisper among them. All eyes focused intently on Chen Guangtai. Wang Yin and her daughter, Zhang Hui, clasped their hands tightly, worry etched on their faces as they gazed at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's heart began to race uncontrollably. Online, all major live streams fell into an eerie silence. Even the commentators ceased their remarks, holding their breath in anticipation. Chen Guangtai glanced at the materials before announcing, the origin of this case lies in the appellant's dissatisfaction with the first instance ruling, prompting this appeal. This hearing serves as the second instance litigation. The court has. He then proceeded to declare the verdict. Following deliberation among the panel, regarding the appellant's claims, first, concerning Wang Hao's counterattack against Zhao Wu and his accomplices, in accordance with Article 20 of our criminal law, which stipulates the regulations of justifiable defense, when faced with an ongoing serious violent crime, including but not limited to assault, intentional homicide, robbery, rape, or kidnapping, acts that pose a direct and severe threat to an individual's personal safety, the defensive measures taken by the individual, even if they lead to the injury or death of the unlawful aggressor, shall not be regarded as exceeding the necessary limits of defense and, thus, shall not incur criminal liability. In this case, the defensive actions taken by Wang Hao meet all criteria for justifiable defense. It is now determined that the first instance ruling is revoked. Wang Hao acted in justifiable defense and bears no criminal responsibility. He is acquitted. Released immediately. Boom. The declaration of acquittal reverberated like thunder in the minds of all present. Wang Tsong felt as though his mind had been shattered. This is impossible. There has never been a ruling in favor of justifiable defense before. Why? Wang Hao killed 3 men. How can this be justifiable defense? Upon hearing the verdict, Wang Hao's taut nerves finally relaxed. Acquitted. Truly acquitted. He burst into tears, the long-standing oppression and the shadows of life dissipating in that moment. He had finally embraced justice and freedom. And the architect of it all, he gazed at Lin Mo with tears of gratitude in his eyes. It is he, the very savior of my life. It is he who arrives bearing justice, rescuing me from the depths of despair. It is he who has guided me in the pursuit of my own rightful justice. It is he who has shattered the chains that bound me. How can one not be overwhelmed with tears of gratitude? How can one not be filled with exhilaration? Chapter 66. Ecstasy. The opposing lawyer is convicted. As the tears of freedom fell from Wang Hao's eyes, a collective realization swept over the crowd. The young man who had bravely defended himself against 3 gangsters was indeed innocent. This revelation struck particularly hard among the legal professionals who had closely monitored the case. Harboring the most pessimistic views, they were utterly astonished. An acquittal like this had never occurred in the annals of our nation's legal history. Indeed, in the past, particularly during the stringent crackdowns of the 1990s, murderers were typically sentenced to immediate execution, with life imprisonment or death sentences being virtually non-existent. The very notion that Wang Hao could be exonerated was unfathomable. In the courtroom, emotions erupted as attendees engaged in fervent discussions, barely able to contain their excitement. Among them, Wang Hao's sister, Wang Yin, and their mother, Yang Hui, were the most affected. Upon hearing the verdict, tears streamed down their faces, a testament to their arduous journey. At that moment, an elderly woman with a head of white hair stood up in the audience, leaning on her cane. She directed her ire at Judge Chun Guangtai, exclaiming, You corrupt official, a judge who accepts bribes. You must have taken money from the Wang family. How much do you want? The Zhao family can afford it. 1 million? 2 million? 3 million? Just ensure Wang Hao receives the death penalty. The elderly woman's vehement accusations drew the attention of many. Judge Chun Guangtai maintained his composure, casting a disapproving glare at her. He recognized this woman as the mother of the deceased, Zhao Wu, and the grandmother of Zhao Xinglong and Zhao Xinghong. When her threats proved ineffective, she turned her frustration towards Wang Song, shouting, Lawyer Wang, what on earth is going on? After I paid you so much, this is the outcome? Didn't you promise a surety of execution for Wang Hao? The old woman gasped, struggling to catch her breath. While her younger relatives rushed to support her, Wang Song remained silent, his mind in turmoil, unsure of how to respond. Bang, bang, bang. Judge Chun Guangtai struck the gavel, commanding silence. The verdict has not yet concluded. This proclamation drew everyone's attention back to the proceedings. How could the judgment still be ongoing after Wang Hao's acquittal? At this juncture, Judge Chun continued to deliver his ruling. Secondly, the appellant has accused the prosecution's lawyer of perjury. After deliberation, the court finds that Wang Song, as the prosecution's attorney, meets the criteria of the perpetrator in the offense of perjury, specifically, the record keeper. Thus, the charge of perjury is established. Due to orchestrating a conspiracy involving 8 individuals, with severe ramifications, he is sentenced to 5 years in prison. At this pronouncement, the courtroom fell into stunned silence. Wait. Who was convicted? Goodness. It was the prosecution's lawyer, Wang Song. It suddenly dawned on everyone. During the hearing, Lawyer Lin had indeed accused Wang Song of committing perjury. Yes, the subsequent arguments regarding self-defense presented by Lawyer Lin were so compelling that this critical detail had nearly been overlooked. Ah, how delightful. This unscrupulous lawyer has finally faced justice. It feels utterly liberating. I suddenly recalled that Lawyer Lin's previous opponent, Ning Hong, had also been sent to prison. A double victory. Lawyer Lin has achieved a remarkable feat. My goodness, indeed, who would dare to sue Lin Mo now? Instantly, the entire spectator area erupted in laughter. It was one thing for the defense attorney to be brought in, but seeing the prosecution's lawyer sent in as well was a first. Even the judge offered no leniency. At that moment, Wang Song finally emerged from the shock of Wang Hao's acquittal, thinking, did I just hear my name? He felt rather bewildered, but in the next instant, he felt a chill in his hands. Snap. He realized his hands had been restrained. Looking down, he was met with the sight of gleaming silver handcuffs. Flanking him were 2 law enforcement officers. How could they have cuffed me as well? Wang Song was momentarily stunned, but then it dawned on him. Ah, yes. Lin Mo had accused him of perjury. That damn scoundrel. Wang Song felt tears welling up in his eyes. Earlier, he had managed to deceive himself into believing that if he won Wang Hao's case, he would pocket 500,000. Serving time wouldn't be an issue. He could appeal and might be out in less than a year. It was merely a charge of perjury. Yet now, not only had he lost the case, but he had also been sentenced to 5 years. What a calamity! He immediately shouted, Your Honor, perjury carries a sentence of under 3 years. Isn't a 5-year sentence excessively harsh? Chun Guangtai cast him a sidelong glance and replied coldly, For circumstances deemed not severe, the sentence is under 3 years. For more severe cases, up to 7 years. What is this? Are you seeking a 7-year sentence instead? Wang Song promptly closed his mouth, suppressing the urge to curse. He understood that with the nature of this case, he could indeed be sentenced to 7 years. There was no recourse. His head drooped in defeat. At that moment, the most exhilarated individual was undoubtedly Xia Ling. You're inside now. Remember how you glared at us during the trial? Take that, you unscrupulous lawyer. Enjoy your time in prison. Xia Ling waved her fists, brimming with excitement. Bang. Chun Guangtai struck the gavel again. Silence. The courtroom fell immediately quiet. For the verdict was not yet complete. Chun Guangtai continued. 3. Regarding the compensation claimed by the plaintiffs, according to international compensation laws, the court that rendered the first judgment and the agency that issued the arrest warrant shall jointly bear the compensation obligation, compensating Wang Hao. 4. The relevant institutions that have caused significant harm to Wang Hao's reputation are required to issue a formal apology. This case is a second instance ruling. For those who contest, the judgment shall be issued within 10 days. Bang, bang, bang. The authoritative gavel fell. The court is adjourned. With that announcement, the courtroom erupted in chaos. Not only was Wang Hao acquitted, but even the prosecuting lawyer had been sentenced to 5 years. This case was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Wang Song collapsed into his chair, his face a mask of despair. He had never imagined he would lose so utterly. He was even sent to prison. He had effectively buried his own career. Simultaneously, the law enforcement officers wore smiles as they removed the handcuffs from Wang Hao's wrists. Congratulations! Everyone patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. A just verdict always brings immense joy. The moment he regained his freedom, Wang Hao rushed directly towards Lin Mo. Standing before Lin Mo, his emotions surged, and although he had much to express, his excitement rendered him speechless and incoherent. Lin Mo gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not thank me. The ones who have exerted the most effort for you are lawyer Chiao Ying, your sister, and your mother. Direct your gratitude towards them." Wang Hao solemnly nodded and approached Chiao Ying, yet at that moment, she was even more overwhelmed than he was. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she choked back her emotions and patted Wang Hao's shoulder, urging, "There is no need to thank me. Go on. Your sister and mother are waiting for you." Yes. In the next instant, Wang Hao swiftly turned and ran towards Wang Yin and his mother, Yang Hui. Wang Yin, supporting her mother who had difficulty walking, also made her way towards him. The moment the three reunited, they embraced tightly. This scene brought tears to the eyes of many onlookers. A deaf-mute sister and a mother with a disability, such a pitiable and vulnerable family. If not for the efforts of Lin Mo and Chiao Ying, what would have become of their fates? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Yet, at least for now, the outcome was nothing short of perfect. Just then, Chun Guangtai announced another piece of news. Ahem. I have just received notice that the Wang Hao self-defense case is quite typical. Lawyer Lin Mo's argument regarding justifiable defense was exceptionally compelling, and the Supreme Court intends to designate this case as a guiding precedent. Some individuals appeared perplexed. What is a guiding case? Meanwhile, seasoned legal practitioners widened their eyes in realization. It's quite simple. Have you ever worked on example problems in school? Yes, I have. Being included as a guiding case means that the Wang Hao self-defense case serves as an example. Henceforth, all cases related to justifiable defense can reference this one. In simpler terms, for justifiable defense cases, you can follow lawyer Lin Mo's line of reasoning. What? That's incredible. At that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Initially, they had doubted, or even confidently predicted, that the court would rule the defense as excessive. Yet the outcome surpassed all expectations. Not only was justifiable defense acknowledged, resulting in his acquittal, but it also became a guiding case. This was truly unforeseen. Chapter 67. Her thought process is quite unique after an insightful exposition by a group of seasoned legal experts. Many novice attorneys have begun to grasp the true significance of the matter at hand, until a more formidable case emerges. Lin Mo's line of defense stands as the most cogent. The name Lin Mo shall be inscribed in the annals of legal history. Amidst the collective admiration, there exists one individual whose thought process diverges from the rest. Ah, how amusing. Wang Song, you shall forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. I can hardly contain my laughter. Xiao Ling, hands on her hips, pointed at Wang Song, laughing uncontrollably, while everyone rejoiced at the prospect of Lin Mo's triumph being recorded. They seemed to overlook that the thoroughly humiliated Wang Song would also be chronicled. Every observer of this case would revisit Wang Song's catastrophic performance. For Wang Song, is it not the most humiliating fate to be eternally enshrined in the history of law? Xiao Ling's assertions were undeniably accurate. Oh my goodness. Wang Song was already engulfed in frustration, a tempest of emotions swelling within him, his veins bulging ominously. He was on the brink of an explosive outburst. Then, at this critical juncture, Xiao Ling delivered a devastating blow. Must I remind you of your place on the pillar of shame? With that, Wang Song spewed a mouthful of blood, pointing at Xiao Ling and Lin Mo. You are taking this too far. Before he could finish, he coughed up another mouthful of blood and fainted. This dramatic spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. Can it truly be that someone could be so enraged as to vomit blood? This is utterly preposterous. I seriously suspect that Lin Mo's assistant is the true powerhouse here. Good heavens, Lin Mo articulated a multitude of arguments. Yet this assistant's single utterance completely dismantled Wang Song's defenses. If memory serves, during the last trial, she had even shattered a courtroom chair this time. It seems rather civilized. The assembled crowd instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Upon witnessing Wang Song's bloodshed, Xiao Ling immediately covered her mouth and retreated behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled softly. It's all right. You haven't committed any crime. But I just uttered a profanity. It must have been broadcast live. This will ruin my image as a lady, Xiao Ling lamented, placing particular emphasis on the word lady. Lady? Lin Mo's eyes twitched slightly. Since when do you aspire to be a lady? Xiaoling trembled slightly. Her voice tinged with fear. My mentor witnessed my previous courtroom altercation and insisted that I must comport myself more ladylike, lest he hang me up for a beating upon my return to the mountains. Truly hang you up? Indeed. He would hang me from a tree and strike me. Xiaoling appeared genuinely terrified. Intriguing. I wish to see that. Lin Mo nodded. Oh dear. Boss. The courtroom proceedings had finally concluded. As the group made their way out of the courthouse, Wang Hao supported his mother, Yang Hui, who continually expressed her gratitude towards Lin Mo, Xiaoying, and Xiaoling. A heart filled with gratitude cannot be adequately expressed. As for the notion of compensation, Lin Mo chuckled, for he had never contemplated such a reward while undertaking this case. Moreover, the reward had already materialized in the form of the Jianghai International Building's office space, along with the addition of public interest lawyer Xiaoying, which would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the law firm. Currently, as an entrepreneur aspiring to expand and strengthen the firm, acquiring talent is of paramount importance. The moment he stepped out of the courthouse, he was met with a throng of reporters, all armed with cameras, eagerly focused on their group. Outside the courthouse, a sea of people had gathered, with various journalists keenly observing Lin Mo. Even Xiaoling could feel the piercing gazes akin to those of ravenous wolves. Wang Hao was under the greatest scrutiny, with nearly half the cameras trained upon him. The significance and sensationalism of this case were at their zenith, as every media outlet sought to secure an exclusive interview. After all, it was a case of a death sentence being overturned to a not guilty verdict, the acquittal of someone who had been convicted of murdering 3 individuals. The hype and influence were indeed overwhelming. In the next moment, a multitude of journalists surged forward, encircling Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, are you aware that you have achieved the first ruling on justifiable defense? What are your thoughts on this? Mr. Lin, some claim that your arguments regarding justifiable defense have propelled judicial progress. What do you make of this? Mr. Lin, it has been reported that the Wang Hao counterkill case has been selected as a guiding case. Are you pleased? Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding Wang Hao was equally fervent. The transition from a death sentence to acquittal had ignited widespread curiosity regarding his feelings on the matter. Lin Mo offered only brief responses, predominantly reiterating the name of Xuanhe law firm, effectively promoting it. He had little more to say, as the fervent expressions had already been articulated within the courtroom. He believed that snippets of the proceedings would soon circulate online. Lin Mo also brought Xiaoying and Xiaoling closer to shield himself from the barrage of inquiries. Xiaoying's responses were comprehensive. After years in public interest litigation, she was well versed in such matters. In contrast, Xiaoling, who had previously exhibited a fierce demeanor, now answered questions with an air of shyness and restraint. Assistant Xia, it seems you did not play a significant role in the courtroom debate. Were you specifically invited by Mr. Lin to distract the opposing counsel? Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's lips twitched, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. She wanted to retort, but, recalling that the footage would soon be broadcast, she composed herself and even flashed a sweet smile. Oh no, all the directives were issued by lawyer Lin. In truth, I am quite the lady. In that moment, Xiaoling resembled the charming girl next door, her sweetness almost disarming. The journalists exchanged bewildered glances, sensing something amiss. After all, she was the same person who had previously flipped over a chair and body-slammed the opposing lawyer in the courtroom. Lin Mo, however, could not be bothered to explain. He decided to let her speak as she wished, recognizing her contributions. After all, she had gathered all the incriminating evidence against Wang Kong. With that, Lin Mo discreetly slipped away, as he had just received a notification from the system. The system had granted the rewards for this assignment, and more importantly, it had indicated that upon concluding this lawsuit, he would be upgraded to level 2. New features had been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host on your upgrade. The lawyer competency assessment feature has now been unlocked for you. What is the lawyer competency assessment? An analysis of a lawyer's combat effectiveness? Chapter 68. The future of the law firm, a premier red circle firm. Upon activating the system in his mind, a new feature indeed materialized. Lawyer competency evaluation feature. Usage. Consume points to assess the target lawyer's capabilities, encompassing litigation skills, non-litigation abilities, and future potential. Points. As he continued to explore, there was indeed a section for points. Shall we commence the points calculation? Yes. Case ratings. School bullying case, 70 points. Good. Marriage fraud case, 75 points. Good. Wang Hao's counterattack case, 90 points, excellent. Points allocation, school bullying case 30. Marriage fraud case 30, Wang Hao's counterattack case 60, current total points, 120, each case awarded a different number of points. Yet the criteria for assessment left Lin Mo somewhat perplexed. Why did the first two cases only garner scores in the 70s, while Wang Hao's case achieved a score of 90? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo discerned the reason. It likely pertained to the demonstration of legal acumen. His legal prowess in the school bullying and marriage fraud cases was not particularly high. It hinged on identifying pivotal elements. Conversely, Wang Hao's case was a clear testament to the effective application of legal expertise. Thus, the more challenging the case, the greater the points awarded. What purpose do these points serve? Lin Mo's gaze fell upon Xia Ling, who was being interviewed nearby, prompting the system to present a notification. Would you like to evaluate Xia Ling's competencies? The assessment encompasses litigation abilities, non-litigation skills, and potential, costing a total of 30 points. With each individual assessment costing 10 points. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. This feature was indeed advantageous. It not only facilitated the identification of competent lawyers, but also allowed for the evaluation of opposing counsel's capabilities. However, he ultimately refrained from assessing Xia Ling. With only 120 points at his disposal, he was reluctant to squander them. Lin Mo had a fair understanding of Xia Ling's abilities. As a recent graduate from a prestigious law school, she represented an average level of competency, likely requiring 3 more years to practice independently. Presently, he was more interested in her physical prowess and her occasional sharp-tongued tactics to unsettle her adversaries. If his intuition served him well, Xia Ling's true potential lay in manipulating opponents' mindsets. Should she practice independently in the future, her adversaries might find themselves psychologically destabilized before the trial even commenced. Lin Mo also chose not to evaluate Xiao Ying. He had reviewed her cases and found her to be an average all-rounder, a competent practitioner in various litigations. Her skills hovering around the level of a top-tier lawyer. Should she hone her focus in a particular litigation field, she might ascend to the elite ranks. However, that was not her path, as her aim was to assist a diverse clientele. So whom should he evaluate? Lin Mo contemplated saving his points, as the firm was entering a phase of expansion, providing an opportune moment to assess the capabilities of prospective candidates. Having established a law firm, he was determined to cultivate it diligently. Whether in his past life or the present, Lin Mo's aspiration was to create a premier law firm. A top-tier firm could attract a multitude of legal talents, wielding immense power for both public service and legal support, thereby upholding justice with formidable strength. As for making money, it is nothing short of a frenzy. A top-tier law firm engages in a multitude of industries. Beyond the realm of litigation, it also encompasses non-litigious fields such as providing legal support for corporate mergers and acquisitions, capital markets, investment funds, and banking finance, among others. These are all exceptionally lucrative endeavors. Elevating a law firm to the pinnacle of the industry and generating substantial profits while adeptly upholding justice is no simple feat. Reputation plays a pivotal role in this pursuit. Only by attaining prominence can one attract collaborations with companies, secure cases, and ultimately generate revenue, thus entering a virtuous cycle. For one's own law firm to grow robust and influential, it is essential to expand its business, establish a notable reputation, and attract talent. Previously, upon witnessing Xiao Ying being bullied at Jianghai International Building, Lin Mo had already contemplated the possibility of bringing Xiao Ying under his wing. After all, Xiao Ying's reputation is considerable, and her charity law firm boasts a long-standing history. Integrating her firm could provide substantial support to his own. Lin Mo even envisioned establishing a dedicated public interest litigation department for her within Xuanhe Law Firm. This department has an impressive legacy of 4 years, with the achievements of the charity firm prominently featured. Compared to other cases, engaging in public interest litigation is the swiftest path to enhancing a law firm's reputation. Moreover, given Xiao Ying's extensive experience in this field, she likely possesses numerous connections for case sources. Of course, a formal contract with Xiao Ying has yet to be signed. What if she is unwilling? However, such a scenario seems unlikely. Lin Mo's plan is to first elevate the reputation of Xuanhe, gradually gather talent, expand business, and ultimately emerge as a leading law firm in the country. Building a top-tier law firm from scratch is exceedingly challenging. Despite the current buzz surrounding him, it merely brings a slight increase in visibility to the firm. At this stage, it is not just a matter of competing with illustrious firms like Jinhan. Even Huang Xian's father's Yongyuan firm overshadows his own. Given the current stature of the firm, it is unlikely that accomplished lawyers would consider applying. In light of this, Lin Mo glanced at the new features provided by the system and smiled. This functionality comes at an opportune moment. If no one is coming to them, they must unearth talent themselves. The only significant challenge lies in sourcing cases, which will require their own efforts. This is no easy task. Just then, a car halted in front of them, and a group of individuals clad in prosecutorial attire emerged, each with a solemn expression. Lin Mo took a glance and furrowed his brow, promptly following suit. These must be the prosecutors from Shanghai, and it was evident that they were not pleased. After all, he had sent their appointed public prosecutor into custody. Who would be happy about that? Soon, they arrived at the location where Chiu Ying was being interviewed, and upon seeing them, Wang Hao instinctively took a few steps back. Memories of his interrogation flooded back, causing him to feel a bit anxious. Lin Mo positioned himself behind him, signaling for him to remain calm. At that moment, the leading man stood directly in front of Wang Hao and solemnly bowed. Mr. Wang, it is a grave oversight on our part that has caused you such distress, and we extend our sincerest apologies. We have come here today at the behest of the court to discuss matters of compensation with you. Wang Hao appeared momentarily taken aback. Lin Mo, too, was surprised by the prosecutor's unexpected visit. After a brief contemplation, he chuckled, realizing they were perhaps apprehensive of reprimand. Let us proceed to discuss, Lin Mo suggested. Subsequently, the group returned to the courthouse for negotiations. Lin Mo leaned closer to Chiu Ying and whispered, "You shall handle the compensation discussions." Chiu Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Mo was not particularly adept at negotiating compensation, whereas Chiu Ying frequently encountered such discussions in her public interest litigation endeavors. Thus, within the confines of the conference room, the court, prosecution, and Wang Hao convened to deliberate. At this juncture, Chiu Ying adopted a tenacious stance, striving to secure a greater sum for Wang Hao's family, viewing any additional funds as a form of restitution. Meanwhile, the online discourse was abuzz with excitement. Prominent legal commentators were fervently analyzing Lin Mo's elucidation of the doctrine of justifiable defense. Luo Daxiang expressed high praise, stating, "This marks a novel interpretation of justifiable defense." And Lin Mo has significantly advanced judicial progress. Following his remarks, Luo Daxiang felt a profound sense of satisfaction, astonished that a complex issue had been clarified by Lin Mo. Truly, he thought, the youth is exceptionally promising. At that moment, however, Luo Daxiang's mind was suddenly besieged by thoughts of a particularly vexing and infuriating case, the Pingcheng psychiatric murder case. This case had caused considerable consternation for the prosecution and had ignited significant public outrage in Pingcheng. Believing their resources to be limited, the prosecution had already enlisted numerous public prosecutors, all of whom had deemed the case too challenging and subsequently withdrew. With no viable options left, the Pingcheng prosecution sought Luo Daxiang's counsel. He, too, had been troubled by this case and had struggled to devise a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not enlist Lin Mo to tackle this case? He recalled Lin Mo's impressive legal acumen demonstrated during the Wang Hao counterattack case, coupled with his status as the founder of a small law firm. Surely, he would be in search of cases to collaborate on. And if he managed to resolve this matter adeptly, a partnership with the Pingcheng prosecution could very well emerge. He would likely not pass up such an opportunity. Moreover, knowing Lin Mo, he might just possess some ingenious insights. Excitedly, Luo Daxiang opened his platform account and sent a private message to Lin Mo. Chapter 69. The Merger of Law Firms. Your dreams, I shall support. Within the confines of the courtroom's conference room, representatives of the Compensation Authority were present. Chiu Ying exhibited an exceedingly formidable demeanor, coupled with an exceptionally adept negotiation technique. Initially, the prosecution and the court agreed to a mere compensation of 150,000. However, through Chiu Ying's strategic maneuvering, she first appealed to the prosecution and the court from the perspective of marginalized and oppressed groups. Subsequently, she adopted a resolute stance to underscore the grave implications of Wang Hao's wrongful conviction, highlighting the potential repercussions of insufficient compensation on public opinion. She emphasized the significant impact on Wang Hao's reputation and future. Ultimately, she referenced the national compensation law to substantiate her arguments. Under the dual pressure of Chiu Ying's soft and hard tactics, both the court and the prosecution found it increasingly difficult to withstand the pressure, resulting in the compensation amount rising from 150,000 to 450,000. The initial modest compensation was attributed to the brief duration of Wang Hao's detention, as he had only officially served 10 days between the first and second trials. "Are there any further demands from either side?" inquired a staff member from the compensation authority. At this juncture, Chuckles cast a glance at Lin Mo, silently inquiring if there was anything else that could be raised. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo recognized that while the compensation from the court and the prosecution was nearly satisfactory, they must not overlook the Zhao family. Given their extensive involvement in illicit enterprises and their previous maltreatment of Wang Yin and her daughter, as well as their assault on Wang Hao, it was inconceivable that they would not seek compensation. Thus, Lin Mo spoke up. "Esteemed colleagues from the prosecution, my firm's attorney, Chio, possesses substantial evidence regarding the Zhao family's criminal activities. Might we assist in prosecuting the Zhao family for damages pertaining to Wang Hao's emotional distress?" The middle-aged man leading the prosecution, who had believed he had successfully navigated past Chuckles, suddenly found Lin Mo's unexpected interjection intriguing. Upon hearing this, his eyes brightened. "Attorney Chio possesses their criminal records?" Chuckles nodded, taken aback that Lin Mo had proposed seeking compensation from the Zhao family. It was a notion she had not considered. "I have documentation regarding Zhao Wu's gang engaging in usury and assaulting Wang Yin and her daughter, as well as evidence of his brother Zhao Long's involvement in distributing pornographic videos. He has several associates, likely involved in similar enterprises," Lin Mo elaborated. The prosecution, upon hearing this, instantly perked up. "We can assist in prosecuting the Zhao family, but we will require Attorney Cho's documentation. Who would not desire readily available evidence? Compelling the police to investigate might not yield reliable results." "Very well, it is settled. We shall follow up on this matter." Thus, the discussion regarding compensation concluded. The group exited the conference room and departed the courthouse. Wang Hao, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Lawyer Lin, is it truly possible to receive 450,000 for my family? That is an astronomical figure." Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this sum is compensation for the wrongful conviction. You may use this money for your university living expenses, to renovate your small home, or even to rent a storefront for your sister and mother to establish a barbecue business, alleviating their burdens." The prospect of a life he had never dared to envision now lay before Wang Hao, and he could no longer contain his emotions. "Lawyers Lin and Chio, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I shall bow to you." Overcome with tears, Wang Hao knelt down, intending to express his gratitude in the most profound manner. However, a hand gently pressed against his forehead. The man, kneeling before the heavens, the earth, and his parents, realized that the road ahead was still long. He must hold his head high and continue on with his sister and mother. Lin Mo's voice echoed in his ears. Wang Hao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading to the ground. Throughout his life, their family had endured relentless bullying. This was the first time someone had extended a helping hand. Such profound sentiment left Wang Hao in a torrent of tears. At that moment, his mother, Yang Hui, attempted to kneel as well, only to be swiftly supported by Chuckles. "Aunt Yang, what are you doing?" Summer Ling rushed over to embrace Wang Yin, exclaiming, "Sister, you mustn't kneel." Chuckles, with a hint of reproach in her smile, said, "Wang Hao and Zhang, I and Lawyer Lin are here to assist you in your legal battle, not to have you bow before us. We want you to stand tall and reclaim your dignity." "Yes, Lawyer Chio, Lawyer Lin." Wang Hao stood tall, his expression resolute. This scene was captured by numerous journalists outside, transforming into a photograph brimming with gratitude and renewal. Once shared online, it elicited countless knowing smiles. Wang Hao departed with his sister and mother, planning to take a year off from school to implement Lin Mo's vision, to build a house, establish a barbecue restaurant, and ensure a stable life for his sister and mother before returning to his studies. Lin Mo and his companions also boarded the car back to the law firm. Inside, Lin Mo glanced at Chuckles, who touched her face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Lin Mo did not reply, but inquired, "Lawyer Chio, what are your plans moving forward?" "Plans? To continue as a public interest lawyer," she responded. "And how will you support yourself? Who will take care of you?" "Well," Xiao Ying's face flushed as she stammered, "I don't think I'll starve." At that moment, Lin Mo smiled, producing a document. "Lawyer Chio, this is a merger agreement. I am acquiring your public interest law firm, and you will become a partner at my Shunhe law firm. I will establish a dedicated public interest litigation department for you, with funding sourced from our own lawyers. What do you think?" "Eh? Acquiring? Partner?" Xiao Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. She had thought Lin Mo was merely offering a kind gesture, not intending to acquire her firm. A law firm operating at a loss seemed futile. However, her expression soon shifted to one of relief and gratitude. Lawyer Lin. Did you have this in mind from the very beginning? A win-win collaboration, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Both were astute individuals, and Xiaoying understood the underlying intent. Meanwhile, Summer Ling, sitting nearby, seemed to catch on to key phrases: who will support you, acquisition, and having designs on someone, words more suited to a drama than real life. She leaned in, convinced she had uncovered a monumental secret, and mischievously asked, "Oh, boss, are you planning to support Lawyer Chiu?" Lin Mo's expression darkened at her words. Where had she heard such a thing? Xiaoying chuckled and gratefully responded, "Since someone supports my dream, I am truly thankful." Xiaoying elegantly tossed her short hair and confidently signed her name on Lin Mo's contract with a flourish. "Lawyer Lin, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Not only did Xiaoying not oppose the merger, but she was also immensely grateful. Without Lin Mo, she would have felt lost and uncertain about her path forward. Without Lin Mo's acquisition, she would have been at a loss regarding how to pursue her dreams. "I shall rely on your support." Lin Mo extended his right hand, and the two shook hands, officially becoming partners. "I want to shake hands too. I am part of the organization," Xia Ling exclaimed excitedly, extending her hand. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Xia Ling, you performed admirably this time. I will arrange a bonus for you." "Hooray!" Xia Ling rejoiced. With a smile, Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and picked up his phone to unwind. Upon opening the platform's account backend, he noticed a private message from a mutual follower. Given that Lin Mo had few mutual followers, he opened it to find Luo Xiang? "Oh no, it's Luo de Xiang. He's reaching out to me. What could this be about?" Lin Mo glanced at the message with surprise. Is he really seeking legal representation? What kind of case could he possibly have that he can't handle himself? Chapter 70. The grievous case of the psychopath murderer, another hellish challenge? What astonished Lin Mo even more was the remarkably humble tone of Luo Daxiang. He had sent a message stating, "Lawyer Lin, I am Luo Daxiang. Should you see this private message, I would appreciate a reply as I have an important matter to discuss." Without hesitation, Lin Mo recognized that in the nascent stage of his entrepreneurial endeavors, the most critical asset was establishing connections. Engaging with someone like Luo Daxiang would surely yield benefits. He replied, "Professor Luo, I am here. If there is an opportunity for collaboration, please feel free to add me on WeChat." The ensuing communication flowed effortlessly, and after a brief exchange, they returned to the matter at hand. Luo Daxiang inquired, "Lawyer Lin, have you followed the Pingqing psychopath murder case?" Lin Mo recalled encountering it previously, but had been too preoccupied with the Wang Hao murder case to delve into the details. "Could you provide a comprehensive dossier?" he requested. While it was possible to find fragmented information online, he preferred to receive the most detailed account directly. "Of course, I will send it to you," Luo Daxiang replied. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo received a file containing a thorough account of the case and its developments, including the prosecution process, which could be deemed confidential. Upon perusing the document, Lin Mo could not help but furrow his brow. The case was profoundly distressing, recounting how a patient suffering from schizophrenia had murdered 3 individuals and inflicted injuries on several others, yet was acquitted by the court and merely committed to a psychiatric hospital for compulsory treatment. The most infuriating aspect was that this psychopath's first victim was a young girl, and the court, citing Article 18 of the criminal law, ruled that when an individual is unable to discern their actions or effectively control them, leading to harmful consequences, and this condition has been legally assessed and confirmed, they shall bear no criminal responsibility. Consequently, the psychopath was deemed not guilty and sent for treatment in a mental institution. Not long after, this individual escaped and perpetrated an even more heinous massacre. This time, he raped a newlywed girl and murdered a middle-aged man. The prosecution initiated another lawsuit. But once again, the Pingqing High Court deemed him incapable of recognizing his actions during the crime and ruled him not guilty, subsequently sending him back to the psychiatric hospital for enforced treatment. This verdict incited outrage among the populace of Pingqing, with even the local prosecutors expressing their fury. The prosecutor presiding over the case slammed the table in court while rebuking the presiding judge. There were extreme members of the public who threatened to take justice into their own hands and administer vigilante punishment. The tragedy of this case was so profound that even Lin Mo, upon learning about the victims' backgrounds, felt deeply moved. The first victim was a girl who had just graduated from high school, raised by her grandfather. He operated a small vegetable stall at the market to support her education, enabling her to attend university. Tragically, she was murdered by the psychopath, leaving her elderly grandfather alone. In his youth, the grandfather had lost his wife, son, and daughter-in-law. And ultimately, he lost his only granddaughter. During the interview, the grandfather silently shed tears, repeatedly wiping them away with his rough hands while lamenting, "My dear, it is I who failed to protect you. You were so close to attending university." What was most heart-wrenching was his assertion, "I believe justice will prevail against the wicked." Yet, the final verdict declared the perpetrator insane and thus not guilty. The second victim was a newlywed, who had just begun her journey into matrimony, a month into her marriage and expecting a child, only to fall victim to this heinous act. Her husband, during the interview, fainted several times, bewildered as to why a criminal with a history of mental illness could so easily escape from a psychiatric institution to commit further atrocities. The third victim was a middle-aged man who owned a butcher shop, toiling from dawn till dusk to provide for his family. He juggled mortgage payments and car loans, had sent one child to university, and recently welcomed a second child, while caring for elderly parents from both sides. He was the undeniable backbone of his family. On the day the verdict was announced, his wife collapsed in tears at the courthouse, cradling their young daughter. In these three cases, each individual possessed irrefutable reasons to be spared from such tragedies. Yet, reality proved unforgiving. The most disheartening aspect was the inability to bring the true culprit to justice. The citizens of Pengcheng felt a surge of indignation and frustration, expressing their outrage online, with even some resorting to defacing the courthouse. Public resentment had reached a boiling point, ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Mo took out his phone to check the latest news, noting the scant coverage and apparent suppression of the story by officials, hesitant to report extensively until the matter was thoroughly resolved. This case was undeniably horrific, and the most infuriating part was the executioner's immunity from punishment. Lin Mo also viewed segments of interviews with the victims' families, observing their stoic faces after enduring the initial agony. The solitary grandfather wore a look of despair, his eyes devoid of life. The newlywed husband bore a cold expression, his gaze filled with wrath. The eldest son of the middle-aged man appeared resigned to his fate. From their eyes, Lin Mo sensed their profound disillusionment with the law. Perhaps their next step would be to resort to vigilante justice. After viewing the footage, Lin Mo sent a message, "Teacher Luo, given the situation, why does the court remain so steadfast?" Luo Daxiang promptly relayed a message from the presiding judge. This was Judge Jiang, who had served as presiding judge in 2 trials and was renowned for his adage, "The law is devoid of compassion. All is dictated by the law." Lin Mo understood that within the legal system, there exists a faction of individuals who operate like unyielding machines, impervious to public sentiment, rendering judgments solely based on statutes to uphold the law's sanctity. Judge Jiang, with his austere demeanor, was one such individual, regardless of external pressures or threats. He remained resolute in his decisions. What did the forensic department conclude? Lin Mo pondered, aware that in such cases, a single psychiatric evaluation could not warrant a not guilty verdict. If 2 assessments yielded the same result, it would genuinely indicate a severe mental illness, compounded by a dehumanizing evaluation process. Luo Daxiang conducted the most rigorous assessment, employing both biological and psychological evaluations, supplemented by an extensive 48-hour comprehensive examination, as well as surprise inspections of the individual's daily life. In simple terms, both domestic and international methodologies were utilized, confirming that the risk level of his schizophrenia reached a severity of 5, categorizing it as severe. This aligns perfectly with the legal definition of a person with complete criminal irresponsibility due to mental illness. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, for a case of such gravity, it would be improbable for Judge Jiang to render such a verdict without such stringent evaluations. "Professor Luo, you sought me out because..." Luo Daxiang replied, "Currently, public discontent in Pengcheng is boiling over. There is an outcry for the prosecution of this individual deemed mentally ill. The prosecution is at odds with the court over this issue and is on the brink of confrontation." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo comprehended the situation. The immense public outrage could only be quelled through the trial of the mentally ill perpetrator. Yet the court's declaration of not guilty would likely incite the populace to take action. Lin Mo had not forgotten the looks of the victims' families. They had lost their most cherished ones, and the hatred that would erupt from their anguish was formidable. Such circumstances could potentially lead to social unrest. Judge Jiang is quite obstinate. Why not replace him? Lin Mo recalled a case from his past life. where a mentally ill individual had brutally killed 6 people and was sentenced to death in the first trial. However, this case diverged from the previous one, as the individual in Ping'an was falsely accused of being mentally ill. Luo Daxiang added, he is the president of the Pingcheng High Court. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow but chose not to delve further into the subject. So, Professor Luo, your intention in requesting my assistance is to aid the Pingcheng prosecution in bringing forth a public prosecution? Precisely. I hope you can provide justice to the families of the victims and the people of Pingcheng. Due to my position, I cannot directly intervene in such a case. Luo Daxiang explained. Lin Mo nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The prosecution was determined to not let this matter rest. The monster responsible for the murders must be brought to justice. However, he felt powerless and would need to seek external assistance. Yet, this case indeed posed challenges, Professor Luo. Let me conduct some research first. If feasible, I will take it on. The criminal appeared to be a genuine case of mental illness, which complicated matters. But Lin Mo believed there were flaws to uncover, requiring further investigation. The details of the case, the mental illness of the perpetrator's family, and their connections to the victims remained unclear, all of which were crucial to the case. Identifying discrepancies would take time, hence he refrained from hastily accepting the commission. Very well. Please contact me directly when you are ready. It must be within 30 days, Luo Daxiang instructed. Lin Mo nodded. He did not wish to squander this opportunity. Whether it be to connect with Luo Daxiang, establish ties with the Pingcheng prosecution, or seek justice for the victims' families. However, he had not anticipated that just after sending one public prosecutor into the fray, he would find himself stepping into the role as well, and starting with such a daunting challenge. Chapter 71. The terrifying process of psychiatric evaluation. After concluding the conversation, Lin Mo once again examined the evaluation documents. The perpetrator, Jiang Wu, was a 19-year-old diagnosed with grade 5 schizophrenia. The crux of the matter, which served as a pivotal point in the judgment, lay in the fact that during the commission of the crime, namely, murder, his actions were beyond his control, rendering him unaware of his own deeds. Legally, the standard for determining criminal responsibility states that if a mentally ill individual cannot recognize or control their actions, and such actions result in adverse consequences, they shall not bear criminal responsibility, provided that this condition is substantiated through legal procedures. This was the essential basis upon which Judge Jiang declared him not criminally responsible. The evaluation institution further corroborated this from a medical perspective, asserting that he was in a state of psychotic episode during the commission of harmful acts. Rather than in a period of remission or stability, his behavior was directly attributed to his mental illness. Psychologically, it was confirmed that he had completely lost the ability to discern and control his actions due to his mental condition. Lin Mo sought to investigate the evaluation institution, pondering whether there might be discrepancies within their procedures. However, upon reviewing the harrowing and inhumane evaluation process, he realized that the institution was aligned with the prosecution's stance. They were diligently attempting to establish that Jiang Wu was feigning mental illness in a bid to evade legal consequences. The report detailed shocking incidents during his episodes. Jiang Wu not only ingested his own feces but also consumed 20 pounds of feces deliberately placed by evaluators. He exhibited grotesque behavior, such as violently swallowing live mice, centipedes, and cockroaches, and he relentlessly battered the steel doors of his ward until his fists suffered catastrophic fractures, all while maintaining a vicious demeanor and showing a complete lack of pain sensitivity. He simulated swimming in public restrooms and ingested copious amounts of water. Under stringent surveillance for 48 hours, Jiang Wu displayed persistent symptoms of mental illness and significant violent tendencies, even while restrained. He used his hips to violently ram against steel tables and chairs, resulting in severe injuries to his lower body. Upon concluding the evaluation report, Lin Mo gasped in disbelief. This evaluation institution certainly did not regard Jiang Wu as a human being. It was a blatant violation of ethical standards. In his previous life, Lin Mo had never encountered an evaluation institution operating at such extremes. This highlighted just how stringent the judicial assessments were in this world. Yet, despite such thorough evaluations, they had failed to uncover any evidence of Jiang Wu feigning mental illness. At this rate, even the sane might be driven to madness. The report issued by the evaluation institution held no faults. The documentation included CT scans of Jiang Wu's brain, revealing atrophy in multiple areas, with a 6 to 10 reduction in the volume of gray matter in regions such as the frontal cortex and hippocampus. He was undeniably a severe case of schizophrenia. It was no wonder that Judge Jiang was so resolute in his ruling. Lin Mo then turned his attention to Jiang Wu's family, specifically the guardians involved. They had made efforts to compensate the victims, totaling 1.8 million yuan, yet each victim received a mere 600,000 yuan, far too little for a life. Lin Mo opened his phone and searched for information regarding the compensation provided by Jiang Wu's family. Indeed, videos related to them have surfaced, specifically highlighting their compensation proceedings. The footage depicts the exterior of a courthouse, where 6 family members of Jiang Wu are embroiled in a heated debate with a group of individuals. Among them are the victim's grandfather, husband, and wife. "I do not seek your compensation. I demand your son's life in return," cried the young husband, tears streaming down his face as he clutched the collar of a middle-aged man, shouting in anguish. The middle-aged man responded with a mocking expression, saying, "You know my son is mentally ill. The court prevents him from facing the death penalty. Besides, I have already compensated you. What more do you want? Moreover, your wife received 600,000. You should be content." He concluded with a warning, "I advise you not to create a scene. We live in a society governed by law." With that, he dismissively raised his hands, as if the fault lay with the grieving husband and his fellow victims, portraying them as the unreasonable party. You scoundrel." The young man could no longer contain his fury and struck him with a punch. In an instant, several individuals surrounding the middle-aged man surged forward, launching a brutal assault on the grieving husband. "You brutes! I have compensated you. What more do you want?" The middle-aged man, Jiang Wu's father, exhibited an utterly contemptible demeanor. The grandfather, bereaved of his granddaughter, erupted in anger. You go too far. I am an old man. What use is money to me? I will fight you." Chaos ensued, and when the camera regained stability, several family members of the victims were seen pinned down by Jiang Wu's father's associates. It was only when the court police arrived that they were released. At this juncture, Jiang Wu's father accepted an interview with reporters, feigning innocence. "Ladies and gentlemen, my son is indeed mentally ill. I am also a victim of circumstance. Why is everyone inclined to see me as the villain?" Just then, a woman stormed into the frame, her voice choked with emotion. "You lie. Return my child's father. You monster." Her husband had fallen victim to Jiang Wu. After witnessing this, Lin Mo sighed, reflecting on the tragic human plight. Jiang Wu's father displayed such brazen arrogance. At that moment, Qiao Ying approached. "The Peng City mental illness murder case? Are you aware?" "Yes, I have followed it. But I was preoccupied with Wang Hao's case and could not provide assistance there," Qiao Ying replied with a sigh. Lin Mo inquired, "If we wish for Jiang Wu to be brought to justice, do you have any ideas?" The severity of the situation and the public outrage could only be quelled by a verdict. Yet the Ping City prosecution had already exerted their utmost efforts without being able to legally prosecute Jiang Wu. After pondering, Qiao Ying suggested, "Let us investigate Jiang Wu's guardian to ascertain if there was any intent to incite. If so, the guardian could be deemed an indirect perpetrator and brought to trial." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a viable approach, but still insufficient. Jiang Wu must also face trial to deliver justice to all. This case is too horrendous. If we choose to act, it must culminate in Jiang Wu's prosecution. Otherwise, our efforts would be futile. When it came to prosecuting Jiang Wu, Qiao Ying shook her head. "I cannot conceive of any further solutions." In the next moment, Qiao Ying turned to Lin Mo and asked, "Lawyer Lin, do you have any insights?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. "Qiao, are you familiar with the concept of free will in relation to causation?" Chapter 72. A life was taken. "And you asked for magnanimity?" Qiao Ying nodded, acknowledging her understanding. The concept of causal freedom refers to individuals who, although possessing the capacity for responsibility, temporarily lose this ability due to certain circumstances. These individuals retain free will, enabling them to make autonomous decisions regarding their actions. However, they deliberately place themselves into a state where they cannot be held accountable, subsequently committing acts that fulfill the criteria of criminal behavior within this unique condition. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling appeared bewildered, her innocent eyes reflecting confusion. "What? I don't quite understand." Lin Mo provided an illustrative example. Take the simplest case of committing a crime while intoxicated. One is aware that drinking may lead to criminal behavior, yet chooses to drink, thus bearing legal responsibility for the resultant actions. After pondering this, Xiao Ling grasped the concept. Right, he knows that drinking could lead to criminality, yet he still chooses to drink. Therefore, he must bear criminal liability. That is the essence of it. Lin Mo affirmed with a nod. Qiao Ying interjected, "So, Lawyer Lin, Do you suspect that Jiang Wu's schizophrenia-induced criminal behavior falls under causal freedom? He is clearly aware of his condition and, during lucid intervals, intentionally induces himself into a state of schizophrenia to commit crimes? Lin Mo nodded in agreement. However, this is merely a hypothesis. The particulars require thorough analysis. Leave this case to me, while you assist the police and the Shanghai prosecutor's office in prosecuting the Zhao family. Understood, Xiaoying replied with a nod. Lin Mo then picked up his phone, discovering that the previous video had a continuation. In the aftermath, two groups of individuals were separated by judicial officers, and Jiang Wu's father was being interviewed. At this point, he wore an expression of both grievance and anguish, tearfully stating, "I acknowledge my prior attitude was inappropriate, and I apologize. My son, Jiang Wu, has indeed committed a grave wrong. He has taken a life. However, one must understand that I am also a father. Over the past decade, I have exhausted all my resources in attempts to treat Jiang Wu's illness, and the 1.8 million compensation I provided was borrowed from various sources. Moreover, my family has also suffered. My son experiences immense guilt during his lucid moments and constantly expresses a desire to end his life in atonement. I would even prefer that he face legal judgment for the sake of relief." Jiang Wu's father paused, choking on his words before continuing. In truth, Jiang Wu has been a pitiable child since his youth. He was bullied at school for his peculiar temperament, with classmates forcing him to consume excrement. At this point, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Was this a recounting of Jiang Wu's childhood to elicit sympathy? Some journalists, upon hearing Jiang Wu's father's lamentations, softened their expressions. Years of experience as a lawyer had cultivated an unwavering calm within Lin Mo, rendering him impervious to emotional sway. As he continued to observe, a cold smirk escaped him. The familiar rhetoric and tactics indicated that Jiang Wu's father was merely seeking to evoke pity, attempting to leverage his son's tragic experiences to sway public sentiment. However, the families of the victims would not extend forgiveness. The husband of the deceased cried out in despair, "Does your son's misfortune justify his wanton acts of murder?" He charged towards Jiang Wu's father, fists clenched in fury. However, this time he was swiftly intercepted. Several burly onlookers restrained him, one even advising, "The man has suffered enough. Let compassion prevail. Let me go." The grieving husband cried out, utterly shattered by these words, struggling in vain against their firm grip. At that moment, Lin Mo glanced at Jiang Wu's father's expression, catching a fleeting glimpse of satisfaction, which vanished in an instant, returning to a visage of anguish. Lin Mo's countenance grew cold. How could one expect magnanimity from a man whose wife had been murdered? Had reason escaped him? Yet, Lin Mo understood that this was the effect of Jiang Wu's father's recent display of sorrow. Some misguided souls even found sympathy for the perpetrator. Furthermore, Jiang Wu's father possessed a certain influence, adeptly employing this tactic with remarkable skill, shifting from sorrow to tears with ease, almost as if a professional. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, already formulating preliminary thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiaoying observed from the side, her expression darkening. "Playing the victim?" Lin Mo remarked. "Do you believe that in a few days, Jiang Wu himself will emerge to solicit sympathy and feign a desire for death?" Xiaoying responded. "Surely that cannot be the case." Lin Mo chuckled coldly, choosing not to elaborate further, as their vehicle arrived at the base of the Shanghai International Building. Upon entering, Lin Mo discovered an intriguing detail. His facial information had already been recorded in the building's security system. As he stepped through the entrance, a woman dressed in formal attire approached him. "Greetings, Attorney Lin. I am the property management manager of Shanghai International Building. I will be overseeing the signing of your office lease on the 27th floor. Please follow me." Her demeanor and tone exuded a textbook level of professionalism. Lin Mo nudged Xiaoying with his elbow. "Your father certainly upholds his promises." Xiaoying's face lit up. This indicated her father's support for her continued legal career. "Let us proceed with the signing." Lin Mo then realized that it was no wonder he had been granted access to the building's security system. Old Master Chiu had made prior arrangements. The signing process was straightforward, a 3-year lease term, prohibiting subleasing, with the office available for free renovation. However, the property management fee amounted to a hefty 30,000 yuan per year, a significant sum. Returning to the 27th floor with the signed contract, he found the office. Once dusty and somewhat dilapidated, now revitalized, clearly having undergone professional cleaning. "The office sign should be changed to Shunhe Law Firm," Xiaoying remarked dreamily. "The interior also needs to be renovated. We should relocate all historical achievements and honors of the Love Law Firm to the Public Interest Litigation Department. From now on, That department will be the oldest in our firm's history, Lin Mo stated. By the way, shouldn't we find you an assistant? That won't be necessary. The firm is just starting out. We should save wherever possible. I don't mind putting in a bit more effort, Chiyoing replied with a smile. Despite her words, Lin Mo felt that hiring someone was essential. I am about to venture to the neighboring city of Pengcheng to serve as a public prosecutor. Should the case be successfully resolved, it could pave the way for establishing a collaborative relationship with the Pengcheng prosecutor's office. At this juncture, it would be optimal for the law firm to recruit a criminal defense attorney capable of practicing independently. How splendid! A luxurious new law firm. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to step into such an esteemed establishment as a lawyer, exclaimed Xiaoling, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Mo chuckled, recalling how she had previously sought an internship at my former dilapidated law firm. She had even been blacklisted by the Bar Association, likely sealing her fate of never stepping foot in a firm of this caliber. Boss, Lawyer Chiyo, let's celebrate with a grand dinner tonight. My treat with the bonus. Xiaoling cheered. However, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, a few individuals made an untimely appearance. Oh, are we to have new neighbors next to Yongyuan law firm? The tone of inquiry was distinctly irksome, and Lin Mo turned to see his former superior, the formidable Huang Jianqing, the head of Yongyuan law firm. Chapter 73, System Evaluation. S-Class Talent. Ah, it is the recently emerged lawyer Lin Mo. Congratulations. After enduring countless hardships, you have finally arrived here. However, as someone who has traversed this path, allow me to offer you a word of caution. This is the Jia High International Building, where the annual property and utility expenses exceed 50,000. Do ensure you have sufficient case sources. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to cover even the property fees. That would compel you to return, tail between your legs, to your dilapidated little law firm, thus tarnishing your reputation as Lawyer Lin. Huang Jianqing spoke without a single vulgar word, yet his tone dripped with sarcasm. But could he refrain from such sarcasm in the presence of Lin Mo? His son, Huang Xian, was still receiving treatment in a psychiatric hospital, his mental state compromised, incessantly babbling about trivialities, all thanks to Lin Mo. Had he not feared the sweet girl by Lin Mo's side, he would have long since had Lin Mo bundled and beaten. Lawyer Lin, I trust you are well, Lin Mo greeted with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. This reaction surprised Huang Jianqing. Was he actually smiling? This was not the Lin Mo he had previously encountered. The former Lin Mo exuded an aura of youthfulness and naivety, appearing easily deceived. Yet the Lin Mo before him now radiated confidence, as if he were an entirely different individual. Huang Jianqing felt as though Lin Mo had merely glanced at him. Yet it penetrated deep into his soul, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable, especially as he sensed Lin Mo's intense gaze. An inexplicable chill coursed through him. What was happening? Why was Lin Mo so unnerving? He scoffed to bolster his courage, then sternly declared, Lawyer Lin, I strongly disapprove of your handling of the school bully case and the marriage fraud case. After all, you are from our Yongyuan law firm. I have come to remind you to be prudent and not tarnish the reputation of our firm. With that, Huang Jianqing turned and departed. After a moment, Xiaoling finally reacted. Wow, what an arrogant fellow. How dare he lecture us? Boss, let us join forces and send him packing. Lin Mo merely chuckled. No rush. I have my methods. Huang Jianqing's appearance, rather than being unwelcome, had served as a reminder for Lin Mo. A figure from his memories suddenly surfaced, someone closely associated with Yongyuan law firm. This individual, a reclusive man in his 30s, handled non-litigation affairs within the firm, often busy and disinclined to engage in conversation. In Lin Mo's recollection, the previous owner had once encountered a legal conundrum and had approached him during a time when he was the only lawyer available. Despite his aloof demeanor and evasive gaze, the man's legal reasoning was remarkably lucid. Henceforth, whenever the previous owner faced a question, he sought out this man, who invariably provided answers. A veritable genius in legal consultancy. Perfect for recruitment. Xiaoling, please assist Chiyo with organizing the office. I have other tasks to attend to. All right. Having spoken, Lin Mo proceeded towards the Yongyuan law firm. Through the glass door, he indeed spotted a somewhat disheveled man laboring diligently in the corner. Adorned with thick lenses, his back was hunched, his complexion pallid, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ding. Would you like to conduct a competency assessment on the lawyer? The system inquired. Yes. Please select the assessment item. 1. Litigation ability 2. Non-litigation ability 3. Future potential. Ding. 10 points have been deducted, and the character's future potential report has been generated. Name, Zhang Hoyuan. Occupation, non-litigation lawyer, law firm, Yongyuan law firm, position level, junior, responsibilities, 80 of the firm's legal consultations, providing legal support for partner companies. Handling contracts. Current salary, 6,000 yuan, personality, kind, honest, socially anxious, self-deprecating, future potential, all non-litigation projects, S level, criminal defense litigation ability, A, civil litigation ability, E level. Note, the higher the rating, the greater the potential, with levels ranked from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, D, E. Upon reviewing the potential, Lin Mo smiled, for indeed the non-litigation projects were rated S level. He had stumbled upon a treasure. However, given this fellow's capabilities, how could Huang Jianqing, that old miser, offer merely 6,000 a month? 6,000 in Jianhai barely sufficed for rent and meals, leaving little to spare. Moreover, this man's workload and intensity were no trifles, bearing the weight of 80 of the legal consultation business alone, alongside a multitude of various liaison tasks. And yet he was compensated a meager 6,000? Ah, Huang the exploitative. Just because he is socially anxious and honest, does that mean he can be bullied? Such a vital talent deserves far more, and frankly speaking, should Zhang Hoyuan depart, the firm's non-litigation business would suffer a significant blow. With this thought, Lin Mo sighed. Previously, he had heard Zhang Hoyuan mention that he and Huang Jianqing were relatives. He was not originally from a legal background, merely having obtained a legal qualification certificate. Huang Jianqing had offered him this job, for which he felt quite grateful. As the saying goes, never work for relatives, for they truly treat you like a mere beast of burden. Just then, it was mealtime. Zhang Hoyuan, trembling, stood up, resembling a weary worker drained of all vitality, and lethargically walked out to find something to eat. Old Zhang, Lin Mo called out. Zhang Hoyuan lifted his head, peering through his thick glasses at Lin Mo. Surprise and even delight flickering across his face. Lin Mo? In the firm, due to his temperament, he seldom engaged with others, and with everyone busy, naturally, no one interacted with him. Only Lin Mo occasionally approached him with inquiries, but since Lin Mo's dismissal, he had been left utterly alone. Come, let me treat you to a meal, Lin Mo said warmly, pulling Zhang Hoyuan along. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lin Mo ordered an array of delicious and expensive dishes and delicacies, while Zhang Hoyuan looked on with a face full of embarrassment, repeatedly expressing his gratitude for the indulgence. It's merely a trifling sum. I have established a law firm and am currently seeking new recruits, with a minimum salary of 10,000. What do you think? Lin Mo inquired tentatively. Zhang Hokai was momentarily taken aback. Is it true that even a legal assistant earns 10,000? Indeed. The focus is on attracting talent, Lin Mo replied. By the way, would you consider joining? With your expertise, I could offer you 25,000 for legal consultations. Having spoken, Lin Mo feigned an error in his words. Oh, my apologies, brother Zhang. Given your prowess, you must be earning top salary at Yongyuan, right? I suspect my offer of 25,000 might not pique your interest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hotsai's grip on his chopstick stiffened, as though a needle had pierced his heart. 25,000? He exclaimed, raising his gaze, astonished. Indeed, as long as you are willing to come on board. The 25,000 is merely the base salary. You would also receive a 15% commission on each legal consultation. With commendable performance, it's possible to earn 30 or even 40,000 in a month. Clatter. The chopstick slipped from Zhang Hotsai's fingers, his face a portrait of shock, his hands trembling. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, fully aware that Zhang Hokai was intrigued. Huang Jianqing, you jest at my expense, yet I refrain from retaliation, however. Poaching one of your key figures is hardly an issue, especially since you seem to lack appreciation for them. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth could no longer maintain their composure. True offense is not merely spoken. I am a master of delivering decisive blows. Chapter 74, Recruiting Talents, what do you think? Are you interested? Lin Mo pressed on with enthusiasm. Zhang Hokai was taken aback, clearly deep in thought. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Lin, I am interested, but... Ultimately, Zhang Hokai declined Lin Mo's offer without providing a reason, avoiding Lin Mo's gaze and hastily departing. It was evident that he was deeply conflicted, yet he felt compelled to withdraw due to some underlying pressure or concern. Lin Mo did not insist on retaining him but merely squinted, observing his retreating figure. It was apparent that this fellow harbored unspoken troubles. Unperturbed, Lin Mo returned to the law firm. The public interest litigation department had already been organized, with photographs and the history of the love law firm relocated from the previous office. Xiaoying was already hard at work, while Xiaoling, having completed her tasks, was energetically practicing her punches in the spacious hall of the firm. This girl seemed rather idle, instead of utilizing her free time to study legal knowledge. She chose to engage in boxing. Moreover, there was an air of reckless abandon in her movements. The constraints she once felt completely dissipated. Perhaps her newfound confidence stemmed from her understanding of self-defense. Lin Mo recalled how she had meticulously taken notes during the trial. It appeared she was preparing to vividly apply the principles of self-defense. One could only hope she would not push the boundaries to the extent of causing harm, leading to her acquittal. Judging by her current trajectory, it seemed she was inclined to pursue this path. Xiaoling, what is the matter? She rushed over. I have a task for you. This is Zhang Hokai from the neighboring Yongyuan law firm. I need you to uncover his hidden troubles and, if possible, win him over. Lin Mo instructed. His motivations were twofold. He did not wish to let this talent slip away and also aimed to undermine Huang Jianqing. Boss, you resemble an NPC assigning quests. Approaching you automatically triggers a task, Xiaoling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Will you take it on? Absolutely. Convincing him to join our firm will be a breeze. A little persuasion will suffice, she replied with a mischievous grin. Very well, should he present any conditions? Report back to me immediately. Understood. With that, the task was set, and Xiaoling darted off. Lin Mo settled down to commence his own work. Recruiting Zhang Hokai was merely a side endeavor, with his primary focus on the Pingcheng case. He began to scour the internet for information, hoping to uncover new leads. As night fell, his search bore fruit, revealing crucial information. 3 victims had emerged: an elderly man who operated a vegetable stall at the market, a newlywed couple running a braised meat shop, and a middle-aged man who owned a butcher's shop. The common thread among them was that they all hailed from the Shunfeng Central Market in Pingcheng. Upon discovering this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Any discerning individual would recognize that something was amiss. He quickly looked up the Shunfeng Central Market, only to find information pertaining to its impending demolition, along with the surrounding residential areas. Moreover, the residences of the 3 victims conveniently fell within the demolition zone. One can easily deduce that this is no mere coincidence. Sensing sensitive information, Lin Mo delved deeper into his investigation, yet all relevant data online had vanished. The local networks in Pingcheng were abuzz with discussions about Jiang Wu, the deranged murderer, alongside grievances regarding potential judicial corruption. Had the information been deliberately erased? Typically, details pertaining to demolitions could not be so thoroughly sanitized. The pertinent authorities would undoubtedly issue a formal document. Eventually, Lin Mo stumbled upon a comment beneath a post discussing demolition compensation on a Pingcheng forum. The demolition policy around Shunfeng Market has left all residents disgruntled. Tensions are nearing a breaking point. This comment dated back several months. If there were indeed conflicts, why was there no record of them online? Contemplating this, Lin Mo pondered and began to formulate an initial hypothesis. Such demolition events have historically been tumultuous, with numerous stubborn households resisting and instances of violent evictions being well documented. Reflecting on this, he recognized the necessity for empirical validation and resolved to visit Pingcheng for a first-hand investigation. Most crucial would be understanding the familial and relational networks surrounding Jiang Wu and his father. Collectively, these elements could reveal a narrative far more intricate than mere insanity and murder. At that moment, a message from Xiaoling arrived. Boss, Zhang Hokai just informed me that his parents are gravely ill. Huang Jianqing has offered to lend money for their treatment, which is why he declined your assistance. This revelation shed light on Zhang Hotai's earlier complex demeanor. A substantial sum of money was indeed at stake, and Huang Jianqing was the only relative capable of providing such aid. But could one trust Huang Jianqing's character? Xiaoling, however, was remarkably swift in her communications. Did you cast a spell on Zhang Hokai to extract the truth? Lin Mo mused about Taoist methods. Haha, boss, not at all. The Taoists lack such abilities. I merely approached him, shared my grievances, had a bit to drink, and he naturally began to unburden himself. One could only wonder if Xiaoling had resorted to more drastic measures, perhaps even threatening him with a bag. Where are you? I'm on my way. Lin Mo replied. Xiaoling promptly shared the address of a late-night food stall, and he hurried over. The night market was bustling, and at one table, the disheveled Zhang Hokai was drinking heartily. After finishing, he began to vocalize his woes, a stark contrast to his typically reclusive demeanor. Xiaoling sat beside him, also indulging in drinks and occasionally echoing his complaints, creating an impression of 2 old friends seemingly inseparable. As Lin Mo approached and took a seat, Xia Ling instantly shifted her expression, expressing profound gratitude. If I hadn't encountered Lawyer Lin back then, I might have perished from hunger. Now, following Lawyer Lin, I see a glimmer of hope and purpose in life. Zhang Houkai, noticing Lin Mo's arrival, exclaimed, "Lawyer Lin, you're here." Lin Mo, with a resigned smile, replied, "Zhang Gu, let us cut to the chase. Come to my law firm, and I can advance funds for your parents' treatment." It appears that Xia Ling has done her due diligence, so Lin Mo refrains from further discourse and instead opts for a decisive strike. In this moment, tears streamed down Zhang Houcai's bespectacled face as he exclaimed, "I am in. Even without an advance on my salary, I am committed." This took Lin Mo by surprise, prompting him to glance at Xia Ling, who wore a cheerful smile. "Very well, please proceed with the resignation formalities on your end, and we can sign the contract here. Your role at our law firm will focus on non-litigation matters, starting with legal consultation, and we can negotiate your commission," he stated. Yes. Zhang Houkai nodded vigorously. After the three shared a light meal and some drinks, Zhang Houkai departed by taxi. Lin Mo then turned to Xia Ling, his expression one of bewilderment as he inquired, "Did you use some sort of charm on Zhang Houkai?" "Not at all. I merely familiarized myself with his family background and tailored my approach to paint a promising picture of his future with our firm. Essentially, I was merely making enticing prospects," Xia Ling replied with ease. However, Lin Mo was acutely aware that the process was far from as simple as Xia Ling portrayed. He understood Zhang Houcai's character. Extracting information from him was no trivial task, let alone details regarding his family background. Observing Xia Ling's relaxed demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, Lin Mo decided to employ the system's detection function on her. Ding. Would you like to initiate a lawyer ability assessment on her? Chapter 75, Xia Ling is actually an SSS class talent. Please select detection items. 1. Legal litigation ability 2. Non-litigation ability 3. Future potential. Beep. 10 points have been consumed, and the character's future potential chart has been generated. Name: Xia Ling. Occupation: legal assistant, law firm, Shuanhe Law Firm. Position level: none, responsible business, bodyguard, deterrence. Current base salary: 5,000. Personality: hatred for evil, quick learner, impulsive, diminished, calm thinker, in progress. Future potential: espionage ability, A. Persuasion ability, A. Psychological manipulation, A. Martial arts, SSS. What? Upon seeing the detection report, Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, what are these future potentials? Espionage ability, martial arts, persuasion, and psychological manipulation, 3A grades, and 1 martial arts rated at SSS. Have I stumbled upon an SSS class individual? So, Xia Ling is actually my secret weapon? Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Xia Ling was rather extraordinary. Martial arts aside, her espionage ability was somewhat outrageous. An innate talent for gathering evidence and various forms of information. No wonder Zhang Houkai was on the verge of losing his pants to her. Hey, boss? Why are you in a daze? You've only had a single beer. You're not tipsy, are you? Ha. Xia Ling laughed heartily. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. Negative emotions 100. This girl truly lived up to her potential for psychological manipulation, and her persuasion ability had nearly left Zhang Houkai befuddled. Ahem, Xia Ling. Before you joined my law firm, you were merely a girl with a strong sense of justice. How have you changed so drastically lately? When she first arrived, she seemed rather naive, but now she appeared significantly more astute. I learned from you, boss. I've been diligently taking notes, Xia Ling said, pulling out her notebook and waving it. All right, it seems I have indeed opened up her meridian pathways. In light of this, I have another task for her. Go to Pingqing to gather information on the Jiang Wu family and ascertain which company is behind the demolition of the market. Xia Ling, I have another assignment for you. If you execute it well, there will be a salary increase. What? A salary increase? In an instant, Xia Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since Zhang Houkai was receiving such a high salary, this exceptional talent certainly deserved a raise as well. With 3 years' rent waived and some funds available, it was time to spend. Lin Mo then conveyed the relevant information. Xia Ling analyzed it briefly, doodled a bit, and remarked, "So, boss, you suspect that Jiang Wu is merely a henchman for their demolition company, meant to intimidate the residents?" Lin Mo nodded. Such demolitions are notoriously difficult. Demolition companies will resort to any means to cut costs. Utilizing henchmen to intimidate a few while coercing the remaining residents into signing contracts is a common warning tactic. Furthermore, the demolition of Shunfeng Market and the surrounding residential buildings has already commenced, which, by Lin Mo's calculations, coincided with the occurrence of the last two murders. Understood. I shall set off tomorrow. The following day, Xia Ling has already made her way to the neighboring city of Pengcheng, a sprawling metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million, situated by the sea and flourishing economically. On this very day, within the halls of Yongyuan law firm, a thunderous outburst of anger erupted. What? Hokai? I have treated you well. How could you resign? Huang Jianqing had just arrived at the firm when he heard this news, and he was on the verge of losing his composure. Yet, the HR department was perplexed. After all, he was merely a junior non-litigation attorney, so why the excessive reaction? Thus, they approved the resignation without any severance, feeling quite pleased with themselves. Others, of course, could not comprehend the significance of Zhang Hokai to the firm. However, Huang Jianqing understood. This was the lifeblood of his company. Zhang Hokai stood before Huang Jianqing's desk, head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing, too intimidated to retort. Huang Jianqing suppressed his fury and spoke softly. Hokai, is it the salary that discontented you? This experience is meant to hone your skills. How about we raise your salary to 8,000? He was well acquainted with this distant relative's temperament. He was taciturn and without specialized legal training. Where could he go beyond this firm? Perhaps the previous pressures had driven him to this point, and a modest increase of 2,000 would suffice. Zhang Hokai shook his head. No, I must resign. HR has already approved it. Uncle Huang, I am leaving. What? Huang Jianqing was momentarily taken aback. This socially awkward individual likely did not even know how to submit a resume. How could he dare to leave? He still wished for a salary increase. Very well. Hokai, what if I raise it to 10,000? That is quite generous. At that moment, a voice from outside the office interjected, Sir, this is the senior partner's office. Entry is not permitted without an appointment. With a click, the door swung open, and Lin Mo entered with meticulous composure. Lin Mo? Huang Jianqing was momentarily confused, but soon a triumphant smile graced his face. What brings you here? Realizing how challenging it is to establish a new law firm. Are you seeking to join mine? Lin Mo shook his head, pointing at Zhang Hokai. Brother Hokai is a talent. I am merely here to take him with me. What? Huang Jianqing rose to his feet. Oh, I see. Brother Hokai has already signed an employment contract with Xuanhe Law Firm, and now he is one of us. What? Lin Mo? How dare you? Huang Jianqing's realization dawned upon him. No wonder Zhang Hokai had the audacity to resign. It was Lin Mo who was poaching him. As far as I know, the average salary for attorneys at your firm starts at 20,000, with commissions averaging around 30,000. One would assume that someone with Zhang Hokai's paltry 6,000 salary is not a significant asset. Yet, you still refuse to let him go and require your senior partner to intervene? When did you, Huang Jianqing, become so protective of talent? You did not hesitate to expel me from the firm back in the day. Lin Mo said with a knowing glance. You? Huang Jianqing's eyes widened. A surge of anger coursing through him. He understood. Lin Mo's audacity to speak in such a manner indicated that he was fully aware that Zhang Hokai was indeed the cornerstone of their non-litigation business. At that moment, curious gazes from outside the office were drawn in, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Mo, keep Zhang Hokai here. Name your conditions. I can provide you with case sources for your firm. At this moment, Huang Jianqing was genuinely flustered, even adopting a tone of desperation. Upon hearing this, the observing lawyers exchanged glances, bewildered. The last time Huang Jianqing had exhibited such panic was when his son, Huang Xian, had thrown a tantrum demanding to eat feces. Then I require all the case sources from your firm, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Huang Jianqing's anger flared instantly. All the case sources? Are you joking? He slammed his hand on the table. Lin Mo, first, you target my son, and now you're poaching my firm's talent. You're deliberately trying to make my life miserable, aren't you? Lin Mo shrugged, uninterested in further discussion, and prepared to leave with Zhang Hokai. Just then, Huang Jianqing's phone rang. In his fury, he glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered. An irate voice erupted from the other end. Lawyer Huang. What on earth is happening at your firm? Why is it taking so long to review a contract? Send us the finalized contract within the hour. Yes, of course. Huang Jianqing replied, nodding repeatedly. Lin Mo understood that this was from a collaborating company, which required the review of numerous contracts daily. Zhang Hokai was responsible for this task. Shortly thereafter, Huang Jianqing's phone buzzed with several more calls, all from non-litigation business associates, urging for quick responses. At that moment, beads of cold sweat trickled down Huang Jianqing's forehead. He turned to Zhang Houkai and, almost pleadingly, said, "Houkai, you cannot leave. What will happen to the firm's workload if you go?" Chapter 76. The terrifying truth behind the case. Heading to the Pingqing prosecutor's office. Zhang Houcai's non-litigation responsibilities were intricate and extensive, leaving no one readily available to take on the task. Reassigning someone would require considerable time for the lawyers to familiarize themselves with the complexities of the non-litigation business, and the penalty for delays would amount to an astronomical figure. "That is of no concern to us," Lin Mo remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he shrugged. "That is a dilemma for your law firm to ponder. After all, Houkai is one of our own. Moreover, Huang, your exaggeration is quite absurd. Regardless of the circumstances, Houkai only earned 6,000 with you. Your description makes him sound like a pivotal figure." Huang Jianqing, aware of the urgency of the situation, reluctantly softened his stance, quickly adopting a feigned expression of grievance. "Houkai, considering that I provided you with this job, I implore you to assist me once more, at least until this tumultuous period passes. Yes, I shall raise your salary. How does 15,000 sound? 20,000? That is my utmost limit." Lin Mo shook his head, his demeanor devoid of jest. As he coldly replied, "Huang Jianqing, you are a petty man. After my 2 consecutive defeats, you unceremoniously expelled me from the firm. You offer a talent like Houkai merely 6,000? He has toiled tirelessly, risking his health for your benefit. What more do you desire? My compensation for him is 25,000 as a base salary, supplemented by commissions. That is how one should treat talent. You ought to take notes, Huang Jianqing. As for your business troubles and the exorbitant penalties, they are the bitter fruits of your exploitation of Houkai. You shall reap what you sow." With that, Lin Mo turned and led Zhang Houkai away. Zhang Houkai, feeling somewhat socially anxious, remained silent, but his pace did not falter. He held no sentiment for the place. "Houkai, don't leave. Please, just one last time," Huang Jianqing pleaded, almost desperately. Lin Mo glanced back, his tone icy. "Oh, you realize your mistakes? No. You only comprehend that your demise is imminent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Houkai shed all hesitation and followed Lin Mo out with purpose. Lin Mo felt no sympathy for a leader like Huang Jianqing. This significant setback in non-litigation business would undoubtedly result in dire losses for him. Zhang Houkai's record indicated that he bore 80 of the non-litigation workload. This 80 could not be easily replaced, without any handover of responsibilities. Others would be left in confusion, further undermining collaboration. Upon returning to the law firm with Zhang Houkai, the contracts had already been signed. "Lin, what should I do now?" Zhang Houkai inquired, full of enthusiasm. "Anything you wish. Resting is an option, or you could utilize the reputation of our Xuanhe law firm to host a legal consultation livestream. Or assist lawyer Qiu in his work," Lin Mo suggested. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Houkai decided, "I shall pursue the live streaming option, as I excel in consultations." Very well. In the days that followed, Zhang Houkai engaged in live streaming. Naturally, the reputation of Xuanhe law firm did not match that of Lin Mo, resulting in a relatively small audience, primarily drawn in by Lin Mo's fame. During this period, Zhang Houkai assisted Qiu Ying with some documents, and his work efficiency left her quite astonished. "Lin Lu, where did you recruit him from?" "He is remarkably impressive." Lin Mo pointed towards the adjacent office of Yongyuan, saying, "We brought him over from there." A chuckle escaped Qiu Ying's lips as she raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive." After a few days of work, Zhang Houkai appeared somewhat despondent, leading Lin Mo to mistakenly assume he was dissatisfied with his job. Upon inquiry, it turned out that he felt he was contributing too little for his substantial salary and was plagued by guilt. Lin Mo could only shake his head in disbelief. Having been accustomed to the rigors of labor, it seemed Zhang Houkai was struggling to adapt to a more relaxed environment. This state of affairs could not persist for long. Lin Mo's plan was to assist the Pingqing prosecution in concluding this case and establishing a cooperative relationship, after which he intended to assign Zhang Houkai as a public prosecutor to the Pingqing office, thereby generating revenue for the law firm. In this realm, the prosecution appeared particularly eager to employ public prosecutors, which could alleviate many burdens. This presented a lucrative opportunity for the firm. Despite Zhang's social anxiety, it was essential to remember that aside from his non-litigation prowess rated at an S, his potential in criminal defense was also an A. With diligent practice, he could evolve into a commendable criminal defense attorney and perhaps even ascend to the upper echelons of the profession. Thus, Lin Mo had been closely monitoring the cases in Pingqing, and the efficiency of Xia Ling's efforts was commendable, with daily updates streaming in. They had identified the name of the demolition company, the specifics of the firm acquiring the land, and even details about the construction team. Along with photographs of several key figures captured by Xia Ling recently, a significant event occurred. The mentally ill murderer Jiang Wu made an appearance, releasing a video. In this footage, he appeared as his former self, tearfully confessing and seemingly seeking redemption through death, even revealing his scars from a purple clay pot. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, confirming his earlier suspicions. Following Jiang Wu's seemingly remorseful video, combined with the heart-wrenching footage of Jiang's father weeping, the atmosphere on local networks in Pengcheng began to shift in an unusual direction, with some individuals expressing sympathy for Jiang Wu. However, upon examining these accounts, Lin Mo could only sneer. They were clearly orchestrated by paid commentators. Another critical piece of information emerged. The videos featuring the victims had ceased updates, and they had fallen silent after previously voicing their grievances. It was evident that some force was attempting to manipulate the progression of this matter. At this stage, Lin Mo grasped that this case was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Just then, Xia Ling relayed a crucial piece of information. Boss, Jiang Wu's father, Jiang Zhong, has made contact with the demolition team. Subsequently, Xia Ling sent over 2 video clips. The first depicted Jiang Zhong conversing with a man in a suit at a restaurant for about an hour. When the suited man reappeared, he had changed attire and was dining with the leader of the demolition team at another establishment. Humph. The Jiang family truly serves as enforcers, Lin Mo scoffed quietly. Then, he accessed the internet and sought out an information technology studio, spending some money to inquire about Jiang Wu and his family. Indeed, a plethora of information surfaced. Upon reviewing it, Lin Mo comprehended the situation. The Jiang family had been traversing the nation, engaging in criminal activities, utilizing Jiang Wu, a schizophrenic, as their enforcer. Previous reports merely detailed brawls that had not escalated to murder. However, this incident in Pengcheng marked a significant escalation. Lin Mo quickly deduced that the residents facing demolition were dissatisfied with the compensation offered and wished to resist the relocation. The demolition crew, unable to manage the situation, resorted to hiring Jiang Wu, the mentally ill thug, to intimidate them, potentially even resorting to murder. Ultimately, their intimidation succeeded. All residents succumbed to fear and signed the contracts, allowing the demolition to proceed smoothly. But wait. The real estate company behind the demolition crew had not made an appearance, Xingfu Real Estate. This was the information Xia Ling had gathered through various inquiries. This land was purchased by Xingfu Real Estate, meaning they were the ones seeking relocation. The demolition crew and Jiang Wu were merely pawns. Xingfu Real Estate Company? This was a colossal entity valued at 50 billion. The deeper the investigation went, the more horrifying the truth became. Just then, Lin Mo received a message from Luo Daxiang. Lawyer Lin, the Pengcheng prosecution has urgent news for you. Please come over. All right. I'll head there right away. Lin Mo stood up, his brow furrowed. Initially, he was to be contacted within 30 days. But now the Pengcheng prosecution had reached out early. Had they uncovered this information too? How would he approach the case? Lawyer Lin, what's wrong? Xiaoying inquired, noticing Lin Mo's troubled expression. Oh, it's nothing, just pondering some matters. I need to make a trip to Pengcheng. You can handle things here. Don't worry. Lawyer Lin, Xiaoying nodded. Lin Mo refrained from disclosing the truth, fearing it would cause her undue concern. That night, he hurried to Pengcheng, which was quite close to Zhanghai. In just 2 hours, he arrived at the Pengcheng prosecutor's office. He was received by a robust prosecutor in his 30s, whose stern expression reflected his seriousness. He introduced himself, Lawyer Lin, you may call me Prosecutor Yang. Currently, there have been some developments in the case. You may no longer serve as the public prosecutor. Here, you can provide us with some legal assistance. We have several other cases where you could act as a public prosecutor, and since you were referred by Teacher Luo, we will ensure you are compensated fairly. Is this a summons followed by a rejection? Lin Mo felt no anger. It seemed the prosecution had uncovered some facts, prompting them to delay the prosecution for the time being. No, he hastily gestured. It's merely that the case has undergone some changes, and prosecution cannot proceed in the short term. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Is it that the families of the 3 victims have chosen to forgive Jiang Wu? Prosecutor Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Lawyer Lin, how did you know that? To what extent have you investigated? What does the police say? Lin Mo's demeanor grew serious. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. It was his first experience being questioned in reverse by an attorney. Nevertheless, he instinctively replied, Currently, the victim's family is preparing to express understanding towards Jiang Wu, yet when we inquire about the reasons, they remain silent. The police have uncovered that Jiang Wu has committed offenses elsewhere under the guise of a mental illness. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, "Take me to meet the victim's family." It appeared that the Pingsheng prosecution had not yet delved deeply into the investigation, only having reached the point of exploiting mental illness for criminal activities. Oh. Yang Jian hesitated again upon agreeing, uncertain as to why he had suddenly acquiesced. "Wait, you are our appointed public prosecutor, and your confidence in taking charge of the situation from the outset is rather surprising. Lawyer Lin, please hold on. I fear I have not yet articulated my thoughts clearly." Chapter 77. You truly know. Very well. Lin Mo rested on Yang Jian's shoulder, saying, "You have articulated your points quite clearly. At this stage, the victims' families are undoubtedly too apprehensive to disclose the reasons. Please take me to see them. I may have a solution." Yang Jian widened his eyes in surprise. "You have a solution?" He refrained from pressing further. After all, this lawyer Lin was recommended by teacher Luo, and he was aware of Lin Mo's formidable prowess in litigation. However, at this stage, the matter seemed more aligned with criminal investigation capabilities rather than legal proceedings. Nevertheless, Lin Mo insisted, and Yang Jian did not resist. "Let us go take a look. As for your claim of having a solution, I shall not take it to heart. Lawyer Lin, you may call me Assistant Yang. Now, allow me to escort you." Thus, Yang Jian led Lin Mo towards the conference room within the courtyard. Along the way, Lin Mo posed a pivotal question. "Assistant Yang, what remuneration do you anticipate for this collaboration?" It was prudent to clarify such matters up front. Yang Jian paused momentarily, casting a surprised glance at Lin Mo. Taken aback that he would bring up compensation at such a juncture. Was this an overabundance of confidence? The case had yet to commence. Lawyer Lin, we have not yet discussed this matter. It may take some time." Yang Jian chuckled awkwardly, quickly redirecting the conversation. "Lawyer Lin, we are approaching the conference room now, where the police and my superior are deliberating with the victims' families." With a creak, they pushed the door open. Inside the conference room sat 6 individuals, 2 clad in police uniforms, 1 dressed in a prosecutor's attire, alongside an elderly man, a middle-aged woman, and an elderly woman. The elderly man, whom Lin Mo recognized, was the grandfather of the deceased girl. The woman and the elderly lady were the wife and mother of the male victim. At this moment, the expressions of the 3 were exceptionally grim, their heads bowed in silence. The police were patiently inquiring about the reasons behind their choice for leniency, encouraging them to voice any difficulties they faced. Lin Mo understood that if the victims' families opted for leniency, it would not affect the trial of the murderer. But the court might consider a reduction in the severity of the charges, sometimes even by as much as 30. This was not welcome news for the Pingsheng prosecution, which sought to bring Jiang Wu to justice. The challenge of securing a conviction against Jiang Wu was already formidable, and the prospect of leniency would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. At that moment, the prosecutor turned to them. Yang Jian immediately approached, whispering an introduction. "This is Lawyer Lin. Lawyer Lin, this is Prosecutor Hong Yun, who is responsible for prosecuting this case." Lin Mo extended his hand, and they exchanged a brief handshake. Prosecutor Hong Yun inquired, "Lawyer Lin, my assistant should have briefed you on the situation. You are here too." Before Lin Mo could respond, Yang Jian preemptively explained that Lin Mo understood the reasons behind the victim's family's inclination towards leniency. "Do you truly possess such knowledge, Lawyer Lin?" Prosecutor Hong Yun expressed skepticism after hearing Yang Jian's explanation. Although he had heard of Lin Mo's renowned reputation, it was primarily in the realm of litigation. He had not been aware of Lin Mo's expertise in evidence collection. The collection of information is clearly a domain in which the police excel, employing specialized interrogation techniques. "Let me give it a try," Lin Mo remarked. Hong Yun hesitated. It seemed inappropriate for an outsider, particularly a lawyer, to conduct the questioning. However, recalling that Lin Mo had been recommended by Luo Daxiang, he felt it would be remiss not to extend this courtesy. Since they refused to speak, then, "Lawyer Lin, do give it a shot," he conceded, summoning the 2 officers engaged in the inquiry. "What's the matter, Hong Jian?" The 2 officers, both in their 30s and exuding an air of competence, inquired. After Hong Yun provided a brief explanation, the officers exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Lawyer Lin, we are familiar with your esteemed reputation, but in matters like this, we are unable to extract information. Perhaps you should." Before they could finish their statement, Lin Mo had already approached the victim's family. Hong Yun shook his head, thinking Lin Mo was overly confident, merely seeking to showcase his abilities due to his youth. At that moment, Yang Jin interjected. Earlier, when lawyer Lin arrived, he specifically inquired about our fees. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's expression soured. As one of the distinguished prosecutors for the Pingcheng district, he frequently faced off against lawyers in court and understood their monetary motivations. He didn't know much about Lin Mo, only that he had been introduced by Luo Daxiang after winning several significant cases in the neighboring Shanghai city. Seeing Lin Mo today, he perceived a hint of arrogance in him. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, waiting to see if Lin Mo could elicit any information. The two officers nearby, shaking their heads in resignation, remarked, "We've exhausted all our questioning techniques, yet they refuse to disclose the reasons. If this young lawyer manages to uncover anything, perhaps we should reconsider our careers." Ignoring their skepticism, Lin Mo approached the relatives of the victim, aware that humility was essential when entering another's territory. However, time was of the essence, and progress was imperative. As he prepared to take a seat before the grieving family, the elderly man sighed heavily and said, "Young man, please don't send anyone else to question us. There is no other reason. We have come to terms with it. You may proceed with the case as you see fit, and we can leave now, can't we?" His tone was steeped in resignation and even despair, echoed by the somber nods of the accompanying woman and grandmother. Lin Mo refrained from responding directly and instead posed a pointed inquiry. "Were you threatened by the demolition crew? If you do not reconcile, will they exploit Jiang Wu's mental health status to continue harming your neighbors and friends?" At this, the three individuals widened their eyes in shock, their heads snapping up to regard Lin Mo. We, the elderly man stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Without delay, Lin Mo pressed on, "And regarding your community at the vegetable market, none of the relocated households received their rightful compensation for the demolition, correct?" Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes grew even wider with astonishment. The homeowners of your local market, along with the residents of the surrounding communities, sought to unite against the impending demolition, striving to reclaim the compensation that rightfully belonged to them. However, to your astonishment, they dispatched Jiang Wu, a remorseless and deranged murderer. Initially, you were unaware of the true nature of the situation, believing that Jiang Wu's actions were mere coincidences. It was only recently that members of the demolition team approached you, subtly revealing the grim reality and threatening you. They warned that if you did not acquiesce, once Jiang Wu was released again, he would be sent to eliminate your former neighbors and friends. Under such duress, and in a bid to protect your loved ones, you, as victims, had no choice but to swallow your anguish and choose forgiveness. Did you not? Lin Mo's words pierced the hearts of the three bereaved relatives like daggers, leaving them utterly stunned. "Child, where did you hear this? Such words cannot be spoken lightly," the elderly man exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, at the opposite end of the conference room, Hong Yun, Prosecutor Yang, and two police officers were taken aback. Their expressions of urgency and astonishment starkly contrasted with their earlier solemnity, as if they had unearthed a crucial piece of information. Moreover, Lin Mo's deduction was remarkably logical. One of the officers slapped his forehead in realization. Indeed, demolition, threats, how did we not consider this angle? Hong Yun, having shifted from his previous disdain for Lin Mo's arrogance, exclaimed in surprise, could it be that he truly uncovered something? He recognized the soundness of Lin Mo's reasoning. Prosecutor Yang, too, wore a look of astonishment. There is some merit to this. No wonder he boldly demanded money right from the start. This lawyer seems to possess a certain acumen. Just then, the two officers, quick to respond, inquired, "Lawyer Lin, do you have any relevant evidence to support your deductions?" Lin Mo turned his gaze towards them, his eyes sharp. "Indeed, I do. All the evidence is with Xianling. I have already notified her, and she is on her way." Chapter 78. There are ways to address schizophrenia. Upon hearing that corroborative evidence was en route, the police redirected their focus towards the victims' families, commencing a patient inquiry into pertinent matters. However, the family members exhibited expressions of terror, whether from fear or concern about implicating others, rendering them mute. It is unnecessary to press them further. Fear is a natural response. "Let us await my assistant," Lin Mo advised. The others nodded in agreement, and silence enveloped the conference room. Hong Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation, casting a glance at Lin Mo. If what Lin Mo asserted was indeed factual, the situation was far more complex than anticipated. At that moment, Prosecutor Yang approached Hong Yun and remarked, "There is a girl outside the prosecutor's office claiming to be Lawyer Lin's assistant." "Very well, let her in," Hong Yun replied. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoling entered the conference room. Breathless, all attention turned to her as she entered, clutching a thick stack of documents. She had converted all evidence into tangible form. "Boss, I've brought it," Xiaoling exclaimed upon spotting Lin Mo. The two police officers, however, were particularly astonished. Upon seeing Xiaoling's face, their surprise deepened. "It's you," they gasped. Xiaoling, equally wide-eyed, responded, "You two? You know each other?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I've been observing you covertly. During my investigation, I often spotted the two of you. I thought you were bodyguards secretly protecting them," Xiaoling laughed. This revelation caused the four individuals present to collectively gasp in astonishment. The two police officers, especially taken aback, stammered, "You noticed us, and you've been keeping tabs on us for quite some time?" "Indeed," Xiaoling nodded. The officers' mouths twitched slightly. Hong Yun was equally astonished. He was aware of the officers' identities as members of the criminal investigation team. Yet they had been outsmarted and closely monitored by Lin Mo's assistant. "Are you lawyers or private detectives? Have you been dispatching people to gather intelligence in advance?" Lin Mo, eager to avoid wasting time, interjected, "Since you are here, it seems you wish to verify the information. Let us examine the evidence." Lin Mo and Xiaoling promptly laid out all collected evidence on the table, prompting the others to gather around and scrutinize the materials. As Lin Mo elucidated, "From the intelligence we have gathered, this case of murder attributed to a mental illness is, in fact, a calculated act of intimidation. Jiang Wu and his family were serving a demolition project, which was commissioned by Xingfu Real Estate. Given the current circumstances, it is likely that Xingfu Real Estate deemed the compensation for Shunfeng market excessively high and employed Jiang Wu, a diagnosed schizophrenic, to coerce individuals into signing the demolition agreement. Furthermore, our records indicate that the three victims were key figures in the resistance against the demolition. Brother Xinjiang was even one of the organizers. Jiang Wu's choice of victims was deliberate." As Lin Mo detailed the information alongside the evidence, comprehension dawned upon the others. "So, everything aligns perfectly? Why have we not received any information regarding such significant developments?" "Indeed, the issue of resisting demolition should garner some media attention," several individuals discussed. Lin Mo remarked, "It is quite simple. The media is under the control of Happiness Real Estate, and they will not broadcast anything detrimental to their interests." The group nodded in agreement, yet the detective soon detected a flaw in the argument. Lawyer Lin, "While this evidence is indeed detailed and establishes a connection between the Jiang family and the demolition team, why is there no conclusive proof that their activities are orchestrated by Happiness Real Estate?" Although everyone was aware that the shadowy mastermind behind it all was likely the one who purchased the land for development, the evidence at hand did not indicate that Happiness Real Estate was exercising influence from behind the scenes. If the hidden mastermind could be so easily convicted, this case would not be so convoluted. Hong Yu nodded, and he observed a new angle. Since their objective is to acquire the land's usage rights through minimal compensation, why threaten the victims' families for understanding the murderer? To Hong Yun, the demolition had already progressed smoothly. Threatening the victims' families seemed entirely redundant. There was no need for understanding, as the court could still rule Jiang Wu's release on grounds of insanity. At this moment, Xiaoling confidently interjected, "Of course, they fear our boss, for he is indeed capable of confining this individual with mental illness. Thus, they sought the victim's family's understanding, attempting to counter our boss in this manner." Hong Yun appeared momentarily stunned, pondering whether it was truly feasible to confine him. The others mirrored his confusion, as they had all witnessed the formidable challenge of prosecuting Jiang Wu. Defeating him from a legal standpoint was immensely difficult. The experiences from the previous two encounters were not easily forgotten. How could they possibly fear a lawyer like Lin Mo? Resorting to threats for understanding? It seemed overly complicated. At this juncture, Lin Mo refrained from saying much more and clarified, "It is quite easy to confine Jiang Wu. He possesses two personalities, one that is timid and compliant, and another that is brutal. If we can demonstrate that he can freely transition between these two mental states, and that he himself guides the shift into the violent persona, he is culpable." Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Intentional action. If he is aware that his violent persona is capable of murder, and he can voluntarily shift into that state, it proves he has a predisposition for intentional crime. It is akin to transformation. Lin Mo nodded in affirmation. "Precisely. As long as we can prove that Jiang Wu actively engages in violent behavior while assuming a split personality, he violates the law. He is fully aware that his alternate persona can inflict harm, yet he insists on entering that state. signifying an inherent inclination toward aggression. Furthermore, the individuals Jiang Wu has harmed exhibit a distinct targeting, indicating premeditated murder. Coupled with the context of resisting demolition, this could serve as a basis for prosecution. As Lin Mo concluded, the others exchanged astonished glances. Even Hong Yun slapped his forehead. Indeed. As long as it can be demonstrated that he possesses the ability to control his personality shifts and subsequently obtain evidence of his voluntary entry into a dissociative state, a conviction can indeed be secured. How could I have overlooked this all along? In the previous two instances, Hong Yun had never contemplated this angle. He gazed at Lin Mo, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Upon arrival, he had introduced a crucial element that had eluded everyone else, unraveling the complexities that had left others powerless. Is this truly the attorney introduced by Teacher Luo? It seems that those criminals understand Lin Mo far better than I do, even before Lin Mo's presence. These behind-the-scenes offenders had already begun their scheming. They were so fearful of Jiang Wu's potential conviction that they resorted to threatening the victim's family to seek leniency. Lin Mo's intimidating influence is indeed formidable. Yet, this is merely one aspect. It is entirely possible that the catalyst for Jiang Wu's dissociative state was not himself, but rather his family, his father. I have researched that after his first murder, when he was forcibly committed to a psychiatric hospital, Jiang's father visited him, and shortly thereafter, Jiang Wu managed to escape. It is conceivable that Jiang's father is aware of the method by which Jiang Wu alters his personality. If he was the one who induced Jiang Wu's dissociative state, then he would be guilty of incitement, an indirect perpetrator of homicide. Hong Yun and the others nodded in agreement, affirming that Lin Mo's assertion was entirely accurate. Chapter 79, The Gods Only Fear Those Who Slay Them. After finishing his statement, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the three victims' family members, whose expressions were fraught with complexity. Lawyer Lin, I sincerely hope you will refrain from getting involved. I truly have your best interests at heart, the elderly gentleman sighed, offering his counsel. His words rang true, for Lin Mo's deductions were spot on. The reasoning was utterly correct. Yet, the more one knows, the less secure one becomes. After all, the adversaries were capable of employing mental illness as a guise for murder. Lin Mo spoke solemnly. You must endure your suffering. For my sake, who will consider your plight? Thus, he urged, there is no need for fear. Please lead us to the resettlement community that Happiness Real Estate has constructed for you. To my knowledge, even your resettlement community has been left unfinished, hasn't it? The merchants and families from your entire neighborhood's market, hundreds of them, are all residing in these abandoned buildings. Hong Yun, too, produced some photographs from the evidence, images of the dilapidated buildings taken by Xia Ling, where numerous individuals resided. Upon hearing about the abandoned structures, Xia Ling clenched her fist in indignation. These scoundrels! As if having the demolition compensation wasn't enough, the promised resettlement housing has also fallen into disrepair. They even threatened the residents to keep silent. Hong Yun directed his gaze at the three victims' families, his anger palpable. Is this really true? If it is, it constitutes a tragedy of immense proportions. They had lost their homes, their market stalls, their demolition compensation had been halved. And now even the promised resettlement housing lay in ruins, all while these three families had lost their most cherished loved ones. At this juncture, the elderly woman and grandmother began to weep, while tears streamed down the elderly gentleman's face. Child, with all this knowledge, are you truly unafraid? Their power is formidable. We cannot contend with them. The elderly man grasped Lin Mo's hand, trembling as he spoke. Lin Mo offered no further words and instead got straight to the point. Grandfather, let us take a look at the abandoned resettlement housing. Hong Yun also rose to his feet, feeling a sense of absurdity for his earlier naivety. He had thought it was merely a straightforward case of murder by someone mentally ill, only to discover it was tied to the disintegration of hundreds of families. Let us proceed. Lawyer Lin, we must pursue this case to the very end, no matter who it may be. Anyone who dares to oppress the people shall face my wrath. I, Hong Yun, will risk my life to ensure they are brought to justice. The two police officers also stood up, acknowledging the necessity of investigating this significant matter. How had they not perceived this earlier? It was perplexing. Such a monumental issue had garnered no attention online. Lin Mo chuckled coldly. Happiness Real Estate has captivated the attention of all in Pengcheng with the sensational murder case involving a mentally ill individual, allowing them to brazenly engage in coercion and enticement. The promised resettlement, housing, and compensation have all been breached, and they have effortlessly acquired that land. In an instant, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, The entire internet had been consumed by the murder case, with everyone expressing their outrage over it. Unbeknownst to many, the true puppeteers behind the scenes have exploited this incident to dismantle the entire anti-demolition team, thereby achieving their objectives of forcible eviction. A group set forth, their vehicle enveloped in an oppressive silence, a heavy atmosphere permeating the air. The car ventured into a neighborhood on the outskirts of Pengcheng, where the structural integrity of the community appeared commendable, yet every residential building remained unfinished, their rough exteriors unpainted, mere shells of homes. The area, marred by abandonment, was riddled with potholes and dilapidated roads, teeming with stagnant pools of foul water. It resembled a wasteland ravaged by an apocalyptic event, yet it was heartbreaking to observe the many inhabitants present. Children frolicked amidst the overgrown debris of the construction site, their laughter contrasting starkly with the somber faces of the adults, who bore expressions devoid of hope. This unfinished community lacked basic amenities, water, electricity, elevators, nothing at all. Lin Mo gazed upon the skeletal buildings, where some had taken up residence, erecting tents within the bare interiors and cooking on makeshift stoves. The children's carefree shouts of camping is so free, echoed, while the adults nearby forced smiles that betrayed their despair. They understood that this was not a mere camping trip. It was their entire livelihood, a bleak future devoid of hope. As they passed through an area bustling with children, the remaining adults loomed in the shadows, leaning against concrete walls, their eyes vacant and lifeless. An ominous atmosphere of despair hung heavily over this land, suffocating those inside the vehicle. Two police officers, Hong Yun and Yang Jian, wore expressions of sorrow and indignation, while Xia Ling clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in frustration. How could such events still unfold in modern society? At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Someone has jumped from a building. Where? Hurry. Let us try to persuade them to live, to see if anyone might come to our rescue. Perhaps jumping is a form of liberation. Various pessimistic remarks echoed around them, steeped in negativity. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Only two family members of the victims had arrived today. The young man who had lost his wife was conspicuously absent. The group followed the crowd to the location where the jump had occurred. At the top of a 10-story building stood a young man, gazing into the distance with despair etched across his features. Below, a multitude of residents gathered, their faces etched with worry, and the scene was eerily quiet. Upon seeing the man atop the building, Lin Mo realized with a jolt that it was indeed the widowed young man. How could he contemplate such an act? Hong Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a man he knew well, one who had always believed that Jiang Wu would be brought to justice and had actively cooperated with the authorities. Yet now, he stood on the brink of ending his own life. Quickly, we must go up, Lin Mo exclaimed, sprinting forward, followed closely by Xia Ling. While the others struggled to keep pace, panting heavily. The unfinished building lacked an elevator, forcing them to ascend the 10 floors by foot. By the time Lin Mo reached the rooftop, he found the young man perilously close to the edge. Eyes shut tight, tears streaming down his face, he murmured, Xiaoqian. We have failed. I am coming to find you. Just wait for me. If death could take away those consumed by hatred, then your demise would indeed be worthwhile. Yet, reality tells a different tale. You have passed, while your adversaries continue to roam freely, enjoying life, and you have become nothingness. Such is the truth of society. After ascending the stairs, Lin Mo calmly stated this. The young man, Lin Feng, was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Mo. You are. At that moment, Hong Yun rushed up, breathless. Lin Feng. This is lawyer Lin Mo, an exceptional attorney. We have hope. Please remain composed. A lawyer? Lin Feng. The young man forced a bitter smile. Prosecutor Hong, lawyer Lin, you may not grasp the enormity of what we have endured. It is too burdensome, too overwhelming. I have long lost the meaning of hope. I never anticipated that our initial resistance would provoke such fierce retaliation. Had I not led the opposition against the demolition? At the very least, we could have secured decent housing. Xiao Qin would not have lost her life. They are far too powerful, before us, the marginalized. They are akin to deities. As he spoke, Lin Feng's lips began to tremble. Hong Yun choked back tears. Initially, he had perceived it merely as a case of a mental illness leading to murder, but now he understood the truth and could fully empathize with Lin Feng's anguish. The pain of losing a wife, the agony of displacement, guilt, suffering, regret, an array of negative emotions swirled within, with only death offering liberation. At that moment, Lin Mo smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. God does not heed the pleas of the faithful. Rather, God fears those who would slay the divine. Lin Feng, instead of embracing death, why not join me in slaying the gods? Chapter 80. The decapitation plan? The uprising? Since one has already chosen death, why not indulge to the fullest at the end? Lin Feng was taken aback. He turned to Lin Mo, his eyes initially filled with confusion, which then transformed into understanding, followed by a smile. It was an exuberant smile. All right. Well said. I am going to kill the CEO of Happiness Real Estate. It seemed Lin Feng had an epiphany. He retracted his body, lowered his gaze to the scattered steel bars on the ground. He picked one up, weighed it in his hand, and smiled, feeling it was a suitable weapon. This action, combined with Lin Feng's frenzied declaration, left everyone speechless, especially Zhang Yang and Sun Dong, the two policemen, who looked utterly stunned. Jumping off a building was indeed off the table. Now he was intent on committing murder. What was happening? Hong Yun shot a shocked glance at Lin Mo. Goodness, a person driven to despair and contemplating suicide was swayed by just a few of your words to seek vengeance. Lawyer Lin, this might not be appropriate. And Lin Feng, please calm down. Hong Yun urged anxiously. Lin Mo arched an eyebrow. Lin Feng was quite intriguing. Ready to act on a whim, picking up the steel bar as if to slaughter. At that moment, Lin Feng offered no response, determined to head downstairs to execute his decapitation plan, disregarding Hong Yun's words. Lawyer Lin, you must intervene. If this continues, chaos will truly ensue, Hong Yun implored. Zhang Yang and Sun Dong nodded in agreement, expressing their helplessness. Lawyer Lin, please stop Lin Feng, or we will have no choice but to resort to force. With someone openly expressing murderous intent while wielding a weapon, it was their duty to intervene. Lin Mo interjected. Lin Feng, what I mean is to bring your oppressor to justice in court, not to kill him now. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Bring him to justice in court? How is that possible? Happiness Real Estate has a colossal legal team. It is impossible to prosecute them. Besides, you can't even deal with a lunatic like Jiang Wu. How could you possibly hold them accountable? That is nothing short of a delusion. In comparison to prosecuting Happiness Real Estate, Lin Feng believed it would be far simpler to take matters into his own hands. Hong Yun wished to say more, but fell silent. Was this a reflection of his own situation? Unable to resolve even a single case involving a madman. According to Lin Mo's reasoning, all arrows pointed to Happiness Real Estate, a formidable giant. It wasn't that they were afraid to investigate or apprehend, but this behemoth had countless means at its